Halo, halo yang baru gabung. Bener mantul guys suaranya. Tempat dasar kucing.
Team match. Let's go. Let's go.
Tuh.
First point for the red team. Enemy down. Kill. Expired. Reloading.
Oh. Lihatin guys.
No mercy. Reloading. Cover me.
Malinig din.
Dead.
Wow. Lang kayo. Anak nito sir. Oh.
Target down.
Ah.
The blue team is in the lead. In the lead. Killing spree for the blue team. Reloading.
Jadi kalian kena semua sialan. Ih, nggak ada yang kena sialan.
Great. You're about to win.
The blue team is about to win. Reloading.
Blue team victory.
Victory. Ah. Veteran. Mana ini kagak ada yang ACC. Halo
Ready,
bang,
ready.
halo bang,
Halo bang.
boleh ikut main
Halo
gak bang?
Boleh. Firman ayo. Ready Firman.
Terus bang,
Firman. Oh yang satu udah keluar kabarnya. Cintaku ini hingga saat kau tak kembali di hati saja. Ini jaringan apa ini?
orang mana bang?
Orang
Orang mana bang?
abang orang mana bang?
Abang orang mana?
Orang Papua bang, Papua.
Oh, jauh bang, nyebrang kita.
Kamu orang mana bang?
Orang Malaysia bang,
Wah.
tapi Indonesia bang, asli Indonesia.
Oh, masih Indonesia.
Tinggal di Malaysia.
I
Asli
need
lah.
attachments.
Alta bang.
Tinggalnya di mantap bang. Kalian nambahkan saya dong. Oh pas kena ke samping sendiri. Terus tap lagi anjir.
Watch out. Mark the
Di sini ada.
location. Watch out. Watch out. Help.
Ya Allah, ini
Watch out.
parah sekali nih. Siapa yang bilang kayak gitu? Ya Allah, DN lagi. Anjing.
Help.
Tuh. Wait bang ya.
It's okay. Si tampil lama sekali backup kalau di sini baru ada.
Oh, biasa berapa senjata kan?
Iya kok.
Bisa.
It's okay.
Itu juga
It's
lengkap. Oke. Bang, lu nama bang juga. Itu ada orang bang.
Ah. Banyak
Ini
lagi.
ada.
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
Recall aja bang.
Saya tabrak.
Tuh.
Banyak deh.
Ini bang.
Nah terus saya bang, terus bang.
Dari kiri deh.
Mana cok?
Kiri kanan. Cok,
Anjing rame kali cok.
kapan kiri kanan.
Udah deh bang.
Oke bang. Terus bisa bang.
Rame kali.
Iya lah, harus turun tempat rame lah. Masa tempat sepi. Om Victor ini apa ini?
Bang.
Iya bang.
Terima.
Terus tempat yang rame, kita turun.
Game. Gas.
Mau jam 12, weh. Ada deh. Cepat sekali.
Good luck, mates. Head toward this point.
Abang orang Papua semua bang.
Enggak bang, cuman saya sama nomor 2.
Itu ori kawan.
Nah bang,
Nomor 3 random kah?
hah?
Nomor 3 random.
Nomor 3 ya iya kita undang di ini tadi global tadi bang.
Rame cok.
I got supplies.
Sudah mau mati tuh.
I got supplies.
Serang di atas.
Nah, sekali udah nyampe lagi deh kucing.
Serang.
Yang ngeras ya?
Bang.
Di atasku.
Tabung.
Anjing.
Gimana kak?
Kan kesini rame sekali.
Bom.
Keluar sama dia.
Watch out. Help.
Ya Allah, Masalahnya Muhammad dan Abu Rasul.
Watch out.
Betul.
Watch out.
Di sini lah.
Watch
Di sini
out.
rame sekali. Saya belum pakai face, kayak gitu kan. Dua orang sudah knock bro.
Lari aja nomor 4, lari aja.
Belum dapat kan itu.
Please recall me.
Saya cari yang saya kasih knock tidak dapat. Itu di mana dia lari? Cukar dia yang cepat sekali.
Ah, mau saya pakai MS dong. Baru MS skill lagi sembarang.
Kenapa kayak masis?
Ganjil kak.
Hah?
Ganjil.
Kok nggak bisa kalau nggak pakai masis?
Ini jelek. Jelek kak.
Kakak tidak bisa aku tidak pakai mas. Kakak tidak bisa aku pakai masis sih.
Kanan kak. Kanan bang. Nomor depan. Usir pak.
Coba terisain dulu jangan saya kasih knock. Telah sudah. Bodoh sekali mah. Ayo.
Bang. Turun bang ke tangga bang. Turun bang ke tangga bang.
Oke. Kabur.
Mati sih. Abang mati sih bang. Dapat dari
Enggak.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Bang, gue datang.
Bagaimana cara datangnya? Jauh sekali
Naik mobil,
kita.
Kak. Naik mobil kak. Botling ada orang.
Saya boleh kakak tinggal di sini.
Hati-hati kan. Buat. Kita mau bantu kan?
Kakak cari senjata nih. Kita pakai war tapi kalau nggak ada senjata juga ngeri ya. Senjata udah komplit tidak mampu buat mereka itu. Tidak apa-apa. Tidak apa-apa bang, bisa diri kok.
Knock 1 bang.
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
Kalau lagi bang.
Banyak sekali lootingan di sini kan.
Banyak kan di PP PowerPoint.
Iya banyak lootingan.
Tuh.
I'm recalling a teammate.
Kesana aja. Sekarang saya
Thanks.
poinnya kepala satu kali juga belum bisa kena kan. Dan kritis. Senjata yang kena kepala langsung kritis lah. Cuma minusnya nggak ada kali-kalian sini. But it's okay.
Masih banyak senjatanya gak?
Masih bang, masih banyak.
Peluru juga kak.
Hah? Di dalam? Di luar juga ada itu, peluru itu.
Juga bantu mus. Dia dulu bantu. Bisa pakai sini. Dua orang cok depanku.
Nah, ke depan ada orang kah?
I got supplies.
Ada tidak?
Bukan itu. Ini dia naik mobil.
Ini orangnya. Oh,
Iya,
beda
orang
squad
itu.
ini. Beda squad. Beda squad ini, beda squad.
Waduh, bang. Nomor 3 balik lagi deh. Dua ternyata dia.
Enggak, rame-rame.
Bang sini bang, jangan situ bang.
Dia ras. Par itu.
Help!
Bang, belakang bang. Belakang.
Watch out!
Ah,
Udah bang. Bang, bentar bang, tunggu bentar bang.
tinggal satu. Asli, tinggal satu. Maju.
Pelan.
Tinggal satu.
Watch out!
Itu lagi bang.
Tinggal satu pula, sumpah asli, serius. Terus knock ada yang apa sekali bro.
Kah?
Tinggal satu di atas. Enggak, masih di atas.
I need attachments.
Cok.
Satu ya?
Dua-duanya par.
Bisa bilang.
Marked a
Enggak.
location.
Oke.
Watch out!
Astaga di bawah. Bangke.
Tinggal satu.
Bang, nomor
Tinggal
3.
satu.
Naik bang nomor 3.
Naik aja. Tinggal
Naik
satu
aja
bang.
bang.
Tinggal satu. Di kamar bang. Itu tuh. Ini bang.
Head toward this point.
Stay. Ini.
Oh, ya Allah. Aduh, abang Indra bisa main sumpah.
Kenapa?
Abang Indra tadi bahaya sekali. Gak
Padahal
bisa.
Sultan cok.
Ayo biar Sultan lagi. Parah sekali.
Halo bang, bang main gak?
Terusnya baik itu. Apa itu?
Lagi nggak main dulu bang.
Oke. Udah siap.
Dari gelombang saja.
Iya, Cok.
Tadi siapa namanya ya itu?
Coba bang yang mana?
Tadi yang main sama kita.
Ajik. For K.
Tahu namanya nama apa lagi? Dia parah
Apa
sekali.
ini? Melon.
Kita anu kah?
Karena sudah
Om Victor ya.
Lihat nama dulu. Iya. Kita renam aja lah. Astaga. Tinggal satu guys.
Halo guys.
Aku terlalu besar kayaknya.
Ngasih tepe nih penglaris.
dari NT. Apa?
Enggak bang. Gua ikan. Yo.
Abang kerja di sana kan?
Enggak bang. Main-main aja.
Asli.
Ayo bang, nomor 4.
Main saja.
Johor bang.
Bang.
Oi.
Kronos bang, Kronos bang. Konten kah?
Apa bang?
Konten cok, nomor 4
Konten.
buat konten.
Defend the mark.
Oh iya.
Kenapa rumput buat konten kan?
nanti recallin nanti ya bang ya.
Iya, oke.
Tim recall ya bang.
Ada orang cok.
Ada kah tidak? Tidak ada kayaknya.
Ya,
Tidak ada macam
saya
makan.
tidak salah aja. Saya tidak pegang WMP cok.
Alah. Tidak apa-apa, tidak pegang MP juga tidak apa-apa.
Pegang WMP kak.
Masa harus WMP dulu?
Iya, serius.
Saya tidak sukanya WMP karena itu satu kali juga belum kena, belum kritis dia. Kalau kain boleh. Parah sekali. Deh.
Jadi semuanya pilih apa? Semuanya tergantung cara main. Tergantung cara main tuh.
Ya sudah, iya.
Mau ke 6 kan ya? Mau ke 3 kan ya?
Tidak.
Bang, apa ya?
Apa bang?
Kali 3 apa aja?
Ada
Ada kah Kronos?
ada kali 6 bang.
I got supplies.
Di Kronos ada kah? Nomor 4. Maju terobos. Berikon dekat.
Ini ada tempat belanja ya? Tanya deh.
Ada bang. Ada itu bang. Nomor 4 Kronos ada orang kah?
Kita kepala
Bodoh.
kepala kita.
Banyak sekali Kronos. Nggak ada orang.
Kepala aku sakit kak. Dengar kata kak.
Iya dengar. Pulang sakit. Obat lah.
Dorong.
Ada orang di nomor 4 ya?
Kronos, Bang.
Nomor 1.
Nggak ada. Sunyi sekali kan. Nah, kita harus bergegas dari sini dan berangkat. Tidak ada orang guys. Sunyi.
Buat gua ada orang.
Kalau ada orang bang.
Gua ada orang.
Bang, orang.
Ada orang. Oke.
Abang orang mana bang? Berempat.
Orang palsu.
Sekali bodoh itu.
Capra,
Sampai ke nomor 4 biar saya lihat juga di mana musuhnya.
Capra sudah dulu.
Bang di gua ada musuh bang. Video call. Nomor 2.
Mana bang?
Nomor 4 tandain kamu musuhnya di mana? Saya
Jadi-
bingung mau jalan ini.
Video call ya.
Enemies ahead.
Cewek nih bang.
Oh di atas. Muncul ya abang nomor 4 nggak?
Tempat recall, Kak?
Dan musuh ya sumpah.
Iya tempat recall.
Mana nih cok?
Watch
Iya,
out.
cok.
Ada kan?
Ini dia
Watch
tembak.
out.
Aduh mataku gatal lagi ah.
Recall cok.
Belum bisa direcall deh. Jadi kita ada orang di atas gunung lagi. Dapat high ground dia pegang sniper lagi. Ujung.
Kaget bisa kan?
Nggak bisa bang.
Depan kami nih ada orang nih.
Nggak mau keluar gitu ya orangnya bangsat ya. Si babi gitu nggak mau keluar ya.
Help.
Nice good.
Iya.
Ini nggak ada yang bekas tanah musuh di mana, jadi saya bingung nih.
Rata kah bang?
Tiba-tiba
Dari
sempat mati.
Dari atas bang.
Rata kah?
Jauh. Bang, dari atas. Dia dari kiri kanan itu. Hati-hati.
Iya, aku udah pernah satu bang yang di atas tuh.
Guring seharian tadi makanya aku kuliah guring seharian aku.
Jadi recall kah?
Bentar bang, bentar santai.
Udah lagi.
I'm recalling a teammate.
Baik looting kah?
Thanks.
Ya,
Bang punya darah ya? Astaga di sini bang.
Watch out. Watch out.
Mana
Mark the
cok?
location. Watch out.
Recall ya?
pas rata bro.
Don't give up. Your teammates can
rata,
still
nah.
recall you.
Looting bang.
Depanku ada satu.
I need a weapon.
Bot asli.
Wah lootingan gua
I'm
bang.
recalling a teammate.
Mana.
Recall.
Mana.
Thanks.
Bang kak
Di mana
arah
dia, Ra?
di zona bang, luar zona bang, batu bang. Tadi lagi di mana tadi? Daerah sini tadi nih. Matiin gua.
I got
Udah gua bunuh
supplies.
tadi itu di luar zona itu. Udah
Udah.
gua bunuh. Udah. Dia tinggal sendiri.
Watch
Pantas
out.
astaga. Baru hidup anjir.
Help.
Tuh, bang masih ada bang.
Bang sini bang. Kamu
Watch
kamu
out.
tuh bisa bang. Iya bang.
Ada asap gak? Mana musuhnya?
Stop.
Saya nggak tahu.
Depannya ada, Bang.
nggak
Watch
ada,
out.
coy.
Itu bang santan aku bang.
Oke, salah.
Berlari.
Knock lah.
Sini kak. Sini kak. Buang medkitnya satu.
Medkit apaan? Oh ada nih.
Ada.
Ada. Bang,
Depan gua Lana.
bagi tembakan satu, Bang.
Bang, pegang gua bang. Di belakang, Bang.
Anjing
Wait, Bang, wait,
lah.
Bang, wait,
Oh,
Bang.
pegang bang,
Tai
pegang bang, dikit
kucing.
lagi, dikit lagi, dikit lagi. Oke, pegang bang. Nice.
Astaga. Di dekat dekat pun Enrico lah nih, ndak kurikol kak.
Wah, itu bang, recall bang. Bang, dari negara bang.
Nomor satu masih bisa di-recall itu. Mana ya, Bang ya? Sebelah kanan tuh,
Iya
nomor
iya
kanan nomor 2.
iya.
Dar, cok. Jangan, cok.
Rekulannya habis nanti tuh.
Tuh, udah pada nyebrang kah dia?
Belum, masih depan bang.
Ada lagi.
Gak beda ya bang. Astaga. Masuk ke sana aja loh bang. Nanti orang ambil kanan pelan-pelan.
Mati aku, cok. Dar, cok. Jadi kalau kayak ini,
Ada sih.
sorry kayak. Pak,
Yo yo.
sorry.
It's okay.
Biarin lah ya, ada nggak ada ya?
Mudah-mudahan nggak ada bang. Ke anu saya bang, ke grab biasa aja di sini. Kalau habis, oh masih ada. Ke grab biasa bang. Biar kita
I'm
nggak begitu
recalling a
bang.
teammate.
Ada mobil, kak. Mobil saya kayak kolan.
Thanks.
Iya ke grab biasa aja bang. Nomor 3 bang. Kita ngumpul di grab biasa bang.
I got supplies.
Depan grab biasa ada ya. Nggak kira senjata apa kayak darah kayak yang penting ada lah. Kira nggak ada sama sekali asli.
I got supplies.
Rame. Nggak ada meeting juga.
I got supplies.
Kiriman gua kenapa begini ya? Kayak sundal saja. Oh ya Allah, nggak ada senjata, nggak ada peluru. Apa mau
Watch
bikin?
out. Help.
Bang, belakang bang. Ini bang,
Mana bang, tanda bang.
Enemies ahead.
Tuh.
atas
Bentar
ya,
bang.
Enemies ahead.
atas ya.
Naik sini, kenapa?
Watch out.
Atas mana?
Ini pas ini.
Oh ya.
Watch out.
Batu dulu bang, sini bang. Kalau bisa belakang. Dia kabur
Iya.
kok. Yona kok.
Naik sini,
Mundur ya,
kenapa?
mundur sini. Pegang dulu.
Oke bang, sabar. Wait for a minute.
Ya, siap. Udah mati bang, nomor 2 yang depan lu. Apa gimana?
Oke, oh, belum. Kalau di
Watch
rumah
out.
cok.
Dia pindah.
Enggak ada tuh. Tidak ada mengetingkan aku, tidak ada senjata seperti itu. DE. Ngapa? Di mana lagi ada kah?
Watch out. Watch out.
Dalam juga peluru.
Jing, dia menyesal aku cok. nggak ada apa-apa, semua barang habis. Cing. Nggak bisa Bob.
Watch out!
Ya kan ngomong
Watch
ada.
out!
Ada orang di depan deh.
Jadi batu,
Watch
jadi
out!
batu.
Mark the location.
Betul kak, saya bisa ke kakak ini.
Terus ini mau ke balik.
Bisa di kakak, saya di login kak. Di log. Lagi drone cok. Nggak bisa. Ganti. Nice. Kak, sana kak.
Ini maksudnya babeng-babeng apa nih? Anjing saya tembak gak mati-mati.
Aduh.
We're the best.
Hentikan lagi dah.
Nah, itu tadi online kak. OVA online tadi.
Enggak, itu sudah off. Udah tunggu kita kak, tapi lama. Ngeri dia lagi. Istri nomor 4 tuh setengah mati sekali main nih, Kigan situ. Dia nggak kasih tahu musuh di mana. Baru dia kenok, dia tidak kasih tahu juga. Rakus sekali musuh. KD 4 cacat, goblok sekali. Itu tadi random, bodoh sekali, nggak tahu main kapan. Tidak mau kasih tahu musuh di mana, rakus sekali. Kalau tidak bisa kasih nok musuh baru. Dia kena bertandanya di atas. Bodohnya.
Oh bang.
Udah bang, tadi saya bilang nomor 4 itu bang. Tadi yang random tuh.
Oh.
Dia nafsu sekali nge-kill. Dia nggak kasih tahu musuh di mana. Kenok dia juga, dia kenok baru dikasih tahu. Selesai midain baru dikasih tahu. Baru sudah tahu musuh di situ, nggak ada mau ke standa. Dia nggak mau ke standa. Rakus sekali nge-kill. Baru kenok dia juga.
Iya, biar sudah habis.
Bodoh.
Dua tembak kill.
Emosi. Iya mau kill tapi nggak mampu anjing. Bodoh.
Berempat, mudah bisa nih bang.
Nah, yang penting kasih tahu saja sih musuh biar temanmu kan tahu toh sebetulnya pas angelnya temanmu bisa menembak kan begitu.
Bang, abang Papua mana bang?
Ke
mana?
Papua di Timika, bang.
Itu yang sering perang-perang mana bang?
Di sini sudah bang.
Iya. Serius.
Iya. Serius.
Apa sih HAM ya? Apa sih?
Bukan.
Merdeka.
Ya OPM.
PM.
Organisasi Papua Merdeka bang.
Enggak abang perangin bang?
Oh perangin gimana bang?
Seram-seram gak dia?
Pegang
Bang?
empor bang, gue pegang empor kalian empor.
Iya maksudnya
Kalau pegang empor.
maksudnya perangin pakai PUBG bang.
Dua skocok.
Gimana sih bang? Negara aja nggak urus bang. Lagi kita bang.
Empat. Jatuh cok.
Watch out!
Ya Allah, di sini juga ada Sundala. Hanya Ternegronus. Gini nih. Dia nih kata seng itu. Selesai nih.
I need a weapon.
Di belakang.
Anjing. Dia kenok ke sini tadi bangsa.
Saya nggak mau turun di sini lagi sumpah.
Don't give up. Your teammates
Iya,
can still
serius.
recall
Gua tinggal
you.
sendiri
Di
ya.
kananmu. Kananmu lah sote. Ini mau pulang. Dari sebelah kiri kok lagi nge-revive dia. Mati apa? Ya, lari.
Recall.
Dari atas bot.
Mati dia bang, sama yang jauh bang.
Tower cok, gue pasrah cok, darah ya.
Tuh.
Justru kalau nggak ada darah, apalagi mau klikol.
Cok, dia di atas.
Dia pasti dia nahan terus bang di situ bang.
Ya bang, dia di atas.
Marked a location.
Iya. Nembak dia, berarti dia cabut. Ya, kan? Dari belakang nanti.
Enggak yang bang, bot bang.
Itu dari belakang abang yang seberang. Mas bang.
Oke. Salam, saya
Next tadi.
Santai bang.
bawa tukang kapal.
Good luck, mates.
Pintu serius pesta. Cepat sekali.
Cuma tuh.
I need a weapon.
Baterai gue sisa 16% cok.
Dulu tuh.
Nah, ada
Anjir,
kepala
lumayan.
cas. Ada kepala cas.
Bang Alex, nggak apa-apa kah? Kita main barbar terus ini bang.
Aman bang, nggak ngapus kok. Main fun aja.
Mantap bang. Saya sampai pindah ke Livi karena enaknya barbar bang ya.
Aku habisin baterai. Dua game lagi bang ini.
Sama bang, bagian lain.
Please recall me.
Nggak pakai face bro.
Kiki, amankan lu Kiki. Kiki, amankan Kiki. Kiki. Pak,
Help!
help me.
Help!
Help!
Help me.
Jadi suruh apa? Recall yang tadi mati.
Ker- Samsudin, 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 Samsudin.
Barangan lagi dia pinter anjir.
Asli.
Ya,
Don't give up. Your
Help me.
teammates can still recall you.
Kita lihat.
help.
Mati.
Bisa lawan sih.
Asli. Bisa perokok sudah, tapi kita mesti bot ini.
I need a weapon.
Jam 12, Cok. Musuh susah-susah nih.
I need a weapon.
Bagus dong, musuh keras-keras bagus dong. Biar kau juga tambah jago.
Ya,
Siap.
Hmm.
Bang berdua tetanggaan enggak, Bang?
Hah?
Tetanggaan
iya,
enggak?
kakakku tuh bang. Kakakku
Dia,
tuh bang.
iya, cuma dia tinggalnya di Timika.
Oh, adik kakak.
Iya.
Asli kandung kah?
Hah?
Iya bang. Iya bang.
Iya, ini sama
Sama
nomor
itu
4
bang.
juga, Bang.
Sama nomor 4 juga.
Oh, asli kah? Serius?
Iya.
Iya bang.
Iya, serius, Bang.
Serius.
Kirain gue random.
Mati bang.
Enggak, Bang.
Kutipu ya?
Apa? Apa yang tiba-tiba,
Tanda,
Bang?
bang.
Enggak.
Itu
Seriusan?
tanya itu nomor 4. Nomor 4 perempuan itu bang. Kakakku yang kedua.
Wede. Turun, Bang.
Wih.
Dapat squad, Bang.
Kamu berarti gak banyak bang. Cuma 5.
Hmm. Berapa itu?
Sambil pinggir deh.
Apa mau, Bang?
Lambat.
Kalian tabrak, Bang. Tai kucing. Berhati ada senjata.
Ada ya?
Tai kucing. Ada depanku. Satu squad. Di orang depan lah. Senjata gua kan shotgun semua. Ih,
Di
segan
mana, Bang?
sekali kah. Di sini, Bang.
Marked a
Di orang depan
location.
situ. Apa main senjata kan? Sudah lah. Di kiriku juga deh. Di sini depan situ hati-hati. Coba kita harus kiri dulu ya. Sini. Karena saya nggak mampu lagi nih sama pakai shotgun. Pakai shotgun ini. Depan gue. Kenapa nyangkut?
Apa nih? Dua senjata kah?
Shotgun dulu senjata aku anjir. Knock itu. Oke.
Pas kuat.
Tinggal satu. Ayo cari. Sebelum denger recall.
Di luar sini ketemu saya, Cok.
Watch out.
Tinggal satu.
Di luar.
Oh, yang di luar ya berarti ya?
Iya, kabur coy.
Bang, yang di sini, Bang. Ayo, Bang. Naik, Bang.
Rekod. Kemana? Di mana?
Di atas sini tadi ada nih.
Enemies ahead.
Oke.
Watch out.
Suara, Cok. Sebelah suara, Cok.
Udah sudah ngeri kalau apa ini.
Biarin dah.
Udah.
Oke dia.
Oh, udah kabur. Dia habis bunuh bot di sini langsung kabur. Asli serius.
Ada depan nih.
Marked a location.
Enggak tahu di depan. Dia di sini. Tapi betul. Yang abang lihat tuh di sini dah. Dia ke tempat rekolan ini. Saya pakai shotgun dua-duanya lagi. Aku sering sekali kak kalau anak turun pegang shotgun terus. Wih, dia looting habis depanku. Sunda lah. Oh bot kucing. Saya kira ini musuh kan.
Help!
Astaga, si tampan dan pemberani.
20-50 tuh lawannya. 30.
Di mana bang dia? Di luar rekolan apa dalam rekolan?
Di dalam di gereja.
Oh, di gereja rusak.
Amek ya?
Squad.
Satu juga, satu sepatu, satu saja.
Harus berat kalau sang.
Oh, di tempat rekolan kan?
Iya.
Baru bang OTW.
Salah sini kan?
Iya, Bang. Ya.
Salah. Masuk lagi.
Oh iya.
Malam sana.
Oke. Oke.
Dulu. Rekal dulu. Rekal apa? Masih dia tidak. Kenapa sih? Di atas itu saja ki. Satu di sini. Tiki. Tiki main.
Nggak dengar.
Di atas bang.
Nggak dengar gitu. Iya, bentar.
Bukan dia
Udah
main
masuk
di
ya,
tiga.
Please recall
ya.
me.
Sabar diam. Ada nggak stepnya? Depan pas pop.
Di bawah.
Di dalam lah. Satu orang je.
Dia di atas apa di bawah sih? Nih.
Watch
Di
out!
atas.
Bawah bang.
Iya, penuh.
Di sini kan ah.
Please
Satu,
recall
dua.
me.
Pas dari jauh ya.
Di bawah bang dia di bawah
Itu
sini.
berapa?
I'm recalling a teammate. Help!
Enggak dengar step.
Thanks.
Macam pakai lempeng di mana ini? Kurang ajar sekali.
Bang yang tadi lu bunuh di mana bang?
Di depan itu nomor berapa yang bunuhnya? Di rumah tadi Pak? Yang pakai MP ini? Harusnya sih di rumah. Di rumah
Watch
tangga
out!
sini.
Kalau berat sekali kak.
Ya itu kasih lesnya gimana lu beristirahat tuh? Mana tadi tuh? Kabur kan? Bisa kabur lagi. Tempat rekolan sana kah? Hati-hati
Watch
di sini.
out!
Hati-hati. Tempat arang bukan? Cepat sekali lari asli. Terus looting semua ini. Betul-betul ada yang recall depan sini.
I got supplies.
Nak haram.
Depan orang.
Sabar. Kita cek tempat recall dulu Pak. Nanti kita sandwich lagi nih. Cek dulu kan. Kita cek itu kan tidak ada orang. Terus bilang. Botai kucing. So harus cek tempat recall
Watch
udah
out.
selesai. So takut dibokong.
Malam sekali.
Ya aman.
Astaga di sini bang.
Yo.
Bang nomor 2 ke sana kaburan. Di sini ada musuh bang.
Don't give up. Your teammates
Iya
can
iya,
still
bentar
recall
gue
you.
recall bang.
Oke
Yang
bang, santai.
diri aja.
Mas bang tuh rame tuh bang. Nomor 3, nomor 2 depannya. Tuh bang.
I'm recalling a teammate. Watch out.
Ini tuh langsung turun di situ ya bang ya.
Thanks.
Langsung turun di situ atas situ aja bang.
Watch out. Help.
Mama hit parah sekali nih di
Mark the
atas punya bab.
location.
Asli serius. Turun aja di sini bang.
Watch out.
Di sini langsung. Ya kelihatan turunnya.
Mark the location.
Bantu bab. Bantu.
Watch out.
Bantu aja. Terus revive saya masih bisa di recall. Bantu aja bang. Kasih selesai itu musuh.
Depan sekarat batu di batu.
Watch out.
Batu di batu bang.
Ya.
Help.
Batu. Nomor 4.
Watch out. Mark the location.
Itu tembak sama orang lain.
Ya.
Ya bang.
Help.
Ya. Sudah harapan kita hanya satu-satunya.
Nomor 2.
Si tampan dan pemberani.
Bang, kau dan lu bang. 11%.
Dia rata tapi yang di sini kayaknya rata kah?
Rata-rata.
Lebih kaget. Kau punya health tip, bikin kaget saya.
Oh, rancor. Oh. Halo
Halo
bang,
bang, main kah?
main-main.
Ih.
Main bang.
Halo, bang, temennya
Ikut
Kamira
ya
ya?
bang.
Ya bang.
Apa tuh?
Itu temen kakak. Aduh, serius mainnya. Duduk
Apa
tadi
itu
dia.
serius?
Iya.
Rasanya aku main gak pernah ya serius. Apa itu serius?
Iya.
Ini nggak
main
ada
gak
yang
serius.
ini kah?
Yang penting hubungan selalu dibawa serius. Ya nggak bang?
Hai.
Iya.
Aduh, mana ya? Belum ada gantengan juga. Gimana?
Tapi
Nggak relate
tapi
juga soalnya.
kemarin lirik ya bang Martin ya. Lirik siapa bang?
Itu. Kemarin habis teleponan sama aku orangnya. Aku udah salamin tuh bang.
Good luck, mates.
Siapa
Aku
tuh?
setuju.
Siapa tuh? Mana
Itu.
nih?
Yang lucu itu loh yang lucu. Yang fotoin
Yang mana?
tunggu-tunggu.
Arabel Anabel. Oh, Kak Desti.
Pura-pura nggak
Parah,
tahu.
kamera berdua doang no. Bang Martin nggak ngikut turun.
Ih parah. Gua gak diajak. Parah dia berdua doang.
Parah, gak diajak. Kamera parah.
Parah sih.
Tidak, nggak mau ngikutin. Udah aku invite tapi nggak mau ngikut. Begitu
Gara-gara Desti nih.
ceritanya.
Ada yang gagal fokus. Nyebut namanya gagal fokus dia.
Enggak gitu. Kan penasaran. Gimana sih gitu.
Bang bagi satu.
Wow.
Ada orang. Ada yang keluar bang. Dia ngambil belakang.
Iya, ada yang keluar.
Roti.
Iya.
Habis bang.
Gitu doang.
Habis bang.
Iya.
Lanjut lu. Jadi.
Saya penasaran gitu. Apakah fotonya benar atau tidak?
Mau gue video callin. Ntar gue undang lo,
Yang-
gue invite.
Enggak gitu dong.
Coba aku. Aduh ya Allah.
Bener nggak Kamir?
Masa cabang
Ya,
utamanya belum ada, udah buka cabang yang lain dulu.
Ya nggak harus dibuka cabang utama cabang yang lain. Bambang.
Iya, buka toko kecil aja dulu Bambang. Toko kecil aja belum punya. Soal buka cabang.
Ya makanya.
Urusin satu aja belum tentu bener. Urusin banyak.
Iya, so-soan bawa buka cabang ya, Kamir.
Makanya.
Itulah.
Itulah laki-laki. Banyak di sini. Enggak. Ada kali-kali panjang kah?
Tak ada. Oh ya bisa beli aku ya. Lupa. Mari kita belanja.
Gila. Gak disisain sama sekali. Segini doang nih. Ya,
Tahu.
memang nggak lebih sadis dibanding yang Sanhok kemarin ya. Ya Bang Put.
Iya. Sama tapi dia unranked. Lalu dia
Ya.
udah amat.
Kalau unranked mah orang mah bodo amat. Asal maju ini aja. Tidak peduli kata dia. Kali AKM. Ini.
Nah, dapat kali 3. Let's go. Nah, itu kita. Ayo, listen.
Apa nih ngatain?
Mau ikut nggak bang?
Ikut bang.
Let's go. Abang baru kenal ya sama kamera ini ya?
Iya bang.
Nomor 1 ya?
Baru kenal sama abang-abang semua bang.
Oh, rugi lu kenal sama kita. Oh, abang akan demiknya RRQ, beri kali lo.
Enggak bang, KB bang.
Berarti kenal lemon bang, RK lemon bang. Lemon.
Nggak kenal bang.
Seger itu lemon.
Apa ngaruhnya cu sama PUBG cu? Kita lagi main PUBG lu nanya.
Ya siapa
Ya tapi
tahu.
seger tuh lemon. Apalagi dikasih es.
Beuh,
Ah,
musuh nih depan nih, sumpah seger nih.
nggak ada.
Ayo dah.
Nggak ada. Oh, ada.
Masih juga ada.
Ada orang situ.
Marked a location.
Agak.
Mati tuh dia, aku tabrak.
Bang. Bang. Aduh, teman kita mati bang.
Gede.
Subhanallah.
Recall dulu bang.
Oh ya recall dulu.
Bang recall deh.
Kita sama teman baik. Iya,
I'm
abang recall.
recalling a teammate.
Sih nggak terlalu peduli sih.
Thanks.
Ya bang.
Yuk langsung.
Lagi lanjut. Oh lanjut.
Lanjut.
Kasih paham abangku. Gila.
Di mana deh?
RRQ nih bay.
Buset
Gila.
dah.
Lanjut.
Oh di atas.
Minggir.
Langsung nih.
Di mana dia?
Depan. Gue tompoin.
Watch out.
Gue tompoin lah langsung. Gue tompoin lo. Rata cok.
Nice. Kata cu. Gila.
Wah.
RRQ nih
Aku
bos.
dapet ya
Buset
ini.
dah. Anjay.
Tadi Bang Put kenok juga.
Yang mana?
Bawa mobil tadi tuh kenok juga kan?
Yoi.
Bang Put udah. Dia udah terima beres di atas no. Kurang ajar lah.
Watch out.
Lah aku ngekill coy yang ini. Ini nggak dapet lagi.
Marked a location.
Tadi dia kenok sama apa?
Aku kan sama yang aku tabrak tadi.
Yang ditabrak
aku
tadi
tabrak.
aku yang dapet kill.
Iya,
Aku
mati
yang
mobil
dapet
itu
kill.
dia. Mati mobil.
Oh. Aku bingung kan. Loh, yang sopirnya nggak ada kok dia kenok.
Aduh. Jalannya.
Aduh. Tolong jangan nyampe ya bos ya. Please. Supply bos di sini bos.
Watch out.
Kita maju. Kita kasih tahu paham semua. Siapa kita? Ayo let's go.
Ini M24 tuh.
Seru nih, lawannya kurang keras. Bang.
Gas bang.
Gas bang. Oh,
Berak.
Di
di belakang putar.
Berak lu.
Yoi,
Bang.
putar.
Sejati.
Putar balik. Oh rame nih. Rumah 2 ya bang ya? Rumah 2.
Oke bang.
Watch out.
Di bawah tuh tadi terus satu. Op. Aduh mati lagi aku.
Baru juga turun.
Iya turunnya lompat. Darah langsung merah. Tadi bang.
Habis ini coba ini yuk, Angel. Yang event.
Oh nyampak
depan aku ada
dia.
Mana ada? Nah, belakang,
Tampak 2.
di atas.
Sampah 3. Suwe emang pada makin luar biasa loh.
Bukan nyampah ketiga itu aku ngeras loh. Itu
Oh iya
ngeras
itu
loh,
kakak.
bukan nyampah
Ini
loh.
nih Bang Put nih dari tadi nyampah mulu.
Aku ngeras, Cuk.
Usaha tuh bikin tuh, ya Allah.
Aku ngeras
Ay.
itu. Dia nembakin
Dia
aku.
usaha. Itu dia usaha tuh. Bang
Dia
RSG.
kayak anak. Parah.
Cabut aja cabut kita.
Ya
Jalan kaki.
Allah.
Parah.
Mobilnya mana?
Terus ada kasus nih. Player farewell gara-gara nyampah CEO. Gak bisa. Aku di farewell, Cok.
Gak ada loh. Gak ada ceritanya gitu. Cu. Siapa Tio nya?
Ayo gue main
Jadi
ML
kita
gue.
main Tio semua ini Cu.
Aku di farewell, Cok.
Enggak sih.
Kecuali kita di
Bahaya
parallel
nih.
sama ini nih sama RRQ. RRQ. Let's go.
Anjay.
Lama
Gak bisa pencet bang.
Let's go. Sakit ini bang. Oma siapa lagi parkir mobil di depan nggak jelas.
Berkutan
Bisa
aja.
segini
Nggak
ya.
ada pakai.
Orangnya enggak.
Belum ngekill aku
Ya habis.
Mama no. Kajuya no. Nyampa 2.
Buset. Kita lihat damage terbesar. Lihat.
Mari kita lihat.
Bang.
Mari
Let's
kita
go.
lihat.
Ya bang.
Ayo
Ayo
bang
bang.
RRQ. Bawa mobil bang.
Abang ayo bang.
Usahakan kita ini mobil hijau.
Gue isi bensin bang.
Aku lagi bawa kah?
Ya bawa.
Nah, abang ini perhatian sekali aku suruh bawa. Bang kita putar dari sini bang.
Ya bang.
Siap ya bang ya. Set. Ayo. Ada. Atas bro. Mata sini. Di tempat recall nih bang.
Ini bang ada bang.
Ada kan?
Help!
Ya Allah, nge-lag aku. Aku nge-lag.
Watch out!
Kira.
Bener lagi.
RRQ nih bos, buset dah.
Wah, jalannya udah mau jalan.
Abang ini. Hei. GG lo dia lo.
Masih ada kah?
GG ginseng galau.
Sakit cu, ini zona cu, sumpah.
Enak PUBG ku, main ku.
Emang sakit.
Lari. Gak bisa nih bang aku bang. Bang gendong aku bang. Masih bisa bang.
Help!
Aduh.
Gendong.
Anjay, ini nih bang, nih ada orang.
Ini.
Help!
Di batu.
Aduh.
Satu atas deh.
Dan ini menang
Maaf
kita.
bang,
Ada zona dia nih.
maaf bang.
Santai bang. Tinggal dia doang ya.
Ada zona dia nih. Ada orang.
Ya Allah, kena.
Enak
Ya.
PUBG.
Ya Allah chicken lagi ya Allah.
Penuh banget chicken bang.
We're the
Besok kita
best.
besok kita masuk RRQ aja nih.
Anjay.
GG kali abang ini. Makasih abang. Main lagi ya?
Bang.
Nusa dong. Amir belum pernah nyobain Nusa main sama aku bareng.
Main PUBG go. Download udah langsung. Nusa Penida bang.
Nusa. Amir.
Nusa yang mana? Yang ini atau yang biasa? Pengen
Yang
nih.
Nusa.
Yang biasa.
Yang bedanya
Ada
apa?
skillnya apa?
Ya nggak usah ada
Oh,
skillnya ya. Ngeselinnya ada skillnya.
Ya udah oke, nggak usah pakai skill. Tapi bisa, nanti bisa hidup lagi kan?
Bisa.
Yogurt Cimory. Aduh. Enak rasa taruh. turun mana?
Training dulu lah,
Mana aja?
download gue training gue.
Oma, udah ada orang cu dalam cu.
Wah, di atas sudah ada orang.
Depan aku ada orang
Udah,
cu.
gua dikejar.
Help!
Sampai ujung dunia.
Anjing. Bang, senjata nih bang. Astaga.
Ada orang.
Apa
Bang,
shotgun?
Bang. Itu Bang, Bang. Bang, Bang.
Shopee put ID.
Bang, apa? DPN. Nah, harus satu kak. Bang.
Ya.
Nggak ada yang di end loh, nggak ada yang hidup.
Sial.
Ya.
Gak ada yang di end ya bener.
Gila orang. Nggak ada yang udah knock 3 loh. Knockin 3 loh.
Wah, sesat ini nusanya. Langsung bikin
Di
tusun.
sini, di sini harus kompak cuy.
It is showtime.
Ini salah orang nih, orang nggak pernah main di Nusa. Mbak turun pula. Mana sih kota-kota besar ini ya? Ini.
Bang, orang mana bang? Pada bang?
Aku orang yang Papua kakak.
Papua.
Ya,
Serius kak?
Jayapura kak.
Oh Jayapura.
Abang orang mana bang?
Jakarta bang.
Ih, ngeri kali lu.
Apa ngeri Jakarta?
Ngeri banjir
Wah.
Jakarta
Sulit.
Monas sih, Kak.
musuh. Serius.
Saya ini di Papua ya, susah sinyal.
Mana musuh?
Biar kamera pergi. Nih.
Ini apa sih? Siapa ini ngikuti?
Kamera yang turun no.
Watch out!
Depan kaju ye.
Iya. Boti kamu jangan ke sana Boti. Nanti diambil Bang Martin. Aku mau ngekill.
Gak jelas.
Ini
Aku
duduk
mau
nyampah
ngekill.
itu. Itu
Tidak
duduk
boleh.
nyampah sih.
Nyampah sih itu sih, parah sih.
Jadi
Mana
atas
nih?
rame kayaknya.
Ayo kata sih.
Aku mendengar setep lagi.
Orang lagi perang di sono loh. Di
Watch
sono
out.
kak.
Ya Allah, ya Robbi.
Kenapa pada ngeliat ada bot?
Ada orang nggak sih di situ?
Salah
Ada rame.
pernyataannya kakak. Kenapa bocah yang samperin saya toh?
Oh, orang ini cu. Oh.
Rafa iya.
Tuh bang.
Kakak ini dia punya Jakarta bagaimana toh?
Bagaimana bang?
Bagian mana bang?
Oh
Jakarta
Jakarta
Pusat ke?
Timur.
Oh, timur toh?
Timur.
Iya.
Di mana ya, Bang? Timur ya?
Aku orang timur.
Iyo.
Aku
Iya.
orang timur asli, Papua.
Aku orang timur Jakarta.
Iya, Abang.
Timur mana?
Iya
Jakarta
aja,
Pusat. Timur.
Pun.
Gitu tuh.
Ciracas.
Walah, dekat kita. Pemaingan aja, Jo. Ya Allah, kau dekat Mustika Ratu kah?
Kau deket bang? Aku tahu lu bang.
Iya, tahu lah aku. Kau lulusan sekolah mana kau? Hah?
Nggak sekolah di sini bang.
Oh, kau nggak sekolah di situ. Sekolah di mana kau?
Papua.
Wai, Papua mana? Amerika.
Papua mana tuh?
Nggak bang.
Oh,
Nggak.
pemaingan aja.
Abang tahu kah?
Aduh, keluar lah itu.
Abang tahu kah sekolah sini?
Marked a
Tahu lengkap
location.
aku.
Orang asli sini apa gimana bang?
Iya, sampai Pak
Watch
RT-nya,
out.
kelurahnya aku tahu.
Musuh ya?
Mana?
Anda aku tuh. Arah tembakan.
Jadi mana dulu nih? Arah tembakannya. Let's go. Ayo Bang Put. Kita belain orang Ciracas nih. Aduh. Parah banget orang lagi pada mau masuk zona di ABD. Dibalik. Tabrak.
Aku tidak ada peluru kakak.
Bang, kalau lu tahu dari sini bang?
Help!
Ya, error.
Ya.
Ini aku kepencetan aku
Ya.
error.
Ya. Jadi kotak dia,
Nggak
guys ya.
jelas loh. Nggak jelas loh. Tadi
Ya,
ntar aku
jadi
setting dulu.
kotak dia, guys ya.
Nggak jelas.
Yang sekali niatnya ngeras mulai jadi kotak ya, guys ya. Udah chicken aja. Gak bener ya. Udah ganti. Orangnya nggak ada.
We are number
Gak bener
one.
nih. Gak berasa.
Ayo kita momen dulu. Siapa yang menang ini? Oke. Unik fight.
Abang tahu Mustika Ratu kenapa bang? Orang situ kah?
Rental ya.
Let's go. Event ya.
Heeh.
Ya, satu. Ih, tadi ada Sasa, sekarang bobonya ada. Sasanya kemana? Kita dari dulu Bang Put mau masuk RRQ nggak bisa ya kapan dia? Gimana caranya Bang masuk RRQ?
Masuk aja bang.
Aku
Apanya?
R2K.
Oh,
Tinggalnya
R2K. Iya,
itu dulu.
R2K kan tulisannya. R2K kan.
Oh R2K punya si pemit dulu.
ATI.
Itu ke itu
Dua
punya si
nih.
ini kakak.
Ini Moja.
Benny Moja.
Nah ya.
Iya.
Lupa tuh siapa namanya.
Itu dulu panutan aku itu Benny Mozaik.
Bang, abang tahu musik Ratu dari mana bang? Apa orang situ kah?
Iyo,
Oh, tinggal di mana bang?
Jakarta.
Enggak di musik Ratunya.
Oh enggak, enak aja. Musik itu pabrik, masa aku tinggal di pabrik?
Oh,
Enggak,
enggak.
saya ngaco.
Pernah kerja situ kah?
Enggak pernah.
Jakarta mana bang?
Di Jakarta ya pojokan bang.
Pojokan.
Padahal tahu Jakarta aja enggak kan aku. Ya jauh. Jauh mau ke sini nggak nyampe nih. Sini
Nyampe ngambang.
itu berapa sih? Kalau 600-nya sih nyampe.
Ya, kita mau kemana nih kakak?
Itu.
Main sabar-sabar toh. Aku mau ngerokok. Miruku. Terus kuat.
Ya. Ada lagi kah?
Mana? Nggak nyampe kah?
Kiri ada.
Wah,
Nyampe.
bagus.
Dua squad. Nggak
Mana?
nyampe
Mana?
semua mereka.
Kiri ada.
Kiri ada.
Iya anjay, rame banget cu, rame cu,
Watch out.
rame cu. Astagfirullahaladzim cu.
Watch out!
Sono ada botnya.
Gara-gara Bang
Ambil
Eren.
duluan tuh depan.
Anjay.
Nah, kita mikul. Halo abang. Halo. Woi, damai woi. Curang pakai balon.
Apa sini? Sibuk meong aja lo. Sakit kepalaku.
Iya.
Sayang lagi.
Anjay, itu udah.
Help!
Bang, belakang bang.
Watch out! Mark the location.
Gue bodoh kali yo. Gimana tuh?
Berubah aja bang, berubah bang.
Dua kali lagi. Ya, berubah aja bang, bener bang, berubah aja.
Kok apa terbangku begitu sih? Nempel sama jongkok. Apa tembakan?
Watch out! Help!
Belakang.
Ya, Kamir. Yang mati itu Kamir.
Dibokong. Ya senaya ya.
Ya. Aku nyampe nggak ke sono ya?
Apa itu? Ya senaya aja.
Sampai. Nah ya.
Ya senaya.
Ya sorry nih Bang RRQ.
Santai bang.
Aduh,
Bisa mau
percayalah Bang bisa
besok
lagi
mau
gitu ya.
FTK. Siapa nih keluar?
Hah?
Ada yang keluar dari grup. Siapa tuh?
Marah paling.
Tidak. Gak ada namanya di aku.
Sama sih, aku juga nggak ada namanya.
Mana lagi bang?
Sini depan.
Watch out.
Anjay. Gak ada namanya.
Aku mau nyamar dulu nih.
Hmm.
Yang asap abang kah?
Bukan. Ini bukan orang ternyata.
Kamir, kita cari mobil Kamir. Sono lagi yuk.
Aku tuh pada berubah bang. Kayak gua bang berubah bang nih.
Iya.
Anjay, bisa gitu kah?
Gak tahu bang, baru tahu bang, baru kepencet ini.
Lihat aja sisanya tinggal berapa. Kan ada tuh. Berapa orang lagi?
Berapa orang lagi kan?
Sisa 3. Sisa 2. Sisa kita dong.
Ya kalian berdua.
Ya
Kalau
udah
sudah
sih.
dua.
Nggak, biasanya datang lagi mereka. Habis recall lagi mereka datang lagi biasanya. Kan deket tempat recall tuh. Abang kuliah apa kerja apa gimana bang?
Kerja bang.
Oh kerja di
Depan
mana?
ada
Bang?
orang ya.
Scanning for supplies.
Depan ada yang makan.
Kerja di mana bang?
Kerja di mana ya?
Nah lo, bingung kerjaan sendiri.
Berjudi bang.
Oh bagus itu. Cita-citaku dulu tuh.
Astagfirullah.
Iya, nggak pernah kesampaian deh dulu.
Aduh,
Oh,
tengok bang. Rame yang baru datang ya.
Informasi. Nah,
oh, Kamir, kita pesan aja Kamir. Cari mobil Kamir, kasihan mereka.
ya bentar. Aku barusan ada informasi Piala Presiden. Nih. Ini yang kutunggu nih.
Jauh banget lagi.
Slayer gimana Slayer?
Besok final open qualifiernya.
Ada yang deg-degan nih.
Oh, yang dekat aku mana ya? Oh, di belakang Kak, Kamir, kami belakang Kamir.
Help.
Wah, di belakang juga ada ternyata.
Ya,
Ketek banget ke pesawat.
Depan kita nih ada nih. Bang Martin awas ya.
bodoh. Kampus tuh. Ada temannya datang bang.
Raven.
Jauh nih kita. Berarti kok kenokin awal itu orang toh.
Di mananya bang ya? Senaya bang.
Di tempat aku bang. Di akunya di aku.
Aduh,
Nomor
aku
2 ya?
lagi ngirim ke ini. Ke tim Slayer. Rata tuh.
Satu itu
Rata
bang.
kah?
Belum.
Rata belum.
Maju dulu Kamir, maju dulu. Dia turun lagi. Turun 2 orang lagi kemari Kamir.
Di mana?
Di sini.
Watch
Mana?
out.
Depan aku. 2 orang.
Mana? Tanda lagi.
Astaga dia.
Oma. Ya bang apin situ Oma.
Banyak banget bomnya, Bang. Gila nih orang
Nah,
nih.
di mana? Tanda.
Bener-bener orang.
Tanda.
Ngeliat, Bang.
Lu nggak render lagi. Oh, di kanan nih. Ngapain sih kamu? Yanke,
Iya.
kaget.
Dan ke
Fakta kah?
Belum. Baru belajar nembak dia. Kasih paham Kamir.
Sekali, Pak.
Di kanan ada yang masuk Kamir. Aku belakangnya.
Ada mobil.
Naik mobil kah dia?
Nah, mobil.
Oh, aku maju.
Yuk, aku backup. Penyeberang ya. Di rumah depan ini ya?
Harusnya. Ntar si Dara dulu sabar lagi sih.
Kira-kira
Ada
kemana bang?
10 ribu lebih nggak?
Jakarta Timur, Bang.
Banyak sih Kamir.
Bagi dong, Bang. Thank you. Di atas.
Dia ngomong nggak?
Halo, Bang. Halo, Bang.
Ngechat ya dia.
Halo.
Halo. Halo.
Main, Bang.
Yang terbaikku.
Bang.
Emang begitu susah cari yang terbaik. Dalam mulut pun kali. Ada cek.
Tuh, disindir kamu Din. Ready sudah jer.
Aku lagi sih. Apa aku, Cok?
Sin, kau tadi keluar itu langsung keluar kak? Kau tinggalin kayak itu siapa cok?
Iya anjir, keren banget
Random
aku
nggak?
belum anjir.
Random kak?
Meninggal lagi cok, kayak kemarin beta. Kamu ngomong sama siapa sih?
Ngomong sendiri kak.
Dia ngomong sama kau, Cok, bisa-bisanya anjir.
Ya udah lah bro, kalau kamu nggak di publik ya udah nggak usah dirani bro. Tinggal ada laki-laki lain bro. Samarinda sepi, bodoh. Ya kamu ngomong apa? Sayang, aku ada hadiah buat kamu.
Woi, cok, siapa ini ribut kali, bah?
Ku ingin deh, cinta terus memiliki walau. Mentol masuk ke memek. Aduh. Aku nggak mau.
Ente kadang-kadang.
Jadi capek aku dengar itu, Din.
Tahu tadi yang bikin aku terngiang-ngiang su?
Paling terngiang-ngiang.
Cok, parah kali, bah. Kayaknya status kawanku itu semua setan. Nggak pakai baju toga, statusnya gitu anjing. Apa
Anjing deh, itu di tanda kutip.
Anjing.
Ada nembak itu jelek banget.
Ini cok, ada yang ke belakang sana.
Bang nomor 4
Bang,
bisa
aku
nggak?
tahu
Bang,
kau bisa, Bang.
Itu nggak usah bang, itu nggak bisa bang. Cari mati.
Aku tahu kau
Aku
bisa,
dibalik
Bang.
kotak nih.
Nice, Bang.
Lihat, bang, aku dekat.
Aku tahu kau bisa, Bang. Aku tahu kau bisa, Bang. Ya Allah.
Itu biarin aja tuh.
Kau tidak bisa, Bang. Aku mati,
Diam.
anjay.
Iya nggak apa-apa.
Tai,
Perlu
Bang.
butuh pengorbanan cok, namanya main tuh.
Ente kadang-kadang. Baru dapat udah kenok 2 itu tai yang di mobil. Kayaknya nggak yang
Sekarat banget itu.
kenokan, cok.
Depan bang, sekarat banget bang.
Dan percaya, Bang, itu kan visi.
Siapa bom cok anjir? Aku yang dibom.
Nah, baru aku dapat kill ya.
Nggak tahu mati deh. Ikhlas.
Wait bang. Ada 2 ya?
Rame bang.
Watch
Iya.
out!
Enggak, Bang, sendiri aja tuh, Bang, maju aja, Bang. Selesaikan dulu.
Ada lagi nih, ada orang.
Percaya sama gua, Bang. Lu nggak pernah bohong kayaknya, Bang.
Dia akan bang. Abang, belakang bang.
Udah lah, Bang, mati aja, Bang.
Aku di sini bang, kalau bisa dipegang bang. Tolong.
Bang lihat bang, ntar dulu bang. Oh, dia di push bang.
Bangke.
Itu kan asik.
Memek tuh.
Pochinki sepi banget, tai.
Turun mana ya? Persen aja dah. Apa?
Ente kadang-kadang. Jam berapa ini, guys? Saya tidak bisa begadang, guys.
Tuh kata Udin besok, katanya bakar-bakar besok.
Siapa aja, Cok?
Help!
Ya,
Mati lagi deh.
lah, ada orang.
Oh gas lah sini lah.
Nggak mau
Jin
ngobrol
katanya
aja.
Udin tuh bakar-bakar katanya anjing. Udah aku tanyain itu. Bebas katanya. Mana
Bebas,
suaranya
bebas.
anjir?
Off mic beliau, Cok.
Iya, kayak bibirnya nyangkut itu, Cok. Di gigi. Jadi nggak bisa ngomong.
Lagi menghemat pita suara kali ya.
Oh, bentar lagi mau habis emang suaranya.
Iya, Cok. Pembagian pita suara dia ngambil setengah anjir, nggak ngambil seutuhnya anjir.
Si paling setengah dah, lu. Orang, Cok. Dekatmu, Cok.
Di mana?
Nih dekatku nih. Anjing mobilnya diambil. Setan. Aku mau ambil mobil. Malah diambil
Bangke,
dia.
aku mau datangin kau sih.
Dia orang rame dihaluin.
Ya, datangnya kok ada bagi nih. Ayo kau haluin.
Oh, yang datangin aku lah.
Oh iya juga ya. Udah aku looting, ayo jalan, lambat banget looting terus.
Enggak, aku cuma nunggu mama aja di depan rumah. Izin dulu ya sama mama, bentar. Ayo masuk.
Tante izin bawa anaknya ya, mau saya culik.
Ayo.
Bacot banget hilang orang di Halloween anjing, sini lah. Anjing juga.
Oh, goblok.
Kau cowok.
Kok ke sana ya si Jawa doang. Di sini ada tembakan ini orangnya nih, jalan-jalan. Nih depan kita nih. Ini depan, Cok.
Oh, iya.
Ini tembak loh.
Kalon cowok.
Ban baginya. Ah, coba tahu kau aja mau bagi nih. Udah betul. Bannya dulu tembak biar keputar dia. Keputar itu. Bannya. Ya kan? Begitu dari tadi.
Anjing apa itu?
Mati aku, Din.
Gak cuman Anda kayaknya.
Din, tolong Din. Semok, anjing, semok.
Nggak, oh ya ada.
Sama ke depan sana. Jangan dibutai pisan itu juga ya. Oh, temannya, Cok.
Ini di atasnya.
Din, bagi Din. Aku mau kabur. Oh. Anjing kamu. Kabur, bodoh. Ayo. Oh, tolol kelamaan.
Sesat kau anjir.
Kau kelamaan.
Ini aku bilang ada yang dekat, kontol malah ngikut aja lagi aku goblok banget. Mampus deh. Lobi ya.
Kau
Tai banget.
Oke, mati juga dah. Oh, hidup lagi.
Ini abangnya random berapa tadi?
Apa? Satu room. Apa? Random, cuman mau dia.
Random bang, random.
Mau mabar lagi dah bang?
Ayo bang, bebas bang. Bunuh diri kah? Cari musuh aja.
Oke. Kayaknya bunuh diri lebih terhormat sih bang. Itu ada tuh bensin.
Cari musuh aja bang.
Kasihan bang, musuhnya butuh seorang ayah itu, jangan dibunuh.
Membantu bang.
Bantu apa bang? Bantu dekatkan dia kepada Tuhan.
Bantu musuh dapat kill.
Anjay juga. Bang, kayaknya yang masih hidupnya 51 orang bang. Coba kau mati biar pas gitu.
50.
Heeh.
Tempat apa ini bang?
Oh udah 45 bang. 44. Kalau kau mati bantu.
Tunggu 41 bang.
Ku dengar tadi mau cari musuh bang, kok masih keliling-keliling rumah ya?
Ini cari musuh bang.
Oh iya.
Apaan? Ini sepeda disewa ya?
Enggak bang, gratisan itu.
Kan musuh bang.
Anjing anak babi ini ngecek lagi. Sin, tol. Woi, down mic bah. Tol.
Aduh, nyangkut lagi sialan. Bang, udah mana bang?
Samarinda bang. Apa maunya orangnya anjing anjing. Ente kadang-kadang
Faktor nyawa di Pochinki bang.
telat su. Lama banget aja nggak ada mobil mau jalan kaki ke Pochinki kau bang. Oh itu
Ada bang.
Gini bang, cara biar cepat. Naik mobil, ngebut, langsung turun.
Oke, boleh dipraktekin tuh.
Nah, cobain. Itu salah satu cara untuk ngetes ilmu kebal biasanya bang.
Oke ya. Lompat
Ya,
gitu bang.
cobain. Pas ngebut.
Oh,
Pakai nos.
Bang, masih
Pakai nos ya.
Gigi 2 bang, masih bang, bantal bang.
Nos terus. Nah, ada gigi 6 nih bang, coba lompat.
Bang, tombol lompatnya mana bang?
Anjing.
Ada bang. Lompat depan musuhnya bang.
Ente kadang-kadang buat aneh tertekan. Yes bang, tabrak itu cuman bot. Awas bang. Belakang lo bang. Belakang lo. Nice. Gitu dia. Halo. Cuk, mana manusia ini anjir?
Turun aja bang.
On mic, cepat on mic. On mic. Kontol. On mic anjing, nggak perlu matikan lagi kon. Tai.
Boleh juga. Mari kita balas. Ternyata mereka udah rata. Dibunuh sama teman bekas dan bukan berguna juga. Hehehe. Good luck, mates.
Ente kadang-kadang buat planet tertekan.
Biar kau begitu saja.
Tumben satu manusia ini terdiam, tidak ingin berbicara.
Mungkin kau ada masalah mungkin sama dia itu.
Bapak kau masalah apa su? Saya tidak pernah punya masalah sama orang, anjay. Saya tidak pernah punya masalah sama orang. Kalau orang itu punya masalah sama aku, berarti dia setan. Anjay. Apa, Cok?
Oh, emang gak jelas.
Anjir, parasut dari zaman purba dia main tuh, Cok.
Oke. Aku hari.
Apa maumu? Di sini ada orang nih di rumah.
Bang, ini gua belum dapat senjata, gimana nih? Pelutnya nih, jalan lah.
Istighfar aja bang, banyak-banyak bang. Coba tahu nanti ada senjata dapat.
Kosong lah.
Anjing banget kok. Dua orang asu.
Aja jangan open.
Aku nembak yang di kiri, Cok. Ternyata yang di kanan juga nongol. Kita turun di Pocinki. Udah lah, Cok, mati aja, Cok.
Anjing lah, main belakang bangsat nih orang.
Makanya jangan open. Mampus tuh kata-kata balik.
Bukan open anjing. Aku nih TPP dia di rumah, Cok. Di belakang.
Apa TPP? Udah, Bang. Mati aja, Bang. Aku tahu kau bisa mati, Bang.
Bisa ya, apa-apanya lagi.
Ada yang baru turun di situ. Awas. Ada yang baru turun di situ. Mampus, ada mobil dong.
I got supplies.
Ada orang sini, Cok. Kalian.
Tapi gak ada.
Ke rumah ini dia. Itu.
Watch out. Help.
Kan main
Masih
belakang
ada.
terus anjing. Wah. Gak bisa aku diam di sini.
Kau masih di mana, Cok? Balik ke sana lagi dia, Bang.
Anu Cok, baru datang lagi itu squad yang bokongku itu. Anjing. Tuh, nambah tuh.
Wah, mana dia? Oh, udah di rumah belakang aja. Spot banget.
Aku render
Di
tuh,
sini.
aku render. Coba. Dikirim ada Din.
Jing anjing.
Mampus mati gua.
I
Ini aja,
need you,
Sin. Gak usah dilawan, Sin.
baby. Jangan ada orang dalam sini.
Biar kamu aman. Iya. Tuh. Kanan itu. No.
Oke, nice. Nice try.
Ah.
Banget abangnya mati juga.
Ya bede.
Gila sih. Gila, Cok. Main di situ tuh jelek banget anjing kalau ketemu orang-orang begitu.
Anjir, aku lama nggak main, busuk banget kurasa Cok, nggak ngerti main asu. Dari dulu sih.
Alah, baru sehari doang nggak main anjir.
Bato bu 3 hari aku nggak main
Lama
sudah
nggak
su.
main.
Bang, duluan aja bang.
Hari.
Oh, udahan bang, abis ini bang.
Oh, udah ya?
Oh, ya,
Iya,
Kak.
iya.
Oke lo dulu.
Oke.
Thank you bang.
Oke,
Thank
abang.
you. Meski waktu
Hahaha. Blok banget, blok, dasar blok lu, goblok. Goblok. Woi.
Unfortunately, couldn't switch it around for the second, and that's
absolutely superior to anybody in the fields, and
towards an Erangel weighted situation, right? Because we saw an even balance of Sandhawk, Miramar, and Erangel in the league stages, but now we're moving into a 50% Erangel with 2/5 being, sorry, 2/6, so a third of the games being a Miramar and 1/6 of the games being Sandhawk. So it is a lot more heavily weighted towards that Erangel, taking that away from the Sandhawk pool. So I'm thinking about which teams is that going to benefit? How is that going to change the dynamic of the lobby, especially when they don't really have the feel of each other just yet in game in these tournament scenarios?
Well, you get 4 Sandhawks total, right? So the issue for some of these teams, if you're a healer, you don't have a lot of time to actually establish your position and kind of dominate Sami potentially, or even head over towards the Northwest Island and pick up a strategy like HVP, which is looting the entirety of Camp Alpha and then heading up towards Hatin and healing off that way. So for some of these teams, it will be difficult, because I know for certain that there are several teams within this lobby that like to head down towards Sami, but do you give it up? Especially with there only being 4 of them, you don't really want to waste any of your Sandhawks, particularly when, you know, a bodged drop spot or a bodged hot drop could just result in a 0-pointer, and that is not what you want coming into that final day.
Certainly not. As they were saying over on the desk, it is a little bit more of a sprint here in these finals. We do have 4 days of 6 games each, so 24 games total, but that kind of pales in comparison to the over almost 100 games that each of these teams will have played to get those bonus points in the league stage as well as in those finals to try and close things down. So you do need to make sure that, as you say, every game counts.
Fireflux, you can see them now making their way down towards the south side. HVP actually have overtaken them coming from La Coberia, passing by now Ozrex. Little bit close for comfort, but I think on this map, with it being so large, you know, both teams can quite easily get around Minas Generales without having to take too many shots at one another. You can see here they are looking at one another, glaring, but nothing too much happening as of yet. Again, Miramar, a slow map, to say the least. 64 players still in the lobby, as well as our 16 teams looking to vie for some position. And again, with it getting closer and closer to Los Leones, where we are going to be looking at maybe an urban finish, you don't want to be caught out in the open. You want to be able to make sure you can get into one of those spots where you're free to leave, and you're also free to find yourself a decent compound to play in.
I'm looking at 2 potential hotspots here, Blank. It's on the northeast side near Impala with the Wildcats and Besiktas. Over on that northeast side, potentially scouting each other out, and also this western side. Look at all of the teams trying to move through Chumazara Hills, and with this shift, they're going to have to move on similar paths.
There's still got a lot of water in this one as well, John, which is a little bit of a scary possibility, where a lot of this map is now just crunched up. And with that eastern side of the map, there is a lot of hills, a lot of mountains that players can play on the top of, but also eliminates a huge amount of space that teams can find themselves into. So although I said this was a slow map, with this kind of circle, things are going to speed up quite quickly soon.
That accelerator pressed on down on the lobby as they isolate about 15% of the circle to the water. We'll crunch the teams closer. TJB kind of back of the queue on this western side. GK First still actually all the way out in the blue zone. The rest of the team moving down on that south coast. Pioneer ahead of TJB's rotation. Mad Bulls on the northern side of it as well, trying to find their way in as well.
Again, I mean, you talked about it earlier, but I think it is a really interesting thing to bring up, which is, you know, getting those PMGC placements and with it maybe being slightly easier with S2G and Besiktas in the lobby. Now, for Mad Bulls, I wouldn't want them to sandbag 100%. I'd like them to play to their optimum capability, right? That's what I'd like to see from them. Unfortunately, as Lin gets popped out of the vehicle from Izumitsu, you know, it might be a case for Mad Bulls where they don't have to put up the most grand performance in the world, because realistically to them, the most important thing here is that PMGC placement.
Very, very important. I think for not only them, for a lot of these teams, players going down is far from ideal. Besiktas, TJB and Unicorns of Love suffered that fate already.
Exactly, and I mean, that's where it comes in. Playing maybe a careful game that doesn't set your eyes maybe on a first place, maybe a second, a third, a fourth, is perhaps the better game plan for some of these teams. And I think that's absolutely fine. In PUBG Mobile, you know, this is such a wild, volatile game where averages don't always work out. You can't always be in first place. Looking for something that guarantees you that spot towards the final, instead of taking these risky plays that might pay off massively, you take more of the safe plays that give you a decent amount of points, that keep you consistently in that running for the placement itself. I think that might be an idea. Fireflux already thrown that out the window, though, with their gargantuan performance in that last game.
De Muerte right in the middle of this, with a little bit of a 2-2 split. I'll have to try and fend off the teams trying to push inwards as the next circle soon to pop. Codex moving on the north side of the Mad Bulls, have Moneyken as an outpost on the front of it. And that is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, if you're now one of these teams down towards that western side, you're GG, Fireflux, Mad Bulls, Codex, really you need to get a move on now. This is no longer a case of slowly edging away into the circle. This is a case of fully sending this rocket fuel powered in towards that area, finding yourself a spot, because spots are now massively limited. There's even the potential of an island finish here if we're lucky, John.
That's true. I mean, it's very unlikely, but it could always happen. What a way to kick things off. Mad Bulls moving in. Teams are going to start to lose players pretty dramatically at this stage. Everybody very, very close. Far closer than they would have liked. It's a little bit of a coin toss, unless you're Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you can see now exactly, as we were talking about before, teams are just blasting off towards the circle itself. And the scary thing is that the island finish, although I said maybe could happen, we got about 50% of the circle being in water at the moment. Monkey tries to take some shots to run towards Surreal, which would actually work out well for them. They could take down one of these players from this team, be fantastic. It would open up the rotational path forward, but they can't quite find it.
It's unfortunate. There it is. Hang on a minute. Just around the edge, Jekyll does take a tumble. The Mad Bulls do find one. HVVP really suffering on this northern side in the meantime, as Fireflux dismantling them on the north. Surreal looking to maybe try and get back in this with 4, but Skills is there. Skills wants that off angle. Zerich is up high as well and spots Jekyll straight away, gets that flush. Monkey effect, both lining up that ridge line. One more knock goes through, and Mad Bulls now looking to turn up the heat over towards Surreal.
Yeah, really good play from them, actually. Getting here quite quickly and then setting up for a team that would be most likely razzing through this area on the roadside is very, very smart, because now it gives them a little bit more space to play with, because you can always consider the fact that, you know, getting to the circle as fast as possible in the situation is great news, but what do you do if there's several teams in your area? And Mad Bulls could take the time to set up this crossfire on the road and give themselves a bit more room to play with as they come into it. Great news for them. I really like this play from Mad Bulls. We'll see how they can actually move through those. Surreal Esports, in no means a pushover team here, so the Mad Bulls will need to be just a little bit careful, as they have already restabilized down towards that south side of the map.
2 teams down. 13 to go. Denied the cross. Xiao just has to turn around and go back up the hill. In the meantime, the Wildcats coming up against Fireflux on the northern side, who already 4 eliminations. Again, strong sweep coming in on this northern edge.
Yeah, some serious ferocity coming out from Fireflux over the last 2 games, and already they're baring their teeth again here in Miramar, so very, very good stuff from them so far. Even just taking HVVP one-to-one there, man-to-man, was very, very well done, and the speed at which that fight concluded just led me to believe that that is one hell of a confident fight that they took against HVVP. Again, I'll say it about them as I said it about Surreal Esports. HVVP are no pushover team either, one of the better teams, I would say, in fact, when it comes to team fights. The fact that they rolled over so suddenly versus Fireflux speaks volumes to that team.
I wonder if they were just caught on the back of their rotation where they weren't quite together. I mean, that's something that we've seen as a weakness of HVDP, right? Where they sometimes just lose a player to rotates at the wrong time, or just these little peak opportunities. And Fireflux obviously are on fire today, seemingly with their game day of their lives. S2G prediction, Demuerte and Virtus Pro all being predicted by the analyst desk. So again, a split decision.
Yeah, I think even with the way that Fireflux is playing right now, I think that is a wise decision from the analysts there to actually pick those teams, considering although Fireflux looks great on that northern side, the likelihood that they'll be able to bare their teeth against any of these other teams is quite limited. But this is that fight again that we saw earlier, and it was just clean, methodical, really.
There's nothing you can do in those scenarios. HVVP do just get taken down, and to make HVVP look like that, you're right, that is an achievement in and of itself. The Dennis Bank Wildcats taken down in the meantime. So 3 teams now eliminated.
Fireflux now trying to look to push through. Unicorns of Love, and ahead of them is Demuerte. Besiktas, even on this eastern side, can take some maybe shots up towards them. Again, they're on the low ground at the moment, so slightly harder to take any pot shots towards Fireflux. Icy, first to face here.
He just leaves. He just leaves it out. Crypto instead takes the brunt of it. Fireflux taking shots over, but backed off. Ketch takes a lot of damage. Crypto putting more lead down range. Crypto, a star player for the Unicorns of Love over the phases that we've seen him. Obviously a newer addition to the roster. Had a real impact, but kind of fell off towards the later stages of the tournament. Wants to take on Fireflux now, it seems. With the party bus out of commission, they're holding Fireflux, and they're going to need some real strong shots coming through to do so.
Solus finally taken down there. Crypto hit some nasty shots before, and is able to actually finish that off. Still 5 eliminations for Fireflux, not bad of a start, but again, looks like they've met their match here with Unicorns of Love holding a really strong position, which is so tough for Fireflux to get through. Surreal Esports takes a bit of a tumble, an unfortunate accident over on that side as Ziao's able to find Archons as well.
Unicorns of Love going to try and stop this rotation, but Fireflux are now into this next circle. 3 players, all of them alive. Demuerte have spread out on the south side of this engagement, which means that as soon as this next circle pops, likely both of these teams are going to have a little bit of trouble pushing past Ingush on that outpost, and the rest of Demuerte there as well.
Yeah, either way, whatever happens for both these teams, it's going to be a rough run towards the circle itself, which is about to shift once again down towards that southeast side. So Mad Bulls looking to maybe pick up the spots, but S2G currently have a very, very good split. Fortunately for them, this now does put a big bullseye on their back. And with the 2-2 split, I would hope that they would regroup fairly shortly.
Unicorns of Love, they want the push over towards Fireflux. Icy leads the charge, first down, but Solke is traded. Crypto hits the deck with a low HP, but teammate not so lucky. Gonzo falls. 1 player stands, and he will go down 2. Fireflux stay alive. 3 players on the northern side, but now Demuerte are going to try and control. Besiktas have moved in as well, and look at that. GG up the top of the hill, might just have the blind side.
Difficult to say the least, but again, Unicorns of Love had the greatest position to take this team down, but some very, very well used smoke coverage keeps themselves safe, forces Unicorns of Love to play towards them. With the circle heading down towards the southeast, it forces this fight between them to occur rather quickly, in which case Fireflux are 100% ready for it. Son HP tries to get in position to take these shots, but it's Enjoy from the back that will pop Lutz off the back of the buggy.
There's no way they can turn around for that either with the journey they have ahead of them. Besiktas needs to get on the bike as well. Enjoy low HP, but just needs to send it forwards. Fireflux, they've spread out just a little bit. 1 player in the circle, 1 player a little bit further out. The northern side still treacherous for both of these teams.
Muerte sends straight towards the spikes the VP set up earlier and will impale themselves against him. We'll just try and send further in towards the circle, but Codex is even there, and this is very bold from Muerte to just try and get towards the center of the circle here. Most likely will lose all of their members. In the meantime, Ketch gets naded out. Now just Soul K remaining.
In the meantime, Mad Bulls on the south side biding their time. No one really challenging them. New Worlds Esports and S2G on that southeast side as well. As Fireflux get pulled apart. 9 eliminations though, and still going. So again, a solid result no matter where they go down. They will get those double digits. 9 eliminations, one placement point, 10 total on the game, brings them up to 43. Still a really solid result. Mad Bulls potentially looking to challenge that if they can stay alive late into this game.
For them, the last game wasn't terrible by any stretch of the word, but right now it was a good play from them. They've kept fairly silent, creeped their way in towards this position, assumed it would be players on this side of the compound, and creeped forward, and it was a case that S2G heard them before they saw them, and instead decided to regroup the rest of the team down towards that south side. Smart play from them, and right now they're holding things strong.
S2G trying to get some oversight onto this fight, but they've got their own problems to deal with as Virtus Pro go up against Pioneer. Old Boy down to a nade early. Pioneer now potentially looking to push on through. TJB are taken down. They want the flush over onto Old Boy. We'll be looking for Izumitsu close. Tulika taken down by S2G, who have a blindside. Ray Z stepping up, finding one of each team and really slowing things down. Now S2G can start to turn their attention. With New Worlds Esports taken out of the mix, they have that chance to turn around.
Yeah, really careless play there from Pioneer to just completely ignore that S2G would even get involved in this. So dropping the smokes behind them to try and limit these sightlines whilst they deal with VP. In the meantime, they're able to get themselves 2 players back up on their feet for VP. These nades are still doing work, though Amir just has to send wide.
Ray Z, the newest addition to the S2G roster. Doing work on the back guard there. Really nice stuff. Been playing with them for a couple of months now. Seemingly punching at the weight class of them. Kelsey traded off for S2G as Pioneer still holding in the middle of this sandwich.
Player gets knocked for S2G though, but Hamzi comes in quick. Bulls will remove another player from GG, trying to keep that team up towards the north side at bay. 2 knocked though right now for Pioneer, and VP might just be able to get out of this one. Not unscathed, but at least get a little bit further forward.
Turns the corner into the container, will be able to handle business in there. And now they've got a long way to go ahead of them. Have to get to cover against GG, who will have to move, but S2G have that sightline on the side. And everybody's suffering, everybody's struggling, except for S2G and Mad Bulls. They have been able to just stay strong. 4 players alive on both of the rosters.
They go either way here. With both these compounds being right on the edge of the circle, if you get a western shift or an eastern shift, one of these teams will have to move. And S2G have made their presence very, very known so far. Moneyken gets taken down from effect, bringing their elimination count just slightly upwards, but S2G currently still at 9 eliminations. That might have even been stolen.
They've been plinking away at those fights on the northeast side, taking plenty of points there. The spray goes up and a knock comes through from S2G. Mad Bulls still 6 eliminations so far. GG really struggling. Only Rome in this next circle, really. Trying to hunker down, trying to stay alive. Kelsey might have spotted a little side of the helmet there. Ray Z will be able to get that spray down. As S2G bring it into 2 teams alive.
7 eliminations so far here for Mad Bulls. We'll be looking down towards S2G at the moment, currently with 4 players, have really held strong here. Now the circle shifting up towards Mad Bulls. We've got a 4v4 here. The 2 champions going head to head, John.
This is the 2nd game in a row that Mad Bulls have made it to the final circles. An excellent start to the tournament. Can they take down the Turkish counterpart? As Kelsey moves up to the foothills. Mad Bulls not going to be able to suppress that. They do have utility, they do have nades that they can put down there. Will they be able to find anything for it? Leaving on the 2-2 split, S2G maybe looking to turn the headland as effect gets taken pretty low, and Molotov slows things down.
Zerich are looking to set something up for the rest of his team. Razy moving out from the smoke. Just slows the buggy down to ensure that his stealth is still intact. And with one player in the back though, Silas could be really that key factor that keeps them alive here if Skills steps a little bit too far up.
We'll have to move soon, and you can see into the vehicle. Silas now moving in to regroup. They're staying away from the edge. They don't want those nades to be there. Distributing those meds, keeping everybody nice and healthy for the Mad Bulls. This push from S2G, there's really only one way that they can go up there, and Mad Bulls, I feel like they know this. They don't need to make these peaks.
The thing is, they're right on the edge of the circle here, John. So if anything, STG have actually been able to get a very good base of operations and control most of the circle at the moment. And if it is Mad Bulls to have to come down the hillside, it will most likely be a clean sweep for S2G. And Mad Bulls need to find some kind of a knock now. What is that?
Kelsey straight on up, traded off, effect is down, but Hamzy wants the follow-up, wants to try and get a little bit more done for S2G, allow the other players to reposition, and that's exactly what they do. 2 players down for Mad Bulls. Sorry, just the one down at the moment. Heels coming on through. Kelsey flushed, Hamzy down, so S2G on the back foot. 2 players alive and another knock. Mad Bulls looking to hold off the Turkish Titans. Silas last standing, the MVP for the team, and what a fitting way to try and test your mettle. Effect is down, and the nade will be the final blow. Skillses gets it over the top, and it is Mad Bulls to win out the Battle of the Titans.
A really good game from them, in fact, but that last engagement was so interesting, John. And I mean, it's a surprising play that comes out from S2G to try and force the contest almost. They felt confident in their ability against them, but that is why you don't go toe-to-toe with Mad Bulls, because you saw how quickly they were able to restabilize there and get themselves back into position where they could fend off against the other teams. I love that Zerich immediately took down that player, but then straight away you see him move to the backside of that rock. He was expecting the push coming through from the rest of the players, and S2G tried to get the drop on them, but I'm sorry, Mad Bulls are too wise.
It was very fast, right, that engagement. It was rapid coming through from S2G. But you're right, they did have that defense, and I feel like that's one of the big strengths of Mad Bulls, right, is they know how to act in those scenarios.
It is incredibly cool to see. I love to see it, honestly. I think when you see Mad Bulls playing like that, it's fantastic. But let's rewind things a little bit, just with those rotations in the beginning, John, with Mad Bulls playing very slowly on the edge side. They didn't push too far in, instead set up base of operations to try and clear out a lot of those teams down towards that south side before pushing down towards S2G and kind of evicting those 2 players and taking control of the west side. Very, very good stuff.
Either way, it is the Mad Bulls from the top of the cliff to take down S2G and claim the second chicken dinner of the tournament away from the Turkish top dogs.
are the 3 openings in the hospital walls. What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Milt of Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Oh, I got all that. Did you guys get what all happened in that last match? Because if you didn't, we're going to break it down for you. We got Mad Bulls taking over the chicken dinner, and of course, the time I don't predict them is the time the boys step up and take home the victory. Max, enjoy this for now, being in 1st place, but it's not going to last long, okay?
As long as you get 0 points the entire deal of this tournament, I'm cool. You know, I'll take my 1-point win.
Well, Max won't be on the show tomorrow if that happens.
Oh, wow.
Speak Larson myself. But James, that was a very interesting match on so many different strategical aspects. Do you want to start to break any of these down?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Mad Bulls. Of course, here, was they able to hold on, I want to say, given the scenario, because I think S2G actually played the late game out really, really well. We're going to get the opportunity to look at it later on, but the fact that Mad Bulls seized a position away from S2G pretty early on in this game. I mean, the fact that S2G had a 2-2 split across the 2 most important compounds, but you can't hold a 2-2 split across them. The reason being, you don't have line of sights to be able to support one another. And if, for example, the upper compound gets crashed by a Mad Bull, say, for example, and you get caught off guard, it's almost impossible for S2G to actually reinforce. So I understand why they regrouped and bailed away from the Mad Bull's eventual seize of that position.
Yeah, and the terrain's just not great to like maneuver around if you don't have enough players to make it happen, right? And if you get Mad Bulls as a 4-man willing to go for the push, it's pretty tough. But still, as you said, S2G, that 2-2 split, they regrouped, and the way they finished it off, we'll have time to look at it a little bit later on, but like it was a thing of beauty, and it was our main storyline, right? S2G winning Turkey, Mad Bulls winning Western Europe.
Perfect.
The 2 last teams as a 4v4, and the ways it all unfolded was a thing of beauty, really just great execution from the 2 teams.
Well, what kind of is an overarching storyline in this is something you brought up, Max, when we were watching the game, is that you have Mad Bulls trying to get into PMGC. They're trying to qualify. They need top 3 S2G into PMGC already, so they're just fighting for prize earnings and potentially ruining the hopes of other teams. This is kind of a tough clash here for Mad Bulls, of having to deal with a team that really doesn't have much to lose.
Exactly. I would say, though, it makes it a little bit easier because S2G was one of their main competition for that race to PMGC. You know, there's only 3 teams that can make it. You can't qualify twice.
That is true.
So
that is true.
If S2G are an issue, like they're above them in the leaderboard, sure, you might not get as much of the prize pool, but you still get that spot for PMGC. And that's the most important thing. That is what they're currently aiming for. And I think that should be their main focus.
Yeah, very good point. And obviously something we should definitely need to keep in mind. If any of the teams who already qualified for PMGC get top 3, it would go down to the 4th, etc. place. But let's take a look here at Mad Bulls and S2G. And Coloris, we got to start to break this down. As you kind of alluded to already, right? The rotation of the 2-2 split out of S2G, pulling away from that compound because Mad Bulls crashed it. It set up the rest of that match.
Set up the late game, and there's so much to talk about when it comes to that. We probably won't get to talk about every little facet of it, but let's talk about the fact that S2G firstly was able to do a lot of damage from where they were set up, 11 eliminations apiece, but S2G really had rule of the roost for quite a long time in this game until, again, it was seized away by Mad Bulls. But the way in which S2G plays out the late game here against Mad Bulls that has an advantageous position over them was a thing of beauty. Even though they don't convert to the victory here for S2G, I think they still played it right, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good execution. Mad Bulls had all the utility in the world because they've been constantly able to hold to the more southern western side. So nades, if you go to the cliff, you're pretty much done. Like, you're not going to come out alive of that. But the fact that they keep 2 players a little bit further back, on those specific angles, make sure that you're somewhat safe and those 2 players can keep the pressure present so the Mad Bulls can't just be, overarching pressure is just going to be englobing all of S2G. So the way they play that off was just amazing.
Yeah, and we're sitting there watching it, kind of wondering, S2G, the position they're taking right on the edge of the cliff, it's like, that's an easy underhand nade. That's an easy pickup for Mad Bulls. But as you're mentioning, Max, the position of the 2 other players they had, the anchors, were able to keep them alive, cover that angle that you could use to get the nades in.
Yeah, if you can't peek, if you don't get any information, just throw an uneducated nades, and if you're out of nades, don't have that pressure point anymore on S2G, and they just
this is the thing. Let's break this down thoroughly for a second, because if you cannot get right up onto the cliff and do the underhand nade, you can't do it unless you underhand nade and get a perfect cook on the nade to then air burst just above the player, because it's not going to be able to get the right arc to be able to hit them. So the fact that they have the alpha angles near the warehouse to be able to shoot at anybody that actually tries to get close enough to have a proper decent underhand nade, it's perfect by S2G. And then they use the people there underneath the cliff to be able to, nade up, etc., provide threats for the other people to actually move up by S2G. So it was a lovely attempt by S2G to try and salvage the situation, and it almost works with the next 2 send up on the right hand side as well.
Yeah, I think it's HamCG that almost got a double elimination right away. If he gets those 2 elims, it's technically a 3v2, and you just force any entire team, you take the win there. So it was close, and in a very bad position, I would say, for S2G. They almost just redeemed that entire match for themselves. So
yeah, well,
they made it almost work
Let's actually roll it back here to what we were just talking about, right? The roll up to that cliff here. We actually do have a clip to see it here, a little bit of a replay. So let's actually load that one up here and start to talk about it, because again, as you said, Claris, the perfect play. Okay, this is a different clip here that we didn't want to look at just yet. This is something else completely different we're going to talk about with Unicorns of Love up against Fireflux. And I think the story we're talking about was these Turkish teams, they know how to play edge. They play it to a perfection. And teams like Unicorns of Love aren't used to that kind of play style when we look over in Western Europe.
I think that me and Kalash talked about this fight quite a bit in depth during that game, is that this is a fight Unicorns of Love should have won. Like, you're looking at the fight, they're going up against Fireflux, then that dip you throw nades, but Fireflux just completely push it in, overwhelm all of Unicorns of Love, and they just can't do anything. Did they shoot even a singular bullet there? I don't even think so.
For all intents and purposes, Unicorns of Love should have had them dead to rights. When it comes to holding teams out on the edge like that and being able to kind of have a barrier and cause your opponent's frustration because they're the ones being pushed by the blue. That was not the case here whatsoever. Fireflux, the fact that they're able to make that happen as cleanly as they did and then push in as well shows that teams like Unicorns of Love, as Max says, they're dealing with stronger edge teams than they've had to deal with in Western Europe, and that's scary for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and Max, I am kind of worried then for teams coming in from Western Europe who maybe depend on that style, or maybe not as comfortable or methodical when it comes to getting center, because we didn't see Mad Bulls go center this time, but they still played the edge in a way to allow them to get the victory.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Bulls also dropped full west, right? And the circles keep happening east, east, east every single time. But that's the thing, and we talked about it so many times in depth during PMPL Western Europe. You give them a bad circle, it still works out in some way, shape, or form. They just always get themselves in a good spot, right? So they can make every circle work for them.
They're able to carve out a decent chunk of the circle for themselves. You saw how, like, not many teams were really around them in this kind of southwest location when they take away that compound and then are able to, be able to turret in kind of a 25-degree angle from where they are on the edge of the circle. So it works out nicely.
And the angles that Mad Bulls were taking, too, it just feels like they've played every position in every scenario that's ever existed in PUBG Mobile, because they always have the right angles. I think it was Good Guys who were like rotating towards like their northwest, and they were able to catch them on that rotate. I think it was Effect who did it as well. As you mentioned, their coach as well, Claris, they just know the right move to make in almost every situation.
Yeah, they have good terrain knowledge for sure. I mean, I was even a little bit concerned about their initial western rotate because they were coming in later than TJB were, down Valdemar, etc., and things like that. But they know how to thread the needle. They're very good at understanding their scouting ahead of where they're going to be going rotate-wise, and then being able to identify, for example, let's take this compound away from the 2 of S2G that have to bail.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it delays them a little bit bit because of that scouting, right? But you take maybe a little bit longer to get in the circle, but you know that pretty much 100% of the time you make in those late game circles. And if you're there as a 4-man and the other teams are fighting and you're against like 2-man, 3-man teams, like Mad Bulls tend to always come out on top there.
All right, well, we did get our answer here. Mad Bulls can compete, can contend here with the teams from Turkey. The question is, can they continue to do so? So we're going to head into our third match of the day here with John and Blank.
If you were expecting a Turkish stomp, then we are sorry to disappoint, because Jason and the rest of the desk are right. This is nice and evenly matched to kick things off in the first 2 games. Blank, we're going into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of these teams at the moment, it was undoubtable that we were going to be seeing some of these boys at the top of the leaderboards, right, at some point in this tournament. It's nice to see some of our big hitters already starting things off very, very strongly. I mean, yes, we didn't see an S2G win, but we certainly saw how strong they can be, and I think Kalaris puts it very well there in the sense that, you know, they played everything correctly, and then Max was bringing up the 2 backstops that they left in to allow the front players to get into a position where they could support them. So really, really nice stuff so far, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was calculated. I thought it was very, very well done. But again, Mad Bulls were just able to react in a very, very good way. I think this is S2G maybe underestimating some of these teams a little bit because they pushed the advantage where they didn't necessarily have to, right? If the circle shifted their way at some point, Mad Bulls would have had to come to them, and they were just looking to get on top and start blasting. Unfortunately for them, the Caliber's lobby is very, very high, and it's not something you can do. Against most of the teams, I think that play would have worked. Fortunately, this time around, it just doesn't.
Taking a look at the plane path now for map number 3, Erangel, of course. Severny down to Sosnovka, right down the middle. This is going to be a lot better for those teams on the western side. Not going to see so many Gatka conflicts. You can see already HVVP back up to North George. So that is going to spread out and alleviate some of the pressure there. So potential for S2G to have a better time, for HVVP as well.
Absolutely right, John. I mean, with this playing path right dead center, you know, everyone can get where they want to be, which is lovely stuff. It's exactly what most players would like to see on a map like Erangel, with so many positions around the map that are playable, that are accessible. And in fact, you know, on Miramar, it's a little bit of a different scenario, right? Where, you know, some of those positions around the map just aren't accessible to play in. It's not like you can play on the top of the mountain, but here at Erangel, for the entirety of the center of the island, you know, there's compounds everywhere. There's places to pick up loot. It's great. It is, you know, your standard PUBG Mobile battleground. Pioneer down towards that south side, Mad Bulls making their way on over. Skills is already finding himself a vehicle, but in the meantime, Muerte taking a knock, and I believe that is from TJB.
Over on that east side, the circle's a pretty hard southwest shift as well, Blank. This is a fairly dramatic amount of water in this next circle, cutting into that military island as well. A vehicle scuffle from TJB and then Muerte results in TJB coming out on top. Certainly for now, for the time being, over towards that shelter area.
GG down towards Milta. Most teams in a position right now with this central playing path that they don't have to take too many engagements early. TJB will, though, and will take a point home because of it. We're halfway now through our first day, with this being our third match of Erangel. Once again, we've got a lot of these ahead of us, and teams would like to pick up as many points as they can on a fair map like this, where, you know, things are as difficult as you would see on Miramar, where you can get absolutely trounced by some of the rotational paths that you will have to take at some point. My God, you saw Lynn there almost directly attack the tree, but instead just grazes it with the front wheel. Or on Sandhawk, in fact, where, you know, third party galore, really. But Erangel is a position where you can even out the average, find some good points just off the back of skill alone.
Certainly hope so. At the moment, no one actually dropping in Gatka fields. That seems to be reserved for when you can't quite get to Georgia Pole. Fireflux in South George, HVVP in North George. Again, New World's Esports blap up in Severny. The double blap, onomatopoeically described there by Blank, thank you very much, to take down one of the players from Muerte.
Yeah, got him good. I mean, I'd be terrified if that happened to me. Just come around the corner, the long barrel in my face, and then just done. I'm eliminated. Over. But TJB will be taking that point away for them. Not the most amazing of games so far for TJB. They did have a big upswing towards the end of the Western European PMPL unfortunately here doesn't seem to have paid off too much yet. Yet being the key word here, considering we're only 2 games in and already we have Mad Bulls and Fireflux taking home a chicken dinner. The Mad Bulls chicken dinner I think is a little bit more scary than Fireflux. Yes, Fireflux are looking to bring their performance up and find their way into PMGC, but I think the Mad Bulls chicken dinner is the terrifying one, considering it's happened so early in the tournament. Kind of speaks of things to come, right? If a team like Mad Bulls could continue dominating like they did over in Western Europe and get a chicken dinner this early on, I would be worried if I was other teams, and I'd definitely be paying them a little bit more respect now.
Well, that's the thing with Mad Bulls, isn't it? It's about consistency for them. Was it second or third place finish in that first game? They are currently only 2 points behind on the overall standings when you compare them to Fireflux, who managed to get a 33-point game, blank. That is absolutely huge, but we'll take a break on that one as TJB have some invaders to their ground floor right now. 2 players from S2G, and they've yet to get a knock so far. Silas up the stairs there, tries to challenge GK first, but put the brakes on for the Molotov. Heal does come through as Hamsi stays alive. Lin low in the outside courtyard. GK first low as well. Xiao's there. Full HP with the Tommy gun. They're finally finding the sprays. Lin will fall, but it is answered. Hamsi tries to get the player hopping on in, but he gets into the vehicle instead. Stays away from it. And GK first, he's been given the slip one too many times, and Xiao puts a stop to the shenanigans. But in the meantime, S2G rally on in. The rest of the team is here to play. Zittel out wide, gets Razy low, but doesn't quite finish the job, and it will be the end of him. GK first now, last player standing for TJB as S2G look to try and keep everyone alive. GK first, low HP, bandages only, slips out the back, but no, closes the door instead, hits the deck on the inside, and Kelsey wants to push forwards, gets the first flush, gets the res on the close. GK first, up the stairs, tries to stay alive on the top floor.
Interesting stuff, the fact that they're able to get people back in position. It looked like that nade did actually knock Razy once again. Molotov's more coming through, but finally, that'll be GK first going down. S2G for their troubles, and it really was a lot of troubles there, will pick themselves up 4 eliminations versus TJB, though I did think that was going to be S2G taken down. Luckily, you know, Razy's there with the DBS, hits some absolute insane shots from afar, makes that thing look like more of an assault rifle than a shotgun, and is able to pick up the pieces, and there were quite a few of them.
Chunk going well for S2G. TJB fall under the pressure. TJB not happy about how that Miramar ended. They wanted to show us that they can go for crashes and they can win them fairly decisively.
I mean, you look at that, and it is just an incredible turnaround. And the fact they were able to keep all 4 players up and in action, that was quite the fast response time coming through from them. I mean, the phone call was made, and then the rest of the S2G boys were there instantaneously. TJB being our first to fall, and I felt like that could have been a redemption story there for them in the 3rd match. Unfortunately, it is not to be, left only with that 1 elimination they got towards Muerte early on.
Good guys, looking to leave Malta just ahead of De Muerte and head out to the west. Virtus Pro leaving on the southwest side of Pachinki, getting a little bit more central. Nobody really scuffling right now, but HVVP may be looking for some revenge over to S2G.
Coming quickly this time around. Most of the time HVVP don't make this instantaneous rotate. It's not as swift as this usually. They don't have the most idea of where S2G is at the moment. I don't have an exact position, but currently clearing out compounds surrounding the area that they had their engagement with them before, so they're just clearing and ticking off compounds as they go. So should have a general idea of where they are playing now down towards the south side. Codex currently split just a little bit with players off towards the east and the west. Unfortunately, the eastern players surrounded by the guys from VP.
Definitely know that Timber's there. Gorka wants it. They're waiting for him. Pick me. Pick me. He's not getting it.
Now, once you're in the shack, you remain in the shack. There is no leaving from the shack. That is your life now. Unfortunately, it seems to me that Surreal Esports have taken the shack life a little bit too early on. A lot of water in this circle, though. Wildcats now finally making their move from Sosnovka military base across that bridge up towards the side of a lot of the teams here. HVVP making a bit of a swing from the top side of Gatka, trying to make their way down towards the quarry. And in the meantime, Mad Bulls retreating towards Primorsk Deep.
It's a hard shift to deal with. New World's all the way still in North George for whatever reason. And to be fair, if they find a boat, they could potentially even swing down on this south coast. Not quite making that move just yet, but Besiktas moving in on the northeastern side, back of the queue. Edge teams coming on in from Turkey, and Unicorns of Love as well, going to be there with De Muerte.
Yeah, a little bit slower this time around, heading down towards Gatka. And with the playing path, they were looking to maybe pick up some more positions towards that eastern side. Fireflux, they move to the top of Hospital. I mean, they're on that western side. There are some compounds to play around here. And they do slip their way in towards the backside, a lot of these teams. So, unfortunately, get away with some stealthy maneuvers here. And some of these teams might be caught off guard by Fireflux in the midst of them.
Moving through, S2G. Close to Skills' outpost, they'll see that. Do they pull up and try and stop this one? Skills is playing dangerously right now. Not quite got the cover and will take a bullet or two. Not down just yet. Effect has got a little bit of an angle. Answers with some shots over towards S2G, who get into some vehicles to potentially reposition to the southwest side of Quarry. No, S2G are happy with their spot. They will stay up. Kicking on the north side.
Not to do too much yet. Codex, in the meantime, are currently in full panic mode, dropping every single smoke they have in the back pocket. A little bit of a hullabaloo over there. Definitely know where they are, though, just by the location of those smokes. S2G will send one of their own down with a smoke flare.
Codex have taken a knock there from Surreal, actually, across the way. Pioneer, actually, the ones to finish it out. 3 teams taking Codex on their position. Those smokes not quite enough to cover them off. Unicorns of Love and Mad Bulls taking a little bit of a scrap here, as Effect does get knocked, but plenty more damage pouring out towards Unicorns of Love. Only one of their players remaining now.
Yeah, quite the bold push coming through from Unicorns of Love. I think they've managed to just needle their way into what is quite a dangerous situation down towards Quarry, with so many teams around here that all have eyes on. Calci will take out the final player there in Crypto. Gets popped off the back of the vehicle, and Unicorns of Love going down in 16th place. Not ideal.
S2G high ground. 5 eliminations already, and they are continuing to try and roll this one down. Next circle just about to come through any moment now, once it all closes down. On the east side, Ozarox Esports moving in behind Good Guys. And they will have to move a little bit further. Next circle comes through, keeps the water in it.
But awkward to play here. I mean, we're coming from Miramar, where it was heavily waterside, and a lot of these teams were crammed in like sardines in a can here. Looking for position in the circle. Ozarox tries to get through, but losing players as they go. Bomb already down here.
FOX on the high ground, on the roof. Holding off well. Swan on a wide split from the rest of the team. The Wildcats looking good to hold off that nade from Storm. Looks dangerous over the top, but won't get the knock just yet. Instead, he takes one back from DefoX and will go down to it. With the split that Ozarox have right now, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to get back to their feet. Certainly not at full force. One player standing, one down.
Yeah, somehow DefoX is able to get that nade to crawl its way down the wall into the lap of the final, one of the last players of Ozarox there. Now just Sephir left alive. Surreal Esports on the coastal edge, looking for a ditch, masquerading as the Mad Bulls themselves. Mad Bulls, on the other hand, currently in Quarry. Just waiting at the moment. Currently have high ground, so I imagine looking for some pickoffs. Trying to clear some space on that north side for themselves. Most likely that this will shift back up towards that north side with so much water being in. It's not going to shift down towards Sosnovka. It's nowhere near it. So I think that a lot of these teams can be happy in their positioning. I think if you're taking this coastal side, this is a last resort option. Some of these teams like S2G currently holding the hills within the tree line. This is a good spot for them. I mean, it could quite easily head up towards the northwest and encompass a lot of these teams. In the meantime, also could head up towards the northeast, in which case Besiktas is given a bit of a lifeboat to swim towards.
Coastal side providing sanctuary for now, before it gets too crowded. Betwixt the tank traps there for Surreal. Staying alive, the name of the game for them. 3 players for them on the south side as well. HVVP making their move in on the west edge, potentially moving into the north throes of Primorsk, but moving that far south could also be a little bit of a mistake in terms of their future rotational paths. It looks like they are just going to spread out on those northern hills.
HVP over towards the west, still taking high ground. Mad Bulls strike out just a little bit as the next circle comes in, and they were already in vehicles ready to go. I like that. Getting into position straight away, looking for somewhere to head towards, but we're looking at quite the big clash here, John, between HVP, S2G, as well as Mad Bulls themselves.
Northern side of the road really starting to get packed. Teams will be almost certainly fighting for it. Tixi down, flushed. HVVP lose a player early.
Again, that is quite HVVP-like, though, sadly for them. Just a little bit too headstrong at times, this team. If you're headstrong like that, you're likely to bump your head on the top of the door frame, thinking you're a giant.
Don't want to be going for those. Sometimes it's better, you know, just take your time. Get the stoop on. Get under that lintel. And don't crack it up.
Jason going for Mad Bulls, Maxman and Kalaris both going to Fireflux down towards Primorsk. They rotate over on that western side. Ooh, unfortunate. Archon's knocked by a nade of his own. Send some more over towards Wildcats. An explosion there will take down X-Ray.
More sprays from Timber. Over towards the regroup from Lux. Will not be able to be stopped just yet. And a nade potentially to answer for it. Timber wants to put one back. Did win out the trade last time. And that's a lovely nade over the top. Gets the flush and puts Lux low as well. Timber not taken down. And there's nades coming through from the rest of Surreal as well. Beast wants to put some more suppressing fire down and will do so successfully. Archon. Nade over the top to Defo X. Ooh. Looks for another as well. Doesn't get taken down. Really solid suppressing nades coming through from Surreal.
Good stuff here. Lux trying to keep them at bay. In the meantime, Mad Bull's taking quite a bit of punishment on that north edge. With S2G taking down 2 of their players in separate positions as well. Luckily, they've been able to get them back up on their feet, but it's not often that you see Skills's or Zerich going down so lackadaisically over on their scouting positions. Usually, they're very good at squeezing themselves out of those tight spots.
Looting up teammates. Defox still low. Hasn't managed to get the heal off just yet. I imagine that's in the works. There it goes. Timber. Helping to prevent this push westward from the Dennis Bank Wildcats. Nade over the top. That looks quite close, but there's cover there. Splitting the difference. Keeping the 7-10 going. Archon stands up. Spray over towards Boran, but they regroup. All 3 players now for the Wildcats in one position. Ooh, a nade over the top forces Archon back, but they're still playing nice and firm. The blue zone will push the Wildcats forwards. Now they get into the vehicle. Archon gets sprayed down. There's trade-offs from the other way, and the Nox are strong. Both players fall, but hang on a minute. There's trades coming on in very, very quickly. Virtus Pro sweep both teams to side.
Yeah, just waiting for it to come up. I think S2G has now individually knocked every single member of Mad Balls, and now Razy sends in, and this will be the final stand from Mad Balls as they're getting very close to this circle, and Phase 5, it will really hurt them. Silas hits a nice native towards Skillsers, knocking him down towards his feet. This is really bad and quite the engagement, quite the important engagement, in fact, on this northwest side.
Yeah, seems like they are still going for it. Mad Bulls staying alive for now, but effect falling is pretty disastrous for the opening of that engagement on the northwest. You can see it just over the hills there. Silas finds Zerich and leaves the Mad Bulls at 1. There's a flush onto Skillsers, onto Effect. The Mad Bulls still at 1. Zerich flushed and Monkey's the last to fall. So the Mad Bulls taken down. S2G, vengeance has been claimed.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any of that engagement, but yeah, very well done from S2G, really putting Mad Bulls in the hurt locker that entire time. They're just not able to get back up on their feet, and we've seen so many times during the Western European PL, you've seen Mad Bulls able to get themselves out of those awful spots where so many of their players go down. In the meantime, Besiktas just explodes on the approach.
They have not had the best of times so far today, slipping down the tables to a position unbecoming a contender for the top spots. S2G, however, riding strong off the last game, second place. 10 eliminations already into this game, all 4 of them alive on a solid northern position. Virtus Pro being pulled apart right now. Serve them up hot, put them on the grill. On the south side on the beach, not going well for them. Corker in the backstop, last player standing.
HVP getting a little bit of resurgence there for Mad Bulls. Actually able to hit a single knockover towards S2G, but looks like they have locked themselves in tight on that northern side, and Muerte trying desperately to keep them at bay as well, but they're losing players as we speak. VP were the kings of this coastal area, but like you say, John, there is just so many people starting to encircle and get themselves into the position. I think that's Old Boy finally out and them getting out of the game.
Virtus Pro with just Corker remaining. Hiding behind the tank, trying to keep some cover there. Codex fragging out towards Pioneer. It's on the northeast side blank of this circle. And Codex, I mean, they tried to hold it out, but it's not going to go well. Not yet, but good guys turn their attention this way as Pioneer cross to the south of the road. Next circle coming in soon as well. S2G falter as a player gets knocked.
GG, 5 eliminations, good stuff, great position. It's actually amusing to see GG here because the amount of times we've seen 7 play within those bunkers is quite often, John, actually. So this seems quite the classic one. Silas gets knocked as well, so HVP still putting up quite the fight versus S2G on that side, but S2G very, very reluctant to go down here. Every time they hit the knockout punch and they hit the floor, before the referee can start to count to 1, they're back up on their feet, ready to get back in the ring.
They're kicking out. Rip 7 takes shots over towards S2G successfully. Gets a flush there, bringing them down. Yet another peg. 3 players now alive. Nades downhill from Fireflux, who are finally leaving Primorsk. They've been quiet in this game so far, Blank. No eliminations on the cards, but look at the oversight they have on these teams.
A huge amount. Fortunately, there is a lot of teams know their location as well. Like you say, this high ground is beautiful stuff to work with. And the lineup that Ketch currently has. HVP take out the final member from S2G here.
Taking S2G down as a solid position on that northern side, but still 11 points for them. Fireflux want to go in for the fight. Nade over towards Kamikaze, sends him up. Solke is knocked in response, but look at the wide swing coming through from Fireflux. Runs on in, and he's not taking any prisoners. Lutz just rolls it down. Oh my goodness, Solus just straight through. What a way to keep him going. And that is going to be New Worlds Esports eliminated. Southwest side, all Fireflux, all day.
I mean, it looked awkward for Fireflux, right? But, you know, you pull that out of the tank and it's very difficult to get out that scenario. It was a last-ditch attempt type of deal. Get in the vehicle, run them down, my last option. It's not really, but it's the option that I want to take in this scenario.
Just doing it for a giggle. Having a laugh, either way. Certainly very, very effective. HVVP shots over towards the back lines of the Muerte. HVVP, they lost a player early, but they're playing with 3. They're playing fairly effectively. They don't really have Fireflux to deal with just yet. They will have to do so in the next circle. But for now, they can just suppress these northern teams.
It is hard to hit that nade, honestly. Wow. And that's directly on the outside whilst they were looking for that res. Not quite in the building, but now they're able to get a little bit further up. They can maybe angle that one down towards and inwards. Matic, another nice one. Leaves Muerte bare with just the 1 player remaining.
HVVP, 3 players alive. Tixi going down. That's a nice answer coming through from Muerte. It's very resable in their current position. Fireflux not pushing up to try and third-party this engagement. And why would they go all that way when the circle's down south towards them? Don't need to take that risk and summit that ridge.
Massively important knock there onto Matic, though. Gives time for Flyke actually to res both his players within there. And it's about 5 nades that are now wasted for HVVP, trying to get a foothold here to move down towards Muerte, who currently, with that little slit, that little angle within the shack, look directly up towards the players from HVVP. So getting down requires some smokes, but you really wonder how much utility does HVVP still have left to work with? I would say not a lot.
Nades continue to roll down, though. You can see Kitsune with no utility whatsoever. But level 3'd, all at max. Nicely looted for now. Nades from Striker now starting to answer, but only 1 left in the back pocket. That one sent towards Kitsune, but it doesn't quite clear the cover. That one towards Meku, and that does do a little bit of damage, but no more nades to be seen here. And the Muerte, they have a harder push than HVVP, and this blue zone will just push the Muerte out into the sidelines.
Yeah, that shack has been their savior for so long, but HVP controlling this hillside is really the clincher here. Striker moves out, but HVP still have to be accurate on these shots.
They need to get these good trades, and Meku actually goes down first. Striker pushing all the way up close. Kitsune backing off as well. Forced to look for a reload, and there's the trade. Striker goes down, but now HVVP on just the 1 as English going for the 1 versus 1, but it's not gonna work. HVVP, though, slowed. In the meantime, Fireflux were going in for a fight. Everybody is down. Everybody is healing. GG were eliminated over on that southeast side, and now Soul-K moves up into position. Meku is rezzed. Matic looking for it as well. Fireflux getting back to fighting force.
You know, if that was a clean engagement there from HVP, there's even a chance that they just roll up over this top side and is able to take down a fair few of the players. But Ketch already able to find himself a little bit of a first aid kit, get that on side, but the blue still pushing in. And again, it's another case of Soul-K being close up towards them is the real position they have to be worried about. The fact that he's got here so soon is massive.
I don't know. I don't think they're aware that this could be a position. Either that or they feel like they have it suppressed effectively. Kitsune taking these shots, these little peek-ups, over towards the rest of the Fireflux backstop. Stims running out for Soul-K. Could be troublesome on the long side of this circle. Kitsune
No idea.
Playing high ground. You're right, there is no way he has an idea here. There is potential for Soul-K just to step up, take down Meku even. If he gets the right angle here. An important position for Fireflux.
Another game like this would be absolutely rocketing them towards the top side of the standings. And further beyond that, in fact. But for HVP, this is an even more important game, and Soul-K steps up.
Oh, just manages to get it in there, squeaks it through, and in come the rest of Fireflux. Meku tries to hold it off, but it is all just too much. In the end, Soul-K works wonders for Fireflux, opens the door, and it is 2 out of 3 games going the way of Fireflux to open the European Championship.
They were just saving themselves the European Championship apparently here. The thing is, though, is that, you know, without that Sol K position, things get a little bit rough for them. But I do think that a lot of that comes down to Tumuerte and English. English, a very strong player overall, but the fact that, you know, you see HVP lose so many members to that single player there, and the amount of members that were down for Fireflux, if HVP were able to just roll over the top, maybe Sol K doesn't get into that position to hold, to be defensive, and they just take shots down and start eliminating players, making that into a 3v2 very, very quickly. So HVP, a lot of things go wrong for them there, and they domino.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but they do still get deep into the game. They play fairly strong on that western side. It's that final engagement that maybe slipped up for them, but they were playing with 3 for a very, very long time. It's a solid result for HVVP, but Fireflux are on form today. They continue to impress us, and they continue to play strong. We're going to head to a short break. When we're back, it's the analyst desk.
Why are there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Mill to Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
I don't know what to say. Fireflux, we've had 3 matches today, and they've won 2/3 of them. Ridiculous stuff out of this team, and we really saw as well in that match. And I think every match today so far, What's funny, Claus?
Just the way in which they played this game. Continue.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I was getting to though is that we've seen, I think, and we're all in agreement with this, such a higher level of play. The way Soke kind of, I don't even want to say third party, but he like jumped at the perfect time to go in up against Kitsune there to open up the fight for the rest of his team to push at the exact same time. The level of coordination we're seeing out of these teams, Max, has been outstanding.
Hey, normally, like 9 times out of 10, if you're in the position where Fireflux were and you have a team that's like 3 angles, which is where HVVP were, HVVP win those, typically. But the fact that Soke did push up, I would have liked him to go a little bit further, right? But the fact he still had that angle that HVVP were completely unaware of, you get that one angle, then your team, you enable your entire team to go for the push at the end. So, yeah, Soke really saved this game for his team.
Really decisive on the extra push as well. After Soke gets that knock, they instantaneously crest the hill to actually bring the pressure on towards HVVP very quickly. But, I mean, even before all of that, the funny thing to me is when we picked Fireflux, you and I picked them. They had one player in the position where Good Guys was, and I thought to myself, they're going to move up to that kind of high ground position, kind of control the game from there. They didn't. They all fell back to Primorsk, and then took out so many players. I think it was New World that they kind of ransacked and actually like took that position away from. And I can't believe how that went down. It was such a bold play, but of course it worked out. Fireflux is playing at a very high level right now. To be able to make that work, it was ridiculous.
I wasn't actually too against the player Fireflux to go back in Primorsk because their game plan was we have a really good angle on this high ground position. If we clear New Worlds in Primorsk, we only have to focus on 180 degrees of land in front of us, right? So that was the game plan. New Worlds leapfrogged them like, no, none of that.
I can't.
Let's, with the buggy, right back into them. Then pops another elimination.
What was this?
Yeah, it was a mess of a fight, but I mean, a mess of a fight is where Fireflux excels.
Getting extreme eliminations in every game as well. This is extremely impressive by Fireflux here, Jason.
It's been honestly phenomenal to see as well. I mean, ignoring the fact of them just being a great team, but to see the rise again of like Soul K for me, when Footballists, they were the best team in Turkey. They kind of paved the way for other teams to come into effect here. And then to see them have that kind of like fall off. Football is just nowhere to be seen. And then the bounce back now for them has just been amazing, Max.
There's no more super weekends.
That is awesome.
It helps out.
Yeah, they did struggle when it came to super weekends, especially when they were, where were they? Not Malta. Maldives? Maldives?
Oh, when they're Maldives.
A little bit too
that was a
much time in the
vacation.
sun there. Yeah, the vacation. But I mean, the fact is Fireflux have been so dominant over the course of today, but not even just them. Again, so many teams are making so many great plays. The coordination we're seeing out of teams is just completely different level than what we've seen before. But we need to dive into Fireflux actually a little bit here. Maybe take a look at their stats as well, because or their player stats, because they have just been so on point. And I think, again, one of the impressive parts is it's not just like one player or two players always performing. It was Soke in the bottom of the table for the team when they won earlier on today. Now he's towards the top.
I mean, coming into this game as well, they had the top 3 elimination leaders of the previous games and now getting themselves another victory on the board. I'm sure that they're all going to be there. I won't be surprised if all 4 of them were the top elimination leaders, even though we're seeing SUG getting a lot on the board as well here. But yeah, being able to do this, given what was a compromising situation when New World actually leapfrogged them, and then I thought maybe Good Guys was going to be able to kind of hold them out at the artillery location, but that wasn't to be as well. They had just the right amount of smokes to be able to continue being alive against the HVVP whilst Soul-K was making that move on that left-hand side, and it was a thing of perfection.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that worked out for them so many times in these fights, and also what worked out for them in game 1 is that they have a fight, they fully commit to it, like send the 4 players, boom, in the fight, and then might have a player or 2 get knocked away, but because the fights are so quick, no one gets flushed. Just instantly res back up, you got another 4-man team back on board, and their chances of taking the win really just never go down significantly, so that's why you see them get already 2 wins out of 3 matches, and I think we're going to see way more potentially.
I think the crazy thing for me, and of course I'm curious your thoughts, is that we always talked about Mad Bulls being such a dominated team when it came to Europe, but I don't think I've seen Mad Bulls have this level of coordination we're seeing out of these Turkish teams with Fireflux and S2G earlier.
They're getting put in compromising situations and they're winning it out. I mean, for S2G in this game, for example, after we've already talked extensively about Fireflux, S2G gets themselves another 10 points on the board because of the eliminations that they're able to actually push through. And they were in not Longwoods, but they were kind of far west of Longwoods, being able to shoot at pretty much everything that was going on. And what was interesting about their loadouts was a significant amount of M16s, which I did not expect, but using the tap fire of it, as well as just kind of their gun control and the control of the terrain that they had around them, they're constantly getting all these elimination points on the board, even if they're not converting a win. And getting double digits off of a middling position in a game is very respectful.
Well, Claris, I know you want to move away from talking about Fireflux.
Oh, here we go.
We're not going to be able to. Let's take a look at our top 3 fraggers so far in this event. Because I have a feeling we're going to see Fireflux yet again.
I didn't expect that one, actually. We've got Kelsey from S2G up there. I mean, they've also been fragging out pretty well. Despite not getting himself any wins so far, they got himself a second place in that second match here. They still got himself a few eliminations on Mad Bulls. And Kelsey, he's one of my favorite players of Turkey. I think that since he played with Salas, he's improved so much over the past of like a year and a half now. And he is currently, I would say, potentially the top performer next to HamCG in the side of SGG. So, yeah, he's up there. But
look at his damage, by the way, Max.
It's dominated by Fireflux.
His damage with 9 eliminations compared to Catch with 12 elimination and 1400 damage.
Yeah.
I mean, Kelsey has just been fired at all cylinders.
Fireflux has been very quick about their fights, let's put it that way. But also what's impressive here is 3 games in, 24 minutes average survival time. Ain't no big thing.
Average. No big deal.
Those are silly numbers. Calm down, guys. That's ridiculous.
Well, we're going to see some more silly numbers here. We're going to take a look at our overall settings after 3 matches have been played. So we're halfway done with the first day out of 4. And I'm assuming Fireflux, yeah, you're seeing there's 67 points at the moment. Mad Bulls in second at 44, and S2G in third at 42.
Yeah, so right now, if we would stop right now, good guys would qualify. I mean, it's just the first time, so we're stopping right now. We're not. We're not anywhere close to that. But SGG, once again, not competing for that PMGC spot. So Fireflux, Mad Bulls, they're happy about that. Their tough competition is not going to be that relevant in this event, but that much of a lead already. Fireflux are just running it away with it in the first day.
They have double the limbs of Mad Bulls. They have more limbs than 5th place has in total points. Obviously, when you win 2 matches, it kind of goes hand in hand. But the fact is, they are just running away with this at the moment.
And again, those limbs are not coming just to, once they've found themselves a position and then they're just being able to shoot at everything from it. Those limbs have come from the very word go of the 3 games that we've played so far, when they took out Besiktas on the rotation through an Erangel, and they're constantly willing and happy to go from fight to fight if they need it.
Yeah. And also their 5 versus Unicorns of Level Miramar, right? They're not supposed to win those fights where they do not have the advantage. They just dominate, and they come out as like, what, a 3 or 4-man team every single time, because the Turkish teams are so good at fighting. I think that where the Western European teams, technically CIS teams, really stand out is it comes to their macro. Mad Bulls always get himself in a circle despite a bad circle. The Turkish teams, you throw anything at them, they take a fight 4v4, they win it.
Well, you know what? We see to take more fights here, so we're going to head into our 4th match of the day. It's time to finally get into our Sandhawk of the day. So throw it on over back to John and Blake.
1/4 of the jungles that we have in the next 4 days will be played out right now, blank. It's gonna get messy, I'm sure, with the Turkish teams, as I was saying over on the desk, being able to handle pretty much anything you can throw at them. Here's a Sandhawk. Let's see how they handle this.
Okay, yeah, sure. I would hope you didn't throw an entire Sandhawk at the Turkish teams. That would be rather rude of you.
No, I did. I did that.
Okay, fair play. Yeah, no, that's respectable. I'm okay with that. It would be a far louder and far more gruntier yeet, I would assure you of that, if you were tossing the entirety of Sandhawk at a team. But yeah, we're heading over here now. I think that from a lot of the other PMPLs that we have seen before, this is going to be quite a wide split in terms of Sandhawk. There's going to be players absolutely everywhere trying to take as much position as possible, which seems to be a reoccurring trend recently throughout the entirety of these games for a lot of different teams, which is just take up as much space as you can and hold it down. What'll be interesting, though, is who will take up Paradise Resort. Obviously, Mad Bulls currently holding that over in Western Europe. I'm sure there's lots of other teams that would like to challenge for that.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if anyone's going to try and challenge those drop spots as well. We'll be looking at where they find themselves. Of course, only 4 Sandhawks on the cards total over the course of these 4 days of play. We're going to be seeing where the teams are going to start to drop. Plane path, Hatin, down towards Sami. So a very western plane path here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it means that those teams on the northwestern island down fast.
Getting into position is always the main thing. Unicorns of Love already out the plane, moving over towards the eastern side of the map. Curious to see who drops in Hatin. And it looks like with the way that the Wildcats are going, this is most likely going to be their drop spot here. And HVP very much on the ball. Once again, Taking out Northwest Island, looking to flex out down towards the South Confluence Island. Remember, as we said earlier, there's only 4 of these Sandhawks throughout the entirety of the tournament. So taking an aggressive hold like this early on, making sure teams know where you're playing, is always a good thing for you.
No one in Camp Alpha HVVP playing that Confluence split. Unicorns of Love still up on that northern side around the bridge. We'll be trying to split around there. I think that was Game Lord who played that in Western Europe. Unicorns of Love flying out a little bit further east, so they have shunted across just a little bit, so an adjustment there. Camp Charlie under contest right now. Ozarks and Demuerte both fighting it out for position. There's a lot of players going down towards Sami.
Oh yeah, and I mean, why not? We talked about this, a lot of teams will be fighting for these healer spots. What's more interesting though is S2G takes up Paradise Resort and Mad Bulls relegate themselves down towards Painan. Ozarks though looking to finish this fight between them and Demuerte. Unfortunately for them, Dadiev moves out wide. We know this guy is the healer of the team on Sandhawk, but certainly can pack a punch when he needs to.
Evens on the knocks right now. Sephir crawling on in, getting some info. The reses are coming through. Ingush should be spotted on that cross. No, stays in his lane. 2 players alive for Ozarks. And they will continue to look for those pushes. Nade being cooked. No meds. Well, very limited, certainly, for Demuerte. Will be tricky. There's the flush for 1. But 2 healthy players coming up against Demuerte. Still a challenge.
The major challenge is just keeping 4 players alive, right? I mean, with this strategy, it really doesn't bank on having 4 players, but it definitely benefits you massively. You need those 3 players to send out and remain scouting, basically be the bodyguards of the member of the team that is holding on to all the first aid kits. And already first aid kits are being used up to support these teammates and get them back into fighting action. So already those first aid kits becoming more and more limited towards the end of the game. In the meantime, GG are in Sami. And, you know, it's peaceful music all down there at the moment. Happy days. They are frolicking through the fields of first aid kits of themselves. In the meantime, you've got heavy metal on this side of the map as both these teams go toe-to-toe, with Ozarks looking a little bit more on the back foot here.
Biding their time. Trying to play sneaky around the side of some blocks. There's the cross. Looking for the peek out. High ground. Still there for Demuerte, but they're moving as a line in Camp Charlie. Playing it a little bit more reserved. Shots out from Storm. Doesn't get the knock. Position given away now. And instantly there's retribution found. DBS in hand. Looking for 1 knock. And actually, there's 1 around the side. Ingush does trade it off. Swan is on the warpath, however, as the high ground position is dismounted. Striker, no longer oversight. Swan still moving around the battlefield here. And looking for another angle. Out wide on the outside. Looks for the jump. Doesn't quite catch it. And they want a little bit more. Ingush moving forwards. Will be dropped from the top rope, but Rezable and Demuerte take down Ozarks.
I mean, it's dangerous, right? It's dangerous waters you're in when you're up against a DBS, and no one's really got the most loot on board, maybe not the best of equipment to play around with, so it could have been very dangerous. So they had to almost go for a distracting play. Surreal, 4 members for them, currently take out Codex. PNL goes down. Woodson looks to support. I'm just kidding, he leaves.
He is not supporting, pretty much the opposite, you're right. PNL flushed, Codex banking on a later game this time around.
He's just sick of it at this point.
I mean, they're in 9th place, 17 points. It's not terrible. But, of course, it's those top 3 spots that you're looking for all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it right now on the first day, the points are going to change so rapidly. you can see that a lot of these points are being sucked up by the guys at the top. I mean, 9th place at 17 points, and I think as we headed over towards 13th and down, it's like 6 points apiece, and maybe one team with 4. So it does get very much malleable as you go down the tables. HVP currently in 7th is a little bit of a weird one. Unfortunately, not able to find their groove as of yet. Able to get that 2nd place in their last game, though, was nice. Could have been a lot better, though, and I think HVP going down to Muerte like that was definitely a bit out of the left field for me, to be honest with you. It didn't look like them, and I think they're getting a bit shaken at the moment. I mean, they went from one lobby where they were struggling against this titan of a team alongside some other fantastic members, but there was a lot of other teams in that lobby that they could kind of stomp on. Here, it's not the same case. They really do have to play much more up to speed to get the same kind of results they were finding over in Western Europe.
Hopefully they can improve into it, and in doing so prove themselves. Speaking of teams that need to prove a little bit more, Besiktas, they really have been slipping under the radar as of late. You can see them here currently fairly central on this next circle, close to the Unicorns of Love, close to the Mad Bulls, just on the north of them, southeast side of Boot Camp. But they have not had great results over these last couple of games. It's not what you'd expect from a team that fought so closely for first place, for a team that was right up in the running for the top spots of those PMGC points right until the end. This is not what you expect.
No, not really. It's a little bit interesting, to be honest. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love head down very quickly from the position, taken up by Game Lord's spot back in Western Europe, towards the south side of Paradise Resort. SGG playing things a little bit more differently than how we felt Mad Bulls played that spot, which was taking out position early on from Paradise Resort. This time, instead, they're much more worried about the northern side of the map, making sure people don't rotate past them. Mad Bulls already moved out of Painan towards a central spot, gives them a nice compound to play around with on the crossroads there.
We've seen that compound be really quite strong in a number of scenarios. If you leave a couple more teams towards the edge, it kind of ups in value, because at the moment we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about six to seven teams currently sat not in this next zone. So a lot of edge play going on right now. Potential to see a lot more healing coming on through. Certainly from good guys, and maybe even from HVVP, who are still over towards Camp Alpha on the northwest.
You know, I'd even assume HVVP to go for that heal strat, honestly. It would make sense. You know, they want to get those consistent points. Remember, for them, they're another team that is banking on the PMGC placement. If they don't get that, we don't see them in PMGC, so this is an incredibly important tournament for them. Fash, though, takes a little bit of damage as Amitsu on his knees at the moment, looking to get picked back up again, clasping the arms of his Amitsu as he pulls him to his feet.
Black-White overseeing the operation. The rescue mission going well so far. The Crypto's close enough to prove to be a problem. Should the opportunity present itself, Rolkis repositioning around in the meantime. Gonzo and IC as a backstop, and as a duo, the Unicorns may be looking to push on in and get something more than they're able to preen with the first knock.
Yeah, Rolkis definitely worried about that high ground that Pioneer could be holding, and I think rightly so too. It's a position that you would stay back towards. So I think for Rolkis right now, he is ensuring that these players don't get a free exit. The get out of jail card here. Crypto going down there to Havlik is disastrous for Unicorns of Love's push here.
Finding that opening, and Pioneer regrouped really effectively onto the position as he back up, and Unicorns of Love backed off in a central spot. This is excellent news.
Reds comes through though, which is great, but it does allow more of Pioneer's players to get into position. Rolkis obviously not able to hold that anymore with Gonzo and Icy far back behind. Rolkis spots a player but decides not to get a little bit too heavy with the bullets he's spraying through there, considering it looked like he was directly spotting Rolkis in that moment.
I mean, you don't want to take this engage when you know teams are going to be starting to rotate in, when there's a third-party potential on the northern side, and it's going to be from S2G. I mean, you might expect it to be Mad Bulls, but either way, you're going to be worried on this northern flank if you're Unicorns of Love. And you don't want to commit to a fight that can be third-partied so easily. There was a knock that was sent over towards Tixie, but that looks to be rezzed by HVVP as they potentially are starting to make their way towards this next circle, leave the blue zone there. Surreal on the northeast side. Fireflux down in docks, yet to make their way on up. Good guys on that southwestern edge. De Muerte still all the way on the south side with their outpost striker, but the rest of them a lot more central.
Very centre circle here, John. I mean, for Mad Bulls, there could have been a decision to move down towards that southwest compound that you can see on your screen right now. One of the strongest compounds within Sandhawk, considering it's got that wall that surrounds the entirety of it, very difficult to move up to and actually take shots and engagements with an enemy team without a full-on crash. And a lot of times on Sandhawk, you know that these teams aren't packing vehicles. I mean, for the initial beginning of the game, that is where you'd want to use them a lot. But as you head towards that later game, it becomes very difficult to use any vehicles because you're just so easily spotted and then popped out the backside.
Unicorns of Love stand in the way of S2G, who slip to the side of them and instead find Codex. Money can actually all the way up north to the compound that S2G had just left. And with this compound, S2G can start to exert some presence on the hillsides here on the eastern side, north of Quarry.
It's very characteristic right now of S2G to just kind of plant the feet in and get stuck within this circle. They don't really take too much time when it comes to cautionary practice of slowly edging their way in, one toe nail at a time. Instead, they just get in. If they need to fight anyone for that position, they will. They're confident to do it, and that is the makings of a championship team, to be honest with you. I like that from S2G. Currently playing the 2-2 split. I mean, it's not going to provide them too much advantage at this stage in the game, but it is a position to hold on to. You don't want to leave one of these sides open that a team could sneak into from that east if they're still pushing in from the blue. So respectable position so far, but will be a tough approach for them as the circle will center up.
These hillsides becoming more and more treacherous by the minute. New World's Esports, they've been not really doing too much over these last couple of games. You do see them move through the rotations really quite smoothly. They haven't really got the points to show for it, but I feel like their rotations towards into getting them into the mid to late game have been fairly decent. They just haven't really done anything beyond that.
Not really. I think that's where things become a little bit more difficult, right? I think if you can get towards that late game, but then you just don't have that factor to really press yourself further than that, it is an awkward place to be in. And I think with this kind of lobby, with the caliber of teams and the skill of a lot of these players, you know, you can only get so far off the back of macro at this point in time. Yes, you can have all the brains in the world, but if you actually don't have the brawns to back it up, things are not going to go your way most of the time. I think that's where this game becomes a bit more interesting, is that you will see a lot of teams get far just off the back of that macro and being able to make some wise decisions during the game. But if you don't have those players on side that are able to absolutely light up the lobby in terms of elimination feed, it's difficult to get much further than, you know, those final like 7 minutes of the match.
Circle closing will dictate the pace and the pressure for the coming time. And that is a hard north shift right up towards the Unicorns, right up towards the Wildcats over there as well. Mad Bulls will have to leave their compound. And Besiktas, this is their time to prove that they are a team that can ball with the best of them. Because at the moment, as I said, we haven't seen that from them in the first 3 games of the day. This is their chance.
Yeah, it's very odd as well. I mean, coming from a team that hit 302, 250, 265, respectively from Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, getting the most points in the league stage of Turkey, and then taking first place in the finals with quite the fair lead. We've not seen too much from this team. They've been a bit quiet. not able to hit those shots that we've been able to, look forward to from them. It is a bit awkward. I don't know if the pressure's getting to them or what, or it's just S2G is just making them look maybe somewhat subpar.
Not only S2G, but Fireflux as well. S2G predicted by Jason, Besiktas for Maxman, and Unicorns of Love for Kylaris. So again, a split desk, but again, all solid choices. I feel like S2G might have the trickiest time of it of those three rosters.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I quite like S2G's position. They were throwing a bone here with the circle heading up this way, and it was going to look a little bit more awkward if the circle headed down towards Besiktas on Madball's position. This way, they actually have a fighting chance in this game, and I think you'd predict this team if you were Jason off the back of how well they were performing and how good they've looked, because this is a team that I could quite easily see barrel up towards Unicorns of Love, take that position for their own, and then start to dominate from the center of the circle.
Holding out towards GG, effective. The Muerte laying down the fire on the south side. Will have to leave soon enough. Bulky getting pressured in. Blue zone closing. GG losing players fast, and I don't imagine they'll last too much longer this way, but they played from southwest. They are probably all set to go for a heal strat, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Actually not a bad position from HVP either at this point in time. It's a decent spot to be in, right on these compounds towards the eastern side of boot camp, and surprising as well, considering they're looking more and more like a healer team here on Sandhawk.
Fireflux suffering now, just Soulless left. A potential for them to lose out pretty firmly. 21 first aids in the back pocket though for Soulless, so heal possible, very possible in fact for Soulless, unless he gets spotted. TJB moving in on the southeast side. Will have to push past Pioneer if they want to get in.
Madballs eking their way into the lobby here, with Besiktas just over the ridge side. Assuming that players will be coming over that hill, and the circle heading over towards the west, this becomes a high priority compound for a lot of these teams. And almost a do or die moment here for Madballs. Great shots from Skills as though over towards VP, who are looking to make their way in.
TJB eliminated. Pressure just a little bit too much there. GG coming into conflict on the south side with their remaining players. Demuerte, Madballs spiking out. Players getting taken down, but Madballs losing a player not good on this south edge with VP to deal with Besiktas in the way. Could be more than troublesome. Madballs, 4 players, 4 eliminations. Effect, we'll have to heal just that little bit. We'll get it off. Peace is down on the back for Besiktas, which allows the Madballs a little bit of leeway here. Zessi repositioning. Enjoy needs to hold off solo against the Madballs' presence on the southeast side. They do have that forward position in Sun HP, and they can't really afford to pull that back.
Enjoy moves forward the nade, looking to toss it over towards Zerich's position. Quickly dealt with GG as Wolf moved up to try and take some shots towards them. Did knock effect on his feet, but quickly Zerich was able to get him back up off it. And with that knock over towards Peace as well, it's kind of clumped up Besiktas in a way that they didn't really want. S2G though, dealt with by Unicorns of Love. Very good stuff there.
Surreal moved on through with their players and actually took down the forward outpost there in the middle. Sun HP fell, and now Madballs are getting crunched at the back. To Muerte giving them hell. From the southeast side, the circle pushes away from them yet again. And now it moves up northeast. Unicorns of Love on that northeast side have taken a knock, but they could look to move down into that pressure. Look at the hillside in front of them. You can see there's a couple of trees, a couple of rocks. It will be tricky, but it's doable.
Madballs taken down. A lot of players sweeping this edge now. HVP also losing a player there in Tixi. VP taken out from Old Boy Muerte, putting on a clinic on this side of the map after their initial engagement down towards that south side of the map between them and Ozorox.
First aids will now need to start to be burned in these zones as well, Blank. As Kitsune starts that heal for HVVP. Not entirely sure how many meds exactly were able to be accrued for HVVP, but they will keep fighting forwards with 2. Blue zone pushed them around the water. Dennis Bank Wildcats eliminated. 9 teams remain. At the moment, I'm seeing 4 healing teams out in the zone. As Matic gets spotted out in the open in the water, Maku last standing for the squad, but there's shots coming through pretty much every which way across every team as well. The Muerte with 3, they survived really well on this south side. It looked like they were goners, but they managed to find that opening and push their way in.
Icy finds Meku, who was able to take some shots up towards Besiktas. This is all over the place. This is not a third party, but this is a 10-man party at the moment. So many teams all engaging on one another. It's getting a little bit wild at the moment. And Muerte, though, historically one of the best teams on Sandhawk. They fell off massively towards the end of the Western Europe PMPL. However, they definitely had some very, very good games underneath their belt and were still the heavyweight champion of that map for such a long time, and now trying to bring it back. Crypto, though, up close. Striker, able to survive a little bit.
No longer, though, will go down, and Crypto to safety behind the rock. The Muerte playing around a rock of their own, and Nade in hand, cooked up top, and will be sent over towards Gonzo, but it doesn't quite reach the distance. Crypto looking to pop a heal or 2. 4 players alive for Unicorns of Love. A lot of teams out in the blue, 5 of them right now, healing on out. So still 8 teams remain, despite only 4 of them, 3 of them actually being in the circle.
A little bit wild here. Besiktas not used to this kind of gameplay, maybe. There's some other teams all taking the heal strat. Zessi has to move away, but Related does have eyes on and could go for the knock. He's got 2 first aid kits left, and the window of opportunity to get this extra elimination point is dwindling now.
Archon moving through for Surreal. Nade, I think, was there. English should be on broadside in this position, but there is suppression from both of these 2 players dealt with. Muerte stay alive with 2, but the Unicorns of Love are up on the top of the hill. Besiktas are falling before them. Unicorns of Love really putting in the work now. 11 eliminations on the cards. Muerte 10, but they are faltering with 2 players left standing. Nade over the top. Rolkis wants to end things quickly. Doesn't want to take the chance. Over towards the rest of the Muerte. Besiktas with 1 player still down the hill. Flank in the bush. Spotted, sprayed, needed, down. Looking for 1 more further out as well. It's Ingush. Not going to stand up into it just yet. Unicorns of Love staying alive as 4, though. Really, really effective. Zessi, no first aids. Will need to push on in. Try and find something. Try and find an opening. Fireflux eliminated. 4 teams remain now as the teams are starting to heal. Starting to drop as well. Zessi from down below. Do the Unicorns of Love even know that there's a player here? I wonder if they think the healer's just out in the zone and they're looking for more. Zessi could prove to be a big spoiler if Unicorns let it slip. He's found.
Kitsune takes that 2nd place, and I mean, he must have a lot of first aid kits still remaining, and why not as well? He's able to slip his way through boot camp. 1 first aid kit left alive. I'm not going to give away his secrets too soon in the tournament because I do like them. Maybe I'll talk about them on day 4, perhaps, but it will be a chicken dinner going over towards Unicorns. I love that. Great stuff indeed. But the Camp Alpha, as well as Northwest Mountain split there, works out massively well for HVP, taking themselves home a 2nd place. But Unicorns of Love, for great position in the center. And you know what? Kalaris believed.
He did, and it came through. The pink shirts reign supreme over on Sandhawk, and that means that it's 2-2 for Turkey, our West EU chicken dinner so far over the 4 games that we've had. A 30-point chicken dinner as well for Unicorns of Love. That is rip-roaring and really great for them on their totals to see them closer towards the top.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see, to be honest with you. I mean, Besiktas, though, gets a little bit closer towards those end games, which is great for them. Still a little bit of a shaky day for them so far. Still putting up some performance here and there, but nothing to write home about as of yet. Icy, there were 5 eliminations, and Crypto, 1,384 damage. That is a big, big number.
That is huge. It's hefty. Got a lot of chonk to it. That is quite the game coming through from the team. They played high grounds well. They stopped pushes going through well. It feels like this is a really solid performance from Unicorns of Love. Feels cohesive, and it's good to see Crypto back on form once again. We'll see if they can keep it going, but for now, we've got a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Unicorns of Love, what a game out of them, and one player in particular, Clarus' favorite player in the world, the myth, the legend, the greatest player to ever grace ourselves in PUBG Mobile. It's Crypto.
Did pretty well, didn't he? For a Sandhawk, I mean, he basically put up Sandhawk numbers on his lonesome here and was able to win this. I mean, you pick them in that position. They are, traditionally speaking, they are a team that is good on Sandhawk. Once they get a center circle position on Sandhawk, I think, for me, it was a no-brainer, and I don't know why you two didn't choose them.
I mean, the circle did come to them. They were central position at one point. All the teams that were going to fight them eventually had to crossroads, go uphill, and Unicorns of Love had all that information, right?
Yeah.
So it was very tough to fight them in the first place. I do agree it was a smart prediction to go with there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome on that one. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, I mean, Crypto in particular absolutely shredded the competition, and a lot of the teams that were trying to fight to get into the circle lost player after player. So when it took fights, it was not like an actual 4v4, except that S2G fight. It was like a 4v3, a 4v2, and they just closed off so quickly that they just never really suffered a casualty at some point. So yeah, hard to deny it away from them.
It was a little bit weird, I'd say, because it seems like quite a few teams, HVVP in particular is one of them, came into this game with a clear plan of, we're just going to heal off. I mean, Kitsune, you're talking about, we're watching Max just sitting on the Northwest Island, looted up as much as possible. They had no one to contest up there. And then he came in, obviously, later on, kept healing, stayed alive. But there was 5 teams in total who played the healing strat at the end.
Yeah, I think it's because of the circle, as we said, there's a lot of uphill, there's a lot of roads to cross to get access to that position, and when you have a central team as dominant as Unicorns of Love, they shoot everything that moves, you're just going to be like, okay, we're not moving in, and as it should be a plan B, they just go for the heal strat, because they know that chances of a chicken dinner are dwindling, then you should go for the heal strat, which is what Kitsune did. Like, they went wide split up towards Camp Alpha, towards even Hartin, get all that loot, sure you can still get in circle because you get the trifecta, which is a great spot to go for.
Yes.
But they know, okay, the circle, it's tough to cross, just heal it off.
And to be honest, only one Sandhawk a day compared to, you know, our league play, our phases, our final, etc., and things like that. So if anything's going to work out for you, play the averages, try and go for the heal strat. It's probably one of the better tactics to try and get as many points as possible across 4 games here, all things considered, since there isn't that many Sandhawks. I can understand why people are doing it.
Well, don't get me wrong, not as I'm criticizing them,
Sure,
but it was just kind of like, it was a clear game plan out of HVP, with just like, if the zone doesn't go our way, we're going to be healing off. But we had 5 teams in total doing so, and again, every placement point does help.
Well, as you say, like for HVVP, for example, if you get a Northwest Island finish, they're going to be trying to play that high ground, right? They have even more room, it feels like now, from what we saw in this game. Exactly. To be able to kind of have some room, etc., and things like that. I mean, I've seen in the Turkish region, a lot of teams trying to play like trifecta location, eventually trying to play trifecta location, Hartin, the compound south of Hartin and things like that. But still, HVVP, I think, in those Northwest Island games would have a lot of room to work with.
Okay, let's look back onto Unicorns here and get an idea of their player stats, actually, because we know Crypto put up some big numbers, and I'm actually really excited about one thing in particular.
Wow, it's Crypto! He's so good, wow.
When will he follow you back on Instagram?
Probably never, to be perfectly frank.
You know what? We need
I don't
all
think
of
I follow
Crypto's
him.
fans.
Wow, okay. You're done.
They hate me forever.
We need all of Crypto's fans out there over on Instagram. Is go tag him in every post saying go follow Kalaris back.
Yeah, you think that's going to work?
Yeah, but also then follow Kalaris too if you do that. Yeah, almost 1,400 damage coming in by him alone with only 4 eliminations. But looking down the list here, we got Icy in third with 313 damage. Gonzo as well with 600. Rokus, you know, the Maxman clone here at 217.
And the important thing about this, Max, is not much damage was done to them. They had a great high ground position to stage their assaults from. Yes, they took a bit of damage here and there. Of course, everyone's always going to have that for all intents and purposes. But the fact that they had such a vantage point gave them a real good chance at the victory.
Yeah, and you saw it's only what Crypto and Icy did around 300 damage received, right? So because it's always Icy and Crypto, the two players that are gonna be going on the forefront, going for the push, and the two other players on the back, you know, always gonna try and get that information, always trying to set up the two top fraggers to get that engaged at the first place. So yeah, I mean their comp worked as planned in a good circle where they still had 4 players alive. It's hard to argue that they're not going to get the win when they're in such a dominant position and just, you know, clearing path in front of them.
Yeah, well, let's take actually a look here at our total damage in the last match, because I'm almost assuming Crypto has more damage done himself than quite a few other teams out there. Actually, every other team out there except Duarte up at 2,300 damage.
I will say, Duarte, quite impressive for them, all things considered. We saw them throughout the entirety of Western Europe, dropping them for that Sami split, going for the heel strat, and getting themselves a lot of second places off the back of just that. But they had a Camp Charlie aggression, and then were able to play from the south side with not Sandhawk numbers worth of damage here. So good to see that they can play a different strat here on Sandhawk.
Yeah, they might have like, get the meds, but not for me. And just instantly going absolutely ham at it. But it was a great fragging duo. You had Ingush, and I think it was Strike in particular. They just backfield onto Madball's position. That was such a good fight, the way that they just got the angle. And they didn't have too much information too, but they're like, we have one opportunity to get rid of Madballs, instantly strike them down, and then you have so much more access. But because they kept taking fight after fight, then fighting, I believe, versus Besiktas also, losing players, and then you're going straight up against the Unicorns of Love that still has a 4 stack, you're going to reach an unfortunate end, and for them, it was Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, well, Unicorns of Love was the end for quite a few teams out there, as we saw. Let's take a look maybe at our overalls, right? Because we did have a 30-point game for Unicorns of Love. The standings will be very volatile right now because of this. You can see here, Fireflux in first place still at 74 points. And Unicorns of Love, you take away 30 points from that game, which means they only had 11 leading up to this point. That's how drastic of moves can happen with just that one good game. And keep in mind, there's only 4 days of play, 24 matches in total, and we've already used 4 of those.
I mean, especially since it's Sandhawk. Sandhawk is the definition of volatility when it comes to some of this stuff. So if a Unicorns of Love or a team is, you know, getting the specialities on that map and being able to kind of get these leaps up here and there, that could make a big difference, all things considered. But the fact that Fireflux is that many points ahead after 4 games is kind of obscene.
And you can see the Fireflux are willing to go for the heal strat too. I think it was Solus in this game that was going for the heal strat, and they go for those docks areas you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
No one's going to contest docks. It's really good to get those meds because you can go for these wide splits, like a 2-2 split in particular. 2 north, 2 south, get all the meds. If you can't get in circle, do like HVVP did, get a heal strat. That's some consistent points every single time.
I can understand why they do go for it as well. Docks is a weird drop location because you're so far in the corner. Imagine if you have a Northwest Island circle to go for example, as a finish. It's very difficult to do. And it's actually a surprising lack of options when it comes to the rotation paths into the mainland, because you've got Quarry as this landmark that kind of chokes you up a little bit when you're rotating from docks. So I understand why Fireflux also went for the heal strap.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to head into our 5th match of the day. That means it's going to be Erangel. 2 matches left to go, and we have a duo bringing you all the action. John and Blake.
We're getting towards the end of the first day, but Blank, we've still got 2 more games to go. As they said on the desk, we've still got a little bit of leg room to stretch on out as we get onto the 5th plane of the day.
I just had my feed freeze on my own forehead, so I apologize for that in advance. I'm so sorry. I've got a big forehead. I didn't want to take up the whole camera with it, but instead soon we'll be having some of these players take up the whole camera instead, because they are fantastic. And so far we've been seeing some interesting teams, especially Fireflux, who have really dominated so far in a lot of these games, which is great to see. But yeah, I'm interested to see what we'll see from them in future, because 2 chicken dinners on the day is pretty incredible.
Sorry, I think I just lost you towards the end there. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted out in just a moment. But we're getting into map number 5, as the plane path will be decided in just a moment. Another Erangel of the 3 to be played today. Northeast down towards the southwest. And the quarry will be the terminus of the plane path for the teams.
Yeah, moving straight through here, John. Mansion also quite easily to get to. Yasnaya for Besiktas, quickly out of the plane there. Rozok. And teams can even get up towards the top of Georgia Pole, which would be lovely to see.
Should be nice and kind to a lot of these teams looking to try and perform as well for the end of the day. Again, looking towards Besiktas to really kind of step up that pace, to kind of move on into a position that is befitting their station. Unicorns of Love stay out in Lipovka. Muerte heading a little bit further south than that. No teams really hot dropping just yet as New Worlds Esports head all the way out to Severna yet again.
Ozorox and Kameshki taking up the spot that Fireflux have played before. Instead, Fireflux will drop out a little bit later this time around, down towards Gatka, switching things up once again. 5th game of the day, penultimate, almost done. You see there our finals rankings. They are live as well, so you're seeing them in real time right now, guys. 74 points there for Fireflux, Mad Bulls with 49. So there is a big step down there from Fireflux to Mad Bulls, but still holding a pretty decent position on Mad Bulls. Not close. Not far behind, sorry, is S2G. Been having some good games, and Mad Bulls, it feels like for the first time in a long time, John, we're seeing teams actually be able to step up towards them and actually see them put under pressure and start to bleed a little bit in these fights is, you know, it's a sight to see. I don't want to say I feel too good about it and seeing a team that I really enjoy watching get beaten up so badly, but it's nice to see them not bully everyone else for once.
Certainly is, but hopefully that will lead to an improvement within that team, right? To be able to come in here and play against some of these teams that are giving them that run for the money. The Mad Bulls could be forged into an even stronger team, which maybe we didn't expect, but when you've got Fireflux rolling around in the way that they have been over these last couple of games, it is certainly a necessity, especially if you're going to both be playing on that west side of this next circle.
Absolutely. I think you're looking at this, and HVP, you're almost worried somewhat how they'll play this one out. I mean, Lutz is already sending himself over towards the eastern side of crates to get a little bit of some spotting over towards HVP early on. Make sure they can keep them in their eyes. But again, this is what Jason called at the start of the day. You know, a game to feel out these other teams, just find out where they're playing, what are their play styles, how do we adapt to it. I mean, we're already seeing a split lobby in the terms of playstyles. We've got a lot of teams playing center and a lot of teams playing edge, and this huge swathe of space in between that, which is kind of unused at the moment. I think that's what Fireflux has been able to take advantage all of today, which is being able to slip in between these gaps and get into these interesting positions. Just looking back towards our last Arangel, where they were able to head all the way over and down the western coast just behind Mad Bulls in Primos, was very cool to see, and something that maybe some of these other teams aren't using as well as Fireflux are currently. That will all change tomorrow though, as we know these teams will be thoroughly working overnight and in the day tomorrow to make sure they know and understand a lot of these rotations, how these teams play. So we might see a very, very, very different turn of events tomorrow.
I'm sure all of the analysts and all of these rosters are working overtime right now, making sure that they have those strategies downloaded into the IGLs, and hopefully the rest of the rosters players as well. No one down here. We're just getting a nice little view.
I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, this is one of the new additions to our angle. May as well take a quick cheeky peek at it whilst it is here. Teams able to play around that. I mean, there's been a lot of interesting scenarios where you get a circular base of operations to play around. You have teams kind of strutting around them like a Benny Hill scenario. Got the music rocking in the background as they chase one another around it. So I assume eventually we'll see something like that, John. In which case I'll be very, very happy. To Huerte though, great game there on Sandhawk, and able to take it all the way though, with Crypt absolutely blasting out of his mind for Unicorns. Love doing some serious throwdowns against these other teams. I think that's absolutely fair play, because Crypto has been kind of suplexing a lot of these lobbies recently, all in his lonesome. I think the rest of his team is coming up to meet him and greet him in some ways, but he's still putting in a fair share of work all on his lonesome. But I don't think you can really blame the rest of his team of Unicorns of Love. I think he is just that good that he almost looks like he is a solo on that team.
Although sometimes that's not entirely what you want. It can sometimes also be very effective, right? You can't always rely on it, but it is there should you need to fall back on it. A nice little ace in up the sleeve. Sequester that one away. Fireflux still in South George. This plane path and circle not really too difficult for many teams at all. Everyone fairly spread. No eliminations just yet. No hot drops. The closest there are is TJB currently, and Codex moving through Potato Hill.
Currently just trying to get into position. TJB obviously sometimes can be a little bit careless, and I think that it is what kind of holds them back a lot of times. It's themselves, you know, they've got their hands wrapped around themselves, you know, saying they don't want to fight, and that you should come towards them if you want to get the fists up. But a lot of times it's them who kind of takes themselves out of the picture and not able to continue on things onwards. On the other hand, they're great fighters. They're great team fighters. They're a great team with some insane capability. We just don't see it all the time. It really feels like it has to be the right temperature, the right time of day, at the right time of the month for them to actually step up and perform like we sometimes see them do, because it's so strange seeing how good they can be on their good days as opposed to their bad days. And the sad thing is that there are far more bad days than there are good days for them. And with 4 days only to play here in the finals, that kind of playstyle just does not come back in your favor.
It just doesn't fly, does it? It's not going to work out for you. It's volatile, and as you say, those up days do not outweigh the down days, even when you are playing on them. And in these short form tournaments, you're just going to have to hope you hit 2 good days in a row or something like that to try and blast on out. But difficult in such a strong lobby. HVVP seems like they've been holding their own for now. But we're looking for that big bang out performance that we've been waiting for them. They're not quite right at the top just yet. That's positions reserved for the likes of Fireflux. Well, really only Fireflux right now. A hefty points total ahead of everyone else. But second place all the way down to pretty much 7th place is very, very volatile still.
100%. Also just had my favorite producer talk in my ears, you know, provide me with some very important information, in fact, John, that you are 100% correct in that analysis. It is very volatile down towards the middling side of those tables, quite difficult to play around with, and I think that, you know, some of these teams could be shooting up towards, you know, those 5th places, which you talked about earlier, John, in the day, be extremely important considering S2G, Besiktas have already qualified. And I think for some of these teams, they were almost upset that, you know, Game Lord didn't qualify to this tournament, right? That would have been another case of, you know, if Game Lord did well, there'd be even more spots potentially available at an easier placing. Even down, we're talking 6th place, which is unheard of for a PMGC placement during the championships.
I mean, even then, you're looking at Besiktas, and they are sat really quite far down the tables. I think they're in 10th right now, blank, on the overall standings, which means that it doesn't matter if they've already qualified. If they finish in 10th, it is just going to be those top 4, assuming S2G stays up there amongst the heady heights of the top 4, or top 3 rather. Otherwise, it wouldn't really affect anything else. But Besiktas not being there, it does raise that bar. And Game Lord not being here as well raises it even further, to the point where if Besiktas can't turn it on at this stage, they might even be out of the running for top 3 altogether.
So take your sand, remove it from your bags because I want to see Besiktas get towards the top of the tables. Not because I want to see more teams maybe jump their way into PMGC with an easier time, but more because I do want to see what Besiktas can do here. And honestly, it really will be a great test for them because although, yeah, you could cruise on by, find your way into PMGC by just taking a leisurely stroll down the river, at the same time, you don't want to be going to PMGC with that kind of face, right? You want to be going to PMGC with your chin held high, coming off the back of a very strong performance in your respective championship. It does not bode well for you, and that confidence can slip in those certain circumstances.
Definitely, I absolutely agree. But I also have the thought that maybe for teams like Besiktas and S2G, well, specifically for those two teams, you could almost look at this lobby as a scrim set. Moving towards PMGC, this is one of the best set of scrims you're going to get. It's possible to try things out on it at this stage. So there's potential the Besiktas are trying out some newer things, some little things that they can finagle and change and jiggle about. But at the moment, it kind of doesn't even feel that way.
All right.
There is potential that that's the excuse you could come out with, but even then, I feel like they haven't quite been able to do that. New Worlds able to roll all the way up on the ground floor of Icy, get the knock, and that should be one dead Icy.
As should be, as John inspects Besiktas' little insane things that they do in this tournament. Unicorns of Love set back down to 3, rocking up onto S2G as well. Not a good place to be here. Versus a very competent team. Crypto parks things up in a neighborhood that he thinks is peaceful, friendly almost. But no, there are some quite scary brutes in the area that he will have to deal with as Razy pulls out the UMP. Deadly weapon, close range.
Does Crypto check the angle? Oh, I've got to think that he's not ready for it now. He has no idea. Unicorns of Love lose a second. You might have won on the last one, but cut down to the players now on the Erangel. The third actually one of the day. And you're left with just Gonzo and Rolkis out in the open as well. No real position that they can kind of call their own. Not good at this stage.
I don't think Unicorns of Love are going to go much further in this game. Unfortunately, there does seem to be a reoccurring trend that we see rather often from this team, which is that once they lose one player, one of their star players, in fact, with Icy or Crypto, the rest of the team kind of starts to buckle just a little bit behind the weight of responsibilities that lies around their shoulders and their neck. And I think that that is something that they do need to start working on. It's something that Mad Bulls are very good at, is that when they lose one player, a lot of times they become more savage than they were when they only had, when they had 4. Down to 3, they become a little bit more of a difficult beast to tango with a lot of times. And I think that's what you need to do. You need to be able to quickly change your game plan on a dime, depending on how many players you still have left remaining. And you'll see Mad Bulls, S2G even do this, where they have one limited player, and they will have to play separate roles, but they will change how they play those. For instance, Mad Bulls won't as often send skills as out to do some reckless scouting. They'll keep them together so they can set up off angles.
Shots over towards Surreal. Will win out the trade. TJB with GK first down. We'll probably be looking for this res. Unicorns of Love across the way. And Surreal yet to go for the full push, the full commit there. Should be resable for TJB, which they'll be happy with. Bold push from Lin. Timber does have the angle from the church on the northwest side of Pachinki. But TJB looking to counter that. Unicorns of Love moving through the city as well. Right now, Surreal have a really strong spot.
It's a decent position, 100% a great spot to be able to hold out a lot of these teams coming through on the eastern side. You can see some of the players from Unicorns of Love trying to rock up, find themselves a position to hunker down in, remain unknown. TJB find the spoils of war there, trying to pick up as much as possible, stealing more from their own team than anyone else. Besiktas though rock up towards Rozhok Hill, and they get ripped apart. This is not good for them. It's Demuerte looking now down towards Peace.
It's demoralizing if nothing else. Peace does have the AUG, but that AF sees to it that that's not going to have an impact any further. Besiktas really struggling. One player left standing. And they're already out of the way. Zessi far forwards on this, so no way that this comes back in. New Worlds up the top of the hill. Potentially proving to be troublesome. Striker down. Reservoir position right now if they can slow down this approach from New Worlds Esports.
Rookie sends a nade over the top, and that's anything but like a rookie, a veteran with the nade in hand there. More players start to swim up towards this top side. Kamikaze with the M4.
Leads on up, gets the first flush, and Muerte actually getting pulled apart here. Zessi getting away from it for Besiktas, keeps them alive for just that little bit longer. Another flush over onto Striker, leaves just Dadaev alive for the Muerte. Plenty of vehicles, a couple of meds as well. Should be okay to pop some stins and try and just get on out of there. And it seems like that is on the cards for New Worlds as well, as they send for the circle. Just that little bit closer. It's going to close soon, and the next one will pop.
Shots are being plinked over towards them, so moving out of the circle. Zessi forward, taking shots towards New World, trying to keep them at bay for the time being. Circle shifts on top of S2G. Now this is a great opportunity for them to try and make things a little bit more even Stevens with the guys at the top in Fire Flux. They're able to dominate over the top of them in the finals, the Turkey.
Ozorox taking on Old Boy and winning out the first trade, but Corker gets the gun down on towards Nox. Looks like Ozorox are suffering pretty heavily here. Sephir low, Storm close by to Old Boy, wants to put the nade in for the flush and will be able to get it. Nox still knocked, Storm steps up, Tulika falls back before the shots come through. Corker suppressing this position really, really hard. There's an auto shotgun in hand as Tulika may be looking to try and trade it out, but Corker finally gets that backstop leverage to work. Lifts on the fulcrum and takes down Storm. Now, up to the tree. It's just not going to work. Tulika takes it down. That's what you're looking for.
I mean, Noxbomb still coming in with a nice nade there over the top, looking for a little bit more, but Corker's having the time of his life as Ozorock keeps running into the same position where Corker found it before. Mir steps up, and Corker's just having the time of his life.
Just keeping these shots going down. It's really solid stuff, honestly. I mean, just Ozorock's not dealing with this off angle. Not used to it potentially, but either way, getting dismantled by it. If you don't know, get to know.
Surreal, pick up another from Ozorox. But yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, Swan moved away from that western side of the tree, in which case you did see another player from Ozorox immediately take position there, to which Corker was wondering why, and then quickly put him back to bed. So, very well done. Unfortunately, they do lose Old Boy, which is not ideal. Mad Bulls holding a very classical compound, which most of you at home should know. It's sort of the compounds that I like to take up in my games. Unfortunately, this is right on the edge of the circle. So it doesn't provide with them with a lot of cover, a lot of positioning, but, you know, it is a great place to scout out. They will have to move over the top of the hillside, when Unicorns love moving down this way. Could be kind of a thorn in the side here.
Choices to be made, for sure. Mad Bulls still as 4. Very, very grouped together right now on the south side. Unicorns are love. He said they wouldn't go much further in this game. It looks like that might just be coming to a close now. As Rolkis got knocked. Gonzo last standing now for the roster. Boren knocked for the Wildcats as well in the middle on one of the roadside compounds on a nice little high ground overlooking quite a lot of positions. Really not ideal to take a knock in this spot. Boren was looking out towards the north, did get spotted. TJB across to the church that Surreal were holding. Will be in a 3 versus 3 position right now. Nade down through the roof. Not really going to find too much already. Opening up as Virtus Pro are taking in on the back as well. Timber healing on the roof. Jet Gill low. 2 players alive for Shockwave as TJB continue to put pressure on. Up the top, Lin gets another knock, gets a spray, spots Beast in the little divot, and will be able to move on out. Takes actually on the bonnet there, over the ridge, and there's no prisoners coming through for TJB. Lin wants to get this heal on through. Tingsker did go down in the meantime. Lin unfortunately falls to the zone.
I mean, I don't know what happened there. That was
Crazy.
that was TJB-esque. Lynn on the floor, but was on the top of the bonnet for some while as TJB forced him to play the game for a little bit longer. Predictions come in. S2G, 2 of them, and I mean, from the position they were in, they were looking like a well-respected cavalryman, and the lobby forgot to bring the spears. Hard to dismount from that spot, unfortunately. However, Circle moves down south side, so now there is a chance for some of these teams, but it's massively open ground here. The Wildcats currently have something of a base to perform from.
Fireflux as well, the other prediction on the northwestern side. No eliminations in this game so far. S2G with just the one. Again, quiet games from these two teams. HVVP on their north side, potentially problems for the both of them on this next southward push. And it's going to be made really quite difficult by the position from the Wildcats.
Wildcats should be able to hold off a lot of these teams coming in from that north side. The thing they have to worry about is TJB, who are currently somewhat of a rage, you know, a blood fury, as they're sending their way across from this eastern side. S2G, though, do find some pickoffs over towards HVVP, and they're slowly but surely falling. Say one thing of the S2G, say that they are fantastic shots in this game.
Miku, though, does go down, and Solke, some solid shots of his own. Flush out as well, leaving HVVP somewhat destitute as they split their forces. Kind of go down swinging at nothing. Fireflux moving in from that northern side, uncontested. So S2G currently preoccupied by that maneuver by HVVP.
JB moving up. GG in front of them though. This is a really nice rock. Favorite a lot of teams. I'm telling you, it's a nice rock, dude.
That is a nice boulder.
That is a nice boulder. All right. I mean, look at it. Look how powerful this position it gives them. So many angles to play around with. Difficult to get a nade over the top without some kind of powerful idea of where these teams are playing. But TJB making it look easy.
Zhao able to get the shots down with the auto shotty. GG though fended off, and TJB lose the tilt. The joust goes the way of the good guys. Staying alive, 4 of them are there as well. They can get these reses. They're right on the edge of this next circle too.
And finally TJB are calmed down just somewhat there before their next match. So heading off towards this eastern side. Mad Bull's been fairly quiet in terms of their rotations, but certainly still putting in the work on their side. 3 eliminations so far. And they have very, very good position now to start taking some shots outwards, even with Monkey in effect now starting to sneak in on that south side.
Ooh, nice little flush coming through from S2G. 4 eliminations now. Razy going down earlier. Fireflux looking to sweep on the western edge. S2G spotted by the Dennisbank Wildcats. UWorld's eliminated in the meantime, caught in the crunch. Fireflux now looking to just sandwich this position in. They will have to move southwards after this right into the Dennisbank Wildcats outpost, but get rid of S2G. Really solid start. Fireflux ruined the day. Now there's only one prediction live. I think that's Kylaris over on the desk with the Fireflux prediction. So good news for him. Good news for his totals, but 3 eliminations. Still yet to rack up the things we've seen from them before, but a good performance. Top 5 guaranteed.
Yeah, Fireflux still have to get in. Circumvented the bouncer of Wildcats requesting ID at the circle barrier. Unfortunately, S2G didn't bring any with them. On the other hand, Fireflux slipped through the back door. Get into the club, into the party, into the engagement. Mad Bull's currently holding on either side of the road. Very expansive split here. They know that they can play these out comfortably, though. They've done it so many times before. Fash already hitting the floor.
Once again, though, Mad Bulls into the game late. Really solid macro, yet again, from the Mad Bulls on the southwestern side. Split across the road as well, across that path in the middle of the map that splits this circle right now. In effect, moving along these hillsides, takes the challenge across the way with Pioneer. And Havlik Not quite able to get that final tick of damage. Needs to be careful though with the blue zone there. Effect could go down any second if he's spotted, if he's ticked, if he's tickled in any way, shape or form. Havlik stands up, needs to go for the push, needs to go for the rush, but Zerich is not looking out that direction. Fortunately, Lutz is. Fireflux handle Pioneer and take the Thorn out of the Mad Bull's side.
Yeah, and save Effect in the process. Guardian Angel looking over the top of their shoulder. Fortunately for them, Wildcats also still in the area. Lutz rocks up, has no idea. X-Ray kind of fluffs the spray, but still makes it happen.
Taste of his own medicine there. Solke not able to get the little sneaky snake around the edge. Drops out into the blue zone. Forces the re-engage around the side as well. But the blue zone is there, putting pressure on X-Ray. And masterfully handled by Solke. Unfortunately, there are people on the back line. And Fireflux are faltering. 2 players now on the north side. And they have to push further south. Mad Bulls starting to exert control. Moving forwards. Good guys moving into the back of this fight as well. Defo X falls. Now it's just Lux alive for the Wildcats. GG with 4 up, but 1 down. The Mad Bulls with all 4 of them alive and kicking.
It's the bad guys, though, that are coming in quite quickly here are the Mad Bulls. Looking to take themselves another chicken dinner on the day and set things straight with Fireflux. Also getting quite far into this game. They might not break even with them on the overall rankings, but they will certainly set a statement here.
Close that gap just a little bit. 6 eliminations. 4 players alive. That split, that 2 and 2.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
That's a big nade. That's a huge nade over towards the top, and there comes the good guys as well, looking for their slice of the pie. Lutz goes down. Ketch last standing for Fireflux in what looks to be a nice campaign to sweep on the north side, but will be drawn short by the Mad Bulls, picking up 8 eliminations now on the game. Fireflux out 18 points total. Can the gap be closed? Can they breach on forwards? Rip 7 out in the open, spotted. Effect gets the knock. Zerich actually getting the knock over there and out into the open player. 2 players stand for GG, but they are both lying down. Unfortunately for Effect, they got their sights trained their way. It is traded off, and now it's just Realm. Has 1 nade, 1 chance. Skills is there, in with the vehicle. He steps up, wants the spray. Flush onto Folky. 1 player left, and the Mad Bulls claim it. A chicken dinner coming through from Mad Bulls.
What a game there from Mad Bulls, though, John. Very quiet as per usual, but once they start charging, you know that they are a rampaging bull in these games. And it was so exciting for me, honestly. I had a little smile on my face. I saw Effect send wide and Zerich start to set up this crossfire. I was like, I've seen this before. I know where this goes. And unfortunately today, it will not be the good guys who are winning. We're getting a sad ending to our movie, but we will need a sequel over on our next map, because we will be having 1 more on the day before we do finish this out on Miramar. But exciting stuff. It's been a fantastic day so far, full of a lot of up and downs. I'm not sure where to look, but there are so many good teams so far.
I mean, 2 chicken dinners now today for Mad Bulls, 2 for Fireflux. It's looking like a pretty even fight, but then when you look at the points totals, it really doesn't echo that so far. Solke, though, still racking up most eliminations on the game. I think they ended the game with 8 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, so Solke getting the lion's share of that.
Yeah, he's doing some fantastic work, and I think from one of the players that was kind of like in the wings a lot of the times, you know, he kind of provides a lot of that information going through, and now becoming one of their top contenders for, you know, performance in terms of eliminations and damage is really astounding. And I mean, you know, he does let a lot of these other players on his team, you know, take the podium and a lot of the credit, but you know, when needs come to must, you know, that is when this happens, where Solke starts to pop off.
And absolutely doing work for the team, keeping everybody nice and safe and ready to go. Right towards the end there, Fireflux looked like they were strong, but unfortunately they did get shut down, pinched just a little bit too hard there. And the Mad Bulls, I mean, that macro, what can you do against
Ouch,
it, right?
Mad Bulls, that hurts.
Exactly, you can't be doing that. That is unfortunate. But the good news for the guys over on the desk is that none of them got those predictions right.
3 openings in the hospital walls. What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's first floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now.
I swear there are other teams here participating besides Mad Bulls and Fireflux. We saw Unicorns of Love. The Mad Bulls, again, another victory. And again, a team, as you talked about at the start of the day, Max, fighting for a spot into PMGC. They're not qualified in. They almost qualified from points alone just in PMPL Western Europe. They are looking fantastic to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, currently one of the top contenders was Fireflux when it comes to securing a position in PMGC, right? And seeing how good their strat is every single time, I think that they could also maybe perform in PMGC if they make it that far. So, I mean, yeah, 2 chicken dinners for Mad Bulls, 2 for Fireflux, 1 for Unicorns of Love because it was Sandhawk, but yeah, they're doing pretty good so far. And it's hard to contest it because they had a game plan entering into today and it's been working out almost flawlessly.
Yeah, well, we can see here 26 points coming in for them. Another team we haven't touched on too much, and we will touch on here coming into this segment in a little bit of time, is Good Guys. They are 2nd overall, sorry, 3rd overall. Been looking fantastic. 20 points in this game. They've kind of been, for us, a little bit of a dark horse so far within this event when you have such big names like Fireflux, Dennis Bank Wildcats, S2G, etc. But they have been putting on a stellar show today.
Ever present, especially on Erangels, which is really good to see here, considering it is people's bread and butter. I'm curious to see if they can continue on this form. Again, you know, watching the Turkish region and seeing how things went there. It's not that like they sneaked into the top 8. They definitely claimed their spot there quite strongly. But in the phases, you know, across the whole of all the phases, I wasn't particularly amazed by what they were bringing to the table. So let's see if we can continue on.
Yeah, and one team I'm not particularly amazed with is Besiktas so far, actually. I wanted to talk about them earlier on today, but I want to give them a little bit more time. This team placed 2nd in PMPL Turkey. And they were, I think, 13th at 6 points before they finally had like a 15-point match. This team, I expected so much more out of them.
I think you mentioned it at the start of the show, actually, today, Jason. You said that like today's more of like a feeler day for some of these teams, right? Like,
I think that was Kalaris, but yeah.
No, I think
it sounds like something Kalaris would say.
you said it.
It sounded smart, so that's why I defaulted to Kalaris.
Oh, thank you.
Very good point, Kalaris. It's more like a feeler day, so I think that after today, they're going to be like, our playstyle of playing Edge is just not working in this type of lobby. You've got to go back to the drawing board. Unfortunately, because it's 4 days in a row, no break days, it's going to be tough to make that change and hopefully have it make it a positive change. But so far, it hasn't been working out. And the team that was seen as a favorite is now struggling, and they did not qualify to PMGC, so it's rough right now.
I mean, they made their Edge play and stuff like that look really good in the Turkish region, but it's not looked decent here. They've also looked quite slow on their movement on the edge, which really hasn't helped them whatsoever here. And when they're kind of moving towards even the edge play, they're not winning out the fight. So yeah, feel a day maybe, and then from there maybe some adjustments in the next days, but it's got to happen quick.
Kind of scares me though, thinking back or thinking ahead into PMGC, right? You only have a couple of days of play to make into the top positions to get into the finals. Otherwise, you have to play yet again another week. Having feeler days might not benefit you too much coming up into the big event of the year. But right now, Mad Bulls, they don't need to feel at anything because they are looking fantastic. We're going to drop into their player stats here in this last match. And of course, Effect, the leader of the team here on damage, 3 eliminations as well. And that Zerich Effect combo that we saw so prevalent when it came to PMPL Western Europe is coming alive again.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tilted because when we play our games, Kalaris, we drop Primorsk. Why can't we do this? Why can't we rotate like this in our games?
Because you're on the team, probably, Max.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
No, it's because sometimes we have John, and that's the...
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. He just drives off in a car, leaving you behind, and then...
That's right.
Yeah, that is... I don't want to say too much. I don't want to spoil things.
Rough time.
Yeah, rough times indeed. But as we can see here, I mean, Effect, again, he's really... maintain that level of play. And the funny thing was, right, for Mad Bulls, if you guys didn't watch PMPL Western Europe, I said going to the finals, I don't expect them to play as well as they did in the league stage. They did.
Yes.
I come into this event, I didn't expect Effect to be still as good of a player as he was in Western Europe, and he is. I don't know what it is about this team, but they are just unstoppable almost.
You're going to have to face it, Jason, they're a really good team.
Yeah.
They're a good team, yeah. They're CCT.
It's down to their preparation. Like he said it on the interview, right? 6 months of preparation for PMPL Western Europe. If they put the same amount of preparation for this tournament, what's going to stop them? Really, it's not much.
To be fair, Max, there wasn't 6 months between Western Europe finals and this.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, I did the math, and yeah, okay, I can't. But still, the amount of preparation they made, right? It was still there was going to be some teams that were already win this lobby. They already played up against. They just had to do some extra prep on the Turkish teams. And already done it. Like, their rotations work every time. 2 chicken dinners in the books, 1 on Erangel, 1 on Miramar. Yeah, this team is scary, and they were ready for this type of level of play. And I think that entering in PMGC, they could also perform there.
If they do the same level of prep for PMGC that they did for PMPL Western Europe and for the EU Championship.
Good.
Well, let's take a look at another team, though. We talked about them at the start of this. Good guys. This team has kind of been a little bit under the radar, but have been extremely consistent today as we take a look at their player stats. And honestly, I'm super impressed with these guys. I mean, you can see this is according to all of the matches today. Rip 7, 1,600 damage. Z-Wolf, 1,000 damage. Room, 1,100 damage. Falky, 1,100 damage. Like, no one's really slacking in this team.
They're constantly, again, I have to emphasize this more on Erangel. They're constantly putting themselves in good positions on Erangel, I feel, to be able to kind of win things out. When you go back to the Fireflux win that they got against HVVP, I think that good guys were in a decent position there, but lose out to Fireflux on the push through. Yeah. And then here, once again, they had kind of a high ground position that they were working with against a lot of the teams that were kind of on the downslope against this. And unfortunately for them, they come up against teams like your Mad Bulls, your Firefluxes on the other side of these circles, and it doesn't work out. But they're putting themselves in great spots. And if they're not going up against these absolute titans, I think they could probably win out some of these games.
And they got a plethora of international experience too, right? You got Rip 7, that's played already international tournaments, been doing extremely well on that side, and he's been able to bring a lot of experience, especially Z-Wolf. I remember Z-Wolf, not really a player I know much of in the past, but I've been watching PMPL Turkey in the past, and he has stepped up tremendously. So I feel like it's a situation where all that information and knowledge from other players just arrived on Z-Wolf, and he's like really stepped up in recent years.
It came from your favorite team. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
There's got Ron from Footballist also.
No. You got Papara, Supermassive Blaze coming in for that. I mean, if you look at like the Turkish scene, right? It's quite different than the Western European scene, where you have like all these players have basically played with each other at some point on some roster, and then they just try to find the best conglomeration of the players to make this team work.
Yeah, the language barrier is not necessarily a thing, right?
What language barrier?
Exactly. In Western Europe, you have teams speaking French, teams speaking other languages, etc. I can't think of anything other than French. I don't know why. But basically, it's very important that does actually cause problems or potential problems, whereas for the Turkish region, extremely deep with talent. They have a wealth of talent to choose from when it comes to these players, and as you say, a lot of them play well together. Even if they're not necessarily on teams together, they'll actually just play normal games together with friend groups, etc. and things like that.
I mean, if you see some of the interviews also of some of the Turkish players, they'll say, oh yeah, we're friends with like pretty much everyone. So that's why we're seeing so many roster changes, and it works is because they just know each other really well on a good friendly basis, and they just can make roster changes like that.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen? We are, funny enough, actually, at our last match of the day. I didn't realize how quickly it went, but we are here. It is right now. It's going to be over to Miramar here, and that will be the first day done and dusted, but we got to get that final match done. So let's go back to John and Blake here to kick it off.
We're going to jump in that plane and leave you guys in the dust as we head over into Miramar. We're going to be getting our final game of the day. As the guys over on the desk said, we're looking for more from Besiktas. We're looking if those top teams can keep that pedal down to the metal.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of these teams are looking to keep moving forward, keep pushing as far as they can, right? And I mean, for Fireflux, they're having success on most games, right? I think that's the scary thing, and I think Mad Bulls are realizing this, is that like, wow, our medicine does not taste great. Why did we force everyone else to have it? In the sense that, you know, they were always some kind of points ahead of everyone else. It was very hard to catch them up because every single game they did decently well. And now, because they're chasing, things feel all that more difficult. So they need to keep putting up these good performances. But now with teams that can catch them off guard on their rotates, they're getting a little bit more worrisome. Still, either way, they are towards the top of the rankings. I say towards the top, they are right towards the top of the rankings and still doing well for themselves. But I think this is a team that, had a lot of confidence. We heard that interview from Effect at the start of the day where, he seemed very stoic in his thoughts that, they were going to come into this, they were going to absolutely blast everyone out the water. And I think they're now coming up against competition that is starting to challenge them. I think that's a good thing, though. I think if you're challenged, you can improve more. And I think in Western Europe, they didn't stagnate at all, and I think that is a very remarkable thing to be able to do, considering the amount of games that they dominated over there. But now they finally get something to actually test themselves against, which I think is going to be great for them going forward.
And it would be a crying shame if the only Western Europe representatives at the PMGC were going to be Game Lord, right? It feels like we need some other representation, and I feel like the Mad Bulls is that for Western Europe. But they do, as you say, have to get through that barrier of the Turkish teams, specifically Fireflux, right? The biggest barrier at the moment for pretty much everyone in the lobby. I mean, take a look at those standings. It's absolutely nuts. 5 games, 92 points. That is honestly flabbergasting. Like, that's almost, what is that, almost 20 points a game? Yeah, it's kind of nuts, right? It's like 18 points a game or something like that.
It rivals performances coming through from Mad Bulls over in the Western Europe tournament, which was very, very crazily good from the Mad Bulls themselves. I think their top performance in the finals was like a 97-point day. To do 92 points already with 1 game remaining is somewhat surprising for Fireflux, and I think this is a team that is very, very much doggedly chasing that PMGC spot at the moment. And I would be absolutely proud if they continued performing at this rate for them to go ahead and represent, us in this Western European Championship. Honestly, it would be very, very good. And I'd like to see them there in the old PMGC, It comes along every single year and we see different teams all the time. But I think this year is going to be one of the biggest years for PMGC, considering the wealth of talent we currently have. I mean, Kalaris was even talking about, we've have so many regions that have opened up and found their love for PUBG Mobile, and there is just talent there has been developed for quite some time now, and we're starting to find all these players that really have risen to the top of the market.
And we're not only seeing players rising to the top, we're seeing structures and organizations rise around them, right? Because that is really what carries regions to improve, is having consistency in terms of player bases, in terms of having those organizations on board. It's really, really good stuff for them. It's really nice to see that these things are starting to come through, because, I mean, we stunt on Unicorns a love a bit for changing roster every season, right? But that kind of has been scuppering them a couple of times. Luckily, they've managed to make it through here again. I say luckily, through their effort and through their very valorous performances that they've had. They have made it to this point, but they do keep changing that roster. Hopefully, those things will start to solidify further and give people that foundation that is necessary to build a strong region.
I think for Unicorns Love, there's no reason, in fact, to change this roster anymore. I think they've found themselves a winning formula. It's gotten far at this point in time. Yeah, there's a chance here right now that, they might not even make it through to PMGC, but I think that's fine. Go back to the drawing board, play some more tournaments in the meantime, try and work up that synergy, because I think for a team that recently formed and has worked together and tried to make something happen, they look astoundingly good, right? And I think for them to get this far already is really good news. And we've seen many, many teams before not perform amazingly at the beginning and have some insane improvements. I mean, you take a look at the guys over on UDR Killers, who went through very, very different amount of a lot of different teams, right, under a lot of different banners, but they stood together for a long time. And they have improved season to season. They've got better and better and better. And I think that, that was from a team that looked, I'm sorry to say it, really quite bad when they first started out, with not a lot of hopes in them, but they kept it going strong and they've kept going, and I think that could happen similarly for Unicorns of Love, who at their base point is far, far above where UDR Killer started.
Hopefully that can continue to be built up on. De Muerte moving through for now. They're fairly central already into the circle. S2G, HVVP close. La Copraria drop for HVVP. Silas, very, very split from the rest of the team right now. Much further north than they are. So if Meku gets the drop on him, or the other way around, I mean, both of them are split from their teams. It's going to be a clean elimination.
It will be. I think this is a pretty general rotational path for the guys from HVP. They don't tend to rotate down past Crater Fields into the vicinity of Mad Bulls. They'd much rather not do that. Now Meku does spot him, takes shots, but early, very early, too early in fact, and is not able to find an elimination that should have come through superbly fast there.
It's just not going to happen for him, unfortunately. They don't manage to claim Silas, of course, the MVP of Turkey. Would be a really heavy hit over towards S2G's totals. And a fairly nice time to be able to find those hits as well, because S2G challenging out towards those top of the tables. 55 points for S2G. Mad Bulls starting to open up a lead in second place as well, but HVVP 38 points, not far off of S2G's position as well, so potential there to be a little bit of a nuisance.
GG able to keep putting up performances throughout the day. There hasn't been amazing by any stretch of the word, but it has been decent, right? They've been able to get themselves up towards the top of the standings, which looks great. You know, third place at the moment, 67 points behind Mad Bulls with 75. S2G falling off just a little bit. Still look really strong though, John. I think that's what we do need to continue to consider, is that, you know, maybe they haven't had the most circle look today, and they have had to often fight for their right to that chicken dinner, right? And I think that has been quite difficult for them at times, yet they have made it still quite far in these games. And I think that, you know, when you come to a championship like this, where it's not always going to go in your favor, you still have to be able to play out those days where things are going to be a bit of a struggle for you. And even so, they still look top-notch versus a lot of these teams in the lobbies, causing massive amount of problems. I think I'm just looking back towards our last Arangel, where they were stuck on the northern side, and yet we're still able to take fights with 4 separate teams at the same time before they were finally put down.
Takes multiple wounds, but in the end, can always be brought down. If it bleeds, it can be eliminated.
You can eliminate it.
Just got to cover yourself in mud sometimes. Get a little bit dirty. Play outside the line. Striker downhill from Hamzy. He knows not what danger he is in.
No, that would have been the perfect time whilst he was on the actual vault. Keeps moving around though, understand. I mean, that's discipline right there. Fortunately for him, not quite disciplined enough. Luckily, the movement means it's not a clean knock, in which case he's able to drop down, but doubt that his teammate is going to be able to get up towards him in time to be able to pick him up. Being inside, it would require S2G to move off of their high ground position, so might be able to live for a while. Unfortunately, now he is a bit of a bait on the end of a hook for the rest of S2G. Hamzy, though, doesn't take any time of getting further into position, spots the vehicle, shots are coming through, the party bus could take a beating, but how much can it take?
Not too much more, you'd have to think, but rescue mission still on the cards, seemingly. Besiktas over on the northeastern side, yet to make their way on in. A nice central shrink means not too dramatic a move for most of these teams on the final map of the day. It's crazy that the top 3 elimination spots are all Fireflux, 13, 12, and 12.
Yeah, it's nice and evenly spread, right? I'd like to see that personally, you know, a team that's all working in tandem to make these things happen. And again, with how far and away they are ahead of every single other player in this lobby, it makes sense to see them there. On the flip side of things, highest damage is going through to many different teams there, not one of them being from Fireflux. So they're great at kind of picking up these eliminations here and there, but not exactly amazing at picking up all the damage. But a lot of the times that can also mean just great conversion from the damage to the eliminations. You know, they're clean with their engagements.
It was Mad Bulls who are topping the table there with Zerich so far. And the presence of the Mad Bulls is being felt, I'm sure. This time on the northwest side. El Pozo will have to move down south past HVVP. They could, of course, opt to go west on that western road, play those hills there. But there's a risk that you will be crunched under the teams that have to move that way if the circle goes out close crash from the dark horse of the lobby. Good guys. Codex.
Codex. Bit of a rough day today, honestly. Able to get too much done. See them there sat right down towards the bottom of the rankings. It's not been great, and I think that, you know, they finally kind of met their match now, John. With this lobby, it was always going to be difficult. They were able to eke their way into the championship itself, but you know, there's only so much you can improve, right, in the space of a short tournament, in the grand scheme of things, really. But I'm sure we'll see them again for our spring next year for EU, in which case maybe they'll do something good there as well. But right now in this championship, things are starting to look a little bit dire for them.
Far from ideal, but someone has to lose, don't they? You know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Besiktas as well, feeling that crumble. Down in 12th place, 22 points right now. Rearguard, Ozorox Esports, 9 points over the 5 games they've played. Not good, but still more than some days we've seen.
S2G loses a player there to Fireflux, who were swarming over the top side of Power Grid. Really unfortunate stuff. S2G Silas in the meantime cracks one off over towards Muerte. They've been holding this position for a while, but Fireflux being on the approach from that north side spells a bit of danger for them. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful with this.
Far from easy going. Besiktas in the circle. We'll have to move. Mad Bull's close to HVVP. Tixie. He's gone down first a couple of times for HVVP. This time maybe no different, but it looks like the Mad Bulls might just push on past towards the north side of Monte Nuevo. Currently held on 4 points by New Worlds Esports. South shift on the circle brings us down a little bit closer to Ladriera.
An interesting circle, actually. I mean, there is that western side, which has a bit of hill, ridge side to play along, gives you some high ground to play around with. But with it being so close to the actual side of that circle, things are looking a little bit sad for any team that wants to pick up that. On the other hand, you know, Pioneer's got a great spot, but TJB currently holding the highest of grounds. And like you said, that little ooh coming towards from Mad Bulls, losing 2 of their players on the approach. So maybe we'll be able to put up the biggest performance here on Miramar and catch up too heavily towards Fireflux.
Looking less and less likely by the moment. Skills and Monkey both sending away 2 players downed. That's Effect and Zerich. 2 very strong players for the roster, so not good news for their final game of the day. Still, they've put up some good numbers already. See if they can carry that forwards. Good guys. Speaking of putting up good numbers, these guys have been on form today. Virtus Pro will be their next challenge round. On the wall, we'll spray down Mur. Has cover as well from the back, and a lovely knock coming through. TJB looking to potentially third party here as they answer in with a volley. Mur flushed out, and everybody wants a piece of the pie now as Virtus Pro suffer on an attempted push. 2 players standing, 2 Liquor and Corker on the back.
A lot of players getting dug in here. The circle starts to close up. Most players actually within the circle already. Pioneer still holding a fairly strong position. A lot of unlikely faces here towards the center. Might be that we get some of our strongest teams not even seeing towards the end of the game, with Fireflux currently beset on all sides by teams. New Worlds, S2G, HVVP even coming into contestation with them.
Fireflux. 4 players split across the road. New World's not yet ready to push on in. Backs to the north circle. HVVP looking to push on past through the open ground, but New World still with the outposts there can slow things down pretty heavy. Add those weights in, make the march all the harder. Surreal taking the challenge in the meantime with the Dennis Bank Wildcats. Nades over the top are good, the knocks are good as well, but Surreal are taking hits back on through from Defo X. Lux around the hillside, repositions out of the buggy. Falls back, fades away, gets back towards the ridgeline. Boren On a broadside here, unfortunately, to Archon, but gets back to cover behind the pickup truck. Jetgill, in the meantime, not so hesitant to go on forwards. Gets the leg sweep. Will take poor end down. 2 players up the top for the Dennis Bank Wildcats, but Lux is on the swivel. Finds Jetgill, and now it's just Archon at the back. Playing. A north shift on the circle gives the teams playing on the Montenuevo Crossroads a little bit more leeway.
Fireflux might be able to make something big happen here. They lost a player earlier to a knock, but able to get him back up on his feet. Currently engaging with New World, but that's a lovely nade. Takes down 2 of them.
Archon still has Jetgill to res if he can win out this 1v3, but it's looking less and less likely as in comes the roll down and Lux wraps him around the axle, sends him back. And Surreal are eliminated.
Whatever you got to do to get the job done. S2G down to a single player now. Just Silas in the building. Has a Molotov in hand to maybe try and hold off some of these players, but his luck seems to be running a little bit dry here.
Ooh, shots over towards Ozorox on the push, but there's players already pushing the ground floor. Last player for S2G now, Silas. Trying to reposition, trying to stay safe. It's our bottom placed team right now. 1 Fireflux prediction, 2 Pioneer predictions coming through. At the moment, Pioneer in the circle. Fireflux also playing on the north side, fairly solid, so both good predictions. A nade from Silas finds one of the aggressors coming through, but S2G, oh, that's nasty. The Molotov perfectly placed, the nade to follow it up, and S2G go down early.
Yeah, gets him in the corner there. It's a great follow-up nade. Just corralling teams into an awkward position. Tingsker has eyes over towards Mad Balls. I don't know if he spotted one of these players. Skills is certainly out in the open, but just the little bit of ridge there does prevent the sight line coming through for Tingsker. Again, every time he looks up, he's hidden. Keep themselves safe away from prying eyes of any of these other teams in the lobby. Mad Bull's trying to go as far as they can here, but Fireflux already putting up 4 eliminations with a good spot in the circle towards this north side. Looks like that they will go far this game and maybe even break the 3-digit barrier on the first day.
That would be something special, Blank. I tell you don't see that too often. Right now, I mean, they have 4 elimination points. They're really looking to rack this up very, very quickly. Starting the game as they did, they've got to be right on the money, right on the mark, with 4 points left for them to get. That is very, very achievable, especially in this position. It's definitely going to happen. I mean, it's no 2 ways about it.
Yeah, they're certainly going to get a high placing, and even if they don't get any eliminations from here onwards, but get that high placing, they will definitely get the points they need. Monkey, the artisan of the HE, sends one over the top, doesn't quite take down Xiao as he jumps back into a vehicle and reverses out of there, realizing there is danger afoot here.
Not the sort of thing you want to be going and treading lightly around. Just want to keep clear if you can. Good, guys. Sat not too far behind second place. They're third right now. I think it's a gap of about 6 points. All 4 of them alive. Right on the south side of the circle, though, so they will need to get a little bit further if they want to catch up to Mad Bulls. It also depends on how far Mad Bulls can go. No eliminations, 2 players left for them on the southwest. The shift goes out east, but Codex crunching unicorns to the blue on the southwest side of this next circle. That is nasty. Icy down. Rolkis last standing. Icy knocked. Rolkis no first aids. Nate to finish it out. Codex handle business.
Yeah, they give Unicorns of Love a grim proposition, and unfortunately it will be Unicorns of Love will have to accept grimacing as they get absolutely ripped apart by the HEs that were sent over the top there. Circle off towards our eastern side, as you say, John. Pioneer looking to make their way in, but Fireflux starting to circle around a little bit. TJB, on the other hand, decided they moved into a swarm and a hornet's nest. But we'll be moving directly into another one here versus GG.
There's so many bullets flying their way. TJB step up and get rebuffed, but fortunately for TJB, for GK first, there is a third party entering into the fight. Codex put the final bullets into GG. Their run for that second place is over for today anyway. They'll have to remount for tomorrow. Try and go again. Still a successful day for them. 70 points so far. Really, really good stuff. An excellent position for them. Mad Bulls, though, 2 players remaining. They're playing on the southwest. Pioneer in the way. GK first, left alone.
As a solo player, this guy is pretty decent, but he runs directly into Mad Bulls, not the path you want to take. Skillses, though, can't quite hit the shots. He's able to hit the deck behind this wall. Monkey tries to move up just a bit further, but there's enemies on either side.
Ooh, Pioneer now peering down from the top of the hill over towards Mad Bulls. TJB still running on in with GK first. The zone is pushing, and he needs to move and move now. Skills is knocked in the meantime, and Pioneer might have proved to be a savior here. Monkey, nade over the top, taken low, but gets a knock. Will look to move forwards potentially, but Mad Bulls, either way, going to be cutting their run fairly short, fairly close to it as well. TJB eliminated on that southwestern side. And my, what a turn up for the books. Mad Bulls eliminated now. Second place, getting to be into achievable territory for teams like HVVP.
Meku does go down there, but Matic gets himself a side swipe, able to take him out. Lutz moving up, the rest of the team suffering heavily to the blue. Did not want to leave this position, goes right out into open ground. The wall was keeping them safe. Ozorox now sees as they flee from the building.
Let's manage to get that first aid pot behind the tree, though. There is no sanctuary. There is no shade from the heat of HVVP, unfortunately. They will not wane in their ever-vigilant watch of the location. Fireflux diminished, down to 2, but 8 eliminations, guaranteed 6th place already, a phenomenal result. They've put themselves over that 3-point threshold, 3-digit point threshold today, which is almost unheard of. In a lobby of this caliber, to be able to do that is something special. History being written by them today.
Absolutely, ripping away the points from everyone else in this lobby. These guys don't know how to share, never learned how to share in the first place. Solke with a great nade over the top does take down Storm. Swan left low as well. Another nade for this window could spell defeat. Ooh. Just to the side. Oh. Swan is so low. Solke still living.
Somehow, hang on a minute, there's the spray. Oh, gets the 1 versus 2, and Solke stays alive. There's going to be supplies in there, and across the way, HVVP are taking heavy casualties in the meantime. They've been pressured out by Pioneer, who have been playing spoiler so many times. Demuerte have good vision over towards it. Codex and Demuerte fighting over the side, but Pioneer are right there and ready to guard out anyone who tries to step up.
Dixie takes down Fash. For some more, Vito trying to send some nades over the top. Dadaev sat there with the AWM to unleash hell and fury upon anyone that gets a little bit too close or a bit too far with the sniper in hand.
Both Pioneer and HVVP within striking distance on a strong finish of that second place position as well. So Mad Bulls going down earlier could be pretty impactful here. 43 points for HVVP, 47 for Pioneer. When you include the elimination points they've got already, Demuerte close, they spot the danger, Striker fades away, a back spray on the back pedal, but Striker falls nonetheless. HVVP take a knock in the meantime, and Pioneer trying to stay alive, take a casualty of their own. Getting hit, 2 players standing for them, Codex is there, Fireflux still have Solke, who's been moving in this whole time. Looking up the hill, wants to be worried. Kitsune spotted. Spray over to PNL. Trade it out. And all of these teams up the top of the hill are bleeding heavily. Dadaev last standing now for Demuerte as Codex looking to play with 2. Pioneer on 3. HVVP with their 1 player alive. Unlikely they'll get the reses and they will fall down. Fireflux, 3rd place.
Goodness me. It is crazy. I mean, Solke, his name stands for Sol OK, apparently. Is able to get all the way to the end of the game, pick himself up a 2v1 as well in the process. Might even be able to get a 2nd place if he's lucky with it. But 13 eliminations, the real big thing of this game at the moment from Codex. You know, I was kind of talking down to him towards the beginning of this game, saying maybe this is as far as they go. But proving me wrong here on Miramar, as per usual, as it should be.
31 points. When you include those 13 eliminations and looking to rack up more on the placements, and a couple of more of those eliminations as well. Pioneer with 3 will have to move downhill, closer to Solke than it is to Codex, which means that Codex likely going to have to fight. This is going to force the engagement. Pioneer have the better angle over towards Solke, and if Codex take the fight full forwards towards Pioneer, there's a chance for Solke to 3rd party.
I mean, a 3v3 A single player can do a lot, especially if it's Solke down below. Black-White steps up, trying to take some pot shots. Like you say, though, with this kind of circle, they will have to move close together. Codex has got the hard part of it. Most likely will have to clear Solke on this downwards approach. I think this is the scariest thing for him. Issue is he would have to put himself in the path of Pioneer if he wants to get away from Codex. And I think Codex are the ones that are more aggressively harassing his position at the moment.
Pioneer with some really solid ridge lines. They've managed to move Fash down into a position within the next circle. They can't really afford to go too much further. Solke spotted. He's taking shots. Like, he's going for these challenges, and PNL gets knocked. Unfortunately, he might have just gone a little bit too early. Maybe he's trying to play spoiler, but Codex... Oh my goodness.
Elimination's an elimination.
It's a point. You take those. That's 11 now on the cards. 4 Fireflux, 4 in hand for Solke. Nade up towards Moneyken. That's a nice little bobbler. Not going to do too much damage, though. The blue zone is there. Moneyken jumps out wide. He spotted that. That nade is there. Not quite long enough. Moneyken has the challenge, has the chance. Pioneer not with the sideswipe just yet. And Vito's all the way in the back. Solke super, super low. And Moneyken finally puts an end to the run. But he is left alone. High and dry as Vito trapped behind a box. Now has his own 1v3 to deal with. Vito moving forwards as well. Pioneer control the circle. Smoke up top. Give them some space. Give them a room to breathe. Vito pops the heal. Has the big green gun as well. But out in the open, you're not going to last long against Pioneer. Fash gets the spray down. Moneyken last standing for Codex behind the ridgeline. And Pioneer with 3 barrels pointed that way, out in the zone. The blue zone already ticking away and will find the final knock. Pioneer take home the chicken dinner, and with it, a chance to beat out the race of the Mad Bulls for second place.
I mean, what a game there from every single team involved, Solke included. Maybe not a team, but a team all on his own, perhaps. Very, very well done. And Moneyken able to do some great work this game with the rest of his team. 14 eliminations total is great stuff overall. Pioneer, though, like you said, looking to try and get themselves towards that top spot. And we've always said that this is kind of a silent but deadly team, right? You know, they slowly creep up on you and you can't quite see them coming, but when they are in view, it is terrifying to say the least. They had fallen off massively over towards our finals in Western Europe, but seems some changes have been made here, John.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like those adjustments have been made. Pioneer looking to step up as well. I mean, it's really good that Mad Bull, well, for them, that Mad Bulls went down earlier, and they are going to be able to take that chicken dinner home. Still all to play for, but the top side still firmly Fireflux.
That is right, John. It is really good indeed. Pioneer coming through to not only get themselves a chicken dinner, but to get these two gentlemen an extra point in their predictions. You guys have to be feeling pretty happy about that. To be fair, Solke, last man alive here for my pick, played pretty damn well.
Still no points.
Yeah, I got a perfect game. I thought this is like golf. You want the lowest points.
Hopium. Like that.
Appealing to the Zoomer generation.
Yes, that's what I do best.
That's a Keck W right there.
Oh, but
I never thought you were part of the Zoomer generation, Max, looking at you.
yeah, I look like 35. Doesn't always say it.
Did you get one, Jason?
Yeah.
No,
I'm trying to specifically not get them.
I genuinely thought he had 1 point, but he actually has nothing. Okay,
Yeah,
great,
I'm trying
great.
not to. Now, the only thing is, what
didn't
worries
you?
me, though, is, Claris, if he beats you,
Yes.
I don't care if he beats me.
Yes.
I just don't want to be last. I've been last every single season so far.
You're saying I have to beat Max yet again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep all things in balance.
I'm sure that will happen. Don't worry.
I think if I get like first place, I think the universe just implodes or something.
I mean, if he gets first place, I think Claris and I have to shave our eyebrows. Like, that's pretty much where we're at right now. Because that's always your punishment if you lose, though you haven't done it a single time.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
He's dodged. Can we get on with the show?
We'll get on with the show.
We've been on that for quite some time, yeah.
Codex close things out with 26 points, but they don't get the chicken dinner, but still a ton of eliminations behind them. What was that? Moneyken. Was that 8 limbs you said, Max?
Yeah, he had 8 limbs. I think he might have got like no. Actually, no, that was after Solke. So Solke did count as his 8th elimination right there. Not an easy finish to right. The circle was pushing him downhill for quite a big portion of that game. But man, before getting eliminated in second place, 14 limbs. Like, that's an absolute bang of a performance. A team that we didn't know what to expect going into this. But they can close off games.
Solke was the absolute thorn in the side for them. If they had a little bit of more wiggle room, a little bit more room to move, and then didn't lose out on PNL during all of that as well, they could have quite easily had a bit of a better battle here against Pioneer, but Solke absolutely ruined their day in this final circle.
He got them 10 placement points and up to 11 eliminations. 21 points on a team that had 1 player left alive for what felt like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from him. Blasting out of control, I think, throughout the day. Fireflux, in general, their day has been insane. Never mind Soulcare being able to do Soulcare things here in the final moments.
I think it took to heart when I said he's more like supporting the rest of his teams. It's all fragging. I was like, I can frag out too. And that's pretty much what he's done in that last one.
So that's the funny thing, right? Is that like back when we talked about Soulcare when he was on Footballist and Gonzo was on Kanina Power, we were talking about these in-game leaders that can frag. Because it's kind of one of those maybe necessary things. Then we kind of adapted to like maybe you have 1 star on your team. Maybe nowadays it's you have like 2 stars. But potentially with Fireflux, every player is a star. And I don't think we've ever seen that out of a team just yet, where every player can be that star. You can look at Nova, obviously, you know, the best team in the world, back-to-back PMGC champions. But again, it's Paraboy, and sometimes it's like Order. But it's normally always Paraboy.
Yeah, having 4 players playing at this level, I think that when we look at the MVP contenders of the day, it might just be 4 players or Fireflux. I wouldn't be too surprised by that. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. Even if your IGL can frag out, it's just a scary prospect that, like, if you take a fight versus this team, chances are they're going to come out on top.
You bring up Stalwart. I think both of us just have a soft spot for
We
Stalwart.
like
We're a little
Stalwart.
bit biased. I don't know why. We just think, yeah, they're really good. Yeah.
I miss them. But we'll see them soon.
Don't worry. Yeah, we'll see them soon.
I mean, I want to see them because I related Mad Bulls when we were doing Western Europe to Stalwart.
yeah.
You have the 2 duos. You have Action Top and you have Effect and Zerich together. Them going head to head, I feel like it's gonna be an interesting thing. But then again, Mad Bulls have to get there still. Fireflux, I mean, they're looking like they're on a good track to make it as well. But let's get into our MVPs. Now, normally we do predictions here. Now, Max, the thing is, you kind of cheated because you kind of already looked at who the MVP was before the last match finished. You can say who it was if you want.
It was Zerish.
It was Zerish.
Mad Bulls went out relatively early, so it's 1 player of... No, normally you would say Fireflux.
Yeah.
I don't know who, though.
Okay.
Literally
Well,
no clue.
Max,
Even though I cheated...
Do you want a little indication of who the MVP is going to be?
An indication?
Yeah. Here, read this right here.
Max Bold.
Yeah.
That's not.
That is out loud. I did not think
it's
it's not
help.
loud.
I mean, you showed me. I was going to read it out, of course.
I said read it, but okay, that's my fault. I didn't expect that, but you know, we'll go on with
I
it.
mean, there's a question mark, so like maybe I'm not. Copium also.
Let's take a look. Who is our MVP on the day? We're obviously hard pressed to say it's not someone from Fireflux. It's actually going to be Soulcare in the last second coming through.
This last game, absolutely. I mean, he was close anyway, right? When we looked at going into this game, but then survives as long as he does, able to take people out in the shed, the Gitoon, over towards the end, and then take PNL out, and then get themselves more placement points.
That 1v2 we were talking about, by the way, was huge because he had a sliver of HP left, but I think you mentioned there was like a sliver of the smoke that he could use.
Exactly.
To his advantage.
Yeah, definitely just the smoke, I thought, from the initial angle we looked at it, was just kind of a little bit further. Was not the case. Can see him just through the window. Excellent stuff here by Soulcare throughout the day.
And it's very impressive when you look at not only Soulcare, but the team. We saw what they can do in almost any scenario like possible. You saw when the circle hard shifted to them on game 1, given to them, they had full control. The game was not going to escape away from them. Taking that fight versus Unicorns of Love on the first Miramar, where they just normally would not win that fight, they're still able to push it out. Like anything you throw at them in a similar fashion to Mad Bulls, they can make something out of it. And that is a scary team on these 4 days. They can just keep performing every single time.
That play in the blue where he puts a Molotov down at one side of the rock, forces the player to go into the blue. He stayed out of the blue, forced the other guy to take damage, and then just finishes him off with a quick shot was phenomenal.
Might as well call them Fire Flex, because they're flexing on the lobby, Jason.
You could do better.
Probably.
I think it was okay.
You thought it was okay?
It was okay.
Well, I can't really talk because I have 0 on predictions. So you know what? It was okay.
Thank you.
I'll give you that one. All right, well, let's do a quick little recap, though, of the day, right? And it's going to be interesting because we had quite a few teams really step up. Let's give you a quick little recap. So we had Fireflux take 2 chicken dinners and Mad Bulls take 2 chicken dinners. And that means Unicorns of Love was able to grab 1 and Pioneer as well. So for me, I'm kind of happy to see that 1, 2, 3, 4 games won by Western European teams.
Yeah, and very important. All these teams have not qualified for PMGC, right? So like the race for the top 4 PMGC is very important. S2G still already qualified, so they don't really need the chicken dinners. But
yeah,
I think we might already have 2 of our 3 teams qualified for PMGC right here.
I was going to say, Jason, maybe don't get used to those averages. Maybe the Turkish teams might fight back. Let's be real about this.
I'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, actually, looking at this overall, that a lot of my predictions came off the back of not the Fireflux and the Mad Bulls predictions. So that's kind of surprising, to be honest. But, I mean, with it being Sandhawk and Unicorns of Love doing well there, I'm not too surprised about them doing well on a Sandhawk. But the other, Fireflux and Mad Bulls, they really showed why they are absolutely world-class, to be honest, throughout the day.
And I'm hard-pressed to ask you, like, who is the CCT? Who is the ALT? because there's so many teams, I think, in contention for that spot right now in this entire lobby.
I mean, Fireflux, I imagine we're going to look at overalls eventually, but I'm scared as to how far they will be ahead, because it felt like in almost every single game, if they're not getting the victory, they're still getting 10 eliminations, or close to 10 eliminations, which is a bit ridiculous.
I would say you have two right now. It's Fireflux and Mad Bulls. I don't know who else right now. Like, still, you got a lot of good teams. Like, you have good guys. They've been consistent. You got yourself
They've been good,
STG, but the teams that can close off games and no matter if they're in a good position or not, they can make it work, and that's a really important part of the game.
Okay, well, let's take a look at overalls then and see how far ahead Fireflux should be compared to every other team. They were 30 points in the lead before, and we'll check in here in just a second to see how far they are ahead now. The most important part is like they set themselves up in a good position to take this lead into tomorrow, right? They can afford now to have a bad match or two and still be safe. But 40 points, that's insane.
I mean, that's the cushion, right? They can afford, as I said, 1 or even 2 bad games, and they'll still be in a very, very comfortable position right now. Top 3 teams have not made it into PMGC, so good guys, highly impressive. Without a win, being up there, that's great.
Very impressive, but Fireflux is almost at a 20-point average across 6 games. That is unbelievable what they've been able to put up here today. I cannot fathom the fact that they've been able to actually put up that kind of performance. So hats off to them. What a day for them.
But I do expect other teams to make changes, like Besiktas. I think that's also been a pretty big storyline for the day. Not being able to perform on that kind of level. We're going to see some iterations. Today's been maybe a filler day for some of the teams at the bottom that struggled a bit. But if they can remain close to this type of average, man, like they're the whole package right now, the eventual level threat, everything, because this team is scary currently.
Well, looking at the second page here, our other 8 teams, you can see Duarte in 9th place, but it does fall off pretty crazy from there, down to 15th. Rosarox at last. A couple of teams in here, Besiktas didn't expect. Virtus Pro expected to be a little bit higher up here. I want to say TJB, but TJB just let me down sometimes, that they looked better in the finals.
I think aside from when you look at the 6 battlegrounds overall that we play throughout a day, and especially in this lobby, aside from maybe some Sandhawk healing points here or there, with the skill of this lobby, there are no free points. There's really no free points. It's very difficult. Even if you're getting a few eliminations here and there, you've earned those eliminations. It's not like, some of the tournaments where you have maybe, as we said at the beginning of the day, some feeder teams here and there. That's not the case here. It's really difficult to get these points.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really excited now for tomorrow, what's going to happen. We've seen so many great teams, so many great individuals play as well, and I feel like we haven't seen a lobby this good in quite a long time. Even thinking back to PMWI, to not knock on that at all, I don't feel like the lobby was as close as we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot more homogenous, like compared to PMWI in particular. Every single team can potentially perform. There's some teams at the bottom I would like to see a little bit more of a step up. I think that in particular, I was looking at Surreal. I think that was the team that I maybe expected a little bit more of a step up. I think they went 15th right there. So there's a lot of teams at the bottom that if you give them a little bit of breathing space, they can perform really well and potentially kickstart a comeback into tomorrow's matches. So yeah, even the bottom teams can be scary. So we have to see how it's going to go.
All right, Clovis, any final words from you?
No, just extremely impressed by seeing Fireflux do as well as they have done. Nice to see Mad Bulls kind of continue at the pace that they were able to set as well in Western Europe, and happy to see it.
Yeah, really happy to see it, and I really want to continue to see things happening tomorrow. But before we do end things off, now normally we don't like to make the show about us, but today I became an uncle yet again. Again, I know we're not supposed to really say this, but you know what, Avery out there, welcome to the family. I was here on the day that you were born. A big congratulations to my brother, Brian, and his wife, Michelle, here for having a beautiful daughter. But gentlemen, thank you again for being here with me. It's been great to see you here in person. John and Blank, I wish you guys were here as well, but you know what, you're here in heart. For you all at home watching, we appreciate you guys being here, but remember, we're not done just yet. We still have 3 days of action until we find out which 3 teams will be heading to PMGC. So we'll see you guys then.
ये बार्स मामूली बात जैसे सीरिया की सड़कें आम बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट काम टॉप क्लास मेरा शांत सा मिजाज फिर भी अवाम बहुत मास जैसे नाम मोहनदास मनी ऑन माय माइंड गांधी विचार मेरे साथ नमक हराम लो पर मैं खाता स्वाद अनुसार पिछले मार्च तक थे गिने चुने यार मेरे साथ अब ये सफर लगे डांडी मार्च 1000 मेरे साथ घमंड जन्म जात ना किसी को कम तू आंख आज दिखता आधा जो वो बन ही लेगा पूरा चांद बने फैन इस लाइन से मेरे चंद साल पहले आज भी ठंडी कर दें रैपरों की जल्दी कहाँ क्रिमिनली अंडररेटेड बड़म फाइन दो कत्ल करे गाने मेरे टुल्ले बोले फाइन दो को साइन करने की सोचो मत सालो मेरा साइन लो देख आगे सर पे मेरे टांके क्योंकि पार्स करे माइंड ब्लो बावे सीनी गलत आए की जिंदगी मुझे जीनी गलत बावे सीनी गलत यार तो सब सही थे मैं फीली गलत हुआ बावे सीनी गलत आशिकी तो सही थी पर फीलिंग गलत हुआ बावे सीनी गलत बावे सीनी गलत बावा देता ट्रिप मैजिकल फ्रॉम मशरूम सिटी तेरी माशू का फिदा तो मेरे अक्षरों में थी ढंग से याद नहीं पर मस्त मूड में थी सुबह देखा मेरे वस्त्रों में थी होना जोक्स पे ऑफेंड नहीं जेंटलमैन में मेंटली 100 से ज्यादा बंदियों को सेंड करता रैंडम कमेंट नहीं फैंस मेरी फैमिली पर हेटर्स लगते बच्चे हाथ जोड़े गिरने लगते जैसे स्कूल की असेंबली गलत फाइट तूने कर दी पिक हम स्टैंड्स ये मार्शल आर्ट मेरे पंच लाइन का टोकी किक इनके वैक्सीन को बेअसर कर दे हम इतने सिक वैक्सीन ये रैपर लगते ऐसे कि ये सीखते रैप फ्रॉम व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी ओजीज की रीस करे ओजी स्टॉप प्लीज बदतमीज तू ना होगा ठीक भरता जा तू फीस जैसे गैर सरकारी अस्पताल में मरीज बावे सीनी गलत आए की जिंदगी मुझे जीनी गलत बावे सीनी गलत यार तो सब सही थे मैं फीली गलत हुआ बावे सीनी गलत आशिकी तो सही थी पर फीलिंग गलत हुआ बावे सीनी गलत बावे सीनी गलत यो
Strange feeling, you know.
कुछ दिन से मैं बदला कुछ दिन से कुछ दिन से बेपरवाह कुछ दिन से कुछ दिन से कोई गम ना कुछ दिन से कुछ दिन से गुम तुझ में कुछ दिन से
हे गाइस दोस्तों वेलकम बैक टू द चैनल एंड अभी हमारा स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट होने को गाइस बहुत सारा टाइम है आई गेस हमारे पास 22 मिनट्स आर लेफ्ट एंड कौन कौन आ चुके लाइव अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्रॉमिस आई एम हेयर गाइस हमने परमिशन ले लिया है बट वी हैव 28 मिनट लाइक 20 मिनट्स ऑलमोस्ट हमारा स्टार्ट होने को मैच है एंड गाइस किसको सपोर्ट करने वाले हो आज के दिन पे कमेंट करके जल्दी से बताओ एंड गाइस यस जो मैंने बोला अभी 20 मिनट है सो गाइस इतनी देर तक क्या करे बताओ आ जाओ जितने भी लोग हैं जल्दी से आओ आई वांट सम सजेशंस काफ़ी रात हो चुकी है मैं ज़्यादा तो कोई लेट्स गो टीजेबी लेट्स गो हेलो पीसी लाइट लीग व्हाट्सअप ब्रो कैसे हो हाँ मेरे को आपका मैसेज आया था हाँ डिस्कॉर्ड पे ही करेंगे ब्रो है ना ठीक है डिस्कॉर्ड पे करेंगे मेरे को सेटिंग करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा बहुत यार क्योंकि ना एक्चुअली मेरा ना माइक का इशू है ठीक है वो थोड़ा मेरे को सॉर्ट करना पड़ेगा थिंक हेलो नोटिफिकेशन बेल मेरे को लगता नहीं ज़्यादा लोगों ने दबाया क्योंकि सिर्फ 31 बंदे अभी तक आए हैं तो इट्स लाइक हम इतना हार्ड वर्क डाल रहे सो गाइस ऑडियंस प्लीज़ मेक श्योर लाइक आओ यार जल्दी आओ वॉच पार्टीज देखते यार हाय हेलो इमरान शेख ब्रो इतना हार्ड वर्क के लिए इतना तो बनता है हेलो ब्रो परमिशंस डन ब्रो परमिशन आर डन परमिशन आर डन Hey guys, UL for the win. Hello, hello, hello bro from 27. Love from Nepal, love from India bro. कितने मैचेस होंगे? तो गाइज मैचेस होंगे आई गेस 6 मैचेस ही होंगे एंड 20 मिनट में स्टार्ट होने वाला है एंड 20 मिनट वेट करना होगा। यस ब्रो, मेरे को नहीं पता था ना, मैं जो स्ट्रीम है थोड़ी लेट ही स्टार्ट करा था, अभी 20 मिनट है स्टार्ट होने को। टॉप 3 टीम्स क्वालिफाइड फॉर पीएमजीसी। यस 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 यस। तुर्की टीम्स विल डोमिनेट नो कैप। गाइस आ जाओ प्रेडिक्शंस। गाइस मेक श्योर टू लाइक डाउनलोड स्टैन ऐप, लिंक इन द डिस्क्रिप्शन। डाउनलोड एंड लाइक देख लेना सीन। आगे आने वाले टाइम पे बड़े बड़े फोन्स गिव अवेज एंड सारी चीज़ होगी। निकल बिरादर हेलो ब्रो व्हाट्सअप। हमारे पास अभी भी 19 मिनट है जब स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट होगी, फिर उसके बाद भसड़ होगी थोड़ी बहुत। मेरे को लगता है मोटा मोटी 30 मिनट के अंदर ही आपका मैच स्टार्ट होगा जो पहला होगा। यस यस यस। कितने टीम जाएगी पीएमजीसी? पीएमजीसी कितनी टीम जाएगी ब्रो? नाइस क्वेश्चन। पीएमजीसी जाएगी, देखते ब्रो, देखते क्या सीन होता है। ब्रो मुझे अननाइट करो करो यार भाई तुम, यार हमेशा भूल जाता हूँ मैं। अब मैं स्ट्रीम एंड कर देता हूँ, मैं 2 लैपटॉप सेटअप नहीं है ब्रो, नहीं तो मैं कैसे कर देता। अभी लाइव करूंगा ना, वो दिखेगा सारा, सारी डिटेल्स दिखती है। सेटिंग में जाऊंगा वो करूंगा तो सारा दिखेगा। टुडे S2G विल बी टॉप। देखते ब्रो, आ जाओ देखते हैं ब्रो क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता है। लेट्स सी। HVVP #1 let's go, hope for the best guys, finger crossed, hope for the best, finger crossed. Let's see what will happen bro। गाइस मजा आएगा। मुझे नहीं पता कि कितने, मैं फर्स्ट एवर टाइम इतनी रात की स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। लाइक इससे पहले हमने करा हुआ है बट वो 10 बजे खत्म हो जाती थी। लाइक वो हमारी स्ट्रीम कंटिन्यू फ्लो वाली होती थी जो हम 6 बजे से स्टार्ट करते थे, जो हमारा साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप था। फर्स्ट एवर टाइम आई एम स्टार्टिंग द स्ट्रीम ऑन 9:30, मतलब 9:30 के आसपास ही मैच स्टार्ट होगा। आई डोंट नो किस तरीके का रिएक्शन आने वाला है लोगों का। सो होप गाइस यू ऑल लाइक द स्ट्रीम, तो मेक श्योर टू लाइक करना स्ट्रीम को। दैट्स इट, बाकी देखेंगे आगे। क्रिप्टो किस टीम में है? क्रिप्टो इज UOL। थोड़ा ड्रॉप का एक्सप्लेन कर दो, हाउ मैनी ड्रॉप क्लैशेस? ब्रो यू टीम्स का मैंने इतना ड्रॉप क्लैश वाला सीन नहीं करा है, बट यस पीएमजीसी का मेरे को पता है। यू टीम्स का मैंने इतना डिस्कवर नहीं करा है। अभी यू चैंपियनशिप सुबह, अमेरिका चैंपियनशिप मजा ही मजा। अमेरिका का तो अपन स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाएंगे बट यू का तो फॉर श्योर कर ही रहे स्ट्रीम। भाई क्रिप्टो किस टीम में है ब्रो? यूओएल में ब्रो। दिस विल एंड ऑन 12:30। सो अगर 12:30 भी एंड करेगा तो अपन 11 लास्ट मैच ना करे स्ट्रीम, ऐसा कर लेंगे अकॉर्डिंग टू द ऑडियंस। देखते रिएक्शन ऑडियंस का कैसा रहता है। अगर हाँ अच्छी ऑडियंस रहती है देखने वाली देन विल कंटिन्यू, अगर नहीं रहती तो विल स्विच टू द लाइक अनदर थिंग, लाइक जो देख लेंगे। कैसे होगी भाई? लव फ्रॉम नेपाल, बढ़िया बढ़िया ब्रो, आप सुनाओ कैसे हो? एंड गाइस कैसन बा कैसे और सभी लोग? अब हमारे पास 20 मिनट है मैच स्टार्ट होने को। भाई यूएल कैसी टीम है? अच्छी टीम है ब्रो, अच्छी टीम है, बहुत अच्छी टीम है। इंस्ट्रक्शन की जरूरत तो नहीं है, बहुत अच्छी टीम। भाई तेरे जैसा कोई काम नहीं करता है। थैंक यू सो मच इमरान शेख भाई ऐसे सपोर्ट के। लव फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान, लव फ्रॉम इंडिया भरे हो। मज़ा आएगा। मैंने टीम्स को यूएल मैड बुल्स एंड नाउ गाइस सारे सबको बुला लो। अपनी मेहनत से अपन ने लास्ट मोमेंट पे परमिशन एंड सब लिया है। सो मेक इट सक्सेसफुल गाइस। अगर सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगा तो मेरे को भी लगेगा इतना, लाइक अभी पीएल स्ट्रीम करा है देन अभी ये कर रहा हूँ। सो गाइस थोड़ा सा हिट होगा तो यस मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक बटन, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, दैट्स इट एंड बुलाओ सबको। हेलो सपोर्ट मैड बुल्स एंड यूएल, या सपोर्ट योगी गेमर ब्रो। प्लीज शो एनी हिस्टोरिक वीडियो ऑफ 20 मिनट्स। ओके हाँ यार वो कर सकते हैं गाइस, आ जाओ। लाइक बिफोर द स्टार्टिंग ऑफ लाइक जो भी हमारे पास 16 मिनट बचे, हम कुछ मूवमेंट्स देख लेते हैं जो अपन के लाइक बहुत हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट्स होते हैं ना जो हुए हैं हमारे पीएमजीसी के टाइम पे। आई थिंक यार मेरा पीएमजीसी का, अगर मैं एक हिस्टोरिकल नहीं, अगर मैं हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट एक देखता हूँ, मुझे ना पीएमडब्ल्यूआई का लगता है। एक पीएमडब्ल्यूआई 2022 का, रुक जा, पीएमडब्ल्यूएल का लगता है। पीएमडब्ल्यूएल ओ आर कंटेनर ब्रो, लाइक ऑनेस्टली सेइंग मैं तो गूज़बम्स आ गए थे। ये वाला चिकन जो आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने ना टॉप पे आ रहा है, दिस दिस वाज द चिकन डिनर गाइस। ये वाला जो चिकन है एंड को लगाने, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऑनेस्टली सेइंग कि भाई ये चीज़ें भाई इंसेन थी, इंसेन। ये वाला चिकन हो गया, ये RRQ वाला, ये मैंने लास्ट तक मैच देखा था भाई। इंसेन यार, ये मोमेंट कोई कैप्चर नहीं कर सकता। रुको ओवर बार मावी गोल्डन है। अरे लाइक ऑनेस्टली सेइंग, मतलब ये पीएम, ये अगर आप देखते हो ना, दीज आर द लाइक, भाई क्या ही था। तो 2 साल पहले का है। नाइस, देखते आ जाओ गाइस। होप सो स्ट्राइक ना दे हमको कीवोस हीरो। ब्रो यूएल ने चेंज कर दिया ड्रॉप, सिरेंगल, नोवो, शानोक, पाइनान एंड मिरामार मोंटे। ओके ब्रो, ट्रिब्यूट टू द मैन ऑफ द गोल्डन हैंड, ओवा मावी, बेस्ट प्लेयर एंड आईजीएल गाइस। भाई मावी का ना सेंस बहुत तगड़ा है।
ग्रेनेड उनके हाथ में प्रॉपर, क्या ही ग्रेनेड सही एरिया पर जाएगा? आई थिंक सो, बिकॉज़ ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाता है, एक प्लेयर को लेकर जाता हुआ ग्रेनेड मावी का। यहाँ पर 1 वर्सेस 1 का सिनेरियो मावी के अगेंस्ट वापस से सामने देखेंगे। काफी लोयल दोनों प्लेयर्स की इस पर्टिकुलर टाइम। फिर से प्लेस स्पॉट किया एंड वापस से फिनिश करेंगे, अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव भी दे देंगे।
पता है आपको उस टाइम एक गेम पे गोलियां पड़ी हुई थी क्या? एक गेम पे गोलियां पड़ी
देखेंगे काफी प्रॉपर, क्या ही ग्रेनेड सही एरिया पर जाएगा? आई थिंक सो, बिकॉज़ ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाता है, एक प्लेयर को लेकर जाता हुआ ग्रेनेड मावी का। यहाँ पर 1 वर्सेस 1 का सिनेरियो मावी के अगेंस्ट वापस से सामने देखेंगे। काफी लोयल
यहाँ पे गन भी चेंज करी है। एंड दूसरा सीन देखना मावी, ये चीज मैंने मतलब मावी से कि काइंड ऑफ जैसे आप अगर आप देख रहे हो ना, अब यहाँ पे बंदा आ रहा है, आप देखना मतलब सामने से आएगा तो लाइक जैसे जो एकेएम जैसी गन्स होती है ना, इनका जो बुलेट स्प्रेड होता है ना वो काफी ज्यादा फैलता है। बट आई गेस ये जो सेकंड वाली गन है जी वाली, इसका बुलेट स्प्रेड भी कम फैलता होगा।
दोनों प्लेयर्स की इस पर्टिकुलर टाइम। फिर से प्लेस स्पॉट किया एंड वापस से फिनिश करेंगे, अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव भी दे देंगे।
वो फैलता है।
अरे ये क्या छूते की नहीं, छूते के में भाई
देख रहे हो, ये हम लोग खेलना चालू कर देते हैं तो थोड़ा रेस्ट चाहिए होता है भाई।
पुश कर रहा हो सीधा उठने के बाद
और वाज इमोशनल
स्ट्रीम में चला, सॉरी कस्टम चालू हो जाता है सीधा उठने के बाद।
कैसा है समीर भाई? बढ़िया यार।
भाई बात करते करते अभी डब्बा बन जाता मेरा, मालूम है क्या?
300 IQ नेट देखो गाइस, देखो मैं नेट मारा ऊपर, नेट कर दिया।
जो हेल्थ किट मारने दे, हेल्थ किट मार के पुश करेंगे। रुको
अरे मेरे पे पुश हो गया, बचा लो 1 HP। ओ भाई हट दिया भाई।
भाई क्या ही नेड।
बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे एक ग्रेनेड कुक करके फेंका है मावी ने अपने राइट हैंड साइड पे। नॉक देखते हैं, मिलता ही नहीं मिलता, बट यहाँ पे 2 नॉक एक ही ग्रेनेड में यहाँ पे देखने को मिलते हैं। द मैन विद द गोल्डन हैंड ओवर देयर। एक और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पे फेंका है, क्या पूरा स्क्वाड फिनिश होता नजर आ सकता है? बट यस, यहाँ पे वन साइडेडली ग्रेनेड से तीनों प्लेयर्स निकाल दिए।
ये गूज़बम्प मूवमेंट, ये वाला तो गूज़बम्प मूवमेंट। ओ
मिलते द मैन विद द गोल्डन हैंड ओवर देयर। एक और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पे फेंका है, क्या पूरा स्क्वाड फिनिश होता नजर आ सकता है? बट यस, यहाँ पे वन साइडेडली ग्रेनेड से तीनों प्लेयर्स निकाल दिए हैं इस प्लेयर।
ये हग्गू ग्रेनेड है रे।
भाई एक ये और एक ना क्रिप्टो का गेम प्ले था। अभी क्रिप्टो को हमने देखना ही है। क्रिप्टो 1v4 नोवा, नोवा को 1v4 किया था एंड इनसेन गाइस, ये लॉन्ड आना बहुत इनसेन भाई, बहुत
बस से बजट।
अभी आने दो, एड्स आ रही है। अब तुम ये मत बोलना प्राइम ले ले, ये कर ले, भाई इतना पैसा नहीं हमारे पास। डोनेट करना है ना गाइस, यूपीआई आ रहा है, वहां पे जाके डोनेट कर देना, हम ले लेंगे प्राइम। नॉक भाई, इसने क्या स्मोक किया? देख रहे हो भाई, ये देख रहे हो ये क्या किया इसने? देखना अभी मैं तीसरे बंदे को देखना इसने कैसे लिया है। देख रहे हो भाई, देख रहे हो?
वो तीनों के बेंच चोद इधर है, उधर है।
मनी फोन
हां वो
मेरे पे पुश कर रहा है।
हां कुदम
मेरे पे पुश करेगा, जल्दी कर।
ये था ऑर्डर,
जल्दी आ जा, मेरे पे पुश कर रहा है।
ये परफेक्ट मेरे ओपन है, इधर से ओपन है। अगर तू मेरे यहां आ गया, ये ओपन है इधर से।
बेंच
ये लास्ट में
ओ 1v4।
ये पीछे से वो राइवल्स वाला आ गया। रुको देखने दो क्या हुआ। जिमी ने मारा ये देख रही है, देखने वाला था ये।
ओ बनी फोर।
अरे भाई 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 अभी देखेंगे गाइस, मजा आएगा अभी। लाइक यूएल लाइक अभी देखेंगे ना ये वाला सिनारियो, तो ज्यादा मजा आएगा। थैंक यू राजा फॉर द थंबनेल। ओके ब्रो ओके। Gonzo Mafia Ninja Fatal are also very good at utilities use. अब Mafia Ninja का यार utilities use Mafia Ninja मिनी रेड जोन। भाई ये मैच बहुत इंसेन था भाई, इसने रेड जोन बना दिया था लेजिट भाई, लेजिट।
फ्रैंकली बने
ये स्ट्राइक स्ट्रिक तो देंगे चैनल गाइस, अगर स्ट्राइक देंगे देख लो ना गाइस।
What a goosebump moment to need को साथ में यानी असर को टीम लाइक दुईजन आपल्याले होल्ड कर दिने एंड देन नीमा लास्ट टाइम जुन PMWI मा सैनहॉक को चिकन डिनर निकाल रहे उनले दिएको थियो टिमको लागि, यहाँ पनि एक्ज्याक्टली सेम भन्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। बट वाओ आई मीन यो DRS कहाँ थियो लिग प्ले।
लेट्स वॉच फुल
गर्ने बट यहाँ देख्न सकिन्छ यानी असर जान चाहन्छ यो फाइट सँगसँगै यो म्याचलाई अगाडिपट्टि लिएर टप 4 मा DRS आइपुगेको छ। डी पनि त्यहाँ रहेको छ, अन टपले राम्रो किल निकालेको हामीले नोट गरेको थियो, बट सर्कलको एजको लागि यहाँ जानु बाध्यता रहेको छ कपल अफ प्लेयर्सको लागि। नीमा विल बी स्पोर्टेड बट नीमा
ये NSR का जो रोस्टर है गाइस, माफिया निंजा इज द ओनली वन जो इसके क्लोज है एंड पूरे रोस्टर को इसने पिन करके रखा हुआ है। नोटिस
ले त्यो रिकला आफ्नो कभर बनाए एन्ड देन पिन डाउन गरेर चाहिँ राख्न सकिन्छ। मिराकलको साइडबाट हेरौँ हार्ड पिक आने वाला छ। अन टप एक साइडमा प्रोन छ, डी फेरि पनि यो र्याङ्कसम्म चाहिँ आउन सफल रहेको छ। यानी यसको एटेन्सन यहाँबाट चाहिँ तान्ने वाला छन्।
नीमा ने भी पिन किया हुआ है, नीमा के
अन टपले पनि मेबी बट नीमाको पोजिसन चाहिँ यहाँ मिराकल छोड्न चाहँदैन। माफिया निन्जाको बारेमा सायद आइडिया छैन, सो द्याट्स वाइ माफिया निन्जाको नेडले मेबी हेल्प गर्ला नीमालाई त्यहाँबाट रेस्क्यु गर्नको लागि, बट वी आर नट स्योर। एन्ड माफिया निन्जा नेड को साथमा रेडी त रहेको थियो, बट अब उनले आफ्नो पोजिसन चाहिँ सेयर गर्नेवाला छन् एन्ड देन उनको एगेन्स्टमा सायद नेड गयो भने उनलाई उल्टी ब्याकब्याट चाहिँ रहन सक्छ उनको एप्रोच।
भाई साहब ये था ना तगड़ा सीन, गाड़ी आई परफेक्टली कुक नेड। देखो ये जो मिरेकल था ना, एक चीज नोटिस करना, जब वो नीमा के ऊपर पीक ले रहा था ना, वो इसी एंगल से पीक ले रहा था, यहीं पे आ रहा था, यहीं करता था। इसने एक प्यारा कुक नेड फेंका वहीं पे
एउटा प्लेयरलाई नक अर्को प्लेयरलाई लो एचपी कन्भर्ट गरियो,
दूसरा भी नक था बच गया।
फलो अप नेड पनि पक्कै पनि आउने वाला छ माफिया निन्जाको।
गाइस अब ना मिनी रेड जोन देखना कि मिनी रेड जोन क्या होता है। दूसरा नेड ठीक है,
and this is really good follow up नेड त्यसले ड्यामेज डिल गरिदिएको छ, बट अनफर्चुनेटली किल पिक चाहिँ त्यहाँबाट रहेन। यानी असरलाई माफिया निन्जा एकै
तीसरा नेड गाइस
होल्ड गर्दैछन्। अर्को पनि ड्यामेज डिल गर्ने वाला नेड रहेको थियो, त्यो नेडले पनि राम्रो ड्यामेज डिल गर्यो।
चौथा नेड
बट किल दिएको छैन। माफिया निन्जाको पोजिसन शेयर हुने वाला छ एकले थ्रोएबलको साथमा पुरै टिम होल्ड गर्दैछ। DRS ले 4 वटा थ्रोएबल एन्ड ऑन पॉइंट थ्रोएबल।
पांचवा नेड भाई मिनी रेड जोन NSR के बंदे जाए तो कहां जाए, पहले तो माफिया निंजा ही कर रहा था, फिर निवाग भी आ गया।
अर्को थ्रोएबल त्यो पनि ऑन पॉइंट थ्रोएबल। DRS दुईजना प्लेयर, बट दुईजना प्लेयर पुरा स्क्वाड भन्दा बढी पावर देखाउँदैछ।
DRS को तर्फबाट जुन यहाँ नेटको युज भएको थियो, एन्डली अर्को प्लेयरलाई पनि त्यहाँ निकालेको छ। लास्ट म्याच सर्भाइभिङ NSR यहाँबाट एलिमिनेसन फेस गर्छ कि गर्दैन। निमा अलिकति फ्ल्याङ्क लिएर जाने कोसिस त गरेको थियो, बगी कभर उनले लिन सफल रहेका छन्। स्मोक भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि भिजन अलिकति नदेखिएको हुन पाए पनि तीनजना प्लेयर सँगसँगै एउटा ढुङ्गाको कभरको साथमा अर्को एउटा नेट एन्ड यहाँ टिम एलिमिनेसन फेस गर्नुपर्ने सिचुएसन बन्न पुग्थ्यो भने, तर नो अहिलेको लागि DRS त्यो एरिया छोडेर निस्किन चाहिसकेका छन्। स्मोक अगाडि युज गरिएको थियो, माफिया निन्जा त्यहीँ बसिरहेको छ। निमाले आफूलाई प्रेस गरिसके। टप 4 टिम 7 जना प्लेयर रहेका थिए भने 3 जना यदि यहाँको डाउन निकाल्न सकिन्छ भने नम्बर काउन्ट गर्न पुग्यो भने माफिया निन्जाको अर्को एउटा नेड।
ओ भाई 6th नेड गाइस, 6th नेड
एन्ड नेड माथि नेड स्प्याम भइराखेको छ। मिराकल 1 सेकेन्ड डाउन हुन पुगे। अब त गन शटमा माफिया निन्जा बिलिभ गर्दैछन्। एमको 49 को साथमा मसिन गनको एडभान्टेज निकाल्ने कोसिस, तर अर्को साइडबाट अन टप अलिकति भिलेन रोल खेल्दिदैछन् टिम DRS को लागि। स्मोक युज गरियो ताकि त्यो साइडबाट आएको शट्सहरुलाई चाहिँ उनीहरुले इग्नोर गर्न सकुन् भनेर माफिया निन्जा जोन बाहिर निस्किएर बगी समाउने कोसिस त गरेका थिए।
भाई माफिया निन्जा गेम प्ले देखना
सायद उनको लागि त्यो गल्ती मुभ पनि रहन सक्छ। निमाको अगेन्स्टमा नेट फालिएको थियो, ड्यामेज उनले डिल गरे एन्ड अन टपलाई पनि आइडिया भइसकेको छ अगाडि कोही अगाडि बढिसकेको छ भनेर। एन्ड लास्ट म्यान सर्भाइभिङ हसन एकजनालाई देखिएको छ भने माफिया निन्जा निमालाई सपोर्ट दिनको लागि इन्स्ट्यान्टली त्यहाँ आउने कोसिस पनि गर्दै थिए। अन टपको अर्को एउटा नेड एन्ड निमा बच्छन् त एन्ड हसनको तर्फबाट माफिया निन्जालाई यहाँ ट्रेड गरेपछि टिम DRS पनि लास्ट म्यानमा कन्भर्ट भएको छ।
बट जुन तरिकाको एफर्ट देखाएको छ त्यो गड लेभल रहेको थियो, बट अब अन टपसँग थ्रोएबल रहेको छ। यो थ्रोएबलले निमा बच्ने चान्सेस मैले एकदमै कम देखिरहेको छु। गाडी पड्किन पनि सक्छ, इफ नट पनि यसै पनि फिनिश हुन सक्छ। भने निमाले किल सेक्योर गर्ने वाला छन् माफिया निन्जा निक्लेको छन् 1v1 मा गेम कन्भर्ट हुँदैछ ओके इनफ्याक्ट मा यो 1v1 मा कन्भर्ट भएको छ के हिक्स आइलाई किल सेक्योर गर्न सक्छन् त यहाँबाट 1v1 को फाइट निमाको पोजिसन शेयर भइसकेको छ बट निमा जोनमा रहेको छन् हिक्स आई जोनमा छैनन् र्यान्डम शॉट्सहरु निमाको साइडबाट हिल आइटम सकी छैन त्यो
गाइस इट्स 1v1 भाई ये हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट्स है गाइस दीज आर द हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट्स
म्याटर गर्ने वाला छ कभर त रहेको थियो बट कति जेलसम्म निमाले हिल गरेको मैले देखिरहेको छैन बट उनको आइटम पनि यहाँ देखिरहेको छन् हिल आइटम यहाँ छैन थ्रेबल्स यहाँबाट फालिएको थियो त्यसले भिजन ब्लक गर्छ यहाँ किल दिन्छ बट प्रब्लम यहाँ छ कि ओके अब पोजिसन शेयर भइसकेका छन् निमाको साइडमा यहाँबाट हिक्साईको पुश यूएमपी को साथमा रहेको थियो हिलको थोरै हिस्टोरिकल रहने वाला छ बट बोथसँग फर्स्ट एड नै रहेको छैन ढुङ्गाको कभरमा 1v1 को फाइट इन्ट्रेस्टिङ म्याच आउट अफ नोवेयर कहाँ कन्भर्ट भएको छ हामी देख्दैछौँ कसले निकाल्छ त गेम बैंडेज both of the side first aid छैन बुश साइड
ग्रीन बडी करते गाइस ये मजा है देखने का गाइस ये जो बंदा है ना नीमा इसकी हम ऐसे तारीफ नहीं करते अगर आपने नोटिस करा हो अभी एसजी की जो फाइट्स हो रही थी अगर याद है एक जीटीआरएस गेमिंग में अकेला नीमा बचा था ये बंदा भाई
गैलेक्सी को प्लेयर ने पनि युटिलिटीज युज गरेको छन् उनलाई पोजिसन थाहा भइसकेको छ दुईटै प्लेयर्सहरुको लागि ढुङ्गा ढुङ्गा कभर बन्न पुगिसकेको थियो पनि
निमा ऐसी तारीफ नहीं करते हमने देखा है ना बंदों को यार तो लाइक वर्थ पता है बंदे की क्या है बंदे में क्या बंदा करके आया
लागि ट्रू पोटेंशियल 1-on-1 सिचुएसनमा कस्तै कस्तै डाउन निकाल्ने भन्ने कुरामा नआउँछ निमा पिक फायरको लागि जाँदैछन् भने यतातिरबाट निमा ग्यालेक्सीको प्लेयर पनि पिक फायरको लागि पनि जाँदै गरेको देख्न सक्छौँ ओके ट्रिपल भ्यू यहाँ रहन पुग्छ हाम्रो लागि ड्रोन भ्यू सँगसँगै यहाँ दुईजना प्लेयरको पर्सपेक्टिभ पनि हामीले देख्न पाइराखेका छौँ निमा बढ्ने कोसिस गरिरहेका छन् टिपीपी लिएर बसेको प्लेयरलाई फाइदा हुन सक्छ यो मुभले एन्ड निमाको एग्रेसन हेर्नु पर्दाखेरि एन्ड गरे निमा एन्ड वी नो दैट निमा भनेपछि हामीलाई थाहा छ गेम जिताउ
भाई ये एरा नेक्स्ट लेवल था ये जो साल था ना डीआरएस का जो था एज अ डीआरएस गेमिंग अभी जो एसजी का रोस्टर है दैट वाज इनसेन गाइस इनसेन बोल रहा हूँ ना मैं नेक्स्ट लेवल की फॉर्म थी सीजन पे भाई साहब बहुत ज्यादा मेरे को ना एक सुक का मोमेंट आ रहा है सुक रोटेशंस 4am लाइक 4am का याद है सुक अकेला बंदा बचा था याद है ये ही रोटेशंस थी आई गेस हाउ टू सुक का वीकेंडी का मैच था वो मेरे को याद है बेबी वो वीकेंडी का मैच था गाइस वो मेरे को रोटेशंस मिल जाए ना यार मैं आपको दिखाता भी गाइस वो मैच नंबर बताओ यार गाइस क्या है वीकेंडी का जो मैच नहीं था ये इनमें से कोई भी मैच नहीं है 4am गाइस वो वीकेंडी का मैच है इतना मेरे को याद है उसकी एक रील बन रखी है एंड ये मेरी भी आ रही है वीडियो ये 1 साल पुरानी जब हम वीडियोस बनाते थे गाइस वो वीडियो कहाँ है यार सुक्की कि कहाँ है वो वीडियोस यार 4am वो आ जाए ना गाइस मजा आ जाएगा अरे अभी भी नहीं आ रहा यार वो रोटेशंस भाई ओजी रोटेशंस है भाई वो रोटेशंस कोई नहीं कर सकता वो रोटेशंस प्लस जो उसने टीम को दिलाया था स्पेस दैट वाज इनसेन मैं लाइक इंस्टाग्राम पे पढ़ा होगा वो लाइट आई गेस पीएमआई ने डाला है वो याद है पीएमआई यस नाउ ही इज नाउ कैनेडियन गाय कैनेडियन ये आई गेस फास्ट एंड फ्यूरियस ये वाह वाह ये गाइस मेरे को मैच नंबर बताओ गाइस ये मैच है वो सुख देख रहे हो कहाँ से आ रहा है रोटेशंस देते हुए ब्रो ये बहुत तगड़ा मैच था भाई पूरा पीएमजीसी का मैच है भाई इतना क्लस्टर है भाई बंदे ने कैसे रोटेशन समझ रहे हो सुख को ऐसे नहीं बोलते लाइक रोटेशंस किंग लाइक अ सीन समझ रहे हो ये देखो अकेला बंदा भाई और इस बंदे का सीन क्या था अपनी हर एक जब भी जा रहा है ना हर एक कंपाउंड से हील वगैरह पकड़ के बैंडेज पकड़ के बूस्टर्स लेके यूज करते हुए जा रहा है एंड मैं जोन का डैमेज लेके और 2 टीम थी फुटबॉलिस्ट थी और बीटीआर थी जो एज खेलती थी वीकेंडी में अगर आपको याद हो फुटबॉलिस्ट भी सेम ऐसे रोटेशंस मारते थे पूरा एज खेलते हुए आ रहा है लौंडा देखो तुम्हारा जोन के अंदर एक जोन कटने दे रहा है इसका स्टैट क्या था इसमें यार ये सॉरी मेरे को लगा यूट्यूब है इसमें बंदे का स्टैट क्या था सुक का कि जोन कटने दो थोड़ा देर जोन के अंदर रुके रहो एंड जो पीछे की टीम से अंदर जाने दो मतलब कि आप समझ रहे हो क्या होने जा रहा है कि जो एजिस की टीम है ना थोड़ी सी अंदर जाए और पूरा एज पे आए फिर जोन कटेगा फिर जोन के अंदर रहेगा समझ रहे हो अभी देख रहे हो क्या है पूरा टाइम दे रहा है कि लाइक टीम्स जो है जो अपनी एजिस के बाहर होगी वो जल्दी से अंदर चल जाए देन वो पीछे से एंट्रीज डाले तो इस तरीके के स्टैट में खेल रहा था भाई भाई ये तो भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल थिंग था मेरे को याद है नोवा का फाइट हुआ था किसके साथ हुआ था नोवा का फाइट कोनिना पावर पता नहीं एक टीम के साथ नोवा की क्लैश हुई थी, नोवा के बंदे गिरे थे। देखो बीटीआर की टीम की देखो रोटेशंस देखो 360 रोटेशंस अभी कहाँ थी और कहाँ से रोटेशंस डाल रही है। एंड फुटबॉलिस्ट को देखो। एंड गाइस ये आई गेस ये वही वाला मैच था कि चैंपियंस ऑफ द ईस्ट चैंपियन ऑफ द वेस्ट है ना, जिसमें सारे लास्ट में बचे हुए थे। नाउ टी है ना भाई, ये तो सुख तो भाई ये सुख की तबाही है ब्रो। ये चीजें नहीं कर सकते भाई कोई भी, लाइक तो वो समझ रहे हो। एक एक नोवा की इंसेन रोटेशन थी तो, और भाई जो उन्होंने यासनाया में दी थी याद है, ये लो भाई ये तो टैग है भाई। नोवा रोटेशंस रुक यार इसका, ये हम अपन ने भी बनाया था ये है ना एपिक रोटेशंस गाइस, ये था ना वो
साथ मूव कर रहे हैं सब टीमें एक दूसरे के आसपास एक दूसरे को काटते हुए जा रहे हैं।
भाई कैसी बची थी यार नोवा, मतलब ये सीजन 0 होगा, इससे पहला पीएमजीसी था क्लास डिजिटल भाई जो इन्होंने पार्ट रखा था पहले 2 मैच पीएमजीसी के फाइनल जब स्टार्ट फाइनल्स की बात कर रहा हूं भाई।
यहाँ पे एएसएल का स्क्वाड लिया और एक बहुत ज्यादा करीब जा रहे पूरे मसाकी के धीरे-धीरे लॉन्डर देख रहे हैं, सिर्फ को लॉन्डर करने तक नाम के ओल्ड बॉय के द्वारा उंगली चलाई जा रही है। एवन स्पोर्ट्स के स्ट्राइक और भी बैक टू बैक नॉक यहां पे देखने को मिल रहा है।
नावी वर्सेस एवन स्पोर्ट्स, नावी ने पूरी वाइप करी है एवन स्पोर्ट्स।
पब्लिक जीरे वहां पे डांटे को भी नॉक आउट करके इसके साथ डांटे फिनिश हो जाएंगे।
भाई ये कौन है फोरेम का असाकी,
रिटेलिएट कर रहा है
भाई ये कभी नहीं दिखेगा गाइस, ये कभी नहीं दिखेगा भाई, ये यार कभी नहीं दिखेगा। हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट है, अब पता नहीं कब दिखे एज अ लाइनअप, सेम लाइनअप कि सुख भी खेल रहा है, हासाकी खेल रहा है, स्वान खेल रहा है, शिने खेल रहा है। मेरा बोलने का मतलब है ये जो हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट बन गया ना एक बार, वो अब पता नहीं आपको आगे कब देखने को मिले भी या ना मिले भाई।
क्या ये पिकनिक बनाने के लिए बाहर निकले हुए? आई डोंट नो कार की क्यों उनको मिल गई मिस्टर बट
वो आरआरक्यू गाइस लोग पूछ रहे थे आरआरक्यू कहां है, देखो गाइस G9 T2E Beer 11
this is like something death race going on.
That's how the mafia works.
Exactly.
पीछा करना चालू कर दिया गॉडलेस का।
जाएंगे गाड़ी सामने ओवरटेक करके खड़ी करेंगे और फिर बोलेंगे कहां पे।
भाई ये तो वाला मोमेंट हो गया, सारी टीम्स इन्होंने एक बारी में दिखा दी भाई। यहाँ पे 4M भी आ गई, ड्यूस भी आ गई, यहाँ पे ASL आ रही है, यहाँ पे अभी आपकी टीम आई है। लाइक निकालिए हमारा 1 पॉइंट हमको दीजिए,
हमको 1 पॉइंट
बिल गॉडलेस बचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। क्या अभी भी पीछा हो रहा है? बस रडार पे गाड़ियां नहीं, ओ अभी भी पीछा हो रहा है।
ओ राइट लेफ्ट दोनों साइड से आ रहे हैं धीरे-धीरे क्या ये घेरा जा रहा है यहाँ पे ASL का स्क्वाड। अब हेवन एक्स का वो हश्र होने वाला है जो स्क्वाड और ये क्या हो रहा है? हेवन एक्स उल्टा भाग गया।
आरआरक्यू कंफ्यूज हो गई क्या किसका करे, गॉडलेस आगे गए, हेवन उल्टा नहीं वहां पे मौजूद है, अल्फा 7 वहां पे। ओ भाई ये मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ये वही वाला मूवमेंट है जो आरआरक्यू के G9 ने, वही है क्या आरआरक्यू कुछ वाइप किया था, वही है क्या? प्रेशर कुछ देर में बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ने वाला है, लेकिन डेथ रेट लेट द गेम्स बिगिन। ओशन कोनिना पावर ट्रिपल हिट यहां पे आ चुकी है। आई थिंक आई लेट यू टेक दिस वन।
वेल यहां पर कौन सा जरूर कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एक तरफ पावर की तरफ से और पूरा बैकअप आया था, बट दैट वाज नॉट जस्ट बैकअप, दैट वाज
ओ गोंजो कहां है? अरे गोंजो कौन सी टीम में खेल रहा है अभी? गोंजो कौन सी टीम में खेल रहा है गाइस? Where is Gonzo right now?
फाइट निकाल रहे हैं एक करके अपने लिए अपनी टीम के लिए किल्स बटोरे, लेकिन वहां पर टू स्टॉप वांट टू मेक अ फुल स्टॉप इन दिस वन। 4 पे भी दूसरे एरिया से आए हैं, कोई ना पावर के लिए दिक्कत है, अलग से उस टीम का एलिमिनेशन हुआ।
वहां पे उनके सामने ही है हसाकी ने वहां से
अर्नी गाइस, अर्नी
ब्रिज वाली फाइट यहां पे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जॉर्ज पोल का जो अपार्टमेंट्स वाला ब्रिज है ये वहां पे एरो वर्ल्ड के प्लेयर से क्रॉस कर आरएमसी प्लेयर्स वापस और चौकन्ने रहते तो बहुत ज्यादा
गोंजो यूएल में है,
डैमेज जरूर करना तो गोस्ट आउट गोस्ट तक की दैट मींस 2 किल
रॉल किस गोंजो
दो है फाइट के आसपास से चल रहे हैं। आप देखिए दोनों टीमों के व्हीकल्स यहां पर साइड बाय साइड मूव कर रहे हैं, ये भी एक अलग मिसाल देखने को मिल रहा है। सोल के उनके पास कोई बैकअप अभी के लिए इस बगी पे नहीं है, अदरवाइज यहां पर शॉट फायर किए जा सकते हैं।
हम तो ऐसी मतलब एसटी तो गाइस ऐसी ही बदनाम है कि इन्फिनिटी पीछे लग गई थी, यहाँ पे तो अलग ही चेजिंग चली है ब्रो क्लास डिजिटल फुटबॉलिस्ट की।
सोल्जर्स के पास कोई ऐसा प्लेयर नहीं है, अदरवाइज वो भी यहां से कहीं ना कहीं
सोल्जर्स तो अलग जा चुके हैं, बट ये किल बहुत ज्यादा मायने रखता है। ऊपर से साइलस जो कि टॉप प्लेयर है डिजिटल एथलेटिक्स एंड यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डॉज जरूर करने की कोशिश, अभी भी मरे नहीं है, उतरेंगे यूएमपी रीलोड में जाएगी तब तक क्या यहाँ पे साइलस को पंच करके मारेगा, बट नहीं साइलस ने कोशिश पूरी करी बट
भाई ये साइलस वगैरह ये जो क्लास भाई इन बंदों का मैं तो बिग फैन भाई, जबरा फैन भाई।
एट द एंड पैराबॉय को यूएमपी के द्वारा वो किल मिलता हुआ है। पहली कैजुअलिटी यहां पे देखने को मिली, बट यहां पे वापस से
भाई एसटी तो सच में ऐसी बदनाम है भाई कि इन्फिनिटी ने गाली लगा दी। ये क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे, हम तो भूल गए ऐसे मोमेंट को भाई।
सेलिम उनको वापस से वो रिवर्ट बैक देना चाहते हैं। इस बार इनके पास एके में क्या गोलियां बची है वहां पे पैराबॉय के पास, बट नहीं एक बुलेट और कनेक्ट हुआ है। जॉनी उनके पास हेलमेट नहीं थे, इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। कितना लालच दिखाओगे उतना ही आपके ऊपर वापस से पड़ेगा। सो
ठीक है, देख लिया मैंने, ये तो रिवेंज मूवमेंट है गई। मैं अभी याद आ रहा है भाई, 2 साल हो गए ब्रो, भूल गए थे। आई गेस 2.5 साल हो गए।
तो अलग जा चुके हैं भाई।
ये देखो गाइस, रिवेंज पहले भी होते थे, हम इतना ध्यान नहीं देते।
एंड यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डॉज जरूर करने की कोशिश, अभी भी मरे नहीं है। उतरेंगे यूएमपी रीलोड में जाएगी तब तक क्या यहाँ पे साइलस को पंच करके मारेगा, बट नहीं साइलस ने कोशिश पूरी करी बट एट द एंड पैराबॉय को यूएमपी के द्वारा वो किल मिलता हुआ है। पहली कैजुअलिटी यहाँ पे देखने को मिली, बट यहाँ पे वापस से
आगे जाके उनका डाउन हो रहा था।
उनको वापस से वो रिवर्ट बैक देना चाहते हैं। इस बार इनके पास एक ये था भाई, वहां पे पैराबॉय के पास एक बुलेट और कनेक्ट हुआ है। जॉनी उनके पास हेलमेट नहीं थे, इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। कितना लालच से दिखाओगे उतना ही आपके ऊपर वापस से पड़ेगा। सो पैराबॉय
और ये गाइस भाई 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 गाइस, ये मूवमेंट भाई, यहाँ बीटीआर है, एक बंदा ज्यूस का है, एक बंदा टीम सीक्रेट का, एक जगह आरआरक्यू है भाई। गोवा की टीम की क्या एंट्री है, इसको लक बोलोगे क्या बोलोगे भाई, क्या बोलोगे बताओ कमेंट में।
बट यहाँ पे पतली गली से नोवा एसकेएफ के प्लेयर देखे कितने खूबसूरती से इन लोगों ने पार करी है।
चलो जिमी थोड़ा सा अनलकी रहा, नहीं तो जिमी भी हल्का सा हो जाता तो निकल ही जाता।
दिस वाज लाइक ब्यूटीफुल। अगर आपको एक जीएफ में अगर आपको देखना हो लाइक बहुत ही प्यारा।
ओ भाई ये तो कुछ मैंने अलग ही चीज देख ली वेस्ट ऑफ यूनिट भाई। अरे भाई भाई क्या ही देख लिया भाई, ये पीएमजी तो फुल रिवेंज था ब्रो। ये क्या देख लिया भाई, मेरे को पता ही नहीं था कि ऐसा भी कुछ हो रखा है पीएमजीसी के टाइम पे भाई, इतना याद ही नहीं है भाई। तो ये हमारी वीडियो भी है गाइस, हमने भी डाली थी। आओ रुको यार मेरे को देखने दो, पीएमजीसी रिवेंज, पीएमजीसी रिवेंज पे क्या क्या है भाई देखने दो। अरे भाई हमारी वीडियो आ रही है भाई, रिवेंज में फॉर्मेट क्यों आ रहा है। ये तो हम कल देख लिया गाइस, इन्फिनिटी वाला। गोंजो ने उस टाइम पे डीबीएस जो चलाया था, डीबीएस मास्टर। पीएमजी सीजन 0 बेस्ट क्लच सीन, बेस्ट क्लचेस ऑफ पीएम, हाँ वो देखते हैं यार, बेस्ट क्लचेस ऑफ पीएमजीसी 0 देखते हैं। पीएमजीसी लाइक बेस्ट क्लच, तो ये है ना भाई। भाई सीजन 0 जैसा कुछ नहीं होता ब्रो, वो जो चीजें लिख दी है ना एक बार हिस्ट्री में, आई गेस ये पीएमजीसी टॉप एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी इन क्लच यही है गाइस। नोवा एक्सक्यूएफ कौन सी देखी इनमें से, ये देखिए ये देखिए, वैसे इसमें ज्यादा व्यूज है, ये देख लेते गाइस। आई गेस ऐड आ रही है। गाइस ये तो हमने ही देखा, ये बेस्ट ऑफ पीएमजीसी मूवमेंट में ऑनेस्टली। ये यूरोपियन चैंपियनशिप मैच कब हो रहा है, वेटिंग फॉर एचपी पे डोमिनेशन ब्रो, 9:30 बजे से स्टार्ट होगा, 9:30 से।
Those circles as well. They
यूहाई क्लच,
no.
गाइस यूहाई का क्लच है।
What is going to be up here?
तो मेरे को याद करने दो,
Because as of now, Yasnaya is going to be potentially one of the ones going for the finish here. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they will have a small run in against the guys from Football this year. Yuhai will pop a couple up and
बहुत प्यारा
potentially try to knock the ball off the high horse here, and they get the shot in because now Luz going for a cover.
वो ट्रेड गेम, इस बंदे का एडियस, इस बंदे पे फुटबॉलिस्ट का अलग से एंगल है, एंड जहाँ पे यूहाई ने नॉक निकाला, ठीक है।
Here, but Yuhai will come up on top again.
एंड जो यूहाई ने नेड्स करे थे, वो जो लाइक अनकुक नेड पहले फेंक दिए थे, लाइक फुटबॉलिस्ट के बंदे इधर को आने लगे एंगल वगैरह बनाने के, और नेड उस पे फटा और बंदा गॉन।
It's a nice knock as well. And from afar they get two, and that's gonna be Yuhai get two.
एंड इसके बाद कॉल आई होगी कि यूहाई तू पुश कर, मेरी एचपी लो है, मैं पीछे से ट्रेड दूंगा। तो यूहाई ओवर एग्रेस कर रहा है, पीछे से बंदा ट्रेड वाला गेम खेल रहा है।
Well, not one, not two, but he gets three, and he goes in for a clutch. He's gonna be the last man standing here, and he going for a hand here, and Yuhai escapes the grasp of his hand here. Yuhai He's gonna go crazy. He's gonna try and go for the 1v4 situation here. But now he's thinking, does he want to save Method or does he want to go in for the finish here? Because now the rest of the team
नाइस वे यूहाई
is there UI
यूहाई
cleans
भाई
house.
यूहाई को ऐसे
And
नहीं
that's gonna be
भाई
Team
यूहाई का नाम
Secret
ऐसे नहीं लिया जाता
M1
ब्रो
taking not
फुटबॉलिस्ट
one,
आई गेस
not
वेस्ट रीजन
two,
की टीम थी
but
वेस्ट चैंपियंस थी
everyone from the
फुटबॉलिस्ट
side of footballers here. What
Nice
a play
play,
there
boy.
coming from Team Secret M1. A huge 4K for you high boy. Juju.
G9 क्लच गाइस ये जो क्लच है आई गेस G9 का मोस्टली हाँ यही क्लच है G9 का जो इसके बाद इसने रिटायरमेंट दे दी थी कि लाइक कि ये PMGC या सॉरी इस PMGC के बाद वो कंटिन्यू नहीं करेगा ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट की तरह एंड वो रिटायर हो जाएगा तो G9 की ऑफिशियली रिटायरमेंट थी इस बार इसके बाद उसका परफॉर्मेंस भी डाउन हुआ था अगर आपको पता है ये लास्ट PMGC था G9 का और RRQ एज अ टीम तो RRQ BR11 D2E अर्नी G9 थे ना तो इनका गाइस लास्ट मूव था गाइस मैं थोड़ी आवाज कम कर देता हूँ मेरी आवाज कम आ रही है ना सो गाइस मैं बता रहा था तो गाइस इस मूवमेंट को ना जस्ट वो करो भावनाओं में बह के इनको रियलाइज करो लाइक G9 का लास्ट RRQ का लास्ट था G9 ने इसका रिटायरमेंट ले दी थी
अर्नी को बाहर पकड़ा गया हेस्टैक्स के पीछे लेकिन हेजलनट्स के पास कोई प्रॉपर एंगल ऑफ फायर यहाँ पे अवेलेबल नहीं है एक और प्लेयर डाउन D2E को भी एक बारी जमीन पे लिटा दिया गया
एरो वुल्फ
हेजलनट यहाँ पे चार्ज करने की कोशिश करे अर्नी के पास
अरे अर्नी क्या कर रहा था यहाँ पे भाई इतना पीक लेके बैठा हुआ था
RRQ डाउन टू वन मैन G9 किसी तरह यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करने की कोशिश करे लेकिन एरो वुल्फ लीमैक्स अब हंट डाउन के ले जा रही है ये एक प्लेयर दीवार के कोने में खड़े होकर गोलियां चला रहे हैं रोनाल्ड इनके सामने लेकिन अब गोलियां चला
भाई G9 गॉड भाई कैसे भाई मेरे को लग रहा है कि इसने तीन चार गोलियां में दोनों ले लिए G9 गॉड भाई ऐसे ही नहीं बोलते भाई इन बंदों को गॉड भाई
डाउन के ले जा रही है ये एक प्लेयर दीवार के कोने में खड़े होकर गोलियां चला रहे हैं रोनाल्ड इनके सामने लेकिन
एक भाई
नंबर आई वांटेड टू से दैट बट नो किसी तरह रिकवरी करी गई
भाई साहब
अभी भी फुल एचपी पे हेजलनट की एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम है और वो G9 को ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इनके टीममेट्स खत्म हो चुके हैं फॉरवर्ड अप किया गया लेकिन गन बाहर नहीं थी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम G9 ये फाइट अपनी टीम के लिए 1v3
गाइस लास्ट द लेजेंडरी क्लच ऑफ G9 इन द एरा लाइक जो एरा था RRQ का वो यहीं पे फिनिश ऑफ हुआ था इस क्लच के साथ लास्ट एरा जो था ना वो यहीं खत्म हुआ था राइजन गाइस राइजन का क्लच राइजन 4M शिने उसमें माइक गाइस ये देखो इसमें आई गेस माइक्रोवॉय भी है ना माइक्रोवॉय भाई वो भी क्या टाइम होता था माइक्रोवॉय सपोर्ट खेल रहा है ना भाई सपोर्ट भाई माइक्रोवॉय का सपोर्ट ना टॉप नॉच था भाई उस टाइम पे एंड भाई लेजेंडरी फाइट है हिस्टोरिकल फाइट कभी नहीं देखने को मिलेगी आज के बाद सेम रोस्टर पे 4M जहाँ पे राइजन है जहाँ पे माइक्रोवॉय है जहाँ 4M पे सुक के जहाँ स्वान है शिने हासाकी है देखो यहाँ पे डाउन पड़ा है स्वान है राइजन बीरो नहीं वैसे डिसएडवांटेज तो था यार देखो 4M को देखो कितना डिसएडवांटेज है भाई इतना ज्यादा रुको गाइस थोड़ा सा ये बोल रहे मैच स्टार्ट हो गया लेट मी चेक अभी नहीं है ब्रो अभी नहीं होगा मैच अभी जितना मुझे पता है अभी आपका थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा गाइस जो बोल रहा है मैच स्टार्ट हो गया जब तक हम क्लच खत्म करेंगे उसके बाद ही मैच स्टार्ट होगा
डैमेज उनको और भी सोर्सेस से पड़ रहा है और ये देखिए एक और नेट राइजन का स्वान भी वहां पे नॉक हो जाए और हसाकी अब अकेले बचे राइजन को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता ब्लू जोन के अंदर चार्ज किया
ओह नाइस देखो डिसएडवांटेज था 4M को बट राइजन प्लेड वेल गाइस इस मैच में दिस 1v4 यस अरे पीछे मेरे को कौन सी टीम है ये पीछे को सॉरी गाइस मेरे को थोड़ा सा भ्रम हुआ पीछे कौन सी टीम थी ये एक्स पाक की तरह लोगो लगा मेरे को पता नहीं 2 मिनट रुको
और हसाकी बार मतलब 4 एंग्री मैन भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है जी हां
पता नहीं
के साथ वो फाइट ले सकते हैं इस हिसाब से लेकिन किंग को
नोवा ड्यूस आईसी मेरे को याद आ रहा है एक क्लच पता नहीं क्यों मुझे याद आ रहा है बट
अब नोवा एक्सक्यूएफ का एलिमिनेशन जूस करेगी
आईसी भाई इनके भी तो भाई इनका तो एरा था भाई एरा आईसी ये सब हो गया भयंकर Ryzen IQ gameplay. क्या IQ था Ryzen का? अरे भाई ये मेरे को याद है मेरे को भाई, ये तो मेरे को समझ नहीं आया था, मैं लाइव देख रहा था भाई, ये कर क्या रहे हैं भाई, राइजन ने क्या जो बीटी दिया। भाई 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 ये लेजेंडरी भाई, ये हिस्टोरिकल मूवमेंट्स है भाई, ये वापस नहीं आएंगे भाई, इनको आप बस इन वीडियोस में ही देख सकते हो।
Gatekeeping, they want to revenge their teammate, and you can see D2E
ये वही वाला
up
मैच
there
है क्या
in the
जो मैं
back on
सोच रहा
early
हूँ?
as well. D2E though, he ain't done yet. He's got that Uzi up close and
अरे भाई
personal.
स्मोक पे तो D2 भाई भी खेलते हैं, हमारे हम चाइनीज टीम को बोलते हैं D2 भाई भी मस्त मार रहे हैं स्मोक के अंदर। हाँ गाइस हम बोलते हैं कि भाई चाइनीज टीम आ रही थी, D2 भाई को तो हम भूल गए भाई, PMGC सीजन 0 में सब कुछ है, शिने का क्लच भी आ गया।
Looking to mount up potentially, grab those vehicles and just get out of dodge.
Hazuki really is the X factor here for 4AM, just with this wonderful angle he has. It does split up 4AM slightly, and that's a double.
Hello?
Yeah, that's just a cut down. Easy.
कौन बोलता भाई चाइनीज टीम के लुंडों की ट्रेसिंग नहीं होती भाई, ये दिखा देना क्लिप भाई।
Meku behind the tree,
Next
lost
level
to go down.
भाई, next level
Beautiful stuff.
रेक्स ग्रेनेड मेरे को कई मूवमेंट तो हिट हो रहे गाइस, अभी जैसे पिछला मूवमेंट शिने वाला मेरे को हिट हो गया, उससे पहले भी हिट हो गया, कई मूवमेंट हिट नहीं हुए, लाइक वो पैराबॉय को जो रिवेंज लिया था क्लास डिजिटल ने।
और मात्र 25 सेकंड बचे हैं पांचवा जोन क्लोज इन होने के लिए, एंड उसके साथ टीम सीक्रेट का स्क्वाड, दे डोंट वांट टू लीव एनी प्लेयर अराउंड देमसेल्फ। इस ओके अल्फा 7 के जो लॉ थे उनके ऊपर ग्रेनेड आया था, और सेनेटेक्स उनके ऊपर भी आके
भाई 3 बंदे एक नेट से
कर लीजिए, बिकॉज़ रेक्स ने 2 ग्रेनेड फेंके
हैकर और व्हाट।
स्क्वाड सामने अल्फा 7।
तो गाइस आई थिंक वी शुड शिफ्ट टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस, आई थिंक वी शुड लाइक मैच स्टार्ट ना हो जाए गाइस, थोड़ा स्ट्रीम पे स्टार्ट हो जाते, क्वालिटी बहुत प्यारी है यार, क्वालिटी तो बहुत प्यारी क्वालिटी है ब्रो। आ जाओ गाइस, अब अपन देखते हैं, आ जाओ गाइस, अब अपन शिफ्ट करते हैं, बीच बीच में शिफ्ट करते रहेंगे, यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर में स्टार्ट होने वाला है। एंड गाइस जितने भी नए लोग आ रहे हैं मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा कि D2 is called five finger god for a reason. Yup, exactly bro भाई, बहुत तगड़ा भाई, मतलब PMGC सीजन 0 इज द वन, मतलब जिसने देखा नहीं है ना, मतलब इस कुछ सिनारियो वो देखेगा ना, नहीं इस टाइम पे जो बंदे खेलते हैं ना, उस टाइम पे जो सीन था, मतलब बंदे देख के वो मतलब बिलीव नहीं कर पाएंगे भाई, ये वो इंदा है भाई, ये तो ऐसा खेल रहा है, वो बंदे ऐसे, तगड़ा सीन था भाई उस टाइम। क्रिप्टो गई क्या? IG स्टोरी लगाओ लो अयोगी भाई, IG स्टोरी लगाना जरूरी है क्या? क्या बोलते हो, लगा लिया जाए? वी आर डूइंग अ स्ट्रीम, लगा ले गाइज, हेलो गाइज, चलो यार आप बोल रहे तो IG स्टोरी, एंड गाइज टैग करो मेरे को यार, मैं आपकी स्टोरी रीशेयर कर देता हूँ गाइज, इसको मेरे को टैग कर दो गाइज, एनीवन प्लीज टैग मी ऑन इंस्टाग्राम गाइज कि दैट वी आर डूइंग अ स्ट्रीम करके, सो मैं आपकी रीशेयर कर देता हूँ। इट विल स्टार्ट इन 5 मिनट्स, ओके ब्रो, ओके 5 मिनट के अंदर स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, सो अपन जो है, एंड हियर वी गो, हियर इज लाइक माय कैमरा, मेरा किधर है हमारा कैमरा, गाइस हमारा मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट, तो ज़रा सब्र करो। तो यार मैं एक वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था, क्रिप्टो डजंट प्ले विद i8 एनीमोर, नो ब्रो वी डोंट, अभी नहीं खेलता क्रिप्टो। FSY क्लच ऑन BTR आल्सो अनएक्सपेक्टेड, लूप्स डिस्क्वालीफाई सीन्स, गाइस वो सीन तो बहुत तगड़ा था, लूप्स क्वालीफाई वाला का देखना है, बट सीन वही है ना ब्रो यार, अभी मैच स्टार्ट ना हो जाए यार। फेस टोनी के ब्रो, टोनी के इतना रिएक्ट ऑन लूप्स डिस्क्वालीफाई सीन्स, श्योर ब्रो, श्योर करते हैं गाइस। टीएमपीएल ई होने वाला है स्टार्ट, क्योंकि कास्टर्स डेस्क पे आ चुके हैं एंड मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट विद इन फ्यू मिनट्स। चलो में आएगा फिलहाल। ग्रेविटी जॉइंट आई 8 क्या सही में? ग्रेविटी 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 मेमो का क्लच भी अच्छा है। ग्रेविटी इज अ नाइस गाय। मैट बुल्स गाइस, क्या लग रहा है फर्स्ट मैच का चिकन डिनर कौन होगा? एंड गाइस जितने भी नए लोग आए, मेक श्योर टू डाउनलोड स्टैंड, डाउनलोड कर लो, लिंक पे क्लिक करो एंड डाउनलोड, जस्ट डाउनलोड कर लो एंड रजिस्टर योरसेल्फ, दैट्स इट गाइस। पहला मैच हो चुका है हमारा स्टार्ट। एंड गाइस हियर वी गो फॉर मैच नंबर 1 इज स्टार्टेड एंड बहुत जल्दी इन्होंने मैच स्टार्ट कर दिया हमारा। बहुत प्यारा लगा मुझे देख के, इतनी फास्ट सर्विस देख के। एंड गाइस क्या लग रहा है फर्स्ट मैच का चिकन डिनर? व्हाट डू यू थिंक गाइस? व्हाट डू यू थिंक विल टेक फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर? लाइक कौन लेके जाएगा? कमेंट करो जल्दी से। एंड गाइस मेक श्योर टू लाइक। मैं फर्स्ट एवर टाइम कर रहा हूँ, मैंने स्पेशल परमिशन ली है तो सक्सेसफुल बनाना इस वॉच पार्टी को। अगर ये सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगी तो गाइस मेहनत करने का कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमने पहले भी स्ट्रीम करी है, मैं लिटरली थक चुका हूँ, बट फ्री में एफर्ट दिखा रहे हैं। सो मेक श्योर टू शेयर द स्ट्रीम, लाइक समझ रहे हो मैं क्या बोलना चाह रहा हूँ। गाइस फ्लाइट पाथ, गाइस एक चीज़ इनकी ना मेरे को समझ नहीं आती, इनकी जो स्ट्रीम की क्वालिटी है ना वो इतनी सफिशिएंट नहीं लगती मुझे एज कम्पेयर टू अदर रीजन। लाइक इवन दो नॉर्डविन हैव अ गुड क्वालिटी ब्रो, नॉर्डविन की क्वालिटी बहुत तगड़ी, ऐसा मुझे फील होता है पर्सनली। नॉर्डविन हैव अ फार गुड क्वालिटी ब्रो। इवन दो बीजीएमआई का भी क्वालिटी बहुत तगड़ा था। आई डोंट नो इनका क्यों नहीं है वैसा, कब होगा आई डोंट नो ना वो है। तो गाइस जितने भी नए लोग आए हो गाइस, हियर वी गो द फर्स्ट सर्कल एंड आजकल यही सर्कल अपडेट के बाद ज़्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है, सेम सर्कल। लेट्स सी यहाँ पे टीम्स कैसा परफॉर्म करती है। इन्होंने पहले खेला होगा क्योंकि अपडेट तो गाइस आ चुका है बहुत पहले एंड ये सर्कल अभी काफ़ी टाइम से बन रहा है। सो या स्ट्रीम को खेलने का आदत होगा इस पर, क्या खेलना है कैसे खेलना है। बाकी लेट्स सी गाइस, गाइस सबको बुला लो जल्दी से जल्दी, मैं भी स्टोरी लगा लेता हूँ। यू विल ड्रॉप चेंज यस S2G गेम साउंड ब्रो, ये ब्रो
Fireflux was a weird one for me, right?
कान तो नहीं फट गए थे? सॉरी सॉरी, कान तो नहीं फट गए थे गाइस? गाइस लो गेम साउंड बढ़ा दी भाई। क्रिप्टो कौन सी टीम में है? क्रिप्टो ब्रो UOL में है। रीस्टार्ट टू स्टार्ट तो नहीं कर दिया इन्होंने हैं? तो गाइस हियर वी गो द फर्स्ट मैच एंड फर्स्ट क्लैश। ओ भाई पहला ही क्लैश इतना बड़ा, S2G वर्सेस HVP, नावी एक्स नावी रोस्टर वर्सेस S2G। ओ भाई एक वेस्ट डोमिनेशन, एक ईस्ट, मतलब एक वेस्टर्न यूरोप का डोमिनेशन, एक तुर्की का डोमिनेशन। ओ भाई साहब, गाइस ये इंटेंशनली तो नहीं था, गाइस ये इंटेंशनली तो नहीं था भाई। बहुत हार्ड होने वाला है, बहुत हार्ड। मैटिक प्लेस ओ मैटिक भाई क्या हुआ अब? बहुत ज्यादा जॉर्ड भाई, मैटिक ने बहुत तगड़ा दिया। मैटिक का किल गया बट यहाँ पे स्लेस ने भी काफी ज्यादा डैमेज दे दिया था, बट दूसरे एंगल से पड़ी उसको। ओ भाई 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 प्रिडिक्शन बोल बनाओ भाई, बनाया हुआ है प्रिडिक्शन बोल मैटिक भाई। यस 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 भाई, ये दूसरी टीम कहाँ से आ गई यहाँ पे? भाई HVV के तो लग गए भाई। फर्स्ट मैच तो ऊपर नीचे हो गया, इस पहले मैच में तो बहुत बसड़ होगी भाई। मैटिक इज अ गुड बॉय ब्रो, मैटिक आउट हो गया है भाई। पहला ही मैच भाई क्लैश से स्टार्ट हुआ है, ओपनिंग ही क्लैश से, क्लैश नहीं क्लैश से स्टार्ट हुई है। पहला ही मैच।
There's absolutely no backup coming from the rest of S2G at the moment. The two other players are sat firmly towards the south side of Rozhok at the moment, so unable to get towards his position.
ब्रो ये लाइव मैच लाइव रैंकिंग कैसे वर्क करती है ऑटोबॉट से? ब्रो ये कैसे करती है ब्रो? ये ना एक आप बोल सकते हो की होता है जो कि सिर्फ ऑफिशियल्स के पास होती है, जिसमें आपको सारा डाटा होता है। तो प्रोटेक्शन टीम्स हो गए, मतलब इसको हैंडल करने का कुछ तरीका होता है, तरीके से चलता है।
Sometimes quite careless, other times quite the beastly opponent. But I think that volatility in him as a player is something that he will need to correct over time, become a little bit more consistent. It's great to see him pop off. I mean, you saw it there. 0 HP with the AKM, perfect weapon with the amount of damage it does per bullet to take down someone with very little HP. You hit that headshot, 2 bullets towards the chest. That is one eliminated player.
Unfortunately couldn't switch it around for the second, and that's really what turned the tides there in the favor of S2G. Will now be playing.
तो गाइस भाई इसकी तो स्टार्टिंग क्लेश से हुई है।
That position on the south side of Rozhok, you can see them all back together. One big happy family there. Kelsey, Razy, both joining on in as they regroup.
भाई साहब इसकी तो स्टार्टिंग ही क्लेश से हो रही है गाइस, क्लेश से, क्लैश से, सॉरी क्लेश से।
Line on that south side near Quarry as they all head towards the circle.
New World's up towards Severny at the moment. Won't have too much to contest them over in that position for the time being, at least. HVP, though, I think they're in a bit of an awkward scenario right now, John. You've got Pioneer on top of them, S2G hovering around in this location. You've got Mad Bulls off to...
गाइस मैंने स्टोरी भी डाल दिया।
It's kind of clumped up, and I think no one's really attempted to even hit up South George or North George at the moment, just because of this little roadblock that has been has kind of appeared in this area. We even saw Surreal Esports earlier on towards Gakko.
Bro, if all 4 players there were then HVVP, देखते हैं the data is generated by API. Mad Bulls की टीम अच्छी है, देखते हैं ब्रो कैसा परफॉर्मेंस आता है। ओके सर, ये मैटिक का 1v6 एक हिस्टोरिकल क्लच था। A gamer will announce the BGMI roster soon. अरे TO Killer, how are 7? तो गाइज S2G फर्स्ट पॉइंट। गाइज अगर ये PL लॉबी होती तो S2 के 2 पॉइंट जुड़ते हमको यहाँ पे दिखते हुए नजर आते, बट लेट्स सी। गाइज ये कुछ ये मेरे को नई सी चीज क्यों दिखने को मिल रही है गाइज? इज इट टीओ किलर गुड बडी? हेलो किलर ब्रो, कैसे हो? बढ़िया। हेलो गिव सर, यू फॉरगेट टू कॉल मी। नहीं ब्रो, हम कब भूले? हम कभी नहीं भूलते ब्रो। क्या बात कर रहे हो? हम कहाँ भूलते किलर भाई। गाइस बाय द वे, जो भी नए लोग स्ट्रीम के अंदर आए हैं उनको हम बता देते हैं, यहाँ पे स्टार्टिंग ही हुई है 2 रीजन के क्लेश से, जो है आपका एक वेस्टर्न यूरोप, एक है आपकी तुर्की रीजन की डोमिनेटिव टीम। एक तो आपको पता ही ये टीम कौन सी है, एक है S2G, दूसरी आपकी HVVP एक्स नावी का रोस्टर। दोनों का क्लैश हुआ, मैटिक को ट्रेड गेम में ले लिया। मैटिक ने भी एक ट्रेड दिया था, एक नॉक मतलब मैटिक ने दिया, दूसरा ट्रेड पे मैटिक को नॉक एंड फिनिश वहां पे हुआ। तो यस, राइट नाउ HVV इज इन लाइक 3 मैन रोस्टर, बहुत गंदी बसड़ती। उसके बाद SR टीम जो है ये भी आई थी, लाइक बच गया नावी का बंदा, नहीं एक्स, अब तो नावी आदत होगी बोलते हुए, तो यस बच गया बंदा, नहीं तो बम लग जाते HVV के फर्स्ट मैच में। बट पहला मैच है, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। 6 मैचेस होने टोटल, एंड यस S2G यहीं पे यहीं पे यहीं पे यहीं पे ये S2G के बंदे क्या है, लाइनों में लगे भाई, मैं मारूंगा मैं मारूंगा भाई। अलग सीन भाई, S2G वाले अलग ही खेल रहे भाई, क्या सीन है आज। हेलो की भाई, हेलो ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप, हेलो भाई, हेलो 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 ब्रो। इन लास्ट स्ट्रीम यू सेड यू विल कॉल मी फॉर डिस्कशन DH हैदराबाद एंड तुम भूल गए ब्रो। उसके बाद मुझे याद नहीं था, आप कर लेते, मैं भूल गया ना, उसके बाद मुझे याद ही नहीं था। लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम थी वो वाली, और ये भी बहुत लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम। इसके बाद मुझे अगर मेरे को याद नहीं रहा तो आप कर लेना। Have you seen the 1v2 of I8 Goose? Right भाई भाई भाई, सेंटर देखो एंड मिड देखो, ये भाई हार्ड शिफ्ट वाला मेटा यहाँ भी चल रहा है क्या, जो अपने साउथ एशिया में चल रहा था। 2 हार्ड शिफ्ट, फिर 3rd काउंटर, सॉरी 2 आइसोलेटेड एक साइड को, एंड काउंटर गटका की तरफ जाएगा, क्या लगता है? गटका, गटका से फिर इधर को कटेगा, क्या लगता है गाइस? यहाँ पे मैड बुल्स की टीम है, उधर को उधर कहीं जोन बनेगा। तो 3rd सर्कल देखते हैं हार्ड शिफ्ट कहाँ को जाता है, क्या पता हॉस्पिटल की साइड या नीचे की साइड, या फिर मैड बुल पे मेरे को लग रहा है जोन अगला रहेगा। देखते हैं भाई। बट मैक्सिमम ऑफ द टीम्स अगर आप नोट डाउन करोगे यहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा फर्स्ट सर्कल के अकॉर्डिंगली बहुत सारी टीम्स एज पे है, बहुत सारी देखो ना, सारी टीम्स यहाँ रोटेशंस मार के आ रही है। गेम लोड एसटीजी बीजीके क्वालिफाइड, आई नो टर्किश अब से ही खेलते हैं ब्रो एजी की तरह। अरे 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 मेरे एस2जी की जो टीम है ना, मतलब हाँ मैंने उनको देखा है, जितना उनका रोस्टर है वो अगर ऐसी है ब्रो, उनके पॉइंट्स यार तुम वेस्टर्न फाइनल्स देखना पिछले साल का पीएमजीसी का जो लीग हुआ था वेस्टर्न का अलग से, भाई एस2जी ने कत्ल मचा रखा था भाई, इतनी फाइट्स लेके खेल रही थी ना। और मैड बुल्स, स्पेशली मैड बुल्स फ्रॉम वेस्टर्न रीजन, बट काफी लोगों की मेंटालिटी भी तो रहेगी ना यार, क्वालिफाई भी होना है, कितना ही फाइट भाई में इसका गेम बहुत अच्छा। बट अभी तक तो बूम बाम दे दिया फायर फ्लक्स ने, फायर फ्लक्स के लिए काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्वालिफाई होना। फायर फ्लक्स गाइज इफ यू नो इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम, फायर फ्लक्स, एंड अभी तक वो पीएमजीसी के लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए। बेसिकतास के 2 बंदे उड़ा दिए इन्होंने, बढ़िया। Which team already qualified? Game Lord from Western Europe and आपकी Besiktas and S2G from Turkey. These 3 teams are qualified and जितनी अभी आपकी 16 teams खेल रही है इसमें से top 3 teams होगी वही PMGC के लिए qualify होगी। तो yes, competition high bro, competition high. 3 finishes, nice. अकेला बंदा बच्चा enjoying is enjoying alone. enjoy कर रहा है अकेले। 3 knock। पीएमजीसी लीग वॉच पार्टी करोगे? ऑब्वियसली ब्रो, अपन सब सेट है, सब सॉर्टेड है। मैंने स्ट्रीम की देखो भाई, सिंपल सी बात है, आप ऐसे नहीं कर सकते, आपको परमिशन लेना पड़ता है। उसी ने परमिशन का अभी मैंने बात, आज का तो मिल गया, बाकी देखते हैं कल परसों का क्या होता है। पाइनर भी अच्छी टीम है, दे आर फ्रॉम CIS टीम, CIS रीजन। जिनको नहीं पता है, HVP, वर्चस प्रो, पाइनर, दीज आर द वेस्ट न्यूज हैं। ये मत बोलना ही नॉक हो गया था। अच्छा, वो दिखा रहे थे कि मतलब बग्गी ने जो खाया। फायर फ्लक्स ब्रो, फायर फ्लक्स भी काफी ज्यादा फैन फेवरेट टीम है जितना मुझे लगता है, जितना मैंने देखा है। HVV X Navi राइट, यस X Navi, HVVP इज X Navi रोस्टर, फायर फ्लक्स यस। गेम लोड डिडंट क्वालिफाई फॉर यू। ओह हाँ रे, गेम लोड तो क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ। थैंक यू फॉर द रिमाइंडर ब्रो। यूएल टीम पॉइंट, अभी तो मैच स्टार्ट हुआ है ब्रो, 11 मिनट हुए, पहला मैच हो रहा है, क्या सोच रहे हो? रुको जरा, सब्र करो, पहला मैच है। आई नो आपको आदत नहीं है इतनी रात को देखने की, आप सोच रहे होंगे कि 5 और 6 मैच होगा, पहला ही मैच है जिसके भी 12 मिनट हुए। लो फायर फ्लक्स के 3 पॉइंट हाईएस्ट है। तो भाई S2G आगे भाई, ये टीम को तो गदर मचाते हुए देखूंगा जितना मुझे पता है, फाइट लेके ही खेलने वाली, ये नहीं थोड़ी कि ये वो जैसे, याद है आपको LGD इन PMRC, बस वही है ये टीम। फायर फ्लक्स को देखना, अब की बार एक्स फुटबॉलिस्ट प्लेयर है इसमें सारे। तो मेरे को, मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो टीम क्वालिफाई हो ऑनेस्टली से, ओ ऊपर की तरफ कटा हिल, नाइस। अगला काउंटर मार के नीचे आ सकता है, हिल के ऊपर बहुत कम जोन देखे, नीचे की तरफ शायद जोन आए, शायद, आई डोंट नो। काउंटर मार के फायर फ्लक्स इज डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन। यप 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 यप। देखो इस आई वांट, जितनी भी टीम्स दिख रही है मैं आपको बताता हूँ, जो मैं देखना चाहता हूँ। एक HVVP है, एक मैड बुल्स है, एंड एक आपकी फायर फ्लक्स, और TJB। दीज आर द 4 टीम्स एंड 5 UOL, इनमें 6 वर्चस प्रो। तो जिसमें से टीम्स क्वालिफाई हो तो देखेंगे। बाय द वे वर्चस प्रो का बूम बाम होने वाला है गाइस। ओल्ड बॉय एक्स नावी प्लेयर। ओ अरे ओल्ड बॉय, नॉटी नॉटी, बहुत प्यारा। क्रिप्टो मैड बुल्स का इफेक्ट बहुत जॉर्ड बंदा है, टॉप फ्रैगर में 40 का डिफरेंस रख के #1 था वो। आई नो उसके ऊपर एलिगेशंस भी लगे थे हैकिंग के, जितना मुझे पता है। फिर उसका अलग से POVs वगैरह लिया था। ओए ओल्ड बॉय क्या खेल रहा है ये? हेलो, ओल्ड बॉय जस्ट एलिमिनेटेड TJB। भाई बात तो है भाई, भाई देखो ओल्ड बॉय में बात तो है। ओल्ड बॉय भाई, मेरे को ना ओल्ड मतलब वो याद आ रही है, मतलब नॉस्टैल्जिक फील्स, नहीं नॉस्टैल्जिक क्या बोलते हैं, नॉस्टैल्जिक जो भी है, लाइक ओल्ड बॉय भाई। UOL जोन मॉडल, आई वांट टू सी क्रिप्टो इन PMGC। देखते हैं ब्रो, UOL जोन मॉडल देखते हैं क्या सीन होता है। सब लोग लाइक कर दो, PMGC में सरप्राइज है सबके लिए। यस ब्रो, लाइक कर दो हमारी हार्डवर्क के लिए गाइस, लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ये तो हो नहीं था, ये हाँ ही था। बाय द वे एसआरआर लॉन्डे मेरे को थोड़े से वो लग रहे खेड़ी, मतलब थोड़े नॉटी टाइप लग रहे, मतलब देखते हैं। बाय द वे फायर फ्लक्स मेरे को हिल हुल पर दिखी कहीं, एक्शन आई मुझे। अरे ब्रो ये जो कह रहा हूँ स्टैंडिंग वाली है तो क्राफ्टर ने सबको स्काई स्पोर्ट्स नहीं नहीं, अरे तुम पागल हो भाई, ये नहीं मिलती किसी को, वो अपने अकॉर्डिंग करते हैं भाई। ये जो ये जो की रहती है ना क्लाइंट, ये ऑफिशियल्स को ही मिलती है ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट करवाने के लिए। ये क्राफ्टन नहीं देता ब्रो, ये टेंसेंट देता है। टेंसेंट जो है क्राफ्टन को देता है, क्राफ्टन अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को देगी। जो लाइक अभी कौन ऑर्गेनाइज करा था टेसरेक्ट, तो टेसरेक्ट को ही मिलेगा वो, प्रोडक्शंस वालों को जो मैनेजमेंट, और किसी को नहीं मिलता। थर्ड पार्टी में किसी के पास भी नहीं है वो अपने भी हाफ पे करते सब। नेपाल का मेरे को पता है एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उन्होंने एक अपना एपीआई डेवलप करा है, ना मुझे पता है गाइस। मेरे को लग रहा है एफ नीचे ना जाए जो, देखते हैं अगला जोन गाइस, नीचे ऊपर बताओ। व्हाट डू यू थिंक गाइस, वेयर नेक्स्ट जोन? मैड बुल्स, मैड बुल्स, मैड बुल्स। ओके ओके, यूओएल का बिल्कुल सेंटर बना है भाई, कटा नीचे को ही है, हिल से नीचे ही कटा है भाई साहब। भाई साहब क्या बात है, क्या बात है गाइस। ये वाइट लिस्ट अकाउंट होते हैं, सब डाटा सेव होता है। यप यप गाइस, ये जो लाइक ये जो इनका डाटा रहता है ना, इस पे पता है आपको, जो ये ऑफिशियल्स के पास रहता है, ये जो की जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, इस पे क्या था, इस पे आपको हर एक डाटा मिलेगा कि समझ लो हर एक जो बंदा है उसके 4 प्लेयर्स। नाइस, 2 नॉक उठाए थे, बट यहाँ पे ये कैसे मारा इसने भाई। हम चाइनीज टीम्स को बोलते हैं भाई, वेस्टर्न यूरोप की टीम्स कम है क्या? लेट्स गो यूएल, यस। ओके सर, थैंक यू फॉर द वैल्यूएबल सपोर्ट। बेटर सेट पुतिन, अरे अरे रॉल किस, देखते ब्रो क्या होता है। वैसे टीजेबी की भी यार डिफेंडिंग बहुत अच्छा खेलने वाली टीम है। भाई तब यहाँ पे नॉक दिया वर्चस्व। आई जस्ट वांट यार फायर फ्लक्स आए, मजा आ जाएगा। फायर फ्लक्स, मैट बुल्स या एचवी में से एक आए, बाकी देखते हैं किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो आप ब्रो। एवरी टीम, हर एक टीम, मैं सब टीम को देखना चाहता हूँ। मैं एसटीजी को देखना चाहता हूँ अच्छा खेलते हुए, एम्पायर को देखना चाहता हूँ गाइस। ये टीम तो अलग है ना गाइस, गाइस ये टीम इज डिफरेंट। अभी देखना तुम क्या होगा, अभी देखना बूम बाम होएगा, इनका होगा या उसका होगा। बट एस2जी के पास मैन एडवांटेज 3 का है, चलो देखते हैं। मेरे को लगता है एस2जी निकाल सकता है, बट ओल्ड बॉय भी अलग फॉर्म पे चला हुआ इस टाइम भाई। एक क्लासिक चल रहा है क्या ये? एस2जी वाले क्लासिक खेल रहे हैं भाई, एक चीज नोटिस कर रहे हो? अरे भाई 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 कैसे भाई, तगड़ा। मैंने बोला ना एस2जी को देखना भाई, एस2जी डिफरेंट है भाई। एस2जी भाई डिफरेंट है, एस2जी के प्लेयर नहीं मानते फाइट लेने से भाई। इफ यू आर टेकिंग फाइट विद एस2जी, थोड़ा ध्यान से समझ रहे हो, एस2जी अनदर लेवल पे। तो भाई भाई देखा तुमने एस2जी भाई, इसीलिए बोलते हैं एस2जी। अभी देखना भी तुमको, अभी तो ट्रेलर है, तो ये तो टीजर है, ट्रेलर भी नहीं टीजर है, टीजर है गाइस। अभी देखना, अभी तो एक ही मैच है अभी तक, तो वही हमने जो सुना है वैसे ही देखने को मिल रहा है। तो नावी का कैसे ना, एचवीवीपी इज नावी, एचवीवीपी इज नावी। बड़ी बोतल में क्लासिक लॉबी एस2जी। तो भाई एक चीज देखो, एस2जी का ऐसा नहीं है कि दो दो तीन तीन बंदे साथ में ही घुस रहे हैं, अलग ही लेवल खेल रहा है ना एस2जी भाई। एस2जी पीएमजीसी के लिए गन पावर प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है। अभी आप तुमने एक चीज और नोटिस करी थी, स्टार्टिंग में 4 बंदे एक गाड़ी के ऊपर फायर दे रहे हैं भाई। एस2जी भाई अलग है भाई, भाई गई एस2जी, एस2जी गई गई, एस2जी गई, बट वो तगड़ा निकाला भाई ओल्ड बॉय वाला प्रो एस2जी भाई। एस2जी एस2जी बस मैं चाहता हूँ फायर फ्लक्स का अच्छा जाए, अच्छा सीन है उनका फायर फ्लक्स का, अभी अच्छी किल्स निकाल सकते हैं। यूएल के पास भी जोन रहेगा जो कटने के बाद ठीक ठाक है, ले लेगा। एस2जी का बंदा बचा हुआ है, जाते ही पकड़ लिया उसने सेंटर, एंड आई गेस गया मैड बुल्स पे जोन। गाइस कंसिस्टेंसी इक्वल टू मैड बुल्स। आई थिंक ये चिकन डिनर मैड बुल्स का जाएगा गाइस, अगर वो हगे ना। मैड बुल्स का चिकन है, अगर मैड बुल्स का चिकन आता है गाइस समझ लो कि एक टीम पीएमजीसी जाने वाली, लिख के ले लो मेरे से, मैड बुल्स होने वाली अगर ये मैड बुल का चिकन आ जाता है। इन केस इफ मैड बुल गॉट द फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर, मैड बुल एक टीम ऐसी हो सकती 101% इस बार के पीएमजीसी अगर वो चिकन डिनर लेके आ जाता। तेरी काली जबान है। अरे नहीं नहीं राशिवर, तुम देख लो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, ये मैड बुल्स लेके जाएगी। देख मेरे बोलने से नहीं होता भाई, उनको भी खेलना पड़ेगा, बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर वो चिकन डिनर ले आई तब। ऑलरेडी कौन सी टीम क्वालिफाइड है? दो टीम है गाइस, एक बसिकताज एंड S2G, दीस टू, ओनली टू ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड टीम्स बता चुका हूँ। लिटरली TJVP को वाइप कर दिया इन नियरली फाइट्स। S2G की तारीफ की, S2G गई, यूएल का जोन कटेगा, जोन खत्म यूएल से, फुल भसड़ लॉबी। अरे नहीं मुसा भाई, ये पता क्या सीन होता है, ये मैं जानबूझ के बोलता हूँ कि मैं टीम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ठीक है, बट मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना मैड बुल्स का अगर हगानी तो चिकन है। टैनो का बूट कैंप वाला सीन लग रहा है, देखते। पीएमपीएल यूरोपियन साउथ एशिया, ये कौन सा रीजन है ब्रो? ये साउथ एशिया रीजन। गाइस हमारे पास आ चुका है टैग। गाइस गेम लॉर्ड ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड, ओके गाइस, ओके। एंड गाइस जितने भी नए लोग आए हो, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। गाइस मैं भी पीएल की स्ट्रीम करके आ रहा हूँ, लिटरली थका हुआ हूँ। आप लोगों ने बोला स्ट्रीम करना है, हमने परमिशन ली ऑन द स्पॉट, एंड ऑन द स्पॉट स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर दी। तो गाइस इस एफर्ट के लिए गाइस एक लाइक बनता है। प्रो यूरोपियन रीजन, यप प्रो तुर्की बोलो, तुर्की अभी नेक्स्ट 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 फॉर्म पे है। भसड़ भाई, अंधी भसड़, अंधी। फायरफ्लक्स आई वांट यार, ये रोस्टर जाए भाई, मजा आएगा देख। वाइल्ड कैट द चैंपियंस ना, वाइल्ड कैट्स चैंपियन रोस्टर, दे आर द चैंपियंस, दे आर द स्प्रिंग चैंपियंस गाइस। साउंड बढ़ाओ थोड़ा ब्रो। बोले ये मत बोलना, ज्यादा हो गया। भाई फायरफ्लक्स में S2G की माता आ गई भाई। फायरफ्लक्स वाले क्या कर रहे हैं भाई, मेरे को हंसी आ रही है इसके ऊपर, इसका नाम क्या है, एक्सरे के ऊपर। ओ भाई फन टू वॉच यार, फन टू वॉच यूरोपियन चैंपियनशिप भाई। अलग मेंटालिटी है बंदों की भाई, अलग मेंटालिटी। अरे भाई स्पैम, ओ भाई टर्किश कैंपर, अरे भाई नेड फंकी ट्रेड नेट भाई भाई भाई। फ्री फायर बोल रहा हूँ, FF फायरफ्लक्स, सॉरी FF फायरफ्लक्स, अभी गंदा आदत पड़ गया है गाइस, सॉरी फॉर। प्रो क्रिप्टो इज प्लेइंग डैम गुड, क्रिप्टो अच्छा खेलता ही है शुरू से, तो वो MVP पे #2 पे था जितना मुझे याद है, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ गाइस करेक्ट कर देना। तो वो #2 पे चल रहा था। क्रिप्टो का एक और नॉक, बहुत बढ़िया, क्रिप्टो ने फिनिश निकाला, GG HVVP। Pioneer.
But look at this, they're taking so much damage, and how long can they weather this storm? In the meantime, Izumitsu sends shots up towards Unicorns of Love.
They're trying to push up towards Mad Bulls, but
Monk is the best grenadier in this lobby. Yup. Agree to you bro, agree to you, super agree to you. दो पे था, yes. क्रिप्टो असॉल्टिंग भाई बहुत जॉट करता है ब्रो, एज एन लाइक दूसरे, लाइक अगर मैं बात करूँ पाकिस्तान रीजन से आके वो UL में शिफ्ट हुआ, एक डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज बैरियर, एक दूसरा रीजन भाई, उसने इतनी जल्दी अपने आप को वो कर लिया, ढाल लिया, मतलब भाई टेन भाई, जिसमें पोटेंशियल होता है वो कर लेता है बंदा। यस ब्रो आई वॉच्ड होल यूरोपियन अमेरिका लीग, यप। FF चिकन भाई देखो, FF 8 पॉइंट तो ले गया है, जो कि आई थिंक इस टाइम के लिए सफिशिएंट है, एंड ये आपका ग्लोबल है, तो यहाँ पे 15 पॉइंट फर्स्ट को, 12 दूसरे को, 10 देन 8 ऐसे करके नीचे आता है, तो दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। HVVP still HVVP is loud.
Most of the nades now expended though for Pioneer. They sent an absolute bombardment over towards the Mad Bulls position, but weren't able to find
S2G मर के भी 8 फिनिशेस लेके गई है गाइस। S2G मर के भी आज फिनिश देखी गई है अपने साथ #10 पे
not looking likely anymore with one nade in the pocket of Havlik, and I think I saw some of the other players was absolutely nothing.
गाइस मैड बुल का चिकन आना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से, नहीं पहले के हिसाब से, अभी तो नहीं पता मेरे को।
Unicorns are love across the way. This is the power of the Mad Bulls ditch.
अब इनकी स्ट्रीम का है पता नहीं ब्रो।
Surrounded, sure, but there's teams across the way that can't see them and can
फालतू
see
में
the teams
नीचे
near them. Those pushes really hard.
ये
The
भाई
circle though shifts away from Mad Bulls and they will have to move towards
कॉल के करो। अभी हम जो क्लास डिजिटल देख रहे थे ना, वो जो बदला बुदला ले रही थी पैराबॉय को, जिसने फिर बाद में मारा था, यही टीम है वो, इसी के प्लेयर है गाइस। आई गेस एक दो प्लेयर है इसमें, है ना गाइस, क्लास डिजिटल के फायर फ्लक्स में। एंड हियर वी गो द रोल केस यूओएल। देखो यूएल का चिकन डिनर तो मुश्किल लग रहा है मेरे को, ऑनेस्टली सेइंग। बाकी देखते हैं आगे क्या होता है।
Well, hey, look at this. West EU with the majority of the teams in these final circles, 4-3 right now. That does even it up slightly, somewhat, as it is 3-3 at the moment. But
yes,
still,
Biro,
West EU
yes,
giving a good fight in this first game.
Wildcats down to 1. Very good.
सोलह से क्लास डिजिटल का, ओके 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 ब्रो, गॉट इट। क्रिप्टो हैज नो लैंग्वेज बैरियर, ही इज इन 2 लेवल स्टूडेंट।
They have time to work with though. Solus is playing a fantastic position on the top side of the house here. Just keeping
अब इनकी टीम का है पता है नहीं ब्रो, नहीं।
Fireflux out front, keep sending grenades over
Fireflux taking the way, अपना वे बना रहे गाइस। मेरे को लगता है यूएल को तो पूरा फिनिश ऑफ करके जाएंगे, वो कर ही दिया भाई। 11 फिनिशेस, Fireflux फर्स्ट मैच PMPL चैंपियनशिप। लेट्स गो बॉयज, लेट्स गो।
They didn't have a choice. Fireflux
Mad Bulls meanwhile clear knocked। छोटी छोटी रीजेस पे जाके Fireflux
the Mad Bulls is removed, but they have to get that res and they have to move forwards. Teams
S2G तो है, NRX वाले क्वालीफाई नहीं करेगा। नहीं ब्रो, NRX निग्मा नेक्स्ट ईयर क्वालीफाइड नहीं हो पाई अनफॉर्चुनेटली, एंड इट्स अ बिग बैंगर यार भाई। बिग सीन था क्योंकि जो उनका रोस्टर है ना नेक्स्ट ईयर का, वो इनसेन है गाइस। तो आपको पता है वैसे वैसे टीम्स क्वालीफाई नहीं हो रही, तो आप कंपटीशन सोच सकते हो गाइस। S2G एंड बिसिकतास की जो क्वालीफाई हुई है ना तुर्की से, उन्होंने बहुत टफ कंपटीशन दे दिया था इस बार के जो उनके PMPLs हुए थे। भाई इनके आसपास कोई भी नहीं था, कोई भी नहीं था। तो एंड अभी आप देख रहे हैं इनकी खेलने की अप्रोच। S2G तो अलग ही माइंडसेट से ही है भाई। 4 बंदे एक गाड़ी में फायर दे रहे, एक साथ खड़े होके, 3 बंदे साथ में घुस रहे एक दरवाजे से, अलग माइंडसेट है भाई। पहला ही क्लैश हमको देखने को मिल गया अपना HVV X नावी और S2G का। Mad Bulls ये गाइस दोनों CIS रीजन की टीम्स है। मेरे को लग रहा है ये बिटी देगा बंदा मैड बुल वाले को, 2 तो लपेट लेगा मोमेंट में, 2 तो लपेट लेगा। अरे स्पॉट, मेरे को स्पॉट हो गया था यहाँ से, हेलमेट से स्पॉट हुआ है। यूज ऑन A7 का लो ब्रो, जॉर्डन।
The shots are coming through, evening the numbers. Pioneer low, Black White takes a licking, but
तो जरा सबर करो। अरे नहीं बे, तो जी यहाँ से उठ रहे हो, FF वाले ले रहे हैं भाई। ये गाइस वो बंदा क्लास डिजिटल वाला सोलेस। एंड गाइस जितने भी नए बंदे आए, नए लॉन्डे आए, मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एंड लाइक टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस। एंड हो सके तो स्टैन ऐप को डाउनलोड कर लेना, पिन पे दिख रहा है आपको सेक्शन। Can earn cash rewards there, like predicting the match, like आपको predict करना है अपने कौन चिकन डिनर लेगा नहीं लेगा, that's it। और वहाँ पे आपको फोन का गिव अवे भी हो सकता है बहुत जल्दी अगर पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स है। नाइस गाइस, मेरी तो सारी फेवरेट टीम आ गई है लास्ट में। मैड बुल भी आ गई, फायरफ्लक्स भी आ गई।
stand up against Lutz on the forefront. Solus has been knocked in the
middle. Fireflux have a 15 finishes, guys. 15 finishes.
Between Fireflux and a huge first game. Monkey
Fireflux, let's go, bro. दिल से support, bro. Fireflux, let's go. It's now Mad Bulls eliminated. #3 बढ़िया था. #5 elimination के साथ. And here we go, Fireflux with कितने finishes हैं इनके? कितने finishes, guys? How many finishes for Fireflux? Fireflux। ओ भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल, मजा आएगा गाइस इनको देखने के लिए। देखते हैं कैसा होता है। Are you doing giveaway of Lamborghini? अरे भाई। Silas from class digital is S2G। यप, FF के प्लेयर्स एज में बहुत बड़े दिखते हैं, पता नहीं बाकी क्या सीन है। बट गाइस पहला ही मैच बहुत बैंगर था एंड गाइस मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। 18 भाई 18 फिनिशेस, 18 फिनिशेस और 15 जोड़ लो पॉइंट भाई, इन्होंने तो पहले उसमें दिखा दिया फायर फ्लक्स वालों ने भाई, हम तो डोमिनेशन मचाने वाले हैं। बैक टू बैक चैंपियन में भी लेट्स सी, लेट्स गो फायर फ्लक्स सॉल्व के, यप यप यप, लेट्स गो बॉयज। 18 किल्स एंड गाइस एक चीज नोटिस करना, जो टीम अच्छा खेल रही थी ना वही अच्छा खेल रही है, कंपटीशन और बढ़ेगा। तो फायर फ्लक्स ने तो काफी अच्छा गैप करा, मैट बुल्स की आपकी टीम है ना, पाइनर की टीम, इवन दो यूएल की टीम, तो गाइस दीज टीम, तो आपको पता होगा ये टीम अपने रीजनल्स में भी अच्छी खेल रही थी, यही टीम टॉप पे भी है, कंपटीशन लेवल बढ़ेगा नेक्स्ट लेवल, नेक्स्ट अगर मैच पे भी ये टीम्स कंसिस्टेंट खेल जाती है एंड टॉप की टीम थोड़ा सा डाउन होती है। गाइस 18 फिनिशेस, 1661 का डैमेज, insane guys, insane। 33 पॉइंट एफ, बहुत गंदा पोजीशन था मैट बुल्स का, बहुत गंदा भाई, ओपन्स में फंसे हुए थे पूरा, इधर भी टीम उधर भी टीम। बाय द वे #3 इज गुड नंबर, कितने नंबर का लॉस हुआ है इनको, #3 पे इनको 5 पॉइंट का लॉस हुआ है, बट 5 फिनिशेस है 10, 15 पॉइंट इज अ डिसेंट वन अगर आप एक मैच से देखें। ये इंग्लिश कास्टिंग बहुत ओपी है, हाँ बाहर का जो इंग्लिश कास्टिंग का सीन है ना बड़ा ठीक ठीक होता है। फायर फ्लक्स गाइस ये ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग भी रहेगी क्योंकि फर्स्ट मैच है, पायनर इज इन सेकंड, थर्ड पे मैट बुल्स है। गाइस कंपटीशन तो देखो आप बहुत बहुत तगड़ा रहेगा फॉर श्योर, टॉप 3 ही क्वालिफाई होगी पी। न्यू वर्ल्ड्स यूनिकॉर्न्स ऑफ लव एस टू गुड गाइस, मैं गुड बाय बढ़ रहा था गाइस, लेट्स गाइस लेट्स प्ले अ गेम, लाइन मारो अयोगी पर, बेस्ट लाइन मारने वालों को, अरे अरे अरे, then guys here we go the HVVP, then Virtus Pro, then मेरे को नाम लेना नहीं आ रहा, Ozarox Esports, then Surreal Esports, then Q Qdex Codex Murte Murte Besiktas, guys अलग अलग से नाम है, थोड़ा देखेंगे, आप बताते रहना कि प्रोनाउंस कैसे करते हैं, संभाल सीख लेंगे ये भी। I8 क्वालिफाई है पीएमजीसी के लिए, कोई बताएगा? हाँ जी ब्रो, हाँ कौन सी दुनिया में रह रहे हो ब्रो, 2 हफ्ते हो गए आई गेस, 2 हफ्ते हो गए, 1 हफ्ता हो गया, पता नहीं लगा आपको। And guys make sure to subscribe the channel and like the video. Number no Solki is from FUT and Solis is from DA. Gravity भी I8 में आ गया अब तो, अरे 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 आग लगा रहे हो, मतलब आग लगा रहे हो, पीएमजीसी की फुल तैयारियां चल रही गाइस, पीएमजीसी की फुल तैयारियां भी चल रही है, क्या सीन है ये। नेक्स्ट मैच टाइम ब्रो, मैं भी फर्स्ट एवर टाइम कर, नेक्स्ट मैप आएगा गाइस 4 मिनट के अंदर, सो गाइस यहाँ पे भी मेरे को लग रहा है ओपी प्रोडक्शन मैनेजमेंट होगा यहाँ पे भी। And guys make sure to subscribe the channel if you are new to the channel, you know we are doing a lot of contents, watch parties, like अभी championship है, PMGC होएगी and हमारे 39,000 subscribers होने वाले हैं and I guess we are very 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 close to 39,000 subscribers guys। ये लाइव बार कैसे लगाते हैं सब्सक्राइबर्स का, एक बार मैं YouTube पे देख लूँ, how to add live sub count and utilize, let me check। 14 मिनट की वीडियो भाई कोई शॉर्ट में नहीं बता सकता कैसे लगाते हैं। वैसे मेरे को मिला एक ओबीएस में दिखाने का, आपको एनालिटिक्स में जाना है सबसे पहले, लाइव काउंट पे क्लिक करना है। गाइस किसको पता है तो मेरे को बता दो। अच्छा हमको यूट्यूब चैनल का लॉगिन करना पड़ता है क्या? साउथ एशिया एससीसी कौन सी टीम, हेलो भैया प्रणाम, हेलो भाई तुम आज दिखे नहीं स्ट्रीम के अंदर, क्या बात होगी ब्रो, आज तुम लेट हो गए गाइस। बाय द वे गाइस हमारी स्ट्रीम थोड़ी सी ट्रेंड पे जा रही है गाइस, जिसको #1 ला सकते हैं हम, कितनी बड़ी बात कर दी ना मैंने जो हो ही नहीं सकता, चलो छोड़ो, डोंट टॉक टू मच, आई डोंट थिंक सो एनी इंडियन टीम इनवाइटेड इन पी एफ 4v4 Yep. गाइस कल ही करूंगा, ये तो बड़ी सेटिंग लग रही है मेरे को, लाइव सब्सक्राइब काउंट लगाने वाली। इसको मैं कल ही करूंगा क्योंकि इसमें लॉगिन भी करना पड़ता है आपको अपने अकाउंट को। लव यू ब्रो, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। एंड गाइस मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल गाइस। अब मैं ऐसे ही बोल देता हूँ तो देख लेना। गाइस थक गया मैं आज के दिन। तो ई स्पोर्ट्स पीके की देखो ना क्या डाल दिया इसको, वो तो बैंगर ही देता है भाई, कुछ लीक ही होगी। अगर तुम बोल रहे हो देखने को तो पोस्ट ली वो लीक ही होगी। तब होगा वक्त, लगता है वक्त बदलने में। नोवा प्लस इक्वल टू आर्मी। एफएफ में 2 प्लेयर फुटबॉलिस्ट के और 2 प्लेयर डिजिटल एथलेटिक्स है। ओके नाइस नाइस। पॉइजन वाइटी थैंक फॉर द इन्फॉर्मेशन। इनमें से मोस्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम कौन है ब्रो? सभी स्ट्रॉन्ग है यार, हर एक रीजन की स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम है, तभी तो चैंपियनशिप खेल रही है। बाय द वे गाइस नेक्स्ट मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट विद इन 1 मिनट। आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने आ रहे हैं 1 मिनट 40 सेकेंड्स। जाके ओरिजिनल स्ट्रीम देखो ना फिर। अरे क्या हो गया? करना एंजॉय द मैच। इज नावी प्लेइंग? नावी यस ब्रो, एचवीवी के नाम से नावी खेल रही है गाइस। जो भी नए लोग आए हैं जिनको नहीं पता है, सो एचवीवी के नाम से नावी खेल रही है। पीएमएम देखो भाई प्लीज भाई, अभी नहीं, अभी मैं कुछ नहीं देखने वाला बीच में ना पीएमजीसी वो। अभी नेक्स्ट मैच गाइस स्टार्ट होने वाला है विद इन 40 सेकंड्स, सो हमारे पास ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है। नेक्स्ट मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट विद इन 40 सेकंड्स, सो गाइस अपन उस पर कंटिन्यू करेंगे। There will be 3 groups. Each group has 16 teams and each group will play a week from each. So guys here we go to next match number within. Guys हमारे साथ आपने काउंट करना है ऑडियंस ने, लाइक रात हो गई है बट हमारा अपना सही सीन होना चाहिए, मतलब समझ रहे हो। 39 के सब्सक्राइब्स कमिंग सून। यस ब्रो अभी हो जाएंगे। 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 लेट्स गो। मैच नंबर 2 इज मिरामार। यस गाइस हमारे होने वाले 39 के सब्सक्राइबर्स। व्यूज ऑन i8 ग्रेविटी। कौन कौन से रीजन खेल रही है बता ब्रो। ब्रो यहाँ पे तुर्की रीजन खेल रहा है एंड वेस्टर्न यूरोप रीजन की टॉप टीम्स खेल रही है। इट्स चैंपियनशिप। सो गाइस हियर वी गो। व्यूज ऑन नेपाल ब्रो अभी यहाँ देखते हैं। आ जाओ आ जाओ। मैच नंबर 2 मैच नंबर 2 मैच नंबर 2। बेस नावी के पुराने लॉन्डो को किस ऑर्ग ने रिक्रूट करा? अभी तक किसी ऑर्ग ने रिक्रूट नहीं करा है। अभी वो एक अपना ही डिफरेंट नेम से खेल रही है। अभी तक कुछ कुछ नहीं पता है किसने करा। उसकी बातचीत चल रही होगी, क्या पता किसी ने कर लिया होगा, बट ऑन गोइंग अभी नहीं कर रहा है वो रैंडम ही खेल रहे हैं। मे बी पीएमजीसी अगर क्वालिफाई हो जाए तो उस टाइम पे रिवील करे। तो अभी मेन फोकस इज क्वालिफाई फॉर द पीएमजी। मैचेस जल्दी जल्दी हो रहे एकदम। यस जल्दी करना पड़ेगा ब्रो। कितना टाइम हो गया? 10:30 होने वाले 10:30 से दूसरा मैच चल रहा है। 10:30 11:30 12:30। अरे भाई बहुत लेट हो जाएगा। लेट्स सी देखते हैं अपन ना खींच पाएंगे पुश कर पाएंगे उतना करेंगे। अरे ब्रो वो इमेजेस यूज करो ना, बहुत मस्त लगेगा इरेंगल मिरामार। कौन सी इमेजेस? ग्रेविटी जॉइंट i8। नावी हैज अ मॉन्स्टर स्क्वाड। एग्जैक्टली। अब देखते हैं अगला जोन कहाँ कटता है। पहला जोन कहाँ कटता है? मिरामार सेकंड में। ओ भसड़ 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 भसड़। क्या लग रहा है इस नीचे जाएगा क्या जोन या ऊपर जाएगा लॉस के ऊपर या फिर वाटर शोर्स? तरफ को पकड़ेगा तो बताओ गाइस। सेकंड शिफ्ट पे डिपेंड करेगा, सेम शिफ्ट आ रहे हैं जो भी अपडेट हुआ था के बाद से नोटिस लाइक ग्रेविटी जॉइंट i8 यस ब्रो। अरे ड्रॉप लोकेशन वाली, अरे उसमें मैं मैप्स दूंगा, मतलब मेरे मैप्स यूज कर लेना क्योंकि हाई क्वालिटी नहीं है जो यूज कर राइट। नो साउंड
So a lot is on the line here for Fireflux and Mad Balls to make sure they can go ahead and show what they've got on the main stage.
The thing is, it's likely that it's going to be down to 5th place, right?
मैंने जो सोचा ही था लॉस लियोनी सेंटर रहेगा ब्रो। ये पहला सर्कल हमारा आज पीएल वाला नहीं लग रहा, जो अपन ने हमने पीएल देखा था, पीएल का फर्स्ट सर्कल सेम सर्कल कटा था गाइस। ये क्या हो रहा है, ये हैक हो रहा है गाइस।
And you still need the same number of qualifying teams, so potential
ये हैक वैक तो नहीं है गाइस। नावी का ओल्ड बॉय कौन सी टीम में है? नावी का ओल्ड बॉय गाइस वर्चस प्रो में है। नावी टीम नेम HVV अभी आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने आ रही है, वो HVV आपकी स्क्रीन DMR के नीचे।
Luckily for all those guys at home, these are all sportsmen of their own category, so
Red Bull Fireflux HVV easily qualify। देखते हैं ब्रो कॉम्पिटिटिव में हाईएस्ट किल चिकन कितना है प्लीज बताना। हाईएस्ट किल चिकन ब्रो बता दो यार, इतना स्टैट तो मैंने रखा नहीं है, हर एक रीजन नहीं देखा जाता है मेरे से, बट आप में से किसी को गाइस ऑडियंस में पता भाई की हेल्प कर दो। लगता है नोवी के लोंडे उन्हें टेंसेंट का कंट्रोल
really a lot of money here, and it just goes up and up as you get towards those
चलो S2G ने इस मैच में नहीं लिया क्लेस
second and third place, so
तो S2G का तो अलग ही माइंडसेट है भाई, तुम बाम वाला
and
तू
also
करो
to
भाई
show what
कुछ
they've got
या फिर
over in
देखते हैं भाई।
PMGC.
लॉस लियोन इसके नीचे जाएगा, देखते ब्रो लॉस के ऊपर है या लॉस के नीचे, दो ही जोन हो सकते हैं तो बनते हैं, देखते कहाँ पे जाएगा, या लॉस में रहेगा या लॉस के नीचे या फिर साउथ नॉर्थ या सेंटर। Why Mad Bull are so consistent?
When I say every, I mean every
Guys
single game.
consistent मे भी यार I guess इतना मैं देख रहा हूँ ना चीजों, मैं मेरा ये प्रोस्पेक्ट मेरा अपना
have this breathing room to have only one team here.
जोन्स में जितना देख रहा हूँ ना,
It's a little bit of a breath of fresh air. It's
ये
going to
भी
be
ऐसा हो सकता है
to try and take up that.
आपके जोन काफी हार्ड शिफ्ट्स वाले जो बन रहे अपडेट,
over towards the
तो
northwest
आइसोलेटेड
side,
थर्ड हार्ड
SUG are
बनेगा ही
already
बनेगा
sending Hamzy in to have a little bit of a look
कर
see
काउंटर
at what's
आता है,
going on.
ये अभी भी हो रहा है।
You know,
कई
we'll spot him,
टीम्स
but
इनके पास अच्छे
he's too fast on this bike at
रिसोर्स
the moment.
होंगे लाइक
Vito,
एनालिस्ट
though,
होंगे
maybe
जो
it's able to take some shots, but again, it's
वो
still a little bit difficult. He's
उन्होंने
keeping his
क्या पता
distance,
कुछ
which is good from Hamzy, making sure he's
चीजें
not
पहले
too
से ही
close
प्लान
so
बना
that
लिया हो
it's
कि
not
एक
too
इस
hard
तरीके
for
का
him to
जोन
just
बनेगा
dip
तो
out
ये
of
पॉसिबिलिटी
any kind
यहाँ
of
जो जाएगा,
engagement. But
तो
currently,
अपनी उसके हिसाब से वो
very much
अपनी
taking his
होल्डिंग्स
time to
प्रिपेयर
move
करी।
down towards the south side
कि
of the
जोन
map
अभी
and
वैसे ही
group
बन
up
रहे
with
हैं
his
ना,
teammate
एक क्या
Kalsi,
पता उन्होंने
who's already
प्रिपरेशंस कर
underneath
रखी हो
Duarte towards the
Red Bulls
Shumasera
तरीके से
foothills.
कि लाइक इस
Good
तरीके
stuff
के
there,
जोन
but
बनेंगे,
already
इस
with this
जोन्स में हम
circle
ऐसा
down towards
खेलेंगे,
the
अगर इधर
southeast,
कटेगा हम
you're
यहाँ से
looking at
जाएंगे,
Wildcats
हमको कम टीम
getting a good
यहाँ
start
पे
to the
ऐसा
game, as well as Virtus Pro
ये
down
भी
to
that's
Porto
the
Paraíso.
इस
And this
रीजन
is
में
almost
इनफाइनाइट
heartwarming for me, because I've seen
रीजन,
so many times where
बट
VP has had to make a
ऑनेस्टली सेइंग
long run,
इन
a
डैम
long
गुड
tread
Red
up
Bulls
towards any of these
फाइट
circles
लेने
that
में कोई
happen
दिक्कत नहीं।
on this
फर्स्ट
map.
मैच
This
अगर आप
time
देखते हो
around,
उन्होंने
they
इतना
don't have too far to go.
अर्ली फाइट्स लेके नहीं खेला है, उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा होल्ड करके लाइक
Will be able to
प्रायोरिटी
stay put for just a
जो
little bit
जोन को
longer,
प्रायोरिटी
but do they
देते
want
हैं,
to push
बाद
out,
में
try and take position?
फिनिशेस डाले,
Fireflux
फिनिश भी ज्यादा नहीं थे, 5 फिनिश।
want to be moving south
भाई व्हाट आर
fairly
योर
soon.
हॉबीज?
Not
मेरी
super pressed right now.
आई लाइक टू प्ले क्रिकेट,
San Martin
एक अब तो की हॉबी
will be
ज्यादा कुछ
trying to grab a couple of these positions, get some loot spread out.
TSM 31 kills
Pretty
BIS
healthy
क्वार्टर फाइनल्स,
already.
तो इंडिया को स्लॉट
But they
मिलेगा
want a
ब्रो
little bit more.
किसी।
Not
फायरफ्लक्स
quite going
हाईएस्ट
up to
किल्स
the end of that. It's currently
थे
occupied by GG. Good guys.
पिच फिकने वाला है, सही है। यप
HVP coming
अच्छा
down from
जंप एंड पंच
Copa
बोल रहे हो, अच्छा वो वाला पंच,
Quite the
हाँ वो
distance
हो
these
जाएगा,
guys
GFP
take
में
from
होगा
the
तो
circle
ग्लोबल पे भी बहुत
few
जल्दी हो जाएगा।
times. For them, there have been some awkward splits on this map, but again,
PMGC
they're a
release
very
date
volatile team.
ब्रो
Their ups and downs are huge,
मैं आपको
but
शॉर्ट ही दे रहा हूँ,
most
कल
of the
तक
time you
आपको
are seeing them
सब कुछ
put up
पता
some
लग
big
जाएगा।
numbers, and when they're truly on form, it is a sight to see.
चीजें धीरे धीरे
hopefully
आने
we
लग
do
जाएगी,
get to
कल
see
तक
that
आपको
again
आएगा, सब
during
पता लग
this
जाएगा,
tournament, especially
ऑफिशियली
where it
काइंड
becomes
ऑफ।
such an important one, to say the least.
गाइस 400 लाइक कर दो, यस गाइस जितने भी
One
नए
thing
लोग
I'm
आए,
interested
मेक श्योर
about
टू
this
लाइक द
tournament
स्ट्रीम,
is, of course,
400
the
लाइक
shift
कर दो गाइस
back
जल्दी से।
towards an Erangel-weighted
4 kills
situation, right? Because we saw an even balance of
PMGC.
Sandhawk, Miramar, and Erangel
When
in the
कल
league
तक पता लग
stages,
जाएगा, but
but now we're
22nd
moving into a
नवंबर डेट
50%
थी यार, मेरे को
Erangel
ना कहीं जाना
with
था यार,
two
मेरे ना
fifths
सारी प्लानिंग
being
बदल 22
sorry,
को होता ना
2/6, so a
नवंबर
third of the games
मजा
being
आता
in Miramar,
honestly
and 1/6
काम
of the
आता
games being Sandhawk. So it is a lot more heavily weighted towards that
बॉन्ड हो
Erangel,
जाएंगे भाई
taking that away from the Sandhawk pool.
ब्रो
So I'm
इंडिया
thinking
को
about
स्लॉट मिलेगा कि
which
नहीं
teams
तो
is
अभी
that
ये
going to
किसी को
benefit?
नहीं
How
पता
is that going to change the
क्वेश्चन आपने
dynamic of
बहुत
the
इनसे
lobby, especially
किसी
when
को
they
नहीं पता
don't
ब्रो
really
इवन दो
have
इंडिया
the
की
feel
टीम
of each other
अगर
just yet
किसी को
in
नहीं पता
game in
सिर्फ
these
ऑफिशियल के हाथ में
tournament scenarios.
इसको स्लॉट वो
Well, you
देना
get 4
चाहते हैं
Sandhawks total, right? So
honestly saying bro
the issue for some of these teams, if you're a healer,
bro see
you
you
don't have a
God
lot of
support your
time
hard work is
to
paying
actually
off
establish your position and kind of
yep bro
dominate Sami potentially, or even head over towards the Northwest Island and pick up a strategy like
Crypto.
HVP, which is looting
Yes,
the
आ जाओ
entirety
भाई
of Camp
Crypto
Alpha and
भाई
then heading up
Crypto
towards
is
Hatin,
short player
and
bro
healing off that
one of
way.
the versatile
So
player
for some of these teams,
potential launch
it will be
तगड़ा
difficult
launch
because
तगड़ा
I know
potential
for certain that there are several teams within this lobby that like to head down towards Sami.
चलिए
But
guys
do you give it up? Especially with there only being 4 of them, you don't really want to waste any of your Sandhawks, particularly when, you know, a bodged drop spot or a bodged hot
क्रिप्टो किस में
drop
ब्रो
could just
UOL
result in a 0
यूनिकॉर्न्स ऑफ
pointer,
लव
and
से
it's not
क्रिप्टो
what
खेल
you
रहा है
want
ब्रो
coming into that final
को नहीं
day.
पता है वेस्टर्न यूरोप की
Certainly not.
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है
As they were saying over on the
ये खेल
desk,
रहे
it is a little
के
bit
टाइम
more
पे
of a sprint here in these finals. We do have 4 days of 6 games each, so 24 games total, but that
वीडियो
kind of
ये
pales
कौन
in
भाई
comparison
आप
to
कहाँ से
the
हो ब्रो आई एम फ्रॉम
almost
इंडिया
100
से
games that each of these teams will have
अंकल
played
ब्रो
to
आई एम
get
फ्रॉम
those bonus
इंडिया
points in the league stage as well as in those finals to try and close things down. So
बस सर्कल का
do
आओ
need to
जल्दी है
make
भाई
sure
मेरे
that,
को
as you
सर्कल
say,
देखना है
every
मेरे
game
को इसकी मैप
counts.
स्ट्रीम भी मंगानी पड़ेगी अगर मिलती है मेरे को भी
Five
गाइस कोई
looks,
देख रहा है
you
तो
can
मैप
see them
स्ट्रीम भी
now
प्लीज प्रोवाइड
making
कर
their
देना
way down towards the south side. HVP actually have
मिलने में तो मिल
overtaken
जाएगी
them coming from
बट
La
वही है
Cobarilla,
कुछ
passing
तो बोलना
by
पड़ेगा
now Ozrex.
देखते हैं
Little
देखते हैं इनकी
bit
टीम का कैसी है मेरे
close
को
for
पहला जोन
comfort,
देखना
but
है
I
कि
think on this
पहला
map, with
जोन
it being so
क्या
large,
करता
you
है
know, both teams can quite
Egomers from
easily
Dubai
get around
PMGC
Mr. Morales
2022
without having to
अरे
take
अरे
too
अरे
many shots at one another. You can see here they are
अगर इंडिया को
looking
स्लॉट
at one
मिलेगा
another,
मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली फैन फेवरेट
glaring,
टीम जाएगी ब्रो
but
कुछ नहीं पता अभी वालिद
nothing
ब्रो
too
ऐसा
much happening as of yet. Again, Miramar,
Which
a
state
slow
bro
map, to
it's
say the least.
HP
64 players still in the lobby, as well as our 16 teams looking to
My
vie for some position. And
creation
again, with it getting closer and closer to Los Leones, where we are going to be looking at maybe
भाई
an
भाई
open
भाई वाटर
finish,
शो
you don't want to be
गाइस
caught
वाटर
out in
शोर्स
the
वाटर
open.
शोर
You
जाएगा
want to be able
गाइस
to make
वाटर
sure
शोर
you can get into
क्या
one of
फर्क
those
है
spots where you're free to leave, and you're also free to find yourself a decent compound to play in.
I'm looking at 2 potential hotspots here, Blank. It's on the
वेस्ट
northeast
साउथ
side near
वेस्ट साउथ
Impala
अगर
with
आप देखते
the
हो तो
Wildcats
खाली
and
पड़ा है उसमें
Besiktas
एंट्री भी
over on that northeast side, potentially scouting each other out, and also this
फायरफ्लक्स
western
ऊपर
side.
से जा
Look
रही
at
है
all of the teams trying to move through
थर्ड
Shumas
शिफ्ट
Outer Hills, and
कहाँ
with
आता है
this shift, they're going to have to
थर्ड
move on
शिफ्ट
similar
हार्ड
paths.
शिफ्ट का गाइस क्या लग रहा है
There's
कहाँ
still
पे
got a
जाएगा
lot
हार्ड
of
शिफ्ट
water in this one as well, John, which is a little bit of a scary possibility where a lot of this map is
7C
now
का नो
just
चांस
crunched
किस
up.
बारे में बोल रहे हो
And
7
with that eastern
का
side of the
चांस
map,
है
there is
बट
a
लास्ट
lot of
ऑफिशियल के
hills, a
विनर
lot of mountains
ब्रो आई
for
डोंट नो
players
यार
to
ब्रो
play on the
इसके
top
बारे
of,
में
but
आई
it also
जीरो
eliminates a
नॉलेज
huge
अबाउट
amount of space
कौन
that
जाएगा कौन
teams
नहीं
can find themselves into. So although I said this was a slow map, with this kind of circle, things are going to speed up quite quickly soon.
भाई आप इंडिया में किसी को सपोर्ट करते हो सबको सपोर्ट करते हो ब्रो
That
सबको
accelerator pressed on down on the lobby as they isolate about 15% of the circle to the water. We'll crunch the teams closer. TJB kind of back
player
of the
guys
queue on this western
मैंने
side.
इनका डाउनफॉल आया मैंने
still
देखे नहीं
actually
मैच
all the way
बहुत
out in the blue zone.
तगड़ा डाउनफॉल आया
The
था
rest of the team moving
पर
down
इन्होंने
on
अभी
that south
फाइनल्स में
coast.
थोड़ा सा
Pioneer
मतलब किया
ahead
कंसिस्टेंट
of TJB's rotation.
देखते हैं अभी
Mad Bulls
चैंपियनशिप में कैसा
on
परफॉर्मेंस
the
ठीक
northern
है
side of it
कपिंग
as
इशू हो
well,
गया अभी
trying to
मैं आपको जीमी और ऑर्डर
find
की
their way in
सैलरी
as well.
बताऊं तो आप बिलीव करोगे बताओ क्या
Again,
है
I
ब्रो
mean, you talked about
जानना
it earlier,
चाहेंगे
but I
हम
think it is a
सैलरी
really
मैं तो
interesting thing to bring up, which is, you know, getting those PMGC
भाई क्लीन
placements
फीड का
and
एक्सेस
with it
लेते
maybe
ब्रो
being
क्लीन फीड
slightly
का एक्सेस
easier
पे
with
पता है क्या इशू होता है
S2G
क्लीन
and
फीड के जो
Chictus in the
एक्सेस
lobby.
वो आप पे
Now,
डिले
for
रहता है
Mad
10
Bulls,
से
I
15
wouldn't
मिनट
want them to
मेरे साउथ एशिया में भी एक्सेस था क्लीन का, बट मैं कह रहा क्योंकि 15 मिनट डिले है ब्रो। इतने में आप मैच देख के खत्म करोगे, इतने में क्लीन फीड में क्या ही दोगे। फाइनल भाई बहुत बढ़िया। जब स्प्लिट खेलती हैं, स्प्लिट काट रहे। ओल्ड बॉय नॉक बेसिकतास का प्लेयर। एक चीज मैं नोटिस कर रहा हूँ, बेसिकतास के बंदे ना बहुत ज्यादा ऑफ गार्ड पकड़े जा रहे हैं। लास्ट फाइट 2 बंदे, फिर तीसरा हुआ था एंड इस टाइम पे फायरफ्लक्स ने लिया था आई गेस, एंड इस पारी में लिया है ओल्ड बॉय ने वर्चस्व। ऑलरेडी स्पोर्ट्स इंडियन और ये क्या अमन सिंह, आई हाँ इंडियन हो गया प्लेयर उनके मंगोलियन है जो स्लॉट ही जो स्टॉलवर्ड का स्लॉट है ना वो पीएमसी इंडिया का ही स्लॉट है ब्रो पीएमसी इंडिया का स्लॉट है वो जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है अगर आपको याद होगा बैन से पहले अगर आपको याद है कि पीएमसी हुआ था बेसिस पे उनको पीएमपीएल का स्लॉट था हाँ तो बैन हो गया था वो जिसके बाद उन्होंने परमिशन वगैरह लेके उनको परमिशन मिली थी आप दूसरे रीजन पे किसी स्लॉट दे सकते हो वगैरह तो आई गेस पहले वो किसी और टीम के पास गए थे बाद में स्टॉलवर्ड के पास गए थे वो अभी करंटली आई8 का क्रिप्टो भी था वो स्टॉलवर्ड फ्लैक्स फ्लैक्स का रोस्टर था एंड स्टॉलवर्ड इनका नाम था स्टॉलवर्ड ई स्पोर्ट्स से स्टॉलवर्ड फ्लैक्स बना था कुछ मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग्स हुई थी तो कुछ तो फ्लैक्स अलग हो गई तो स्टॉलवर्ड ने मंगोलिया रीजन की एस्ट्रा अकेडमी को उठाया था उस टाइम पे बोला था उन्होंने वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट पेड लाइनअप है साउथ एशिया भाई वो स्लॉट तो इंडिया का ही है कहाँ कहाँ घूम रहा है वो देख कहाँ कहाँ घूम गया वो भाई पूरा वाटर शोज फेवर किया पूरा वाटर शोज अगला काउंटर खाएगा ब्रो
Yeah, I mean, if you're now one of these teams down
और
towards that
पक्का
western
काउंटर
side
खाएगा
with
गाइस
GG, Fireflux,
शायद
Mad Bulls,
शायद
Codex,
S2
really you need to get a move on
पे
now.
अभी शायद आई डोंट
This
नो
is no longer a case of slowly edging away into the circle. This is a case of fully sending this rocket fuel powered in towards that area,
कैसे ये
finding
सब
yourself a
स्ट्रीम तो
spot
3
because
फीट
spots
की
are
एक्सेस
now
है
massively limited. There's
नहीं
even
नहीं
the
ब्रो
potential
जो
of an island
आपको
finish here
स्ट्रीमर्स
if
को
we're
3
looking
फीट
strong.
मिलती है ना वो 10-15 मिनट डिले होती है आप पूछ लेना किसी से भी अयोगी भाई कल तुम्हारा वीडियो में पहले मैंने कमेंट किया था थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो सपोर्ट क्रिप्टो किस में अभी क्रिप्टो यूओएल में आई8 में था आई8 से छोड़ दिया उसने क्रिप्टो अभी जो टीम दिख रही है वेस्टर्न यूरोप बाउंस ऑफ लव वहां से खेल रहे हैं भाई एचवीवी चिकन मार्क इन माय वर्ड्स देखते हैं आपकी वैसा क्यों लग रहा है यूएल को फिर से एक बार जोन पता नहीं क्यों देखते हैं भाई क्या मेरा मार का पहला ही मैच बूम पार होने वाला है इस मोंकी पे या इफेक्ट पे किस पे तो एलिगेशंस लगे हैं ना
Just around the edge,
then
Jekyll
वो
does take
like
a tumble. Mad Bulls do find
best
one.
उसमें फिर
HVP really suffering on this northern side of the
एंड
meantime
कैम
as
लेके
Fireflux
भाई फायरफ्लक्स
dismantling
तो
them
मार रही है
on
भाई
the
एचवीवी
north.
को पकड़ लिया उन्होंने 2 बंदे उड़ा दिए
Surreal. Looking to maybe try and get back in this with 4, but Skills is there.
Red Bulls
Skills is wants that off angle. Zerich is
ऑर्डर बाय प्रैक्टिस चल रही है पीएमवीसी हाँ एलजीडी तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस भाई 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 सैंडविच हो गया एचवीपी की
over towards Surreal.
Yeah, a really good play from them actually getting here quite quickly and then setting up for a team that would be most
FF versus HVVP एक फिनिश उसने भी उठाया यूएल ने
now it gives them a little bit more space to play with because you can always
तो स्नेल ओपी साइड स्टॉलवर्ड इस पाकिस्तान हो गई ब्रो मुझे नहीं पता स्लॉट मेरे को पता है शायद वो पीएमसी इंडिया से ही स्लॉट गया है तो मॉन्की कैन पे लगाए थे एलिगेशन सॉरी ब्रो अच्छा वो एचवीवी के 3 प्लेयर्स डाउन 1 प्लेयर बचा है ब्रो दिख रहा है उसके सामने एलिमिनेट हो गया एचवीवी आई8 से ग्रेविटी मौका मिलेगा क्वालिटी नहीं
Two teams down.
ये सिर्फ फेट के लिए अरे मुझे नहीं पता ब्रो क्या सीन है क्या नहीं आप एक बार भाई स्टॉलवर्ड वालों से पूछ के कंफर्म कर लेना कि मेरे को जितना पता है वो जो स्लॉट है वो पीएम का ही है यहाँ का लाइक यहीं से पीएम से शिफ्ट हुआ था ड्यू टू उसके बाद आई डोंट नो भाई फायरफ्लक्स तो भाई गंदा मार रही है भाई 5 फिनिशेस अभी ले लिए गाइस बैक टू बैक चैंपियंस और व्हाट
already they're baring their teeth again here in
तो वर्सेस एक्शन विल विन दोनों अपनी जगह बेस्ट है कोई भी जीत सकता है दोनों को बताओ फील्ड के अंदर क्या बता सकते हैं
very well done and the speed at which that fight concluded
if India would got slot what do you think which
one hell of a confident fight
हम बोल नहीं सकते कुछ हमको
again I'll say about them as I
said बारे में टीम को नहीं पता है इसके बारे में ऑफिशियल्स ने भी सोचा नहीं होगा क्या करना है हम सोच के क्या करेंगे
when it comes to team fights the fact that they rolled over so suddenly versus Fireflux speaks
भाई स्लॉट तो शायद एस्ट्रा का है नहीं एस्ट्रा का स्लॉट है क्या बाद में कंटिन्यू होगा ना एस्ट्रा का वो जो स्टॉलवर्ड जो फ्लैक्स का था वो आई गेस स्टॉलवर्ड का स्लॉट था ब्रो वो स्टॉलवर्ड फ्लैक्स खेली थी पता नहीं यार मेरे को एक बार इतना मुझे पता है भाई बाकी आप कंफर्म कर लेना आपने
seemingly
बाय PMGC HVVP ब्रो अभी सेकंड ही मैच है पूरे 4 दिन का टूर्नामेंट पूरे मैच से बाय द वे HVVP X Navi roasted got eliminated
Yeah, I think even with the way that Fireflux is playing right
but
now, I think
do
that
you
is
guys
a
comparing
wise
action
decision
with
from the analysts there to actually pick those teams, considering although Fireflux looks great on that northern
Current
side,
Edition
the
खेल रही है
likelihood
Stalwart
that
के
they'll be able to bare their teeth against any of these
यस
other
जो
teams
स्टॉलवर्ड का रोस्टर
is
था इंडिया का
quite limited. But this is
केसम
that
वाला
fight
रोस्टर
again that we saw
रोस्टर कंटिन्यू
earlier,
हुआ था
and it
PMGLs
was
के
just
लिए
clean, methodical, really.
ऐसा कुछ सीन है जो
You can
मुझे
do in
पता
those
है
scenarios.
आगे
HVVP
आप
do
कुछ
just get taken down, and to make HVVP look like that, you're right. That is an achievement in and of itself. The Dennis Bank Wildcats.
क्या मारता क्रिप्टो यस HVV वर्सेस नावी अरे नहीं नावी है ही नहीं ब्रो HVV ही है
Three teams now
ही
eliminated.
नावी है एक्सरूस अब नावी तो नहीं खेल रहा ना नावी ने मना कर दिया नावी ने जो अपना स्लॉट था वो HVV के बंदों को दे दिया मतलब एक्स रोस्टर को दे दिया दे गॉट उन्होंने बोला होगा हमने क्वालिफाई करा है हमको खेलने दो आगे उन्होंने बोला आप नावी का नाम यूज कर सकते यू कैन प्ले द लाइक आप कंटिन्यू योर नाम
take any pot shots towards Fireflux. Icy first to face here.
गेम जो पाकिस्तान से स्लॉट लिया था फ्लेक्स इज
Just leaves.
Them
He
Stalwart
just leaves it
response.
out. Crypto
Okay, bro,
instead
मुझे
takes
नहीं
the
पता
brunt of it. Fireflux taking shots
है तो
over,
भैया अलग
but
शूट के फिर तो
off catch takes a lot of
मुझे
damage.
पता है ब्रो
Crypto
ये स्लॉट
putting more lead
फ्लेक्स
down
का
range.
था
Crypto,
फिर
a star player for the Unicorns of Love over the phases that we've seen him. Obviously a newer addition to the roster.
तो मुझे
Had a
कुछ
real
इसमें नॉलेज
impact,
नहीं है
but kind of fell off
बेटर
towards
टू
the later
आस्क
stages of the
सॉल्वेट
tournament.
मैनेजमेंट
Wants to
क्या सीन है
take
क्या
on
नहीं है
Fireflux
तो
now,
बार
it
बार से
seems,
जो
with the
सुना
party
मैंने
bus
आपको बता
out of
दिया बाकी
commission.
आई डोंट नो
They're holding Fireflux. They're going to need some real strong shots coming through to do so.
Soulless
क्रिप्टो
finally
का
taken
आया
down
है
there.
नॉक
Crypto hit some nasty shots before.
क्रिप्टो का नॉक
And they was to
फायरफ्लक्स का
actually
एक
finish that
बंदा
off.
हो गया
Still
डाउन
5 eliminations for
अभी
Fireflux,
तक तो
not
चीजें
bad
ठीक
of
चल
a
रही थी
start,
एंड गाइस
but
हियर वी
again,
गो
looks
द
like they've met
मोस्ट
their match
aggressive
here
team
with
of the lobby
Unicorns of Love holding a
Fireflux
really strong position,
versus
which is
UOL
so tough for
guys
Fireflux to
who is
get
gonna
through.
win who is
Israel Esports takes a bit
right
of a
bro
tumble. An unfortunate accident
comment
over on that
fast
side as Ziao was able to find Archons as well.
Fireflux
Unicorns of Love
let's go
try and stop this rotation, but Fireflux are now into this next
Eight
circle.
note फेंको
3
guys, क्या
players,
कर रहे
all
हो?
of them alive. The Muerte have spread out on the south side of this engagement, which means that as soon as this next circle pops, likely both of these
पीछे
teams
basic
are going to
ताज
have a
बैठी
little
है
bit
भाई
of trouble
पूरी
pushing past
ये दिक्कत हो जाएगी
English
थोड़ी
on
बहुत
that
मुझे
outpost.
हिला
The
रही
rest
है
of the Muerte there as well.
Yeah, either way, whatever happens for both these teams, it's going to be a rough run towards the circle itself, which is about to shift once again down towards that southeast side. So Mad Bulls looking to maybe pick up the spots, but S2G currently have a very, very good split. Fortunately for them, this now does put a big bullseye on their back. And with the 2-2 split, I would hope that they would regroup fairly shortly.
Unicorns of Love, they
गोंजो
want the
अभी
push
गोंजो
over
हमने देखा था ना
Fireflux.
गाइस
Icy leads the
सुनीना
charge
पावर में
first
सॉल
down,
की
but
नाइस
Solkay has traded.
क्रिप्टो
Crypto hits the deck with low
जॉर्ड
HP, but teammate not so lucky. Gonzo
ट्रेड में
falls.
लिया
One player stands and he will go
गोंजो
down
को
too.
गोंजो को
Fireflux
फिनिश
stay
दिया
alive. 3 players on
यूनिकॉर्न
the
से
double
लोग
shot, but
एलिमिनेटेड
now
गाइस
Muerte
क्रिप्टो
gonna
भी
try and
फेंका
control.
ओ
Restrictors have moved
भाई
in
भाई
as
भाई
well.
भाई
Look at
भाई
that.
भाई
GG up the top of the hill. Might just have the
FF
blind side.
रूल्स 3 के लूट्स
Difficult to say the least,
भाई
but again,
लूट ने
Unicorns of
पूरी
Love have
मौजें
the
लगा दी भाई
greatest position to take this team down, but
किसी
some
की वॉच पार्टी
very,
करना
very
पक्का
well
ब्रो
used
जिसी की
smoke
वॉच पार्टी
coverage,
करेंगे
keeps themselves safe, forces Unicorns of Love to play towards them with the circle
गाइस
heading
थोड़ा सा
down towards
कैमरा
the
इनको बोला
southeast. It
S2G पे लाए
forces
यार
this fight
फाइट
between
देखनी
them
है
to occur rather
S2G है
quickly,
हमारी
in which
S2G
case
और मैंने
Fireflux
लाइव
are 100% ready for it. Son HP
बेसिक तास
tries
पहले
to
से
get
एंगल बना के
positions,
बैठी
take
थी
these
थर्ड
shots, but
पार्टी
it's
करने के
enjoy
लिए
from the
सोचा
back that
वन
will
इनकम
pop Lutz off the back of the bogey.
गोंजो हक दिया
No way they
किसी
can
की
turn around for that either with the journey they have ahead of them.
उन्हीं पावर का
Besiktas
गोंजो
needs to
है
get on
ब्रो
the bike as well. Enjoy low HP, but just needs to send it forwards. Fireflux, they've spread out just a little bit.
इतना
One
मुझे याद है
player in
गोंजो
the
फ्रंट
circle,
कर रहा
one
था
player a
पीछे
little bit further out.
क्रिप्टो ने एक
Northern
नॉक तो
side
निकाला
still
उसके बाद सारी टीम
treacherous for
पत्तों
both
की
of
तरह
these
झड़ी
teams.
पता नहीं लगा हुआ क्या
Sent straight towards the
किल फिट
spikes
पड़
that
रहा था
BP
जैसे
set
मैंने
up
किल
earlier
मारी
and will impale
स्क्रीन
themselves
पे नजर
against
मारी
them.
तो टिक्की वाइप हो
We'll just try and send
समझ नहीं
further
हुआ
in
क्या
towards the circle, but
ओरे
Codex
ओरे
is
ओरे
even there, and this is very bold from Duarte to
Fireflux
just try and get towards the center of the circle here. Most likely will lose all of their members. In the meantime, Ketch gets naded out. Now just Solkay remaining.
अभी S2G डोमिनेशन आएगा अभी स्टार्ट ही कहाँ करा S2G फर्स्ट मैच था ब्रो
No one really challenging them. New Worlds Esports and S2G on that southeast side as well. As Fireflux
पता
get
था
pulled apart.
डोमिनेट करेगा
9 eliminations though and still going.
तुर्की
So
डोमिनेट
again,
करेगा
करेगा, देखते ब्रो, अभी रुको जरा, सब्र करो, अभी
where they
मैच
go down, they will get those double digits. 9 eliminations, couple of one placement point, 10 total on the game.
अभी तक तो कर रहा है गाइस,
43,
उसकी डोमिनेट,
still a really solid result. Mad
बट
Bulls
मैड
potentially
बुल्स
looking to
डस्टिन
challenge
हीरो
that if
की
they can
शान
stay
अभी
alive
अलाइव है।
late into this game.
रुको जरा, सब्र करो।
for them, the last game wasn't terrible by any stretch of the word, but right now was a good play from them. They've kept fairly silent, creeped their way in towards this position, assumed it would be players on this side of the compound.
Finer,
creeped
bro, ये
forward.
CIS
It was a
region.
case that
दोनों
STG
CIS region.
heard them before they saw them and instead decided to regroup the rest of the
Nice.
team down towards that south side. Smart play from them.
Nice
But
nade
right
भाई,
now they're
nice
holding
nade,
things
बहुत तगड़ा
strong.
nade.
S2G trying to get some oversight onto this fight, but they've got their own problems to deal with as Virtus Pro go up against Pioneer. Old Boy down to a nade early. Pioneer now potentially looking to push on through. TJB are taken down. They want the flush over onto Old Boy. We'll be looking for Izumitsu.
ऐसा लग रहा है
Tulika taken down by S2G, who have
This
a
S2G,
blind
the
side.
party,
Ray Z
guys.
stepping up, finding
S2G
one
in the
of
party.
each team and really
Mad Bulls
slowing
and
things
Fireflux
down.
will
Now
surely
S2G
qualify.
can
देखते bro.
start to turn their attention.
Fireflux
The
ने तो
nuances
दिखा दिया
got
अपना
taken out of the
domination
mix.
आते ही कि
They
हम किस
have that
अप्रोच में
chance
खेलने
to
वाले
turn
स्टिल
around.
फायरफ्लक्स अभी
Yeah,
एलिमिनेट हुई है
really
10th
careless
रैंक
play
पे
from Pioneer to
बट
just
वो 10
completely
फिनिशेस
ignore
लेके गई है
that
मतलब
STG
10
even get
पॉइंट
involved in this. So
अब
dropping the
इनको
smokes
11
behind them to try and
8
limit
रैंक
these
पे मिलते
sidelines whilst they deal
शायद
with
10 11
VP. In the
पॉइंट लेके
meantime,
गई इसमें
they're able to get themselves 2 players back up on their
ये
feet for
कंसिस्टेंट
VP.
है गाइस बिना
These
चिकन
nades
लिए भी
still doing
फिनिशेस
work though.
लेके
Amir just
पॉइंट
has to
फुल
send
पंप बूम
wide.
Ray Z, the newest addition to the
S2G
S2G
का
roster,
चिकन और व्हाट गाइस क्या लगता है
doing work on the back guard
S2G
there.
का चिकन यस और नो कमेंट में बताओ
Really
जल्दी
nice stuff. Been playing with them for a couple of months now.
वेम्पायर क्या
Seemingly
पर वीपी
punching
वर्चस प्रो
at the weight class of them. Kelsey traded off for S2G as Pioneer still holding in the middle of this sandwich.
Player gets knocked for STG though, but Hamzi comes in quick. Bulls will remove another player from GG, trying to keep that
S2G
steal towards the north side.
भाई
out
मैड
there.
बुल्स अलग ही
2
टोरा है
knocked
भाई
though, right now for Pioneer
टोरा है
and
भाई
VP.
टोरा मैड बुल
Might
का
just be
भाई
able to
जो
get out of
मर्जी
this
बोल
one.
मतलब
Not unscathed,
कंसिस्टेंसी
but
वाइज
at least
टोरा
get a
है
little
भाई
further
मैड बुल्स
forward.
Turns the corner into the container, will be able to handle business
क्या
in
बात है
there.
बेसिकताज
And now they've
एलिमिनेटेड
got a long way to go ahead of them. Have to get to cover against GG.
एफएफ
who
तुर्की
will
से
have
यस
to
ब्रो
move, but
एचवीवी
S2G
हमेशा
have
फर्स्ट
that
डे आली
sideline on
खेलती
the side.
अभी 3 दिन बचेंगे ना ब्रो
Everybody's
कोई
suffering,
दिक्कत की बात
everybody's
थोड़ी ना है
struggling
S2G
except
भाई
for
S2G बहुत तगड़ा मार रही है
S2G
भाई
and Mad Bulls. They
लाइक
have
S2G
been
के जो
able to
एंगल्स
just
बने हुए थे ना
stay
उसमें
strong.
टीम्स के
4 players alive
काले
on
हैं
both of the rosters.
They go either way here. With both these compounds being right on the edge of the circle, if you get a western shift or an eastern
चलो
shift,
फाइनली चारों बंदे एक साइड पीक लेके तो नहीं बैठे हैं
and STG have made their
लास्ट मैच
presence
की
very,
तरह
very known
फायरफ्लक्स
so
माय
far.
फेवरेट
Money
तो
King
लेट्स
gets
सी
taken down
आगे क्या होता
from
है
effect,
देखते हैं
bringing their elimination count just slightly upwards, but S2G currently still at 9 eliminations. That might have even been stolen.
ये क्या ग्लिच हो रहा है क्या पिंग ग्लिच है
Those
क्या
fights on the northeast side, taking plenty
गाइस
of
मेरे को
points
पिंग
there.
ग्लिचेस लगे मुझे
Knock comes
फैक्ट
through
ने
from
वैसे
S2G,
नाइस दिया
Mad
बढ़िया
Bulls
दिया
still. 6
तो S2G ऑन
eliminations
फायर ब्रो S2G है ही फायर
so
टीम
far.
बाय द वे गाइस मैड की
really
कंसिस्टेंसी
struggling,
देखने में
only
बहुत
realm
मजा आ रहा
in this next circle, really.
मैड इज प्लेइंग ट्रेमेंडसली ट्रेमेंडस
Trying to
खेल
hunt
रही
it
है
down, trying to stay alive. Kelsey might have spotted a little side of the helmet there. Razy will be
PMMSC
able
देखो
to get
प्लीज
that
भाई ब्रो
sprayed
ब्रो
out.
ब्रो परमिशन PMMSC है क्या
S2G
ऑफिशियल
bringing
टूर्नामेंट है परमिशन
into 2 teams alive.
7 eliminations so far here for Mad Bulls. We'll be looking down towards S2G at the moment, currently with 4 players. Really
S2G,
held
Mad
strong
Bull,
here. Now
Mad
the
Bull,
circle shifting
S2G.
up towards Mad Bulls. We would
Mad
have
Bulls
thought
का
in
चिकन
four here.
गाइस what do you
Two
think Mad Bulls का
champions
चिकन
going head to head, John.
I think 4v4 Mad Bulls का
This is
चिकन
the
गाइस
second game
क्या
in a
लगता
row
है
that Mad Bulls have made it to the final circles. An excellent start to the tournament.
गाइस ये
and
मेरे
they
को
take
देखो
down
यहाँ पे
the
मेरे को
Turkish
गलती क्यों नजर आ
counterpart.
रही है ठीक है अभी ठीक है
Kelsey moves
4v4
up
की
to the
फाइट है गाइस
foothills. Mad Bulls
Mad Bulls
not
का
gonna be
चिकन
able to
अब देखते हैं
suppress
S2G
that.
कैसे
Do have
एग्रेस करता
utility,
है
they do have
Let's
nades
see
that they can put down there. Will they be able to find anything for it? Leaving on the 2-2 split.
दो बंदे नीचे आ गए दो बंदे एडीएस दे रहे थे बढ़िया
The headlander's effect gets taken
भाई
pretty
ये बहुत
low.
लेट चल
A
रही है
Molotov
इनकी
slows
यार
things
बहुत
down.
लेट वर्चस प्रो का आप दिखा रहे हैं एलिमिनेट अब इसका आ रहा है गुड
Zerich.
गुड गाइस का
Looking to
भी आ
set
रहा है
something
क्या
up
कर
for the
रही
rest
है
of the team.
क्या
Razy
कर रहे हैं
moving out from the smoke.
भाई
Just slows the boogie down to ensure that his stealth is
कितनी बार दिखाएंगे
still
वर्चस प्रो
intact.
का 2 बार
And
दिखा
one
दिया
player in the back, though.
आई
Silas
गेस
could
कुछ
be
ग्लिच है अब
really
फिर से दिखाएंगे एलिमिनेटेड
that key factor that
तो
keeps them
कितनी देर
alive
पहले
here.
एलिमिनेट हो गई है
If skills has stepped a little bit too far up.
We'll have to move soon. You can see into the vehicle. Silas now moving in to regroup. They're staying away from the edge. They don't want those nades to be
गाइस
there.
कुछ ग्लिच हो
Distributing
गया
those
मेरे
meds,
हिसाब से
keeping
तगड़े वाला
everybody
ग्लिच
nice and healthy for the Mad
केड़ा
Bulls.
ग्लिच हो गया कुछ केड़ा ग्लिच देखते
This push from
बात नहीं है
S2G, there's really only one way that they can go up there, and Mad Bulls, I feel like they know this. They don't need to make these peaks.
क्या चल रहा है
Thing
ब्रो
is that
समझ ही
they're
नहीं आ
right
रहा
on the
ये
edge
क्या हो रहा है
of the
ये इनका
circle
कुछ
here,
ग्लिच
John.
ग्लिच हो गया क्या
So if anything, S2G have actually been able to get a very good base of
By the way,
operations
S2G
and
क्या
control most
proper
of the
आगे 1-1
circles
cover
at
पे
the
push
moment.
मार रहे हैं भाई, अच्छा लग रहा है देख.
And if it is Mad Balls to have to come down the hillside,
ADS game,
it will
ADS
most
game.
likely be a clean sweep for
एक भी
S2G.
knock होगा ना, ADS
And Mad
टूटेगा.
Balls need to find some kind of a knock now. What is that? Kelsey straight
Aggression
on
is
up,
real.
traded off. Effect is down, but Hamzy wants the follow-up. Wants to try and get a little bit more done for S2G. Allow the other players
गई.
to reposition, and that's exactly what
मुझे
they
ऐसा
do.
लग रहा है
Two
S2G निकाल
players
सकती
down
है. वाई
for
बारी है guys.
Mad Balls.
मुझे सी वाई बारी S2G
Sorry,
निकाल
just the
सकती
one
है.
down at the moment. Heels coming on through. Kelsey flushed Hamzy down, so S2G on the back foot.
Oh, ये नहीं करना था रेस. दोनों भाई फेवरेट टीम है, कोई भी ले जाए, बट मैं बता रहा हूँ.
The MVP for the team, and what a fitting way to try and test your metal. Effect is
And guys, here we go. The chicken dinner goes to Mad Bulls. And आपको क्या लगता है guys, जो S2G का कुछ ज़्यादा ही ओवर अग्रेशन नहीं हो गया था? But do you feel guys, S2G का ज़्यादा ही ओवर अग्रेशन फील नहीं हुआ मेरे को, तो ज़्यादा ही ओवर अग्रेशन, बाकी पता नहीं. उन्होंने सोचा कि नॉक हो गए, जल्दी पुश करते हैं, एंड दोनों दो एक साइड से गए, एक उधर की साइड से गया. उसने पहले ही डैमेज खा लिया था एक बंदे ने, एंड एक बंदा जो था उसको पता था दूसरी साइड गाड़ी आ गई है, बंदे आ गए, उसका ध्यान पूरा वहाँ था, वो आगे को लेटा, उसने साफ एंगल से मारा उसको नॉक. स्मोक का यूज हो सकता था क्या, पता नहीं यार ब्रो, विशन रहती है, पता नहीं भाई. आप बताओ इसमें आपके क्या व्यूज है फाइट को लेके, भी आपने देखी. ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियंस, ओनली ऑनेस्ट गाइस, जल्दी ऑनेस्ट. तो गाइस जितने भी नए लोग हो, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. आई डोंट नो कितने लाइक्स हुए, जितने भी लाइक्स हुए गाइस लाइक करवा. क्या कर रहे हो, लाइक लुक नहीं करवा रहे तुम, लाइक लुक करवा दो जल्दी. दिस PMGC विल बी फायर. यस यस यस. S2G ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है, उनकी जगह कोई और जगह होती तो वो टॉप 3 आए होते, टॉप 3 आए तो. एनिमी के सामने आके कौन लेटता है ब्रो, मैं वही बोल रहा था पॉप. सो कुछ अलग ही सीन है. S2G पता नहीं क्या खेला, मेरे को समझ नहीं आया. कंसिस्टेंसी इक्वल टू मैड बुल. यस, बट S2G थ्रो कर गई फालतू में. यप, एग्जैक्ट, मतलब लगा यार देख के ऑनेस्टली, भाई बंदे के मुंह के सामने बंदा लेट रहा है भाई, ये क्या था वो सीन. बाय द वे गाइस, इनकी क्वालिटी बहुत तगड़ी है, मतलब 3 मिनट के अंदर आएगा, ऐड वगैरह स्टार्ट होगी, देन मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. बढ़िया, आई लाइक इट, आई लाइक द प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी गाइस. मैनेजमेंट हैज अ पर्सनल ग्रज ऑन गुड गाइस. क्यों क्यों पर्सनल ग्रज गुड गाइस पे क्यों? थोड़ा मिस्टेक क्या, वरना अपर एंड था. अरे अपर एंड छोड़ो भाई, तू देख तो सही S2G ने क्या अप्रोच से फाइट लिया था भाई. पता नहीं गाइस, S2G इज लाइक कि भाई हम तो क्वालिफाई हैं पहले से, दिक्कत की बात नहीं, कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है बोले, बताओ. ऐसा सीन है भाई कुछ. सेकंड बंदे को घुसना नहीं था. अरे कुछ, चलो जो भी है जैसा भी है, वो S2G को पता है बेटर उन्होंने कैसे खेला. दे थॉट कि एक नॉक आ गया है, प्रेशर बनाते जाके में मेंटालिटी में दे गो, एंड उन्होंने ले लिया सीन. जॉन एलन द कास्टर. अरे 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 अरे. विल बी राइट बैक इन 0.24 seconds. गाइस हमारी स्ट्रीम पे लाइक कितने हो गए गाइस, लाइक बताओ. लाइक्स, हाउ मेनी लाइक्स आर डन फॉर स्ट्रीम, चेक करेंगे. एंड गाइस मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल यार. 29 क्या बोलते हैं, 39,000 करवा दो गाइस जल्दी से सारे के सारे लोग. एंड 402 लाइक गाइस, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक बटन, एंड 500 लाइक करवा दो. ओ भाई ओ भाई ओ भाई, ये दोनों कास्टर फेवरेट है मेरे, जॉन एलन एंड दूसरे का नाम नहीं पता. हार्ड UOL. जब हार्ड तो रहेगा ब्रो UL के लिए. तरीके से S2G फायर फ्लग एंड ये मैड बुल्स खेल रही है ना भाई, बहुत सारी टीम के लिए टफ होगा, बट अभी 2 ही मैचेस हुए. यू कांट जज एनी टीम राइट नाउ, बट ये दोनों कास्टर्स की साउंड अच्छी लगता है भाई. तुर्की और CIS की टीम बहुत अग्रेसिव. कैसे आ जाओ यार, अपन क्या करते हैं ना, बहुत हो गया टाइम. एक तो थोड़ा PMG एंड काइंड ऑफ थर्ड मैच पे वैसे लंबा.
हमारा क्लच चल रहा था। तो गाइस ओल्ड टू द बैक वाइब्स
हमको देखने को मिली। अल्फा 7 का
ये मोमेंट याद है क्या किसी
नहीं होती तो शायद पिक ऑफ हो भी सकते हैं। जी हाँ, हो तो सकते हैं, लेकिन सर्कल ने जो ये ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट मारा है उसके चलते देखना होगा। ये देखिए
ये वाला
चोक पॉइंट्स को किस तरह से
भाई
यूज किया
साहब,
जाता है देवियर।
अरे
ये होता है चोक पॉइंट्स का
ब्रो
एडवांटेज, और यही चोक पॉइंट को
ओपी और
सक्सी ने
व्हाट
बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से एक्सप्लॉइट
नोवा
किया।
के बंदों को लिया
पूरी
इसने 1v3
नोवा एक्सयूएफ ने मिलके बिगेट्रॉन के 3 प्लेयर्स गिराए। जक्सी ने
नाइस
अकेले बिगेट्रॉन के 3 प्लेयर्स गिरा दिए बदले की आग में, और अब देखना होगा कि कितनी
लक्सी क्लच भाई जक्सी का फिर
Playing
लक्सी
spoiler
क्लच
there,
पावर
Ice rocks up and they know
पावर
where he
ट्रिपल
is.
एट
It's a 1 versus
लक्सी
1 in this
नाइस
isolated fight, but the
नेट
Blue
से
Bees
फटेगा
already
भाई,
are waiting
बंदे
to
तो
take the
फटेंगे।
rest of this fight. If anyone shoots a gun right now, Blue Bees pop up and immediately take the head off.
Just hilarious.
Oh, come
stuff.
off it.
Yeah, just
Oh.
hilarious stuff
Oh.
coming from Luxy. Yes,
Finish क्यों नहीं
sure,
पाता वो?
there were some nade changes, but you don't change the player. This guy.
एरोवोल्फ ली मैच इन द मीनवाइल एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी इस गेम से। बिगेट्रॉन के राइजन और लक्सी के लिए ये एक ओपनिंग हो सकती है।
राइजन
पावर ट्रिपल 8 पीछे से चार्जिंग करने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक रिज है इनके पास। पावर ट्रिपल 8 यहाँ पे
पावर ट्रिपल एट
कंप्लीटली
आई गेस सेकंड
अनअवेयर
टाइम
पकड़ी जा सकती है, बट इट ऑल डिपेंड्स कि
आई
बिगेट्रॉन
गेस
कैसे
थर्ड
एंगेज
टाइम की
करेगी।
सेकंड टाइम
पावर ट्रिपल 8 की थर्ड पार्टी हो रही
इससे
है।
पहले भी
नोवा
देखा मैंने
एक्सयूएफ के
यार
एक प्लेयर ने वहाँ पे जिमी ने एक नॉक निकाला था पावर ट्रिपल 8 के। आइस जिमी के ऊपर चार्जिंग करने की कोशिश करे, लेकिन जिमी के पास बैकअप अवेलेबल है। स्मोक डाल के फाइट करने की कोशिश राइजन के हाथ में है M249, वो चार्ज कर रहे हैं। कोर पार को स्पॉट किया, उनको नॉक निकाला। यहाँ पे बिगेट्रॉन किल्स कंफर्म कर सकती है क्या? राइजन 3 किल्स अपनी टीम के लिए कंफर्म करेंगे? आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी यस, लेकिन ब्लू जोन भी आ रहा है और आगे नोवा एक्सक्यूएफ की टीम
टियर 11
4 वर्सेस 3
4
जिसमें
एम
दिक्कतें हो सकती है, बट सुख को
टियर
डाउन
11
किया गया
नॉक
वापस
4
से उनका
एम्स
तीसरा नॉक स्वान भी डाउन हो चुके
टियर
हैं।
11 नॉक 4 एम्स
अब टियर 11 आगे मूव कर चुके हैं। लेफ्ट राइट सेंटर हसाकी को डाउन किया
They were
जा सकता है
damaged.
इजीली। इफ दैट हैपेंस उनको बस लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर देखना है। वन मोर प्लेयर गोस डाउन। टियर 11 जस्ट एग्रेसिव ऑन योर लेफ्ट, यू कैन टेक द प्लेयर्स डाउन।
अबे
एक और को डाउन किया, काफी लो एचपी एंड देयर इट इज।
अरे ये चीजें भाई ये हुआ है, हमने मतलब भूल गए यार, कुछ क्लचेस ऐसे भूल गए, याद आ रहे पूरा।
यहाँ पे हम लोग देख सकते हैं कुनीना पावर के एक्सेस डाउन हो चुके हैं। इनफैक्ट टीम अननेम के साथ उनकी
ये
fight
मेरे को
चल रही
याद है। मैं
लक्सी फिलहाल डाउन हो चुके हैं। 6-9 तो यहाँ पे चुपचाप बिल्कुल
हाँ
शांत यहाँ पे लेटे
हाँ
पड़े,
हाँ
उनके पीछे से प्लेयर आके
याद
उनको
है
मार के चला गया।
अरे
No,
भाई
6-9 finally responds and yes he does manage to get that
अबे
knock in and Ryzen को भी
एक
spot कर लिया है। A1 Esports never
ऐसे
backing
लेटा
down without a fight। अब देखते हैं यहाँ पे लक्सी के साथ किस प्रकार
अरे
fight
अरे
करने की कोशिश
अरे
करेगी।
भाई
Free
भाई
fire
भाई
भी किया, एक और नॉक निकाल दिया। क्या यहाँ पे पूरी BTR का सर्वनाश कर पाएंगे A1 Esports के प्लेयर्स? बट नो, that's not gonna happen क्योंकि Sinister काफी ज्यादा दूर है and Ryzen will get that third knock and finish।
बट राइजन के 3 प्लस को 1v3 कर चुके। फिर से A1 Esports ने BTR का रुख बदल दिया
भाई
है।
क्या क्लच था भाई ये।
Still there.
Squad mates. Ooh, Silas with a nice angle with the Vector. Oh, there's great shots right there. Gets the
Silas?
2-piece. Oh, and
Silas?
the right, baby.
भाई साइलस का डोमिनेशन अभी फायर
This
फ्लक्स वाला
man's
भी
is-
यहाँ से
this
नहीं है
man's
भाई, वो
crap.
पीएमजीसी से चालू है, ठीक है? पीएमजीसी से चालू है वो वाला। साइलस को हम यहाँ भी देख रहे हैं और वहाँ भी डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। ये मेरे को याद है ब्रो, ये मेरे को याद है, ये क्लच बहुत तगड़ा था, ये मेरे को याद है। विकेंडी का है ना ये मैंने देखा था, मेरे को लाइव याद है। टीयर 11 ने कितने क्लचेस निकाले ब्रो? क्लास डी लगा ये RRQ 11 क्या था भाई? Unnamed survived in a few seconds. That's oh भाई loops old era guys, loops after long Kiyosaki अरे अभी है Saki golden Saki हो गया। कारिल्लो भी था इसमें है ना, सॉल के फुटबॉलिस्ट सॉल के अरे अरे I was disbanded and acquired by HV. No bro, HVP the different name organization में PMGC के टाइम रिवील हो गया होगा, वैसे हुई गया होगा मोस्ट 5-1 5-1 कौन सी रोज लाइनअप में गाइस अभी? टार्डीन, अच्छा इसका सीन हुआ था टार्डीन का। भाई ये वाला गया। फेडरल, यस फेडरल, ताकि गोल्डन पता डाडीन कारिल्लो का खिड़ी तो थे बंदे भाई, प्रोटेस्ट ही कर दिया भाई, किसी ने आज तक नहीं किया। लूप्स को बैन हुआ था ना, यस वही टीम है। पॉलिस्ट एलिमिनेट तगड़ा गेम प्ले। बाय द वे लाइक आई स्लैट द लाइक्स स्टार्ट नाउ। आई गेस गाइस नेक्स्ट मैच इज विद, क्या करना है, क्लच देख ले, क्लच देख ले। आई गेस लास्ट डेज क्या था ना उन्होंने, आई शॉट क्लच, आई शॉट का आई गेस वाला क्लच भी आएगा मुझे लग रहा है, कि जो जॉर्ज पुल वाला, अगर आपको याद हो अपन एक बार बात नहीं करते थे, रेड सीक्रेट थी और एक जिन रेट में था आई शॉट। अरे भाई आई शॉट ये कब खत्म हुआ, कब शुरू कब हुआ था, लॉल। कि ये कौन है बंदा है भाई, ये मेरे को याद नहीं, ऑनेस्टली मेरे को याद नहीं है भाई, ये तो गंदा मार रहा है, कैसे चला ये कोरियन टीम पक्का, क्योंकि कोरिया में चलाते हैं, स्टार्टिंग से मेटा है डीबीएस। आई डोंट नो हु इज बीबी, आई रियली डोंट नो, कैसे लगा चैंपियन वॉइस, क्या ही आवाज कट के आ रहा है, अरे अरे क्या आवाज आ गया भाई, हेलो 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 गाइस, मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट। चलो भाई मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट, नेक्स्ट मैच विद इन 1 मिनट, हमारा 1 मिनट के अंदर मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। बीबी रेजी है क्या, नहीं रेजी को नहीं था ब्रो, कोई और था वो, आई डोंट नो कौन था, बट मुझे नहीं पता उस बंदे के बारे में, वो जो भी था। रिजेक्ट रिजेक्ट, मैं पुराने चैंपियनशिप की बात कर रहा था जब ST2 बीबी ब्लू पीस रिजेक्ट थी, यही गॉट इट भाई, गॉट रेज यू डिवाइन योलो रिजेक्ट वाला, ये सब वाले थे। ओके सुजैन ब्रो, गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट, कुणाल ब्रो इट। बाय द वे हमारा थर्ड मैच होने वाला है गाइस स्टार्ट, एंड मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल गाइस, 30 सब्सक्राइबर लेफ्ट फॉर 39,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स, करवा दो गाइस आज 12 बजे से पहले, आज का दिन हम सुनहरे अक्षरों में लिखेंगे, हमारे अभी के दिन सब्सक्राइबर्स हो गए 39,000। भाई एक नाम याद रखना, ऑटम बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है, बड़ा सरप्राइज। पोंकी कौन कौन से रीजन से ऑटम, ऑटम ऑटोमन ऑटोमैन जो भी है, अब देखते हैं ब्रो कब आएगा, फिर क्रॉस अच्छा, जैसा भी अच्छा हो बढ़िया हो। तो कैन आई गेट योर चैनल मॉड प्लीज, बी फॉर श्योर लाइव रो का दे दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं, हम देते रहते हैं मॉड, तब मुझे दिखो आप थोड़ा सा लाइव पे, मैं दे दूंगा। ठीक है गाइस, एंड हमारा जो थर्ड मैच है गाइस वो स्टार्ट होने वाला है। आज कुछ तगड़ी और टेढ़ी मेहनत होगी गाइस, हाय हाय। चलो गाइस लेट्स गो, चैंपियनशिप मैच नंबर 3 is about to start within 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, here we go, let's go, map number 3, EU championships match number 3 about to start। कुणाल हैवी ड्राइवर था इनकी टीम भी में सीधा स्पैम BMW, भाई आई एम द मोस्ट कंसिस्टेंट प्योर फनी, तारीफ करके मैंने तारीफ खुद, अरे यार रैंगल गाइस, एंगल वॉइस उठा दिया है. लेट्स गो गाइस, फ्लाइट पाथ इज रेडी एंड ईयू चैंपियनशिप. गाइस मेक श्योर टू कमेंट आपको क्या लगता है इस मैच में कौन डोमिनेशन में जाने वाला है. एक फायर फ्लक्स का ही डोमिनेशन रहेगा एंड वंस अगेन क्लैश टाइप वाइब्स, कुछ HVVP X नावी रोस्तो वर्सेस S2G. गाइस सिंपल सी बात है, S2G खेल रही है अलग ही तरीके से, मेरे को कुछ इसमें वर्ड्स ही ऐड ऑन नहीं करने. आपने भी देखा गेम प्ले अलग ही चल रहा है एंड देखते हैं बात. डिले है क्या डिले है? इनका प्रोडक्शंस कौन है? EU चैंपियनशिप का VSPN कर रहा है ना? यस नहीं, ESL वेस्टर्न में पूरा
So you look at the plane path now for map number 3. Of course,
पूरा
Focus is not going
कोई डिले बोल रहा है तो मैंने
to the western side. Not going to see so many Gaka conflicts. You can see already HVVP back up to North George. So that is going to spread out and alleviate some of the pressure.
मैंने इंट्रो कर दिया गाइस, थोड़ा सा वॉइस ऊपर नीचे होगा. क्या आई नो जस्ट
Absolutely right, John. I mean, with this playing path right dead centre, you know, everyone can get where they want to be, which is lovely stuff. It's exactly what most players would like to see on a map like Erangel, with so many positions around the map that are playable, that are accessible. And in fact, you know,
अरे भाई इतना डिले था क्या?
right where, you know, some of those positions around the map just aren't accessible to players.
सेम सर्कल अब ठीक हो गया गाइस.
It's not like you can play on the top of the mountain.
तो मैंने इंट्रो कर दिया था, अब ऑल सॉर्टेड.
Of the center of the
भाई
island,
सेम
you've got
सर्कल
just
बन गया गाइस.
compounds
ये हम
everywhere.
वही
There's
मैच तुम देख रहे पहला मैच कहीं गाइस.
It is, you know, your standard PUBG mobile
TJB EU chicken.
battleground.
Let's see, देखते हैं.
Down towards that south side, Mad Bulls making their
डिले
way.
ब्रो, अब्दुल भाई
All
डिले
the
तो
skills
नहीं है
is
ब्रो,
already
ऑफिशियल
finding
स्ट्रीम से
himself a
चलाया हुआ,
vehicle
डिले तो
that
हो
beats
नहीं
Sam
सकता.
Tumwante,
अरे
taking a
ये
knock,
ना
and I
कुछ
believe
इनका
that
ग्लिच
is
चल रहा है
from
मैनेजमेंट की तरफ, प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी का. अभी मेरे को एक बंदे का रेड दिखा. एक बंदा इन्होंने बोला है कि नॉक्ड हुआ है. क्या सही में एक बंदा नॉक हुआ है क्या गिरते ही?
Fairly dramatic amount of water in this next circle, cutting into that military island as well.
गाइस क्या
Vehicle
कोई
scuffle
नॉक
from
हुआ है क्या?
TJB and the Muerte results in TJB coming out on top. Certainly for now, for the time.
सेम सर्कल क्या ब्रो? सेम
over
सर्कल
towards
में
that shelter
बोलना
area.
राइट राइट सर्कल.
GG down towards Milta. Most teams in a position right now with this central playing path that they don't have to take too many engagements early. TJB will though, and will take a point home because of it.
भाई
We're
ये
halfway
टीम्स
now
तो भाई
through
फाड़ रही है
our
भाई,
third
फायर
day.
फ्लक्स जैसे.
With this being
In
our third match
fight लेके खेल रही
of Erangel, once again, we've got a lot of these ahead of
फाइट
us.
लेके
And
ना
teams would like to pick up as
ना
many points they
के
can
मारो
on a
भाई.
fair map like this,
कंपाउंड
where you know things
चाहिए
aren't
भाई,
as
प्लस
difficult
इन्हें टीम
as you would see on Miramar, where you
भाई
can get
बोले
absolutely
कटका का
trounced by some
कंपाउंड
of the
चाहिए भाई,
rotation
8
paths
बंदे
you will have to
देंगे
take
तो
at some point.
टोरा भाई टोरा अपना भाई अलग.
Sort of in there, almost directly attack the
Reject or
tree,
DRS
but
Gaming
just
SG
grazes
के
it with the front
ऐसे
wheel. Or on Sandhawk, in fact, where you know,
और
third
लीग
party
से
galore,
आउट हो जाते.
really. But Erangel is a
और
position
रिजेक्ट
where you
माइट
can
प्ले दिस
even out the average,
as well
find
along.
some good points just
Let's
off
see
the
bro,
back
अभी
of skill
जापान की
alone.
टीम्स तो भी नहीं हुई ना क्वालीफाई अभी तक, पता नहीं है.
Certainly hope so.
Just TJB 1 kill. भाई जोनाथन
At the moment, no
सबकी
one
वाचिंग.
actually dropping in Gaka fields. That seems to be
यूएल चिकन
reserved
खाएगा,
for
देखते ब्रो.
when
लॉल
you
लॉल
can't
लॉल.
quite get to Georgia Pole.
अरे
Fireflux in South George.
दिन का किल मिला.
HVVP in North
अच्छा,
George again.
अरे.
New World's Esports up in
दिन
Savannah.
भाई नो.
The double black.
भाई नो.
onomatopoeia
भाई अभी ड्रॉप,
described there
अच्छा
by
से
Mike
ड्रॉप
very
हुआ
much,
अभी है.
to take down one of the players from Timwete.
अरे भाई तू
Yeah,
अभी तक
God
लाइव है.
did. I mean, I'd be terrified of that to me. Just
राइट नाउ वी आर
pull out
लाइव
the
है.
corner, the long
फिर कैसे
barrel in
नहीं
my
आया
face,
क्या?
and then just done. I'm eliminated. Over. But TJB will be taking that
नाल
point
भाई अरे
away
तो अब
for
खेला.
them.
यस यस. लिन
Not
को
the
किल
most
मिला है,
amazing
लिन को
of
किल
games
मिला,
so
लिन को
far
किल.
for TJB. They did have a big upswing towards the end of the Western European PMPL. Fortunately, here it doesn't seem to have
गुड एक्स.
paid off
किंग.
too
अच्छा
much
ये था वो बंदा
yet.
जिसके
Yet
ऊपर
the
नजरें रखी गई
key
थी,
word
जिसके ऊपर
here
एलिगेशन लगे
is
थे.
that we're only 2
ये था वो
games
बंदा.
in, and
Monkey
already we have
कैन,
Mad
Monkey कैन,
Bulls and Fireflux
Codex.
taking home a chicken dinner. The Mad
तो
Bulls
आइट का
chicken dinner,
प्लेयर
I think,
किस
is a
टीम
little
में
bit
है?
more
हैं?
scary
आइट का
than-
प्लेयर ब्रो
than
UOL में है.
Fireflux. Yes,
ये कौन
Fireflux
सा
are
फ्लक्स
looking
है? तो
to
आपके थर्ड
bring their
आ रही है ना,
performance
0
up
पॉइंट
and
दिख रहे
find their way into PMGC. But I
QDX
think the
के
Mad Bulls chicken
टीम
dinner is
के
the
PNR
terrifying one,
QDX.
considering it's happened so
S2G
early
गाइस.
in the
भाई
tournament.
S2G अंधेरी टीम है भाई. 4 मिनट के अंदर
Kinda
रोटेशंस
speaks
देना
of
स्टार्ट.
things to come,
बंदे ढूंढने
right?
स्टार्ट कर दी
If
4
a
मिनट के
team like
अंदर.
Mad
बंदे
Bulls
चाहिए भाई
continue
को.
dominating like
बंदे
they did
बताओ कहाँ
over
पर
in
है.
Western Europe and get a chicken dinner this early
Reject
on,
did
I would
in
be worried if I
PMWI,
was
but
other teams.
PMGC,
I'd
DWG
definitely
and
be paying them
DS
a little bit
Gaming
more
will
respect
do
now.
better than from. Yes,
Well, that's
exactly.
the thing
DS
with Mad
Gaming
Bulls, isn't it?
बहुत
It's
अच्छा रोस्टर
about
है. DS
consistency
Gaming
for
को
them.
लोग
Was it
like
second or
DWG
third
के
place finish
अगर
in
आप
the
बोलो
first game? They
वो
are
थोड़ा
currently
सा
only 2
like
points
शाइन नहीं
behind
like नाम
on
से
the
वो
overall
टैलेंट
standings
वाइज तो
when you compare them
दिन
to
एंड जितना मुझे पता है डीएस गेमिंग का ऐसा रोस्टर कंपटीशन जीता है ये उसको PWG आपको पता लगेगा देखो बाय द वे गाइस टीजेबी वर्सेस S2G aggressive teams on the set Silas साइलस बच गया मॉली नहीं लगी नाइस
the brakes on for the Molotov. Heal does come
अरे
through.
अरे
Hamzy
S2
stays
की
alive,
S2
in low in the
S2
outside
की बंदे
courtyard.
हैं
GK first
कवर
low
मेरे को
as
पिंगी
well.
शू पता नहीं क्यों
Stars
लग रहा है
there.
लोगों
Full HP with the
अरे
Toga.
S2 Silas
There,
knocked
they're finally finding the sprays. Lin
Where is
will
cover यार
fall, but it is answered. Hamzy tries to get the player, hopping on in, but he gets into the vehicle instead. Stays away from it. And GK first, he's been given the
Shao
slip one too many
Shao
times. And
nice
Shao puts a stop
great
to the shenanigans.
Rayaz
But in the meantime,
Rayaz
S2G
Raze
rally
pull
on
up
in. The rest of
अरे
the
नहीं
team
ये
is here to
जाएगा
play. Zittel out wide,
अरे
gets Razy
अरे
low, but doesn't quite finish the job. And it
भाई
will
रात
be
हो रही
the
है मैं
end of
चीख
it.
रहा था
GK
कि
first
रेज
now,
ने क्या
last
करा
player
ये
standing for TJB as S2G look to try and keep everyone alive. GK first,
भाई
low
मेरे को लगा
HP,
गया
bandages
जब वो
only.
मॉली लगा करने
Slips
मेरे को लगा
out the back,
ओपन
but
में
no, closes the
खत्म
door
S2G के
instead.
बंदे
Hits the
क्या
deck on the
लेके जा रहे
inside.
हैं
Kelsey wants to push forwards, gets the first flush, gets the res on the
आया
close. GK
ऊपर गया
first, up the
कूदेगा
stairs,
ऊपर से
tries to
कूदेगा
stay
ऊपर से
alive on the
कूदेगा
top
शायद
floor.
Interesting stuff. The fact that they're able to get people back in position.
भाई
It looked
S2G
like
revived
that nade did actually knock Razy once again. Molotov's more coming through, but
भाई
finally that'll be GK
क्या कर रही है
first going
S2G
down. S2G for their
eliminated
troubles. And it really was a
what the
lot of
heck
troubles there. Will pick
the
themselves
heck
up 4 eliminations versus
भाई रात हो रही है मैं
TJB.
चीख
Though I did
जाता भाई
think
मैं
that
लेजिट
was going to
चीख
be
जाता
S2G
what
taken
the
down.
heck
Luckily, you
और
know,
मेरे को लगा
Razy's
जो
there with
रेज
the
बंदा है
DPS.
वो
Hits
नॉक
some
होगा क्योंकि वो मॉली
absolutely
कर रहा था
insane
और
shots
दूसरी
from
साइड से
afar.
बंदा ओपन गन
Makes that
लेके
thing
आ रहा
look
है
like more of an assault rifle than a shotgun.
भाई
And he's
उसने
able to pick
शॉटगन
up the pieces,
क्या
and there were quite a few of them.
Chunk going well for
अरे
S2G.
भाई भाई
TJB fall
भाई S2G
under the pressure. TJB
भाई
not
वर्थ
happy
इट है भाई जो
about how
लोग
that Miramar
बोलते हैं ना
ended.
भाई
They wanted to
वर्थ
show us
इट
that
है
they
भाई
can go for
भाई
crashes
ये
and they can
S2G
win
ने
them
क्या
very
कर लिया
decisively.
भाई रेज ने क्या कर लिया ये मैं बैक नहीं कर रहा मैं बैक करूंगा भाई
Look
देखना
at that,
पड़ेगा
and
करूँ
it
यार
is
अभी नहीं करूंगा
just
मैच किसके बाद
an
कर
incredible turnaround. And the fact they were able to keep all
भाई
4
रेज
players up and in action,
इज ओल्ड बॉय प्लेइंग
that
यस
was
यस ओल्ड बॉय
quite the
प्लेइंग
fast
गाइस ये
response
क्या कर
time
दिया
coming
रेज
through from them. I
अभी
mean, the
बैक
phone
नहीं
call
करूंगा
was made
मैं
and
मैच
the
के बाद
rest of the
शोरली बैक
S2G
करने
boys
वाला
were
हूँ
there
या फिर यही दिखा दे
instantaneously.
मूवमेंट तो बहुत बढ़िया है अभी
TJB
के टाइम
being
पे
our first to fall,
मेरे को
and I
लगा
felt
रेस
like
गए
that could
आप
have been
लोगों
a
को लगा
redemption
इस
story
ऑडियंस
there for them
जब
in the
रेज
third
मॉली कर रहा था
match.
मेरे को लगा
Unfortunately,
ओपन से
it
आ
was
रहा है
not to
खत्म
be.
उसने ने
Left
क्या
only
किया वो
with that
रिफ्लेक्सेस
one elimination they got towards Jumuerte early
ए
on.
भाई S2G डैम हार्ड भाई डैम हार्ड S2G PMG
Good
से
guys,
फाड़ने
looking
वाला
to
ब्रो S2G
leave
वही सीन है कि
Malta,
फ्लो
just ahead of
तो
Demuerte.
S2G का आ गया ना तो मैं बोल
Head
रहा हूँ
out
S2G
to
ऐसा
the
कौन
west.
देगी ना
Virtus Pro
PMGC गाइस
moving on the
आप देख
southwest
लो
side of Pachinki,
नोवा जीती थी
getting a little bit more
S2G का ना फर्स्ट
central.
डे पे सेकंड डे लाइक थर्ड डे पे कम बैक हुआ
Nobody really scuffling
S2G
right
का
now, but
उसके बाद
HVVP
उन्होंने
may
बकल
be
अप
looking
करा
for
था
some
लास्ट की
revenge over
रैंकिंग
to S2G.
S2G का फ्लो है
It
गाइस
can be
दो
crucial
पकड़
this
लिया तो
time around.
हार
Most of the
देगी
time, SUVP don't make this instantaneous rotate. It's not as swift as this usually. They don't
उसने
have
क्या
the
डीवीएस अरे वही ना
most idea of where S2G
ब्रो आई
is
एम
at
श्योर
the
टॉप 3
moment after
PMGC
an
का
exact
गन पावर है
position.
भाई
But
अलग ही सीन है
currently
S2G
clearing
का
out compounds surrounding the
भाई
area that they had
भाई
their engagement with
मेरा
them
वर्ड्स
before,
नहीं
so
है
they're
S2G
just clearing and
गाइस
ticking off compounds
honestly
as they
saying
go. So
region
should
team
have a general
Arkin
idea of where they
guys
are playing
on
now
the
down towards the
like
south
gun
side.
power में gun
Codex
power
currently split just a little bit with players
too
off
good
towards the east and the
after
west. Unfortunately, the eastern
damn
players
good
surrounded by the guys from VP.
पिंगिशू लग एंड हाँ
Definitely
कुणाल
noted
मेरे को
Timbers
पिंगिशू
there.
भी लग रहा है वो
Got the
लिन
one
का
set.
मैंने गाड़ी
No
से आया
waiting for him.
आपने नोटिस स्क्रीन पे लग रहा है पिंगिशू
Ping,
तो हो रहे हैं ऐसा मुझे
He's
फील
not getting it.
पता नहीं बाकी
Now, once you're in the
गाइस
shack,
क्या
you
लग रहा है
remain
कहाँ
in
पे
the
शिफ्ट
shack.
आएगा
There's no
अगेन सेम
leaving from
शिफ्ट
the shack. That is your
और
life now. Unfortunately, it seems to me that
काइंड ऑफ शिफ्ट
Surreal
तो
Esports
हार्ड
have
शिफ्ट
taken
खा
the shack
सकता है गाइस
life a
क्या लग
little
रहा है
bit
फेरी
too
के
early on.
आसपास
A lot of
यहाँ पे
water
यहाँ
in
पे
this circle, though.
एफएफ के
Wildcats now
आसपास
finally making their
मैडबुल और
move
एफएफ
from
की जो
Sosnov's
रोटेशन
military
काफी
base
नियर बाय
across
हो रही
that
है गाइस
bridge up towards the side of a
जहाँ
lot of
जहाँ
the
मैडबुल्स
teams
है ना
here.
वहाँ एफएफ है
HVVP
मतलब
making a
इनका
bit
जो
of a
पैटर्न
swing
है जोन
from the top
पकड़ने
side
का
of Gatka
वो कहीं
and
ना
make their way
बेहतर
down
है
towards the quarry. In the meantime, Mad
ए
Bulls
गेमर ब्रो मैं
retreating
देख
towards
रहा हूँ
Primorsk
कौन अच्छा खेल रहा है, स्किल का इफेक्ट मैड बुल्स मार रही है क्या?
shift to
ब्रो
deal
मैड
with.
बुल्स थोड़ा सा ना रुक के
Newell's all the way
तो
still in
अर्ली
North
फाइट्स ऐसा
George
नहीं, लाइक
for
अगर आप एफएफ
whatever
को
reason.
पिक
And
तो
to be fair,
एस2जी
if they find a boat, they could
ये डर
potentially
नहीं
even
रही है
swing down
स्टार्टिंग
on
में
this
ही
south
फाइट्स ली,
host.
बट मैड बुल के जोन प्रायोरिटाइज देन अगर उसको नहीं लग रहा है देन वो
Making that move just yet,
तरीके का
but
मैड बुल्स का गेम
Besiktas moving in on the northeastern
हमने
side.
मैंने
Back of
नोटिस
the queue, edge teams coming on in from Turkey, and Unicorns of Love as
ब्रो
well.
सोलो
Going
रहते
to be
हो
there
क्या?
with Muerte.
अरे नहीं,
Yeah, a little bit slower this time around, heading down
भी
towards
also
Gaka. With the playing path, they were looking to maybe pick up some more positions towards
अगला
that
हार्ड
eastern
शीट
side.
फेरी के बीच मुझे भी लग रहा है फैजी फेरी के बीच
They
रहेगा
moved
तो
us up
भाई
a
इंसेन
hospital.
भसड़
I
रहेगी
mean, they're on
बहुत
that
तगड़ी।
western side.
बाय
There
द
are
वे
some
गाइस
compounds to
एचवीवी
play around
एक्स
here.
नावी रोस्ट तो
And they
पूछ
do
रहे
slip their
टिक्से
way in towards
इकू
the backside a lot of
एटिक
these teams.
एंड
So,
किट्सने।
unfortunately, get away with some stealthy maneuvers
अगला हार्ड
here.
शीट
And some
फेरी
of these
देखते हैं
teams
ब्रो
might be
देख।
caught off guard by Fireflux in the midst of
वॉइस
them.
ब्रेकिंग, अरे मैं थोड़ा आराम से बोल, वॉइस ब्रेक नहीं गाइस, थोड़ा सा ना गाइस आराम से थोड़ा सा आराम से बोल तो आपको ब्रेक लग रहा होगा।
Most of skills is
मनी
outpost, they'll see
क्या
that.
मंकी
Do they pull
क्या
up and
किया
try and stop this one? Skills is
भाई क्या
playing
जॉनी स्टार
dangerously right now.
खेल सकता है
Not
ब्रो, मुझे
quite
इस बारे में नहीं
got the
पता।
cover and will
आस्क
take a bullet or two. Not down just yet. Effect
तो कुछ
has got a little bit of an angle. Answers
बारे में
with some
कौन
shots over
खेल
towards
सकता है
S2G, who get us some vehicles to potentially reposition to the west
पिछला
southwest
PMGC
side
नहीं
of
देखा।
Quarry. No, S2G are happy with their spot. They will
पिंग
stay
प्रॉब्लम्स
up
में
on the north
भी
side.
हो रहे थे मियां में भी मीना इन अफ्रीका, बट यहाँ तो लेजिटली शो हो रहा है गाइस की जगह पे ऑनेस्टली से मैं किसी टीम का वो नहीं ले रहा, बट यस जहाँ मेरे को दिख रहा है वहाँ मेरे को लग रहा है कि हाँ भाई यहाँ पिंग लग रहा है। अभी टीजीबी के साथ मुझे लगा
just by the location of those smokes, S2G will send one of their own
डेढ़
down
लैग हुआ।
with a smoke flare.
अरे सच में अरे 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 अभी ठीक
Codex have taken a knock there from Surreal actually across the way.
S2G guys, S2G रेज ब्रो क्या कर गए थे आप इधर पहले। अरे भाई रेज भाई ने गन चेंज कर ली। रेज भाई दूसरी गन लगाई, टैप टैप मारेंगे।
Unicorns of Love and Mad Bulls.
They were
Taking a
#4
little
in
bit of a
team
scrap
lobby
here as
as
Effect
team.
does get knocks, but plenty more damage pouring
bro,
out towards
yes.
Unicorns of Love. Only
Bro,
one of
if
their
you
players remaining now.
MEA then you'll
Quite the bold
top
push coming
the
through
game
from
bro।
Unicorns of Love. I think they've
नहीं
managed
यार
to
मतलब मीना इन अफ्रीका
needle
में
their
कुछ
way
नेक्स्ट लेवल
into
लग रहा है पिंग इशू हो
what
गया है।
is
यहाँ भी
quite
लग
a
रहा है guys
dangerous situation down towards
अरे
Quarry.
अरे
So many
पड़ी
teams
पड़ी
around
पड़ी
here
पड़ी
that all have eyes on. Kelsey will take out the final player
you all
there in
eliminated
Crypto.
by S2
It's popped off the back of the vehicle and
कब
Unicorns of Love
गिरे
going down
S2
in 16th
बिल के बाद
place. Not ideal.
गाइस आई थिंक इसी रीजन की वजह से इशू की टाइमलाइन इवेंट ना हुई।
High ground. 5 eliminations already, and they are
Fuel का
continuing to try and roll this one down.
मैं ध्यान भी नहीं किया किल फिट।
Next circle just about to come through any moment now once it all closes down.
By the way guys,
On the east side,
के भाई फ्री फायर
Esports
फ्री फायर निकल
moving in behind good guys. And they will have to move a little bit further.
बताना
Next
चाहोगे
circle
ऑल इन
comes
गेम
through,
एंड गाइस
keeps the
जितने भी
water
नए
in.
लोग हो इफ यू आर न्यू टू दिस मेक श्योर सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल वी आर वेरी क्लोज 39,000
But to play
सब्सक्राइबर्स
here, I mean, we're coming from
39,000
Miramar where it
सब्सक्राइबर्स
was
हमारे होने
heavily waterside.
इस
A lot of these
सब्सक्राइबर्स
teams were
बचे
crammed in
आज रात 12 बजे से
like sardines in a can here. Looking for position
एंड मेक
in
श्योर
the
टू
circle.
सब्सक्राइब के चैनल के साथ
Tries to get
नोटिफिकेशन
through,
बेल
but
का आइकन
losing
जरूर
players
दबाना
as they go. Bomb already down here.
अच्छा लगेगा देख ब्लाइंड घुस के सर्कल के सेंटर में ये वाले यप योर साउंड लैग्स अरे थोड़ा बहुत होगा गाइस थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर
Good to hold off that nade from Storm. Looks dangerous over the top, but won't get the knock just yet. Instead, he takes one back from Defo X and will go down to it.
So guys, we are 27 subscribers far away from 39,000 subscribers.
Certainly not a full force. One player standing, one down.
Yeah, somehow Defworks is able to get that nade to crawl its way down.
अब नहीं होगा guys, अभी मैंने माइक को थोड़ा सा close range ले आया है, so now everything is sorted. Little bit.
Left alive. Surreal Esports on the coastal edge, looking for a ditch.
एक तो मैं अभी
masquerading as the
थोड़ा सा
Mad
slow
Bulls
बोल रहा हूँ रात
themselves.
करके ये
Mad
भी
Bulls, on
reason
the other hand, currently in Quarry,
चलो भाई
waiting at the moment. Currently have high ground, so I imagine looking for some pickoffs. Trying to clear some space on that north side for themselves. Most likely that this will shift back up towards that
very
north
close to
side
40k
with so
subscribers.
much
Do
water
subscribe the
being
channel and
in.
like the
It's not
stream
gonna shift down
formality.
towards us.
अरे अरे
Nowhere
अरे
near it. So I think
इंस्टा
that a lot of
will
these
भी
teams
अच्छी
can be
टीम है ना
happy
हाँ
in their
वाइल्ड कैट्स अभी
positioning. I
चैंपियन
think if
बनी
you're
थी
taking this
बट
coastal side,
अभी आई
this is
डोंट
the
नो
last
क्या
resort
सीन है इनके
option.
रीजन
Some of these teams like S2G
अरे जल्दी
currently
करो क्या
holding
कर
the
रहे
hills
हो
within
अरे
the tree line.
भाई
This
लास्ट
is a good
मैच में
spot for
S2G
them. I
वालों
mean,
ने
it
गलती
could quite easily head up
कमड़ा
towards the
खेला
northwest
4v4
and
उनके पास
encompass a lot of
एडवांटेज
these
था
teams.
जोन
In the
का
meantime,
सब्सक्राइब
also
यस
could head
यस
up towards the
एग्जैक्टली
northeast,
ब्रो
in which
मैं
case
वही
Bashik
मेरे को
does
समझ नहीं
is
आया कि
given a
S2G
bit
वालों
of
ने
a
किया क्या
lifeboat
उस
to
लास्ट गेम में
swim
मतलब वो
towards.
इजीली मतलब एक तरीके से ऐसा मुझे लगा अपनी तरफ से मतलब उसका रिजल्ट कुछ और हो सकता था
Coastal side
बट
providing
वो उसको कुछ
sanctuary
और वे
for
में
now
लेके
before it gets
इंग्लिश
too
कमेंट्री
crowded.
में और बाकी कमेंट्री में फर्क
Betwixt
इधर
the tank
अच्छे
traps there for
सुनाई देता है
Surreal.
साउंड
Staying alive, the name of the game for them.
ये
3 players
सो रियली
fallen on the south
कैसी
side
टीम
as
है
well.
गाइस
HVVP
Really
making their move in on the west edge, potentially moving into the north
क्वालीफाई
throws
हुई है
of Primorsk,
चैंपियनशिप
but
अच्छी टीम
moving that far south could also be a little bit of a mistake in terms of their future rotational paths. It looks like they are just going to spread out on those northern hills.
जापान लीग स्टेटस, जापान लीग का ब्रो परमिशन नहीं मिल पाएगा। S2G ऑलरेडी क्वालीफाई ब्रो, आई नो ऑलरेडी क्वालीफाई है, तो इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी ना काम होता रहेगा।
Straight away looking for somewhere to head towards, but we're looking at quite the big clash here, John, between HVP, S2G, as well as Mad Bulls themselves.
क्या बोल रहे हो गाइस?
Northern side of the road.
भाई हार्ड शिफ्ट आएगा, आ गया ब्रो, आ गया हार्ड शिफ्ट आ गया, सेंटर का हार्ड शिफ्ट मारा है। बस FF के पास ही जोन है। मैडबुल, अरे मैडबुल कहाँ चली गई थी? अरे मैडबुल तो यहीं थी आसपास में।
That is quite HVP
S2G यहाँ मार के खाएगी क्योंकि वो वैसे भी क्वालिफाई है इसलिए। तो यार प्राइस पूल के लिए कॉम्पीट करेगी S2G यार, प्राइस पूल है #1 पोजीशन है, चीज़ें तो हो गया S2G की भी। कोरिया फाइनल देखे है नहीं ब्रो, मैंने कोरिया का देखा नहीं है। S2G पे अच्छा स्पॉट है, किल्स चोरी कर सकते हैं। यप, फायरफ्लक्स का भी फायरफ्लक्स में याद करने को फायरफ्लक्स का है। S2G भाई ऑलरेडी 6 फिनिशेस ले चुकी है ब्रो, और कितने लेगी? भाई पहले ही तो उन्होंने 4 फिनिशेस गलत उठाए TGB के, बहुत ज़्यादा गलत, बहुत गलत फिनिश। तो TGB की उन्होंने फिनिश लिया ना गाइस।
Send some more over towards Wildcats. An explosion there will take down Ray, X-Ray.
More sprays from Timber.
S2G पे अच्छा स्पॉट है, देखते ब्रो। Like Wildcats, Istanbul Wildcats.
Be stopped just yet.
Wildcats.
Potentially to answer for it. Timber wants to put one
Ex-champions.
Let's see. Time, and that's a lovely nade over the top. Gets the flush and puts Lux low as well. Timber not taken down.
PMWL champions कौन था? फुटबॉलिस्ट थी।
Wants to put
PMWL अगर वेस्ट की बात करो, आई गेस फुटबॉलिस्ट थी चैंपियन। सूरियल के बंदे ने खुद को उड़ा दिया पिंग इशू। मुझे लग रहा है पिंग इशू तो है गाइस, लग रहा है भाई प्लेयर्स को देख के मुझे लग रहा है प्लेयर ये मेरे से गाड़ी रोक रहा है, बंदा गाड़ी चला रहा है, तो उसको देख के लग रहा है पिंग इशू। मैंने 3 बार स्पॉट करा है, मैंने तीनों बार आपको वो भी बोला। यस यस यस, DW इज द बैक टू बैक चैंपियंस। DW इज द बैक टू बैक चैंपियंस।
Separate positions as well. Luckily, they've been able to get them back up on their feet, but it's not often that you see Skills's or Zerich going down so lackadaisically over on their scouting positions. Usually they're very good at squeezing themselves out of those tight spots.
लेगी तो पार्टी आपकी तरफ से गाइस, सुपर चैट। अगर चिकन डिनर आया तो गाइस आपकी तरफ से सुपर चैट, ठीक है उत्कृष्ट ब्रो? They are going to super chat. Lol.
Hasn't managed to get the heal off just yet. I imagine
भाई S2G के बंदे हो गए पागल भाई, इन्होंने पकड़ लिए मैड बुल्स। अरे वसिकतास, यार वसिकतास का परफॉर्मेंस आ नहीं रहा वैसे वाला। 2 मैचेस में तो दिखा नहीं कुछ खास, बट बाकी टीम ने दिखा दिया लाइक S2G, मैड बुल्स। दिस टीम शोज की भाई कि इनका है वैसी फायरफ्लक्स क्यों बोलते हैं इनको।
Archon stands up.
DWG win rate in their region 70% win rate, nice. निखिल बिरादर ब्रो, हमने ना इसका एनालिसिस किया था एक बार, तो आई फाउंड उस टाइम पे कि DWG की टीम सेंट्रलाइज ज़्यादा खेलती थी एंड वहाँ टीम मैक्सिमम पे एजेस खेलना प्रेफर करती थी। तो नाइस, सूरियल ने ले लिया भाई पूरा। अरे भाई ये क्या हुआ? कोरिया फाइनल मैच देखो और परमिशन ही नहीं है, कहाँ से देखेंगे? ये देखो ना भाई, S2G पागल हो गई है। हेलो, ओल्ड बॉय भी मार रहा है वहाँ से ना भाई। S2G 6 फिनिशेस, मैड बुल्स का रिवाइव हो गया। फाइनल भाई, फाइनल भी क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी भाई, भाई अलग सीन हो जाएगा। वर्चस प्रो TG FF की 0 फिनिश, FF की 0 फिनिश। बसिकतास यार दिखा नहीं पाया वैसा सीन, देख नहीं पाया। इनके बंदे ऑफ गार्ड बहुत पकड़े जा रहे हैं स्टार्टिंग में रोटेशंस के टाइम पे। यस ब्रो, यू हैव डन ब्रो वन ऑफ द मोस्ट क्रूशियल मैच। जब कोरिया फाइनल मैच देखो, वन ऑफ द ब्रो नहीं दे सकता, दैट नॉलेज आई हैव गॉट फ्रॉम यू ब्रो। यप निखिल ब्रदर, यस ब्रो यू हैव डन। अच्छा निखिल भाई, आपने वो स्ट्रीम देखी है हमारी? ग्लैड ब्रो, ग्लैड। हमने कितना कुछ एक्सप्लोर करा है यार मिलके, हमारी लॉयल ऑडियंस है। बस जो कोरिया रीजन है ना, कोरिया रीजन पे आपकी 60% ऑफ द टीम को एजेस खेलती है एंड DWG की टीम सेंट्रलाइज खेलती है स्प्लिट के अंदर, ठीक है? तो वो उनको ना काफी बेनिफिट देता है, मतलब थर्ड सर्कल तक ये प्रायोरिटाइज करते हैं। क्या किया बेसिक टाजल ने? मेरे को कहीं नोवा की याद दिलाई है।
भाई मेरे को नोवा की याद आई है, जब नोवा अंधी रोटेशन थी इस टाइम पे उनको 0 पॉइंट लेने होते हैं, 4 बंदे गाड़ी लेके घुसा देते, 2-2 बंदे तो इसकी याद नहीं ऑनेस्टली। पीएमजीसी के कितने स्लॉट है यहाँ से ब्रो? पीएमजीसी के यहाँ से स्लॉट है 3। भाई ओल्ड बॉय मार रहा है, मेरे को लग रहा है ओल्ड बॉय एमवीपी एमवीपी ना बन जाए भाई। रेड में लिया ओल्ड बॉय को S2G 10। भाई रोक लो इस टीम को भाई, आगे नावी एक्स नावी आगे पीछे से HVP दिया एक नॉक, दिया एक S2G HVP 3 मैन है एंड S2G। लेट्स सी वैम्पायर वर्सेस गुड गाइस कौन है जो फाइट हुआ। Red Bulls never played a 0-point game in PMPL Cup League and Finals. Let's see, Matt गई भाई, मैट बुल गई 3 पॉइंट्स लेके गाइस। बट S2G को देखो गाइस, S2G को क्या बोलोगे भाई इस टीम के लिए? HVVP अभी भी 0 पॉइंट है। कोडीएक्स देखते हैं क्या सीन होता है। पायनर की फाइट हो रही है, कोडीएक्स भाई ये ना अगली फाइट तो दिखाई नहीं रहे हैं, तो फोकस ही लाइक इस एरिया में ज्यादा है। प्रोडक्शन वालों क्या कर रहे हो? अगेन मैटिक नॉक S2G अच्छी लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट चल रही है S2G उसकी, इन्हीं से दिया ना नॉक। S2G एंड एक्स नावी प्लेयर्स की लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट चल रही है, मुझे लग रहा है कि रिवाइव हो गया उसका बंदा, पहले भी नॉक दिया था। पुश तो नहीं कर देंगे, 1 नॉक पुश वाला सिचुएशन तो नहीं। भाई आपका नॉलेज बहुत अच्छा है, मैंने 2021 में। थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो। यस नया वाला PWG and ST won the championship game with last match madness. Yup. बट डीएस गेमिंग को देखना भाई, बहुत अच्छी क्वालिफाई हुए हैं डीएस गेमिंग, जिनको जो इसको फॉलो करते हैं बताने की जरूरत नहीं। अरे फायरफ्लक्स ले लेगी, ले लेगी फायरफ्लक्स ले लेगी, नहीं लिया तो मेरी तरफ से कुछ भी, फायरफ्लक्स को ले लेना चाहिए। एंड गाइस जितने भी नए लोग आए उस स्ट्रीम पे, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम गाइस, न्यू एंड मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, वी आर वेरी क्लोज टू 39,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स। मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एंड प्रेस द बेल आइकन फॉर द नोटिफिकेशन। Like, look at the oversight they have on these teams.
Huge amount. Fortunately, there was a lot of teams.
एक अच्छी मैच चाहिए तो वो बूम बाम कर देंगे। यप 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 यप। लेट्स सी HVVP and S2G पे पुश एक्सपेक्टेड था। HVV एलिमिनेटेड, आई गेस HVV एलिमिनेटेड टीम S2 with 11 finishes
position on that northern side, but still 11 points
is
for them.
HVVP X Navi roster eliminated team, but उनके kills तो एक ही है। भसड़ फायरफ्लक्स निकाल देगी भाई, पहले ही पता था फायरफ्लक्स निकाल देगी ब्रो। UL होगी क्या क्वालीफाई? व्हाट डू यू थिंक ब्रो? बड़ा टफ लग रहा है, कंपटीशन बहुत है, बहुत कंपटीशन भाई, बहुत कंपटीशन। अब तो HVV फ्लो पे लग रही है भाई, वर्चस प्रो भी आउट होगी। बट वर्चस प्रो का मैंने कि वर्चस प्रो इज नॉट एलिमिनेटिंग ऑन अर्ली स्टेज, दे आर लाइक 5th 6th एंड कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट लेके जा रही है। एंड मुझे एक टीम ने इंप्रेस करा, वो है पायनर। पायनर जो है वो CIS की TNR जो एंड कंसिस्टेंट फर्स्ट मैच भी था एंड अभी भी इनका कंसिस्टेंट वाला मैच है। इससे पहले भी वो फिनिशेस उठा के गए हैं। They have also done on bonus. भाई NRX क्वालीफाई नहीं ब्रो, नेक्स्ट टू क्वालीफाई नहीं हुई, कंपटीशन ही इतना है ब्रो, अच्छी अच्छी टीम्स क्वालीफाई नहीं हो रही। ये साइदन बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है, PMWL में टीम ज्यादा तो बहुत अच्छी एक भी फुट।
And that's directly on the outside whilst they were looking for that res. Not quite in the building.
Guys, by the way, ex-Navi players are back to the lobby, guys. Back to the lobby, मतलब अच्छा आ चुका है इनका परफॉर्मेंस, काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं guys. Stick to the zone. No fancy move. S2G अगर इनका डैमेज ग्राफ आएगा, S2G बहुत नॉक्स दी स्टार्टिंग में, पर इनके फिनिशेस एक ही है। S2G की फिनिशेस कोई और लेके गया। अमेरिकन चैंपियनशिप का फेवरेट टीम कौन सा है भाई? अमेरिकन चैंपियनशिप की टीम्स बताओ कौन सी? फायरफ्लक्स का चिकन है क्या गाइस? फायरफ्लक्स चिकन, तो फायरफ्लक्स को ये फाइट निकालनी है। हाँ, फायरफ्लक्स अगर GG वाली फाइट निकाल देगी तो वो ऊपर से चढ़ के मार सकती है HVV वालों को, लाइक DMR और
एचवीवी की फाइट अगर
trying to get a
बट
foothold here,
सिचुएशनल
move
पे
down
डिपेंड
towards the
करेगा.
white
फायरफ्लक्स
area
को फाइट
currently
निकालनी है गाइस.
with that little slit,
जीजी
that
3
little
मैन लाइव.
angle within the shack, look directly up towards the players from HVP. So getting down requires some
HVV back
smokes,
in
but you
form,
really
bro.
wonder
Never missed your
how
stream
much
in last 2
utility
years. Thank you so
does
much, Nikhil
HVP
brother,
still
bro.
have left
The
to
big
work
and
with?
tremendous
I would
support
say
from.
not a lot.
Nades continue to roll down though. Easy Kitsune with no utility whatsoever.
HVP.
But level 3'd.
मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि फायरफ्लक्स इतने में वाइप कर देना, ये फाइट क्रूशल रहेगी. नहीं तो ये यहाँ से एचवीवी ऊपर से चढ़ के फायरफ्लक्स को मार देगी भाई.
That one sent towards Kitsune, but it doesn't
कुछ
quite
ये फाइट
clear
इंपॉर्टेंट है.
the
या
cover.
फायरफ्लक्स पहले फाइट निकाले
That one
या
towards
फिर
Macu, that
एचवीवी
does
या
do a
फिर ये
little bit of
निकाले
damage, but
DMR.
no more nades to be seen here.
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट
Duarte,
फाइट है.
they have a
एचवीवी बैक
harder
इन
push
फॉर्म. ये
than HVVP, and this blue zone
भाई
will just push
एनआरएक्स
Duarte down
फ्रोजन
to the
जॉर्ड क्लच
sidelines.
डीडब्ल्यूजी 1v3. आई नो
Yeah,
हमने
Shaq
देखा
has
भी था
been
कल साथ में.
devastated for so long, but
गाइस जो भी नए
HVP
लोग हैं, मेक
controlling
श्योर
this
टू लाइक द
hillside
स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब टू द
is
चैनल
really
गाइस.
the clincher here. Striker moves out, but HVP
HVV
still
back
have to
in
be
form.
accurate on these shots.
HVV
They
बैक
need
इन
to get
फॉर्म.
these good trades, and Mecha actually goes down
गाइस
first.
काफी
Striker
क्रूशल है.
pushing all the way up close.
कित्सुने
Kitsune
निकाल दे भाई, मजा आ
backing
जाएगा.
off as well. Forced to look for a reload, and there's the trade. Striker goes down, but now HVVP on just the one as English going
नाइस.
for the 1 versus 1.
HVV
But
निकाल
it's
गई.
not gonna work. HVVP
बट नीचे
though,
अब गाइस
so
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है
time.
कि
Fireflux
यहाँ
are
से
going in for a
चिकन
fight.
डिनर लेके जा
Everybody is
सकती है.
down. Everybody is healing.
गुड बॉय निकाल दी. अब
GG
जल्दी इनको
were
होना पड़ेगा.
eliminated
दोनों
over
टीम
on that
रिवाइव हो रही है.
southeast side, and now
अबे
Sarge
भाई
moves under
क्रूशल,
position.
बहुत
Meku is
क्रूशल.
rezzed. Matic looking for it as well. Fireflux
भाई
getting back to fighting
कुछ भी हो
force.
सकता है गाइस, कुछ नहीं
You know,
बोल
if that was
सकते.
a clean engagement there from HVP, there's even a chance
शायद
that they could
निकाल दे
roll over this
HVVP.
top side. Is
एक्स
able
नावी
to take
रोस्टर
that a fair few
शायद
of the
निकाल दे.
players, but Ketch
लग रहा है
already
निकाल दे कि
able to find
एडवांटेज तो
himself
है
a
उनके
little
पास.
bit of a first aid
जोन भी
kit, get
क्लोज
that
इन हो
on
रहा है.
side, but the blue still pushing in. Again, it's another case of Soul
Full
K
smoke
being
बाजी.
closer
Never miss your
towards them.
stream.
Is the
Thank you so much. Thank you
real
so much, bro.
position they have to be worried
HVV
about.
back
The
in
fact
form,
these
yes. And
guys
guys
are
जितने
so
भी नए
soon
लोग हो,
is
make sure to
massive.
like
I
this,
don't know.
guys.
I don't think they're
Subscribe
aware
to
that
the
this could
channel.
be
We
a
are very
position.
close.
Either that or
I guess
they feel like they
39,000
haven't suppressed
subscribers.
effectively.
So
Kitsune
live हो
taking
जाएंगे अभी
these
हमारे.
shots, these little
Make sure to
pre-cuts
subscribe the channel, guys.
over towards the rest of the Fireflux
I never.
backstop. Stims running out
अरे
for
भाई
Soul
ये
K.
एंगल बड़ा तगड़ा है.
Could be troublesome on the long
भाई
side
मेरे
of
को
this
लग रहा है
circle.
अपर
Kitsune
हैंड तो लग रहा है मेरे को HVV
playing high
का
ground.
होगा.
You're
बट
right,
गाइस
there is
एक
no
चीज
way he
नोटिस
has
कर
an
लेना.
idea here. There is
FF की जो
potential for
टीम है
Soul
ना,
K just to step up,
उसका कंटिन्यूस
take down
सेकंड
Meku
अच्छा
even.
मैच होगा FF
If he gets the right angle here,
सेकंड कंटिन्यूस. और इससे पहले भी वो 10 पॉइंट लेके गई है अगर वो एलिमिनेट हुई थी.
Fireflux.
इसका मतलब क्या है? कंसिस्टेंट
Another
FF है,
game like this
H2
would
एंड
be
HVVP भी
absolutely
कंसिस्टेंट
rocketing
है.
them
फाइनल
towards the top
एंड
side of
अगर
the
आप
standings.
गाइस निकालते हो तो
And
उसकी
further
रीजन
beyond that, in fact, but for
फायरफ्लक्स आती है.
HVP, this is an even more important game.
अरे
Soul
भाई
K
जिगल तो
steps
है
up.
भाई. सोल के भाई जिगल तो है.
Just manages to get it in there, squeaks it through, and in come the rest of
अरे
Fireflux.
भाई
Meku
फायरफ्लक्स
tries
बैक
to
टू
hold
बैक
off,
2
but it
चिकन
is all
डिनर्स
just
भाई.
too
इस
much.
टीम
In
का
the
नहीं है
end,
तोड़
Soul
भाई
K
कोई. इस टीम का तोड़ नहीं है भाई. And guys, make sure to subscribe the channel, guys. We are very close. Like we have 27 subscribers, close to 39. Back to back 2 chicken dinners for Fireflux. Same team, guys. Guys, guys, एक बार ओपी कर दो. HVP ने काफी अच्छा फाइट लिया. इस बार मतलब कमबैक आया है. Like अब HVP में भी फ्लो पकड़ के चलेगी. बाकी देखते हैं ब्रो. And make sure to like the stream, guys. Your hard work has paid off. Publishing help your channel get 1%. Guys, मजा आ गया. 227 people are watching, guys. Like the stream. We have a target of like 700 likes. Can we get that? America is 7. Infinity nights are good. Yup. By the way, guys, got the fun. Got all the fun. भाई HVV क्वालिफाई हो सकती है क्या? तो HVV क्वालिफाई हो सकती है क्या भाई? जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो क्वालिफाई होगा भाई, ऑब्वियस सी बात है. बाकी लेट्स सी. फायरफ्लक्स ऑन फायर. दैट पर्सनस एंगल्स वाज यस. वो जो लेफ्ट में था ना, एंगल बड़ा क्रूशियल था. जिगल तो दिया भाई के बंदे ने, बट बनी वो. भाई मैंने आपकी 8 आवर्स की थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो. इस टाइप का सब कंटिन्यू ना. दैट्स इट गाइस. विच इज़ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट रीजन आफ्टर PL चाइना? ब्रो सब यार, सब. मैं तो बोलूँगा सब. ऐसे कंपैरिजन नहीं करते. हर एक रीजन पे सब बेस्ट है. कि आपकी जो स्ट्रैटेजी, आपकी चीज़ खेलने का तरीका आपके रीजन अकॉर्डिंग होता है.
या फिर जब आप ग्लोबल हर एक टीम सेटबैक रहता है, ठीक, नई चीज़ तो जो जल्दी पकड़ लेता है वो अच्छा निकाल लेता है। कि जितने भी आपके ऐसा तो है नहीं बहुत बड़े 4 दिन का होता है, PMW 3-4 दिन का, वैसे उसी टाइप के टूर्नामेंट होते हैं। कांट कंपेयर हर एक रीजन मेरी नज़रों में, और ना मेरे स्टैंडर्ड बनाए मैंने कुछ उखाड़ा है जो मैं लेवल पे जाके। हाँ, अगर मैंने PMG से जीता होता नोवा मैं कमेंट कर, बाकी तो मेरे हिसाब से तो भाई अगर HVP क्वालिफाई हो गई ऑर्गेनाइज खेलेगा PMG। नहीं नहीं ब्रो, वो फिर रिवील कर देंगे ना। लाइक DWG, अगर आपको याद हो पिछले साल जब वो क्वालिफाई हुए थे उनके पास कोई स्पॉन्सर नहीं था। DWG ने स्पॉन्सर करा था PMGC के टाइम पे। PMGC से पहले जब उन्होंने रीजनल खेला था MPS के पास स्पॉन्सर नहीं था, फिर बाद में स्पॉन्सर आया। गाइस ना मुझे पता है नावी के लाइक जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उन्होंने इनको समझ रहे हो। तो ये जो स्पॉन्सर्स वाला सीन होता है काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऊपर नीचे वाला सीन होता है। तो मेरा क्या एकदम से ही हुआ था उस टाइम, नहीं पाई होगी, नेक्स्ट डे ही आपका फाइनल होने के बाद। अभी तक इन्होंने शायद फाइनल अभी कम कर लिया होगा। भाई आज तो मेरी लग चुकी है भाई, कितनी स्ट्रीम कर ली हमने, लंबी करी थी 4 से 5, 5 से 6 से 7, अभी ये कर रहे हैं हम 9 बजे से, तो 8:30 बजे आ गया था मैं। 8 पकड़ लो, 8 से 9, 11 से आज की स्ट्रीम 8 घंटे गाइस। इस 60 वक्त के लाइक के अंदर भाई ओल्ड बॉय की स्ट्रीम में वर्चस प्रो, वर्चस खेल रहा है ओल्ड बॉय, वर्चस FF इज फायर ब्रो, बहुत बड़ा भाई की टीम्स इनसेन है ब्रो। थाईलैंड इज द बेस्ट इन टर्म ऑफ एग्रेशन, कैन से यस थाईलैंड इज, अभी हम हाल देखा है तो स्टैट एंड परफॉर्म थाईलैंड रीजन। भाई आज की स्ट्रीम कब तक करोगे ब्रो, देखते हैं माय चैट। कल से का क्लस देखो ST, तो कल से का क्लस देखते हैं ST वाला, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। हमारा मैच अभी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा 3 से, उसके बाद देखेंगे, दिक्कत की बात। Your top 3 predictions for what? What? Top 3 predictions. Hardworking Yogi Gamer. Thank you so much, bro. Make sure to like support अगर वैसे ही हार्ड वर्क करते क्वालिटी, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। लाइक FF Mad Bulls PNR HV Wildcats क्वालिफाई, S2 ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई। FF भाई 3 ही टीम्स क्वालिफाई होगी। FF हो गया, Mad Bulls हो गया, PNR होगी, या HV या Wildcats। ओल्ड बॉय ने HVV कब छोड़ी? अरे उसका ना कुछ को बेंच कर दिया। पहले आपका कुनीना पावर में हैजर, बाद उसने परचेस बातचीत यार टाइम पहले स्टार्टिंग में जब MIC भाई TSM हाईएस्ट देखो BGMI में भाई, 2 मिनट का है अभी देखो। अरे फायर फ्लक्स ब्रो टॉप पे है मैच रैंकिंग, आई एम वेटिंग। और साथ क्या स्पेलिंग बोला L से? गाइस फिर से चैट करना, कौन सा क्लास था ST का बोला?